On a summer morning, the sound of cicadas filled the air, and the scent of fruits was everywhere. Xia Zhizhi was awakened by the weight of her three chubby sons and their cries of hunger. Mommy, Mommy, Jinbao is hungry. Mommy, Yinbao is also hungry and wants to eat. Xiaobao is hungry too, Mommy. Hurry and get up to make food for Xiaobao. Xia Zhizhi didn't want to get up. Her stomach felt uncomfortable under the weight. She turned over, but didn't move. Fine, let it be. With her eyes closed, she replied, you can find some cookies or peach crisps to eat. Mommy will sleep a little longer. No, Jinbao finished the peach crisps. Jinbao wants rice. Yinbao finished his too. Mommy, get up. The three little troublemakers not only made noise but also poked Xia Zhizhi's eyelids with their tiny hands, trying to wake her up. Xia Zhizhi. Forced to wake up, she stared blankly at the ceiling. Heavens, what did I do to deserve these three little devils? Three identical, adorable little faces leaned close to her, drooling and calling out for food. Xia Zhizhi sat up, half closing her eyes as she looked at her three little ones and spread her hands. Mommy is hungry too, but what should I do if I don't want to cook? Go to the cafeteria. Mommy, get up, Jinbao said seriously, his little face full of determination. Haha, she wished she could. But the three kids were only a year and a half old and couldn't eat heavily seasoned food yet. With no choice, Xia Zhizhi got up to cook for her three little debt collectors. Oh, she learned the term debt collectors from her own mother in her previous world. Her mom often called her that. Now, she was passing that title to her sons. Sigh, she wondered how long it would be until her mother returned. She didn't want to do any work, especially not take care of these three little debt collectors. Honestly, her previous world was better. In the Beastman world, young ones were born as wild animal cubs, strong and able to run and jump by the next day. Unlike these 3 weak little ones who had to be careful about everything they ate. With a belly full of complaints, Xia Zhizhi spent over half an hour in the kitchen before finally preparing food for the 3 little ones. Jinbao, Yinbao, Xiaobao, your mushroom and lean meat porridge is ready. Hurry and wash your hands to eat. Hearing their mom call, the 3 little ones dropped their toys and ran to wash their hands. Xia Zhizhi was a lazy mom. To lighten her burden, she had been teaching them good habits since they could understand her. For example, they had to wash their hands and faces carefully with soap and wear bibs before meals. Watching the 3 happily eating their vegetable pancakes and porridge, Xia Zhizhi nodded in satisfaction. Jinbao, Yinbao, Xiaobao are great. This time, you didn't get your clothes dirty while eating. Keep it up. Jinbao stuffed the last of his vegetable pancake into his mouth, grinning as he said, Jinbao is mommy's good baby. When Jinbao grows up, he will cook for mommy, so she can relax. Hearing her eldest son's sweet promise, Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but laugh. Then Jinbao, grow up quickly. Mommy can't wait to enjoy your cooking. Jinbao will work hard. I'll eat more to grow tall quickly. Xia Zhizhi didn't want to cook 2 different meals, so she ate the same as her 3 little ones. After they finished eating, she didn't feel like washing the dishes, so she just tossed the bowls and chopsticks into the pot to soak, planning to wash them later. Jinbao, take your 2 brothers to play outside. Mommy is going to take a nap. If someone knocks, just say mommy isn't home, she reminded before going back inside. Jinbao, given this important task, nodded seriously. Don't worry, mommy. I'll take care of my brothers and won't let anyone disturb your rest. Xia Zhizhi smiled and patted Jinbao's round little head. What a good son. So smart. Since she didn't eat enough for breakfast and felt only half full, after locking the door, she turned and entered her space to enjoy some food alone. This space, called Flower Soul Space, had been with her since she was born in her last life. In the center of the space, near a pond, stood a 1-person-high gardenia tree. Though it looked small, it was vibrant and full of life, with abundant leaves and flowers that never wilted, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. This was her life's flower tree. The space covered about 10 acres, and after excluding the area around the pond and the gardenia tree, the remaining land was used by wanting to grow fruits, vegetables, and grains. Xiaojiji picked a nearly head-sized red apple from the apple tree, washed it quickly in the pond, and started munching on it. She originally came from a different world, a beast-man world with a completely different biological and power system. In the beast-man world, there were many more men than women, creating a serious imbalance. Men, or beastmen, had bodies that resembled various wild animals. These beastmen were not only physically strong, but many also awakened various types of special abilities after the age of 8. Common abilities included metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice, while others like invisibility, transformation, enhancement, teleportation, and mind reading were also quite common. Women, known as Ruizi or Yezi, had souls that were flowers and trees, naturally possessing a flower soul space for reproduction. Especially Ruizi, whose soul power was thousands of times stronger than that of Yezi, produced children with better qualities, and almost all children born from Ruizi awakened powerful abilities. However, since Ruizi were extremely rare, making up less than 1% of Yezi, they were treated like national treasures, cherished and protected by beastmen and laws. Even if a Ruizi committed murder, they would only receive a year of confinement at most. Of course, Ruizi are generally weak and wouldn't have the ability to kill anyone. Such a lenient environment led to Ruizi developing difficult personalities. Arrogant, rude, selfish, vain, lazy. Her flaws were numerous. Xiaojiji, as a Ruizi of the gardenia flower, wasn't particularly evil, but wasn't exactly good either. Her laziness was evident. She had been spoiled in the beastman world, getting whatever she wanted, as beastmen went out of their way to bring it to her. Even if she wanted to do something, those beastmen wouldn't give her the chance. Additionally, she was selfish and self-centered, willing to do anything to achieve her goals. Her current marriage was a result of her little tricks, forcing Zhou Lingyun, a privileged young man, to marry her, a simple village girl. Her mother-in-law in B City thought she was cunning and shameless, and she didn't like her at all. When Xiaojiji married Zhou Lingyun, his family didn't even give her a red envelope. Xiaojiji also had a bad temper. Her in-laws didn't treat her well and gave her cold looks, so she returned the favor and ignored them, refusing to even call them, let alone send gifts during holidays. She acted as if she had no in-laws at all. After having 3 sons, her in-laws tried to improve their relationship by sending her money and gifts like milk powder and clothes, but Xiaojiji still ignored them. She held grudges and wouldn't be swayed by a little kindness, forgetting how her mother-in-law had treated her poorly before. After finishing a huge, slightly abnormal apple, Xiaojiji let out a satisfied burp. She patted her slightly bulging belly, but still felt unsatisfied, so she went to the garden and picked a cucumber, an eggplant, and a green and red chili pepper. She entered the small wooden house by the pond to make a cold cucumber salad and braised eggplant. She didn't forget the rice either. The ingredients in her space were watered with pond water, and the unique soil caused all the crops to mutate. The fruits not only grew enormous but also tasted much better than those outside, with a hint of special energy that gradually strengthened the body. With 2 plates of delicious vegetarian dishes and a small bowl of perfectly cooked rice, Xiaojiji ate until her belly was round. Xiaojiji put down her chopsticks and lay back in the rocking chair. The food for my space is the best. Too bad I can only sneak away to eat without my parents, husband, and kids knowing. Although the flow of time in the flower spirit space was the same as outside, the small wooden house had a preservation function. Fruits and vegetables picked and placed inside would never spoil. Xiaojiji was independent and only cared about herself. She preferred to stack the harvested grains and fruits in the cellar of the wooden house rather than share them with her family. Not only did she dislike the trouble of finding excuses, but she also simply didn't have the desire to share. Deep down, she felt no one deserved her attention or kindness. Of course, her 3 sons were the exception. However, despite her selfishness, she had a lot of love for her children. Although she didn't let them eat the food from her space, she often used her flower spirit power to nurture their health. Because of this, Her 3 little ones had never been sick since birth and were now as strong as little calves, relying on her to occasionally boost their health. After drinking a glass of fresh orange juice, Xiaozizi used her spirit power to clean the pots and dishes. When she saw it was almost time, she left the space. Sure enough, the 3 little ones were crying again in the yard. Xiaozizi rubbed her forehead in frustration and sighed. So annoying. When will Dad and Mom come back? Grumbling to herself, she stepped outside. Jinbao, Yinbao, Xiaobao. What are you all fussing about now? The 3 little ones had dirty faces and clothes, especially Xiaobao, who was crying hard. Wah, Mommy Dita Go won't let Xiaobao pee, Xiaobao sniffled. Jinbao quickly defended himself. Mommy, I didn't stop him from peeing. I just don't want him to pee in the mud with me and Yinbao. Xiaobao pouted, but Junjun said they use their pee to play in the mud, and I want to try too. Xiaozizi. She looked at Xiaobao in disbelief and exclaimed, Xiaobao, how could you have such a disgusting idea? Hearing her mom call him disgusting, Xiaobao immediately became unhappy. Mommy, Xiaobao isn't disgusting. Xiaobao is very clean. Jinbao rolled his eyes. You're the most disgusting one here. Always wanting to play with caterpillars or use pee to play in the mud. The aloof Yinbao shot Xiaobao a disdainful look and said, Dummy. Xiaobao burst into tears. Bad second brother. Xiaobao is not a dummy. Xiaobao is not a dummy. While crying, he raised his little fist to hit Yinbao. Xiaozizi crossed her arms and quietly watched the fight between Yinbao and Xiaobao. When Wang Zhaodi and Xia Xuanzi entered, they saw the scene and rushed to break it up. Hey, Yinbao, Xiaobao, stop fighting. What if you hurt each other? Wouldn't that break my heart? Wang Zhaodi and Xia Xuanzi each grabbed one to pull them apart. You careless girl. Look at how the kids are fighting. Aren't you going to do something about it? Is this how a mother should act? Seeing Xiaozizi standing by watching, Wang Zhaodi was furious and slapped her on the back, making Xiaozizi wince in pain. Mom. Xiaozizi covered her back, her face falling. You can talk to me without hitting. So annoying, her back was probably red now. What? Can't I hit my own daughter? You shouldn't. I'm already a mother. You need to show me some respect in front of the kids. Hey. You ungrateful girl. Seeing Wang Zhaodi raise her hand again, Xiaozizi quickly slipped into the house. Mom, you're going too far. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Humph. If you don't want to, then don't. Do you think I want to talk to you? Wang Zhaodi retorted loudly. This stubborn child didn't know what was wrong with her, always throwing tantrums like a spoiled brat that no one could handle. If she didn't want to talk, fine. Let's see if she eats the dinner I make tonight. The honest Xia Xuanzi tried to mediate. Wife, Gigi is still young. Don't argue with her. Still young? She has 3 kids and still doesn't know how to behave. Wang Zhaodi was frustrated. If it weren't for her exceptionally beautiful face, her daughter's personality would be unbearable. As the youngest and only daughter of the Xia family, Xia Gigi was not only cherished by her parents, but also spoiled. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to act so defiantly toward them. After all, in this era, people believed that discipline produced obedient children. Xia Gigi, who was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak, wouldn't dare to act out after being taught a lesson a few times. Back in her bedroom, Xia Gigi admired her beautiful reflection in the mirror for a while, and her frustration finally calmed down. Her skin was soft and flawless, like a delicate flower. The beauty in the mirror was enchanting, resembling a fairy, especially the clear mark of a gardenia flower on her forehead, which highlighted her ethereal purity. Among her features, her sparkling almond-shaped eyes were the most captivating. They seemed to always shimmer with a misty allure, making people forget her true nature and feel an overwhelming sense of affection. She was truly a contradiction. Zhou Lingyun initially disliked Xia Gigi. Even after they got married, he didn't want to share a bed with her. However, Xia Gigi's appearance was too tempting and sweet to resist. A man who could ignore such beauty simply wasn't a man. Later, after a drunken night, he broke his principles, which was just him following his true feelings. Zhou Lingyun. What nonsense are you saying? There was no way around it. As a flower spirit, Xia Zhiji's power was immense. Even after reincarnation, her appearance gradually resembled that of her flower spirit form, stunningly beautiful. Even if her nature was terrible, Zhou Lingyun, as a man, couldn't help but tolerate her extraordinary beauty. That night, out of anger, Xia Zhiji refused to eat. However, Xia's mother, though tough on the outside, was soft-hearted and felt sorry for her daughter. She scolded and ordered Xia's father to coax her into eating. With the good-natured Xia father mediating, Xia Zhiji eventually forgave her mother and ate the bowl of lumpy soup that her father brought. Once Xia's parents returned, the three children were finally free. After washing up and changing into a light sleepwear, Xia Zhiji picked a petal from the gardenia tree in her space. The petals were pure white and smooth, resembling the finest jade, with a glossy sheen. Xia Zhiji tossed the pure white petals into the water, and they dissolved instantly, disappearing without a trace. She sipped the water slowly. It had a slight sweetness, but the strong fragrance of gardenia overwhelmed her senses if she didn't pay close attention. After finishing the water, Xia Zhiji felt her cells come alive, and her skin became noticeably fairer and more translucent. This was her long-standing skincare method, the secret to her dewy skin and fair complexion that never tanned. After drinking the petal water, Xia Zhiji happily drifted off to sleep. Unfortunately, that night's dream was far from pleasant. The dream unfolded like a movie from the perspective of the main character, Qin Meng. Qin Meng was Xia Zhiji's longtime rival. Both were from the same village and were among the most beautiful girls in the area. Xia Zhiji was first and Qin Meng was second. They were both favored daughters in their families, attended high school, and married soldiers from the same army. Their lives had been quite similar for the first 18 years. However, their personalities were completely opposite. Xia Zhiji was spoiled, vain, and lazy. Qin Meng was gentle, sensible, frugal, hardworking, and kind. They were like contrasting templates. In the dream, Xia Zhiji was indeed a foil for Qin Meng, serving as a stepping stone for her reputation. Like Xia Zhiji, Qin Meng was not a native of this era. Her soul came from the 21st century, a freshly graduated college student who arrived here at the age of 6, bringing along her rented one-bedroom apartment. The space was small but had a feature that Xia Zhiji envied. It automatically replenished any item taken or used. Thanks to this space, Qin Meng had lived comfortably over the years. She also had a collection of high-end skincare products from her previous life, which kept her skin in better condition than the natives of this era. Additionally, her natural beauty was gentle and lovely. Without Xia Zhiji's stunning looks as a comparison, she would undoubtedly be the most beautiful village flower of the 70s. But unfortunately, there were no what-ifs. Despite their similar backgrounds, their contrasting personalities led to a lifelong rivalry. In the dream, Xia Zhiji initially overshadowed Qin Meng. In terms of beauty, Xia Zhiji completely outshone Qin Meng. In intelligence, Xia Zhiji had a strong spirit, an excellent memory, and always ranked first in exams. Qin Meng, on the other hand, didn't become much smarter after her arrival. Her intelligence remained average. She only managed to keep up with Xia Zhiji, thanks to her memories from her previous life, earning second place. In marriage, Xia Zhiji married Zhou Lingyun, a high-ranking official's son from B City who was exceptionally talented and became a regiment commander by age 28 due to his achievements. Qin Meng married a local officer, Song Zhengwo, who was older and had 2 children from a previous marriage, along with difficult in-laws. In terms of having children, Xia Zhiji gave birth to triplet sons in her 3rd year of marriage, making her the envy of many in this era. Qin Meng had her first child a year earlier, but her pregnancy was fraught with difficulties, nearly resulting in a miscarriage due to her cruel stepchildren. She ended up with a sickly daughter. Less than a year after her first child, she became pregnant again. This time, she managed to protect her unborn child from her stepchildren and successfully gave birth to a healthy son. However, The challenges of married life gradually stripped Qin Meng of her youthful innocence. Though she still appeared gentle and kind on the outside, her inner self had become twisted, especially when she saw her longtime rival, Xia Zhizhi, living freely and joyfully as if she were still unmarried. With loving parents helping her care for the children and manage household chores, and a husband who provided for her, Xia Zhizhi only needed to enjoy life, going out or staying home as she pleased. This situation not only made Qin Meng envious, but it also made every military wife around her envious. In stark contrast, Qin Meng had to deal with her two difficult stepchildren and a biased mother-in-law who often demanded money and food, while also caring for her two young children, leaving her exhausted. Qin Meng was not a person with a big heart. Seeing that native village girl Xia Zhizhi living a better life made her resentful, especially since Xia Zhizhi often looked down on others, which pushed Qin Meng further into darkness. She began to spread rumors to undermine Xia Zhizhi's reputation, making her already average standing even worse. Gradually, Xia Zhizhi gained a lot of negative reviews in the military family compound, while Qin Meng received many compliments. Xia Zhizhi was confused by this. Although she felt uneasy, she didn't care much about others' opinions. She knew her life was good or bad, and she wouldn't suffer just for the sake of her reputation. However, this indifference and disdain for ordinary people's opinions would later lead her to great suffering. She was unaware of the female lead halo concept and didn't know that under its influence, others were destined to be cannon fodder. Seeing Xia Zhizhi unaffected by others' opinions and still cheerful every day infuriated Qin Meng. In a fit of anger, she decided to take drastic action against Xia Zhizhi. First, when Xia's parents took the triplets back to the village, she contacted human traffickers and sold the triplets along with the troublesome stepchildren. After losing 3 grandchildren, Xia's parents were heartbroken and couldn't face their daughter and son-in-law. They spent the next few years searching for their grandchildren, worn out by exhaustion and guilt, until they eventually passed away. Due to the loss of the children, Xia Zhizhi's relationship with Zhou Lingyun hit rock bottom, and her in-laws grew increasingly disapproving of her. Later, a girl named Zhou Lingyun moved in next door. She often used her childhood friendship to annoy Xia Zhizhi, and Zhou Lingyun was too slow to act. Xia Zhizhi, filled with anger, decided to take matters into her own hands to deal with that annoying woman. She drugged both of them, caught them in bed together, and then reported them for their inappropriate relationship. As a result, Zhou Lingyun received a reprimand, faced disciplinary action, and it severely affected his career. His neighbor, the girl, suffered even more. After the incident, she was quickly expelled from the military due to her lack of achievements and was sent to the countryside in the northwest. If it weren't for her powerful family background, both of them would have had to work hard on a farm for 10 years. From that point on, Xia Zhizhi and Zhou Lingyun completely severed ties. Later, when policies relaxed, Zhou Lingyun lost his value as a husband, and Xia Zhizhi ruthlessly divorced him and went south to start her own business. Compared to Qin Meng's fulfilling later life, Xia Zhizhi made a lot of money but remained single, without a husband or children. Her parents also passed away early because of her, and her life was not happy. Especially in middle age, seeing 3 disabled sons on the street, who had been harmed by human traffickers, pushed her into despair. She hated the traffickers and blamed Zhou Lingyun, the useless father who couldn't even protect his own children, for ruining his future. She also suspected that Qin Meng was somehow involved in the abduction of her triplets. After rescuing her 3 children, Xia Zhizhi, without worrying about revealing her special abilities, immediately used her healing power to restore them to normal. However, while their bodies healed, their minds were still damaged from years of torment by the traffickers. Their future was almost cut off. Xia Zhizhi deeply hated Qin Meng, the mastermind behind it all. She transferred all her assets to the triplet who was in the best mental state, Jin Bao, and set off on a journey of revenge. Since Zhou Lingyun was the father of the triplets and had not remarried, Xia Zhizhi didn't plan to kill him. After discussing care for the triplets, she looked for an opportunity to confront Qin Meng. Unfortunately, Qin Meng had the aura of a main character. Xia Zhizhi stabbed her several times but couldn't kill her and ended up getting shot in the head by the male lead. Xia Zhizhi at UN%. She really wanted to curse the heavens. What kind of bug is this? She had just been shot and hadn't even had time to use her healing power to save herself before her soul was pulled out? So the main characters want her dead, and she has to die, right? And hey, did the heavens go blind? How could they choose such a vicious female lead? Xia Zhizhi woke up in anger. She sat up, messed with her disheveled hair, and thought grimly, "Oh, so that's how it is? From today on, if I don't take down Qin Meng, I won't be called Xia anymore. Heavens, if you don't agree, come strike me with lightning." Humph. Now that it was bright outside, Xia Zhizhi decided not to sleep in anymore. She got out of bed, changed into a new floral dress, put on her transparent crystal sandals, and carefully braided her hair before stepping outside. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit. I'll eat breakfast when I get back," she shouted to her mother, who was cooking in the kitchen, and didn't wait for a response before quickly leaving. Her mother came out with a spatula just in time to see her disappearing dress. She thought to herself, "Hey, this girl is up early today. I hope she's not planning something again." After a moment of worry, she tossed the spatula and called for her husband. "Husband, hurry up and go check on her. I don't want her getting into trouble again." Even with a mother's bias, she sometimes couldn't help but want to smack her daughter for her behavior. Not to mention what others might think. If she didn't keep an eye on her, those other girls might bully her. "All right, I got it. I'm on my way." Xia Zhizhi's father, hiding in the living room smoking, quickly extinguished his cigarette, threw on a jacket, and rushed out. He was just as worried about his daughter's temper. She wasn't one to wake up early, and he hoped she wouldn't get into trouble. It's clear that parents know their children well. Xia Zhizhi was indeed out to cause some chaos. Meanwhile, Xia Zhizhi had a clear target and headed straight for Qin Meng's house. It was about 6:30 a.m., and the sun was bright. Almost all the military wives were already up making breakfast, except for a few lazy ones. Qin Meng was no exception. Her annoying stepchildren, a pair of twins, were already 9 years old and needed to be sent off to school. To maintain her good stepmother image, she couldn't delay their breakfast. She secretly took a bag of milk and a pack of meat floss bread from the fridge, quickly filled her stomach, and then measured out some rice from the cupboard to cook. On the other side, Xia Zhizhi had made her way to the back wall of Qin Meng's house. Standing under a thick willow tree, she unleashed her healing power, spreading it like fine threads into the yard. Similar to the spiritual awareness in the cultivation world and the mental power in the interstellar world, the soul power of the Beastman world, like Xia Zhizhi's, acted as a second pair of eyes, extending outward to see things hidden from the naked eye. Besides being able to see through obstacles, Xia Zhizhi's healing power had a strong healing ability, gentle and non-irritating. It could not only heal but also improve the physical condition of young children. Through her extended soul power, Xia Zhizhi saw Qin Meng in the kitchen stirring fried potatoes, the twins hurriedly getting dressed, and the younger children, Song Jiaojiao and Song Jianian, sleeping soundly in their room. The older twins were Qin Meng's stepchildren, while the younger ones were her biological children. These people were unimportant to her, so she focused on searching through Qin Meng's belongings. Although her soul power was gentle and healing with no offensive capability, wherever it reached, she could silently and swiftly take items into her space. In less than 2 minutes, everything that could be moved, including cabinets and drawers, was emptied by Xia Zhizhi. Having achieved her goal, Xia Zhizhi clapped her hands, a mischievous smile on her lips, and left quietly. But that wasn't all. After she returned and had breakfast, she planned to explore Qin Meng's seemingly endless supply of resources. If her soul power could infiltrate it, she would clean out all the wealth Qin Meng had. And she wouldn't miss out on any treasures she found along the way. On her way home, Xia Zhizhi ran into her father, who was looking for her. She stopped in her tracks. "Dad, where are you going?" Seeing his daughter safe and sound, Xia's father finally relaxed. "Of course, I'm looking for you. What else could it be?"
Ah?
Xia Zhizhi was confused. Why are you looking for me? Her father looked at her with a "that's a silly question" expression. What else could it be? Your mother is worried about you and fears you might get into trouble. Xia Zhizhi felt annoyed. She was already grown up. Why was her mother still like this? Even when they got home, Xia Zhizhi kept a straight face. Her mother, who was watching the three kids eat, turned around when she heard familiar footsteps and saw Xia Zhizhi, looking unhappy. What's wrong? Did you argue with someone again? Xia Zhizhi sat beside Jinbao and said flatly, No, I'm just in a bad mood. After saying that, she grabbed a steamed bun and started eating. Still in a bad mood? Compared to others, you have it better than anyone in this courtyard, yet you're always unhappy. Xia's mother, tired of her daughter's constant dissatisfaction, pushed a bowl of cooled porridge towards Xia's father. Here, dear, eat. Xia Zhizhi had grown used to her mother's criticisms and had learned to let them go. She focused on her food, not looking up. The three kids, Jinbao, Yinbao, and Xiaobao, were like little piglets, holding bowls as big as theirs and flinging their spoons around, getting food all over their faces. Seeing how much her grandchildren could eat, Xia's mother couldn't help but worry for her daughter and son-in-law. I don't know who the kids take after. They're so small but eat as much as adults. If they keep growing like this, they'll need a whole pot of food soon. Really, they were only a year and a half old, yet their appetite was almost as big as hers. Xia's mother couldn't imagine what it would be like when the three kids were 10 years old. She figured her son-in-law's salary would all go into feeding them. Xia's father nodded, holding a bun, still a bit scared. Luckily, your son-in-law is capable. He became a leader at a young age, and his salary is enough to support his wife and kids. If it were their family, no matter how much they loved their grandchildren, having so many hungry mouths would make him wish he could put them back in their mother's belly to start over. Listening to their conversation, Xia Zhizhi paused in her chewing, feeling a bit guilty. The kids' big appetites were partly her doing. There was no helping it, their strong bodies and great strength came at a cost. They needed to eat more to keep up with their growth. After a moment of guilt, she glanced at the three kids, deep in thought. The kids' appetite was indeed a problem. In this world, resources were scarce and people were poor. What made it worse was that everything required tickets to buy, which was really frustrating. Thanks to her occasional adjustments, the kids were much healthier than others their age, even if they couldn't compare to those in the Beastman world. They were, in fact, quite exceptional among human children. With their strong innate constitution, they naturally needed more nutrition than ordinary kids. And the only way they could get that nutrition was by consuming more nutritious food. As they grew older, their nutritional needs would increase, and so would their food intake. A larger appetite was inevitable. To ensure the kids didn't miss out on nutrition, she had to find a way to take advantage of Qin Meng's space. After all, the resources in Qin Meng's space were automatically replenished every day, so she didn't have to worry about running out. Thus, Xia Zhizhi was once again determined to make use of the female lead's special abilities. After dinner, she reminded the three kids to listen to their grandparents, then left the table. But just as she stepped outside, she was stopped by the loudmouthed Jiang Xiaocui, who was well known in the courtyard. Hey, Xia Zhizhi, did you hear about the robbery at Qin Meng's house? Xia Zhizhi paused, quickly shaking her head in confusion. When did that happen? Did Qin Meng lose money? Not just that. I just peeked inside, and besides the big stuff that's hard to move, everything in the drawers was taken. At this point, Jiang Xiaocui glanced at Xia Zhizhi, unable to hide her glee. Not to mention, just the clothes Qin Meng has bought over the years will take a lot of effort to replace. In the courtyard, these young military wives, like Xia Zhizhi and Qin Meng, all dressed well, buying new clothes every month, showing off for no reason. Now, it seemed the thief had taken notice of them. Who knew when the thief would raid Xia Zhizhi's house too? Xia Zhizhi tried to ignore Jiang Xiaocui's obvious malice and asked, What did Qin Meng say? Did she report it to the police?
She did.
The police should be arriving soon. Let's go take a look. Okay, let's go see. Xia Zhizhi also wanted to take advantage of the chaos to get closer to Qin Meng and check out her space. When they arrived at Qin Meng's house, they found her slapping a young girl. Jiang Xiaocui gasped. "Oh, isn't that Liang Xinhua from the art troupe? What is she doing here, and why is she fighting with Qin Meng?" Liang Xinhua? Isn't she the love interest of the male lead, Song Zhengwo, Qin Meng's husband? This girl was much more scheming than the female lead and had caused a lot of trouble for the female lead's marriage before Song Zhengwo was transferred to another military district. Ever since having that prophetic dream, Xia Zhizhi had taken an interest in her. Liang Xinhua had a better public image than Qin Meng. Other military wives liked her, so they couldn't just stand by and watch her get hit. So, just as Qin Meng had slapped her a few times, she was pulled away. Liang Xinhua sat on the ground, looking weak and covering her red face, tears streaming down. "Sister Song, I only said one thing and you hit me. Isn't that unreasonable?" Seeing her act like a white lotus made Qin Meng furious. "Liang Xinhua, stop misleading everyone. My things were stolen, and you hinted that I'm the thief."
What do you mean by that?
"Are you saying I'm the one who stole my own things?" Seemingly frightened by Qin Meng's loud voice, Liang Xinhua shrank back. "No, that's not it. You misunderstood me. I just guessed that your mother visited a few days ago, and maybe you gave her something and forgot about it." Xia Zhizhi almost laughed out loud. "Isn't that the same thing?" Liang Xinhua was trying to pin the label of thief on Qin Meng. Qin Meng clearly understood Liang Xinhua's malicious intent and was so angry her face turned red. Seeing Qin Meng raise her hand to slap Liang Xinhua, Xia Zhizhi quickly stopped her. She disapproved, saying, "Qin Meng, your temper is getting worse. Can't we talk things out? You shouldn't hit people so easily." Her words were filled with schadenfreude. Xia Zhizhi had seen Qin Meng's entire life in her dreams and knew very well the harm Liang Xinhua could cause. On Qin Meng's list of enemies, Liang Xinhua had always held the top spot. It was no wonder that Qin Meng lost control of her emotions when she saw Liang Xinhua showing off her tea skills. Before marrying Qin Meng, the male lead, Song Zhengwo, had indeed had a flirtatious relationship with Liang Xinhua, almost as if they were about to announce their romance. If Song Zhengwo hadn't unexpectedly saved Qin Meng from drowning while visiting his hometown, Qin Meng might not have been able to attach herself to him, and Liang Xinhua could have been his wife by now. At this stage, the female lead had not yet fully won Song Zhengwo's heart, and Liang Xinhua remained the unattainable ideal in his heart. Xia Zhizhi's acting was lacking. Anyone could see she was enjoying the drama, especially Qin Meng, who was only an arm's length away. Oh, Xia Zhizhi truly couldn't stand to see her do well, and always liked to go against her. Now she was even defending that shameless Liang Xinhua. Qin Meng glared at Xia Zhizhi with resentment, shaking off her hand angrily, and said, "Xia Zhizhi, stop meddling. What does it have to do with you? Do you need to teach me how to behave?" Qin Meng you. This wasn't the first time Xia Zhizhi had been mocked by Qin Meng, but it still made her very angry. "Regardless, we are from the same hometown. I just don't want you to act impulsively and do something that could have bad consequences. Is it necessary to speak so harshly?" To avoid showing her anger, she lowered her eyelashes, trying to mimic Liang Xinhua's innocent demeanor, but it looked very forced. Fortunately, she naturally had a beautiful appearance, and no matter how she acted, her pitiful look was easy to pull off. As a member of the elite, Xia Zhizhi was always the most beautiful person in any place or situation, especially since her inner spirit was like a gardenia, pure and ethereal, charming and lovely, with a beautiful, non-threatening appearance. Except for not being able to deal with Qin Meng, who was familiar with terms like little white flower, white lotus, and green tea witch, she could easily deceive the simple-minded people of this era. The onlookers, especially some naive military wives, couldn't help but feel pity for Xia Zhizhi's sad appearance and thought Qin Meng was being a bit too harsh. "Qin Meng, Xia Zhizhi is just trying to help. Do you really need to be so aggressive?" "Exactly, stopping you from making a mistake and getting blamed for it. What a good deed turned into a bad one. Look at Liang Xinhua. Her face is so swollen. What if she tells the authorities and gets criticized? Some who spoke up for Xia Zhizhi genuinely felt sorry for her, while others had a bad relationship with Qin Meng. Liang Xinyue, holding her increasingly swollen face, began to choke up and add fuel to the fire. Sister-in-law, I know you've been upset about my past with Zhang Wo, but I swear ever since Song Zhang married you, I have completely cut ties with him. Even if you feel hurt, you shouldn't take the chance to vent your anger like this. This statement was a complete distortion of the truth. The onlookers, hearing this, looked enlightened and then scornfully at Qin Meng. TSK, she usually pretends so well, but it turns out she has a heart smaller than a needle. Liang Xinyue had only dated Song Zhang for a while. After marriage, she didn't cling to him, yet Qin Meng was petty enough to take the opportunity to attack her. It seemed Liang Xinyue had really drawn the short straw with this couple. Qin Meng wanted to retort but didn't know how, her face turning a deep shade of red with anger. She wished she could rush over and finish off those two shameless girls, Xia Zhizhi and Liang Xinyue. Ah, shameless, they are all shameless. Especially Liang Xinyue, who pretended to be innocent and sly. Even if she wanted to accuse her of seducing Song Zhang, she had no evidence. It was infuriating. What Qin Meng didn't know was that things were about to get even worse. When the police arrived and checked the scene, they found no signs of a break-in at Qin Meng's house and began to suspect that she might be crying wolf. After all, apart from the traces left by her family, there were no signs of outsiders. Qin Meng. As she felt frustrated and angry, a sudden chill shot up from her feet. How could this be? How could there be no signs of anyone else entering? She was sure that everything in the wardrobe and drawers was there before she went to bed last night. Seeing Qin Meng looking dazed and unsteady, Xia Zhizhi quickly held her hand. Qin Meng, are you okay? She was multitasking, pretending to care for Qin Meng while using her spirit power to explore Qin Meng's body and soul. The strength of their souls was worlds apart, and within a few breaths, Xia Zhizhi effortlessly entered the space located in the brain of Qin Meng's soul. Sure enough, it looked exactly like the small apartment she had seen in her dream, bright and modernly furnished. She had no time to be picky. Before Qin Meng could shake off her hand, her spirit power turned into a whirlwind, sweeping everything from the apartment space into her own spirit space. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Having achieved her goal, Xia Zhizhi no longer pretended to care for Qin Meng and quickly stepped aside to join the crowd watching the drama. Jiang Xiaotsue, who had been watching Xia Zhizhi closely, thought, "No way. Sister, even if you're acting, could you at least do it convincingly? Your concern is so half-hearted. It's obvious you're not sincere." Unaware of Jiang Xiaotsue's thoughts, Xia Zhizhi was happily immersed in counting her gains from the space. Various flavors of cream cakes, snow mochi, meat floss balls, fried chicken legs, marinated beef, spicy duck necks, potato chips, spicy strips, grilled sausages, chocolate, yogurt, cola, milk tea. She couldn't wait to get home and taste these foods she had never eaten before. After the police left and the crowd dispersed, Qin Meng was horrified to discover that her space had also been emptied. Not only were her hard-earned savings gone, but the space itself was now bare. Qin Meng. This surprise was too shocking. She screamed and collapsed to the ground, fainting. Xia Zhizhi thought Qin Meng wasn't suffering enough. After dinner one evening, she took the excuse of walking her 3 children to pass by Qin Meng's house and stole all the food from their kitchen. For the next month, Xia Zhizhi visited Qin Meng every day to take more. This made Qin Meng nearly lose her mind, and her stepchildren became so thin from hunger that their clothes hung loosely on them. Qin Meng's reputation quickly declined, and she could no longer maintain her image as a good stepmother. After their money and food were once again taken by unknown forces, Qin Meng, who had borrowed from the military wives in her neighborhood, finally approached Xia Zhizhi. "Zhizhi, can you lend me 50 yuan?" To be honest, it was hard for Qin Meng to ask her longtime rival for money. But desperate times called for desperate measures, so she had to ask. Xia Zhizhi raised an eyebrow and asked knowingly, Didn't the army just pay you yesterday? Did you spend it all already? Or did another thief visit your house? Qin Meng's stepchildren were not good at keeping secrets. They shared everything that happened at home. Even if Qin Meng wanted to hide the fact that they were robbed daily, those two kids would spill the beans. Qin Meng's face turned red as she tried to hold back her embarrassment. Yes, our money and food were stolen again. We have no rice left to cook. Xia Zhizhi smirked. TSK, Qin Meng, did you offend someone? Otherwise, why would they only target your family? Qin Meng. She also wanted to know who the thief was and why they only stole from them. Especially since this thief seemed to have the ability to even reach into her space. This made her constantly anxious. Let's not talk about that now. Zhizhi, please lend me some money. I need to buy rice and oil, otherwise, we won't have anything to eat at noon. Xia Zhizhi thought about how much she had taken from Qin Meng over the past month, worth more than 100 times 50 yuan. Lending her some money wasn't out of the question. However, just so you know, you need to write an IOU. I'm afraid you won't pay me back. Qin Meng gritted her teeth, holding back her anger. Don't worry, when the army pays next month, I'll pay you back. Let's hope so. I remember you borrowed money before, so don't expect too much. After watching Qin Meng write the IOU with a frustrated expression and stamp it with red clay, Xia Zhizhi finally handed her 500 yuan. After sending Qin Meng away, Xia Zhizhi picked up her chubby son Jin Bao, pinched his little face and smiled. Jin Bao, haven't you always wanted to visit the county? How about we go today? Seeing Qin Meng reminded Xia Zhizhi of the treasures in her dreams, which were endless gold and jewels. She needed to get there first. Jin Bao's eyes widened in excitement. Mom, I want to go to the department store to buy toys and watch a movie. Can we? He had heard that the department store had all kinds of fun toys he had never seen. Xia Zhizhi nodded. Of course, let's all go as a family. One adult with one child was just right. Xia's mother frowned. The child is so young. Aren't you afraid of losing him? We can't go. With 3 adults watching, what is there to worry about? Xia Zhizhi insisted. Come on, Mom. I haven't gone to the county with you and Dad in a long time. Seeing that her mother was not swayed, she ran to persuade her father. Xia's father couldn't resist his daughter's charm and quickly gave in. All right, we'll go together. With Xia's father's approval, even if Xia's mother was reluctant, she had to go along with the majority. Considering that the 3 children were still under 2 years old and their bones were still developing, they couldn't walk too much. When the military vehicle arrived in the county, the 3 children barely touched the ground before being placed in a backpack by their mother and grandparents. Little Bao was unhappy and began to bang on the bamboo basket with his small hands. Let me go, Little Bao can walk by himself. The little guy may be small, but he was strong enough that Xia's mother felt the basket might break. Hey, my little Bao, take it easy. Don't break our basket. Little Bao withdrew his hands, his eyes drooping with guilt. Grandma, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't hurt you, did I? In truth, he was holding back. If he used all his strength, he could have broken the bed at home. Jin Bao and Yin Bao were the same. This level of strength among younglings in the beast world was considered weak, but here it was unusually strong. To prevent the 3 children from accidentally hurting someone, Xia Zhizhi started teaching them to control their strength as soon as they could understand words. Now, except for San Bao, who often forgot to control his strength when excited, Jin Bao and Yin Bao had mastered it deeply and skillfully. No matter how excited they got, they remembered to control their strength. Little Bao, behave and don't be naughty. Xia Zhizhi, known for her gentleness in the beast world, wasn't much stronger than the women here and couldn't handle the strength of her 3 children. She dared not handle the reckless little Bao and could only scold and threaten him. If you keep being naughty, I won't take you out to play next time. Xia's mother immediately disapproved of her daughter's threat to little Bao and shot her a glare. Why scare the child? Little Bao is so strong, he could be a good soldier in the future. Stop nitpicking at him every day. Hearing Grandma praise Little Bao, Jin Bao felt a bit jealous. Grandma, I'm strong too. I'm also a good soldier. Yin Bao looked at Xia's mother with hopeful eyes. The 3 children resembled Xia Zhizhi quite a bit, almost like smaller versions of her. They inherited Xia Ziji's good looks, making them chubby and adorable, melting Xia's mother's heart. Oh my, how can our children be so lovable? Xia's mother touched Jinbao's little face and rubbed Yinbao's head. Jinbao and Yinbao will surely succeed and become great in the future. Xia's father happily chimed in, our son-in-law will be capable too. Our three treasures have a bright future ahead. This was true. Being born into a good family is a skill. Having a capable father means the three children will have an easier path ahead. Xia Zhizhi felt that wanting a better life for her children wasn't wrong. Look, isn't she changing their fate for the better? If judged by the standards of the world, a village girl should marry a rough man from the village. Would her children have such a good life now? Xia Zhizhi looked at her watch. Dad, Mom, it's getting late. Let's go watch a movie first, then we can eat at the state-run restaurant and go shopping in the afternoon. This movie was a must-see. On the way to the cinema, they passed by the house of a once famous, wealthy merchant. Unfortunately, the new residents had ruined the place, and no one would guess that there was a secret passage in the dry well leading to an underground chamber. Inside, there were countless treasures of gold and silver. She planned to take everything for herself, leaving nothing for Qin Meng. Xia's mother waved her hand. All right, we'll do whatever you plan. This wasn't the first time their daughter had taken them to the movies. Although Xia's parents were concerned about money, they knew they couldn't stop their daughter from spending. Gradually, they stopped nagging her. Since she wanted to show her gratitude, they accepted it. At this time, many people were at work or school, and the alley where the wealthy merchant's house was located was very quiet. As they passed the house, Xia Zhizhi deliberately slowed down, releasing her powerful spirit energy to quickly survey the area. It turned out that there were treasures hidden not just in the basement. The muddy pond was also filled with beautiful jade stones, and there were many small goldfish hidden in the walls and support beams. Wow, this trip was definitely worth it. In less than a minute, she quietly collected all the treasures from the merchant's house. Not to mention the small items she found elsewhere, just the treasures from the basement were enough to dazzle anyone. There were 30 big boxes of yellow croaker, 30 boxes of small yellow croaker, 50 boxes of silver ingots, 2 boxes of large silver coins, 2 boxes of diamonds starting at 10 carats, 2 boxes of mixed precious gems, 2 sets of red and blue sapphires with gold, and 10 pairs each of imperial green jade bracelets and sheep fat white jade bracelets, along with various beautifully crafted hairpins, earrings, and gold bracelets. All were top-quality items. Who knew this wealthy merchant had so many treasures? Wow, Qin Meng really was favored by fate, getting so many good things sent her way. But it didn't matter. With Xia Zhizhi around, no matter how lucky Qin Meng was, she would take everything. Thinking of this, Xia Zhizhi felt lighter on her feet. According to Qin Meng's memories, the college entrance exam would resume in the second half of 1977, and the market economy would gradually open up. These antiques, paintings, gold, and silver would be very valuable in the future, some even priceless. She needed to hurry and seize all the opportunities that would come to Qin Meng to lay the foundation for her future lazy life. For a while, Xia Zhizhi began traveling to neighboring cities or deep mountains. These places had opportunities that the heavens prepared for Qin Meng. Aside from connections that were of little use to her, she accepted all the treasures related to wealth. In just a month, she had collected more than 10 times the wealth from the wealthy merchant's house. This time, in addition to gold and silver, famous paintings, and antiques, she found many old items, including several sets of golden silk namu beds and rosewood furniture. Feeling excited, Xia Zhizhi quickly stored the last treasures from her final stop and left the area. She was on a roll. Taking someone else's opportunities felt great, especially when the unfortunate victim was Qin Meng. So many things prepared for the favored daughter of fate had ended up benefiting her. However, it seemed that Qin Meng's main base later would be in B City, where her in-laws currently lived. The treasures there would be even more valuable.
Wow.
No, the more she thought about it, the more tempting it became. It seemed like it was time to set aside her prejudices against her in-laws and take her husband and child to B City to celebrate the new year with them. B City was the capital, a long-standing political center and a gathering place for the wealthy and powerful, so there would definitely be more treasures than here. No matter what, she had to go. Some people just had to be mentioned. She had just thought of her husband, who was often away on missions, when she ran into him on the way home. Hearing the sound of military trucks driving down the road, Xia Zhizhi quickly stepped aside. In the lead military jeep, Xiong Ziwan said, "Hey, Brother Zhou, that girl in front looks a bit like my sister-in-law." Xia Zhizhi had a delicate figure that matched her pure and shy face perfectly. She walked gracefully, like a willow swaying in the wind, very charming. In Xiong Ziwan's limited experience, only Zhou Lingyun's wife walked so elegantly. Zhou Lingyun replied casually, his gaze fixed on Xia Zhizhi's slender figure. "It's not just similar, it is her."
"Wow, it really is my sister-in-law."
Xiong Ziwan nodded at the steering wheel and turned to Zhou Lingyun. "Should we stop and ask her to join us?" Zhou Lingyun shook his head. "No need. I'll get out and walk back with her." Not to mention that there was no room for Xia Zhizhi in the car. Even if there was, he didn't want his soft and lovely wife sitting in the same vehicle with those rough men. With a screech, the jeep stopped beside Xia Zhizhi, startling her. She puffed up her cheeks and looked over to see Zhou Lingyun, tall and long-legged, getting out of the passenger seat. Perhaps due to travel fatigue, he looked more haggard than usual. As Xia Zhizhi pondered how to treat Zhou Lingyun, he had already walked up to her and taken the things from her hands. "Zhizhi, why didn't you take the car?" Xia Zhizhi instinctively linked her arm with his. "Oh, I just wanted to get home earlier." The army vehicles left at 8 a.m. and returned at 4 p.m. She had already collected all the treasures she could find in the nearby counties and cities, so she didn't want to wander around anymore and decided to walk home. Zhou Lingyun frowned. "Don't do that in the future. It's not safe. Even if you want to walk back, take a few sisters with you." Right now, the crops were tall, and Xia Zhizhi was so beautiful. If some troublemakers pulled her into the fields, there wouldn't be time to call for help. Zhou Lingyun didn't know that Xia Zhizhi had a space and extraordinary spirit power that was like X-ray vision, so he sternly criticized her reckless behavior. Xia Zhizhi. Feeling wronged. She really did care about her safety. Why was she being blamed right away? After being lectured all the way home, Xia Zhizhi's face was already sour. "Zhizhi, what's wrong with you? Your husband just got back, and you're giving him a cold shoulder. That's not right." Xia's mother, who was cooling off in the yard, saw her daughter with a long face and her son-in-law carrying bags, and immediately scolded her. Really, her son-in-law worked so hard outside, and she couldn't even give him a warm welcome. That was unacceptable. Even if she favored her own child, she couldn't ignore this. Not to mention they were in a position of high regard. Feeling less confident in favoring her daughter, she could only scold her child a bit more to make her son-in-law feel better. As a man who often faces his wife's coldness, Zhou Lingyun has gotten used to it. Instead of getting angry, he defended Xia Zhizhi. "Mom, it's my fault for speaking harshly and making Zhizhi upset. Please don't blame her." Xia's mother, Xia Zhizhi's mom, was just saying that. Seeing her son-in-law genuinely not mind, she immediately smiled. "Okay, then you two should communicate well in the future and not hurt your relationship." Zhou Lingyun nodded with a smile. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes, but didn't argue. As a mother-in-law, Xia's mother didn't want to interfere too much in the couple's matters. "Well, the hot water is ready in the yard. Son-in-law, you should take a shower first. I'll cook for you, and it will be ready by the time you finish." Since Xia Zhizhi married Zhou Lingyun, Xia's mother has been living in the military family compound. After giving birth to triplets, she even brought Xia's father to help take care of the kids. Xia's parents have spoiled their daughter, so she never has to lift a finger around the house as long as they are there. At first, Zhou Lingyun felt a bit shy about it, but he gradually got used to it. He felt he was a burden to his in-laws, so he tried to support them financially. "Thank you, Mom," Zhou Lingyun said gently. As for his dear wife, Xia Zhizhi. She was a professional slacker who had relied on her parents for 20 years. As long as her parents were around, she never did any housework. Zhou Lingyun didn't expect anything from her. After watching his mother-in-law enter the kitchen, Zhou Lingyun put away his smile, grabbed a bag in one hand, and pulled his fragrant and beautiful wife into the bedroom with the other. It was literally fragrant. Xia Zhizhi, with a natural scent of gardenias, had a sweet fragrance that captivated Zhou Lingyun, who had been alone for almost a year. Xia Zhizhi felt a bit of pain in her wrist from being pulled. Before she could get angry, the man pulled her into his arms, and his warm lips covered hers. The following content cannot be written. After the kiss, Xia Zhizhi's cheeks were flushed as she leaned against the man, exuding a different charm. She touched his strong chest and playfully said, "Brother Lingyun, you're still so amazing. I really like it." Hee. She liked a man who was strong and assertive in bed. Zhou Lingyun chuckled softly, helped her sit comfortably, and brushed her slightly messy hair. "I'm dirty. Don't get your clothes dirty." At this moment, Xia Zhizhi had forgotten about the earlier unpleasantness. She hooked her fingers around his calloused hand and asked sweetly, "Brother Lingyun, do you miss me? I think about you so much every day that I can't sleep." Zhou Lingyun smiled and looked at her indulgently for a while. He leaned close to her ear and whispered something, causing Xia Zhizhi's face to turn bright red.
You, Mom.
"Mom, little Bao is back."
Where are you?
3 dirty little dumplings with short legs came running in, interrupting Xia Zhizhi's flustered response. Zhou Lingyun was stunned for a moment, looking at the 3 identical chubby faces that looked just like his wife. He finally remembered that he seemed to have 3 sons. Little Bao and the others can run, jump, and talk now? He looked at his wife in shock. If he remembered correctly, the triplets were only a year and a half old, right? They could talk so clearly and run so well. Xia Zhizhi pushed little Bao's forehead away, not letting him cling to her leg. "You little dirty child, stay away from Mommy. Mommy is disgusted." After saying that, she turned to Zhou Lingyun and explained, "Well, they've been well nourished, and their bones are developing well. Their grandpa often takes them out to play." Jin Bao and Yin Bao had already noticed a new person in the room. The 2 kids looked up at the tall, imposing stranger with wary eyes. "Mom, who is this uncle? Why is he in our house?" ×2, he even entered Mommy's bedroom. He wouldn't want to be their stepdad, would he? Zhou Lingyun. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lingyun squatted down to look at the 3 little chubby kids. "Jin Bao, Yin Bao, little Bao, I'm your dad. Don't you remember me?" Before he left, he remembered the kids could already call him dad. The 3 little chubby kids exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "Don't remember." ×3, Zhou Lingyun. "But does your mom have a picture of dad? Hasn't she shown it to you?" The 3 little chubby kids continued to shake their heads. Zhou Lingyun looked at Xia Zhizhi with a wronged expression. "Didn't you say you think about me every day? Why haven't you mentioned that I'm their dad?" Xia Zhizhi's gaze flickered, feeling a bit guilty. "I usually only think of you at night, and forget during the day." Actually, she didn't think of him at night either. She was someone who always focused on herself. The man's accusing gaze followed her, and Xia Zhizhi forced down her guilt, changing the subject. "Zhou Lingyun, hurry, and take your 3 sons to wash up. If you delay any longer, it will be dark." Zhou Lingyun stood up, looking at her meaningfully. "Okay, we'll have a good talk tonight." Understanding the man's implication, Xia Zhizhi's face turned red again. That evening, after Zhou Lingyun and Xia Zhizhi dropped the triplets off at Xia's parents' room, they eagerly returned to their own room. Having not seen each other for a long time, they naturally indulged in their favorite activities. After being turned over like a fish being fried all night, Xia Zhizhi felt a bit overwhelmed and didn't wake up until close to lunchtime the next day. Xia Zhizhi opened her sleepy eyes and took out a cup of prepared gardenia tea from the space, gulping it down. Instantly, the marks on her body and her fatigue vanished. Outside, Zhou Lingyun handed a takeout box filled with braised pork and stir-fried green peppers to Xia's mother and entered the room, just in time to meet Xia Zhizhi's gaze. "Zhizhi, you're awake." His smile was warm and gentle, and when his eyes fell on Xia Zhizhi, they were soft enough to melt. Xia Zhizhi glared at him and huffed. "It's all your fault for wanting to mess around so late last night, making me wake up so late." Yes, it's all my fault." Zhou Lingyun didn't argue, helping Xia Zhizhi braid her hair on the other side. "I've already bought your favorite food. Let's eat well later." Perhaps after spending so much time with the passionate and expressive Xia Zhizhi, Zhou Lingyun gradually became more willing to express his love for his wife. Now, he was attentive and would cater to her preferences, sometimes being assertive and sometimes gentle and pampering. Xia Zhizhi found herself completely captivated by this man who was good at understanding people's feelings. With her husband's help, Xia Zhizhi's speed in braiding her hair increased significantly. Soon, the ends of her hair were tied with a beautiful blue butterfly knot, and paired with a white and light blue floral dress, she looked fresh and lovely. Xia Zhizhi admired herself in the mirror. "Of course I'm beautiful." Zhou Lingyun was also amused by his wife's vanity, but he urged her, "Zhizhi, Mom and Dad are waiting for us. Let's go eat." Okay. Xia Zhizhi slammed the mirror down on the dressing table and frowned, saying in a bad tone, "It's just a quick look in the mirror, and you're rushing me. It's so annoying." Xia Zhizhi, who was born with a sense of entitlement, had her arrogant and self-centered nature ingrained in her. When things didn't go her way, she wanted to throw a tantrum. Moreover, she didn't see anything wrong with making her elders wait. Instead, she felt that the world had too many rules. After all, in the Beast Man world, they were the ones who were unconditionally loved and valued. As for respecting the elderly and loving the young, filial piety, what a joke. Who dared to demand that? As if the laws of the Beast Man world didn't exist. It's no exaggeration to say that they were like national treasures in the Beast Man world. Daring to make them suffer? They must have had a death wish. Zhou Lingyun. All right, once again, he was scolded by his wife. Zhou Lingyun touched his nose, not daring to say much or ask questions, resignedly following Xia Zhizhi out of the room. "Dad, why did you and Mom take so long?" Little Bao's tummy is already empty. Among the three kids, Little Bao was the most lively. Seeing his parents finally come out, he couldn't help but pout and complain. Zhou Lingyun patted his round little head. "Okay, from now on, Dad will try not to let Little Bao wait with an empty stomach." After spending the morning together, the three kids and Zhou Lingyun had gone from being strangers to being very close. Seeing Dad sit next to Little Bao, Jin Bao quickly took the spot on Zhou Lingyun's other side. Yin Bao, a step slower. Xia Zhizhi was carefree and sat down at her place, digging into her food without caring whether the three kids were being fickle. Wait, that's not right. It felt strange to describe it that way, so never mind. Nothing mattered more than eating. Today's meal was much more lavish than usual, with 5 dishes and a soup, almost all hearty dishes. Her mom clearly valued Zhou Lingyun as a son-in-law more, as every time he returned from a task, the food was especially good, and this treatment usually lasted a week. Seeing her daughter eat like a starving ghost, Xia's mother gave her a light slap on the back. "Eat slowly, no one is competing with you. A person's energy is limited." Recently, Xia Zhizhi had been so focused on making easy money that she had temporarily let her guard down regarding harming Qin Meng and depleting her resources. This gave Qin Meng a chance to catch her breath, and she made a few trips to the black market, successfully saving some money. However, this time, Qin Meng had become clever, worried that her hard-earned money would disappear again, so she didn't keep it at home or in her space. Instead, she put it directly in a bank account. Qin Meng thought, now, withdrawing money from the account requires a household registration book, so even if that thief stole her bank book, they couldn't take any money. Xia Zhizhi learned about this when she heard her mother mention that Qin Meng hadn't been watching the kids and had been frequently going to the county town. She sensed something was off and went to check on Qin Meng. Looking at the bank book in her hand, Xia Zhizhi sneered. Did she think that keeping money in the bank would keep her safe? She wouldn't let Qin Meng have her way. So, Xia Zhizhi found an opportunity to take the kids back to the village with her parents. When passing by Qin Meng's house, she secretly slipped the bankbook under her brother-in-law and sister-in-law's pillow. Since they lived in the same village, Xia Zhizhi knew that Qin Meng's sister-in-law was not an easy person to deal with. Not only was she a brother-supporting type, but she also favored boys over girls and was extremely jealous. Qin Meng was her first target of jealousy. In her sister-in-law's words, they were all girls in the family, so why hadn't she ever had a good day while this lazy and greedy sister-in-law had never suffered? She was not satisfied. Once the bankbook was in her hands, Qin Meng's money was unlikely to be safe. Jin Bao shook Xia Zhizhi's arm, looking confused at his mom who was grinning from ear to ear. Mom, what are you laughing at? Xia Zhizhi quickly wiped the glee off her face and casually replied, Oh, nothing, just suddenly remembered a joke. Little Bao, curious, asked, What joke? I want to hear it too. Xia Zhizhi. It was just an excuse. She didn't have any joke in her mind. Clearing her throat, she quickly changed the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the mountains to catch sparrows and wild rabbits? Let's hurry. Upon hearing about catching wild rabbits, Jin Bao forgot everything else, pulling on his mom's hand and urging, Mom, let's go quickly. I saw Tiger, and the others have already left for a while. Tiger was Xia Zhizhi's fourth brother's son, and he was at that mischievous age, always running off to the mountains with a group of kids, never staying still. Now, he had run off to play in the mountains again. The three kids, who had been cooped up in the family compound with little freedom, were envious. They also wanted to go to the mountains every day to catch sparrows and wild chickens and rabbits. So, hearing Jin Bao urge them, Yin Bao and Little Bao chimed in, urging Xia Zhizhi not to let them fall behind Tiger and the others. After running around the mountains with her three energetic sons for half a day, Xia Zhizhi was almost exhausted and regretted letting them run wild. Annie, are you okay? The older child, Huji, kindly supported Xia Zhizhi's arm, looking worried at his panting aunt. Sigh, Auntie really is as weak as Grandma said, unable to do much. She got tired so quickly after just a little playtime. If she had to work in the fields, wouldn't she be completely worn out? Huji's concern was so obvious that Xia Zhizhi was taken aback. After a moment, she realized what the little guy was thinking and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. She cleared her throat, let go of her waist, waved her hand, and said, slightly out of breath, I'm fine, Huji. Look, it's getting late, and you've played enough. Can we go home now? Let them think what they want. She really didn't want to do anything that required physical effort, unless there was a giant carrot dangling in front of her. Mom, it's not dark yet. Let us play a little longer. Little Bao felt he hadn't played enough with his friends and didn't want to go back so soon. Xia Zhizhi didn't indulge him, placing her hand on her chest, pretending to be heartbroken as she looked at Little Bao. Little Bao, but Mommy is really tired. Don't you care about Mommy? The playful Little Bao frowned, his chubby face full of conflict. He wanted to keep playing but didn't want his mom to be tired. Sigh, what a tough choice. The oldest, Jin Bao, was different. As soon as he heard Mommy say she was tired, he became anxious. He rushed to his mom, took her hand, and said, Seriously, Mommy, if you're not feeling well, you should have said so earlier. Let's go home. Yin Bao, also a mama's boy, quickly squeezed past Huji to hold Xia Zhizhi's other hand. Mommy, let's go home. Seeing her two sons being so caring, Xia Zhizhi felt very grateful. Jin Bao and Yin Bao are the best. They know how to care for Mommy, she said with a smile. Unlike Little Bao, who only knows how to play and doesn't care about Mommy at all. That was a bit too much. In the Beastman world, it's well known that children born from Marizi are all Mama's boys. Besides, Jin Bao, Yin Bao, and Little Bao shared a deep bond with Xia Zhizhi, and even if they didn't remember their past lives, their mama's boy traits were ingrained in their souls. As the object of their affection, Xia Zhizhi wasn't worried about her sons being ungrateful or forgetting her when they got wives in the future. She was just teasing Little Bao. Sure enough, after hearing this, Little Bao felt a sense of urgency. He walked over to Xia Zhizhi, looking pitiful. Mommy, that's not true. Little Bao cares about Mommy too. He then returned the slingshot to Huji. Huji, Mommy is tired. Let's hurry home. He was a good son who cared for his mom and wouldn't let his desire to play make him neglect her. His filial piety was no less than that of his older brothers. Huji, the only son of Xia Sigi and his wife, was a simple child who didn't understand that boys needed to compete for affection. He looked curiously at the three boys, who were sparking with rivalry, scratched his smooth head, and smiled foolishly. Okay, then let's go home. Worried that Huji's friends hadn't played enough, Xiaojiji discreetly took out some rock candy from her pocket. Huji, share these candies with your friends. They worked hard to play with Jinbao and the others. Once the group of kids got a piece of candy each, they forgot all their complaints. A few clever kids even pulled Huji aside, chattering about when he could bring his three little cousins out to play again, promising to keep them entertained. Xiaojiji held one child in each hand, walking ahead while listening to their innocent chatter, which made her smile. Hey, little sister, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you. As soon as she entered the house, Xiaojiji was stopped by her sister-in-law's loud voice. She paused and looked at her sister-in-law, who was washing clothes by the well, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Is there something you need?" Her sister-in-law shook the water off her hands, stood up, and smiled at Xiaojiji. "There is something. Look, your niece is already 18. She's not only hardworking but also pretty. It would be a shame for her to marry someone from the village. Sister-in-law wants to ask if you could help find a suitable young man in the army for your niece. Preferably someone as capable as her uncle, who can also bring our family some good fortune." She had envied her in-laws for a long time. At such a young age, they were already enjoying life without doing anything, following their daughter and son-in-law. If her Chun Xiao could find a capable husband who would also take care of her parents-in-law, her life would be worthwhile. Xiaojiji. What a big request. Is finding a good man as easy as picking cabbage? Just like that, you can find someone capable like her uncle? She should check the army. Aside from someone like Zhou Lingyun with a good background and skills, aren't all the captains at least 35 years old? Seeing Xiaojiji's displeased expression, her sister-in-law thought she was unwilling and cursed inwardly, continuing to appeal to her emotions. Chunxiao's aunt, you've watched her grow up. Can you bear to see her marry a village bumpkin and suffer? Hey, is this moral coercion? A term learned from Qin Meng. Xiaojiji held back her anger and sent Huji and the three boys to wash their hands before turning serious. Sister-in-law, if you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. Don't come at me with this. Your child is not my responsibility. I won't worry about whether she suffers in the future. Besides, have you even looked at what your Chun Xiao is like?
Pretty?
She looks just like you with a wide face and a big build, like a tomboy. It's bad enough she's not pretty. She's lazier than I am. With her looks, I wouldn't even want to introduce her as my niece. It's embarrassing. Xiaojiji's words were sharp, and they hit her sister-in-law hard, filling her with resentment. Her sister-in-law was still as annoying as ever, always hitting the sore spots with her words. Xia Chunxiao, who had been eavesdropping inside, couldn't sit still anymore. Furious, she rushed out, raising her hand to hit Xiaojiji. Family knows family matters. Xiaojiji knew she couldn't physically compete with the strong Xia Chunxiao, so she quickly stepped back to avoid the slap. Chunxiao, how uncultured of you to hit your elder. Chunxiao missed her strike and almost hurt her back, her eyes turning red with anger. What kind of elder are you? I just asked you for a small favor. If you won't help, that's fine, but you don't have to insult me. Who would want an elder like you? Xiaojiji had a bad temper and a sharp tongue, acting like a villain who only cared about her own pleasure, completely ignoring others. She had no kindness or consideration for others. The only ones who could tolerate her bad behavior were her parents, who genuinely cared for her. Others, including her biological brothers, didn't like her much. Her words were so harsh that they made people wish they were dead. For example, right now, who insulted you? Xiaojiji put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes at Chunxiao. I'm just speaking the truth. If you don't like it, that's your problem. Chunxiao was furious. You what about me? Isn't what I said true? Xiaojiji interrupted her, looking down on Xiada Sa and her daughter. I don't know where you two get your nerve, thinking you can follow in my footsteps. Take a good look at yourselves and see if you have what it takes. Ugly, and yet thinking they're beautiful. The reason she dared to dream and act was that she was not lacking in looks. In this small world, she was among the top 10 in terms of beauty, even in the Beastman world. Not to mention, she had a natural ability to bear children, ensuring that Zhou Lingyun would have many healthy and excellent heirs. Her children would also naturally have the qualities of a mama's boy. With that alone, no matter how much trouble she caused, Zhou Lingyun and her in-laws would still treat her well. And what about Xia Chunxiao? With a face that wouldn't even pass a basic standard? Or her lazy demeanor? Or her barely graduated elementary school diploma? Hearing Xia Zhizhi look down on Chun Xiao, Xia Desao's face, which looked almost identical to Chun Zhao's, darkened, as if clouds were gathering. I see now, little sister. You've become successful, and look down on us poor relatives. Xia Zhizhi crossed her arms. When did I ever look up to you? She never thought highly of Xia Desao even before she got married. Xia Desao was so angry she could hardly breathe. Indeed, Xia Zhizhi had never respected them, always looking at them like they were bugs, which was infuriating. Unfortunately, with her in-laws protecting her, they couldn't say a word and had to endure it while supporting their sister-in-law. If only Xia Desao had a better script. Otherwise, with Xia Zhizhi's terrible behavior, she would definitely be seen as a greedy and lazy sister-in-law who despised the poor. After the unpleasant encounter with Xia Desao and her daughter, Xia Zhizhi didn't plan to stay in the village overnight. She took her 3 clean kids to find her parents under the big locust tree to chat and boast. After spending a few years enjoying a good life without hard labor, Xia's parents looked healthy and energetic, much better than their peers in the village. Now, who in the village didn't say that the Xia family had a good daughter? Not only did she marry well, but she also took her parents along to enjoy life. They completely forgot the years when they looked down on her parents, thinking they only cared for their daughter and not their son, predicting they would have no one to care for them in old age. Dad, Mom, it's getting late. Let's go home. Xia Zhizhi didn't want to be stopped by the village women to chat about nonsense, so she called out to her parents from 10 meters away. Grandma, Grandpa, Little Bao is hungry. Let's go home to eat. Little Bao also shouted with a small voice. Hearing that Little Bao was hungry, Xia's mother couldn't sit still. Oh, our Little Bao is hungry. I need to hurry home and cook so my dear grandson doesn't go hungry. Are you going back now, Xia? Asked one of Xia's mother's old friends. Xia's mother waved her hand. Yes, the 3 kids are young and can't stand being hungry. We'll chat later. I'm taking the kids back now. On the other side, after saying goodbye to his old friends, Xia's father quickly followed his wife's footsteps. Watching Xia's father, Xia's mother, and their children leave, her old friends were envious. Xia is so lucky to have a successful daughter who is willing to share her good life with her and her husband. Unlike them, who were older and had never enjoyed a single day of comfort, always working in the fields and worrying about the family's needs. Other women of similar age couldn't help but feel jealous. Yeah, who in the village has it as good as Xia and her husband? Didn't Qin's daughter, Qin Meng, also marry a military officer? But she never took her parents to live with her. Qin Meng's mother used to criticize Zhizhi, saying she was spoiled by Xia and her husband, and that even if she married into the military, life wouldn't be easy. Who would have thought that among the younger generation, Zhizhi is the one living comfortably? Xia Zhizhi was unaware of these discussions, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She always did her own thing and wouldn't be influenced by others' words. Right now, she was explaining to her parents about the conflict with Xia Desao and her daughter. Dad, Mom, I don't care what you think, but we can't let that Chun Xiao cause trouble in the military. This isn't about finding a wife. It's about making enemies. Xia's father looked awkward, rubbing his hands. Is it that serious?
Of course it is.
Xia Zhizhi said sternly. You know what kind of person Xia Chun Xiao is, right? Mom and Dad, please don't hold me and Zhou Lingyun back. To be honest, Xia Zhizhi was just lazy and didn't want to work, but she was smart and could excel at anything if she wanted to. As for Xia Chunxiao, not only was she foolish, but she also tried to imitate Xia Zhizhi's style. What man would want to marry an ugly woman who couldn't do anything? That's just ridiculous. She didn't understand why Xia Desa favored her less capable and unattractive eldest daughter over her pretty and hardworking second daughter, spoiling her without teaching her any skills, while she only learned Xia Zhizhi's vanity. Seeing her daughter's serious expression, Xia father didn't dare to disagree. Xia mother nodded in agreement, sternly warning Xia father, "We're relying on our son-in-law for a good life now, so don't ruin it for him. Otherwise, not just our daughter, but I won't spare you either." They, as parents, had already held their daughter back by not giving her a good family background, so they couldn't afford to ruin her son-in-law's reputation in the military. Summer's parents were somewhat foolishly biased towards their daughter. They didn't dare to impose too many demands on her regarding things she disliked, and quickly agreed to her wishes. It was obvious who they were closer to, their daughter or their niece. Of course, they unconditionally supported their daughter. Although Jinbao, Yinbao, and Xiaobao were not yet 2 years old, their language and understanding were at the level of a 6 or 7-year-old child. The three little darlings noticed their mother's dislike for Chunxiao and quickly echoed her sentiments. Jinbao said, "If mommy doesn't like sister Chunxiao, then I won't like her either." Yinbao nodded coolly, "Me too." Xiaobao clenched his fists, his little eyes determined as if he wanted to join a club. If mommy doesn't like someone, then Xiaobao won't like them either. Such a good son. So thoughtful, Summer Zhizhi said, amused, and couldn't help but rub the three little round heads. Seeing her daughter and grandchildren filled with happiness, Summer's mother felt immensely satisfied. Her daughter was truly lucky, not only marrying a successful son-in-law but also having 3 healthy, lively, and clever children. They would surely bring her blessings in the future. Near the military district gate, Summer Zhizhi and her group ran into Qin Meng, who was getting off a bullock cart with a bamboo basket on her back. Summer Zhizhi's eyes flickered slightly, and she told her parents, "Mom, Dad, I'm going to talk to Qin Meng for a bit. You take the 3 treasures home first." Summer's mother nodded. "But it's getting dark. Don't stay out too long. Come back early for dinner." I know, she replied dismissively, putting on a suitable smile as she approached Qin Meng. "Qin Meng, are you going to the county again?" Qin Meng smiled faintly. "Yes, I'm going to buy some oil, salt, and vinegar." "Are you going back to the village with Uncle and Aunt Summer?" "Yeah, I haven't been back for a while. I thought I'd go see my brothers, sisters-in-law, and nieces and nephews," Summer Zhizhi replied with a smile. The two walked side by side, with enough space for 2 more people, making their relationship seem quite distant. Hearing Summer Zhizhi's insincere reason, Qin Meng chuckled lightly. They both came from the same village, who didn't know each other. With the tense relationship between Summer Zhizhi and her brothers and sisters-in-law, how could she genuinely want to visit them? Summer Zhizhi glanced at the full bamboo basket on Qin Meng's back and smirked. "You really can leave your kids at home without worry, running all the way to the county just to buy a few things. It's not like I have a choice. I'm not as lucky as you, with my parents helping me out. I have to handle everything myself," Qin Meng replied with a forced smile, especially thinking about her meddlesome mother-in-law, which made her feel even more frustrated. Despite considering herself a lucky girl with a golden finger, the main character of this world, she ended up marrying someone not as good as Summer Zhizhi and living a more stressful life. Summer Zhizhi seemed oblivious to her feelings, raising her chin and adding fuel to the fire. "Well, not everyone can be as lucky as I am. Even after getting married, I'm still pampered by my parents." Qin Meng. Darn it. Summer Zhizhi was still so clueless and tactless, poking at people's hearts with every word. No wonder she had always disliked her. Noticing Qin Meng's clenched fists, Summer Zhizhi quickly flashed a smile and continued her verbal attack. She compared everything from school grades to parental favoritism, the excellence of husbands and children, and even the attitude of in-laws, crushing Qin Meng in every aspect. Only when Qin Meng looked ready to explode did she finally stop. Seeing Qin Meng's gloomy and resentful expression, Summer Ji felt a sense of satisfaction.
Ha ha ha.
Hate all you want, feel free to hate. Summer Ji would soon repay Qin Meng for everything she had done to her three treasures. Unfortunately, since Qin Meng's youngest son was still a baby and couldn't leave home on his own, she could only take her revenge on Qin Meng herself. Otherwise, she would have completely replicated the fate of her three treasures onto Qin Meng's two children. As expected, after suffering a great humiliation from Summer Ji, Qin Meng, who was as petty as a needle's eye, decided to approach the village's secretary's son, who had been secretly involved in human trafficking. This action came a year earlier than in her past life. The secretary's son was Qin Meng's #1 admirer, who had always liked her. Later, he committed many illegal acts for her family and career. The kidnapping of the triplets in the dream was indeed facilitated by these two colluding together. Hearing Summer's mother say that Qin Meng had been frequently coming to the village lately, Summer Ji's lips curled into a smile, and a glint of malice flashed in her eyes. Qin Meng really couldn't keep her cool. This time, she would make sure both of them went to hell together, living a life worse than death for the rest of their days. Summer's mother sighed. I used to think Qin Meng was more reliable than you, but now it seems she's not as good as you. Every day, she leaves her still nursing baby at home and runs off. I don't know what she's thinking. What is she thinking? Of course, she's plotting how to harm your three precious grandchildren. But Summer Ji kept that thought to herself and changed the subject. Mom, where are the three treasures? Why haven't they come back yet? It's almost noon, and the sun is getting hotter. Those three little monkeys don't know where they get their energy from playing outside every day. As soon as she mentioned her three grandsons, Summer's mother couldn't sit still. Your dad really is something. He takes the three treasures out and forgets the time. Gigi, you, and I should go look for them. We can't let them get heat stroke. Summer Ji responded quickly, getting up to follow her mother. Just as they reached the door, they saw Zhou Lingyun coming in, carrying one treasure in his arms and another sitting on his shoulder, with Summer's father following behind. Jin Bao, sitting on his dad's shoulder, tightly hugged his dad's head. Upon seeing Summer Ji, he couldn't help but excitedly shout, Mommy, look at me. I'm sitting so high. Yinbao chimed in, Mommy, I'm the second highest. Xiaobao added, Mommy, Yinbao is not the second highest. I'm higher. Xiaobao, who always wanted to outdo his brother, jumped in Zhou Lingyun's arms. If Zhou Lingyun didn't have incredible strength, he might have struggled to hold on to this little chubby boy. Summer's mother was startled. Oh dear, little Xiaobao, be careful and don't jump around in your dad's arms. If he fell, that little body wouldn't handle it well. Summer Ji knew how strong her three treasures were, so she wasn't worried about them getting hurt. At that height, they would just feel a little pain. Zhou Lingyun, quickly take the kids to wash their faces. We can't let them get heat stroke. Dad, there's ice sugar green bean water in the well. After you wash your faces, remember to drink some to cool down. After lunch, Xia's parents took the three kids for a nap. Zhou Lingyun had been training at the camp all morning and was covered in sweat. He first took a quick shower in the backyard, then entered the room with his shirt off, still damp. Xia Ji, lying in the rocking chair and eating a peach, glanced at him and couldn't look away. She forgot to chew her peach, completely captivated by his handsome appearance. The man's black pants hung loosely on his slim waist, while his honey-colored torso was exposed, showcasing his toned muscles and a charming V-shape. His muscles were well-defined, with 8 perfect abs. This scene was enough to make anyone's heart race. Wow, no wonder he was the man she liked. His body was just perfect. Zhou Lingyun found her reaction amusing. He walked over to her, leaned down, and gazed at her flawless face, raising an eyebrow with a smile.
How about it?
Are you satisfied with your husband's body? Xia Ji blinked and nodded repeatedly. Very satisfied. Baby, I love your waist. It's not just beautiful, it's also very useful. He swallowed hard, took her restless hand, and with a darkened gaze, said softly, Really? Since my wife is so clearly inviting me, I can't refuse. Before Xia Zhizhi could respond, he kissed her. Ugh. The fresh scent filled her mouth, and Xia Zhizhi widened her eyes in shock. Wait, this man is too easy to tease. And who invited him? She was just joking. Zhou Lingyun was strict with himself and aimed for perfection in everything, including their intimate life. After years of being together, his kissing skills had become exceptional. As the old couple indulged for a while, they completely forgot about their afternoon nap. When it was almost time for him to go to work, Zhou Lingyun finally calmed down and straightened his clothes. Wife, I'm off to work.
You can keep sleeping.
He quickly put on his military uniform and looked down at his wife, who had a flushed face, slightly panting, and her clothes in disarray. He sighed, regretting the lack of time. Xia Zhizhi was too tired to even roll her eyes and weakly muttered, "Go away." This pervert laughed at her for being infatuated, but who could be as shameless as him? Every time they were intimate, he was like a wild bull, leaving her exhausted. All right, don't be mad. I'll make it up to you tonight. Zhou Lingyun interpreted her anger as playful pouting and happily kissed her before leaving. Xia Zhizhi. This darn shameless man was imagining all sorts of nonsense again. She covered her face, feeling like a lifeless fish, lying on the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. 3 days later, at noon, in the village of Xiahe. During the villagers' nap time, whispers could be heard from the tall cornfields. That Xia Zhizhi is really unrepentant. Even after getting married, she still bullies you. A man's voice was filled with anger. Xiao Meng, don't worry. I'll take care of this and make Xia Zhizhi regret it. Qin Meng was on the verge of tears, softly continuing. Guige, you are so good to me. I don't want it to be like this, but Xia Zhizhi is too much. But Guige, let's just scare her. We mustn't go too far. Lu Fugue responded dismissively. Don't worry, I'll handle this. I'll make sure you feel better. How could he just scare Xia Zhizhi when his beloved Xiao Meng had been bullied to this extent? He heard that Xia Zhizhi's triplet sons were all adorable and smart, and her parents often bragged about them in the village. Once he dealt with those 3 kids and made them suffer, he would sell them to the poorest place to beg. Let's see how Xia's parents would show off then. Hearing the malicious intent in Lu Fugue's tone, Qin Meng smiled with satisfaction and continued her chatter. Guige, you are so good to me, but it's a pity we are not meant to be. Lu Fugue felt guilty. Xiao Meng, it's all my fault for not convincing my mom. Guige Xiao Meng suddenly, rustling sounds and soft gasps came from the cornfield. When Qin Meng emerged, her cheeks were flushed, her eyes glistening with tears, and her lips were red and swollen. However, the disdain in her eyes diminished her beauty. She wiped her lips harshly, suppressing her disgust. Darn Lu Fugue, he took advantage of her. If he weren't useful, she would have. Angrily stomping her foot, Qin Meng wiped away the venomous look in her eyes and quickly left Xiahe village. Once home, she found her stepchildren waiting at the door with crossed arms and stern faces. Stepmom, did you steal from the house again to support your poor family? Without any preamble, Song Shui confronted Qin Meng. Before, you accused me of stealing, claiming a thief took our things. I think it's you who is the real thief. Qin Meng couldn't hide the marks on her face anymore. She glared coldly at her stepdaughter Song Shui. Song Shui, I've treated you well over the years, haven't I? You keep calling me a thief. What are you trying to do? Are you hoping your dad will divorce me and find you a better stepmom? She knew these 2 ingrates had been bought off by that vile Liang Xingyue, causing her trouble lately. Song Shui was furious. To prevent her sister from saying anything worse, Song Fingnian quickly held her back. All right, let's not say more. Once he calmed his sister down, he turned to Qin Meng. Mom, Shui didn't mean it. After you left, the rice, flour, and oil disappeared, and Dad bought new clothes and toys for her. She was just anxious and spoke without thinking. Qin Meng felt a pang in her heart, her expression growing darker. What did they mean? Were they accusing her of stealing from the house to send back to her family? Song Fingnian and Song Shui are already 9 years old and have been in elementary school for a few years, speaking more fluently than ever. Especially Song Fingnian, the stepson, who seems deeper in thought, perhaps due to losing his mother at a young age. His words are so well-formed that even Qin Meng can't find fault with them. She is almost filled with hatred for the thief, who keeps targeting their family. Not only has she suffered financial losses repeatedly, but this time, the thief even chose to strike when she was away, stealing from their home and leaving her unable to defend herself against her critical stepchildren. At the same time, she resents these two ungrateful kids. Over the years, she has used her limited resources to feed them. Yet, they eat and then criticize her. Before she could uncover the truth, they were quick to blame her. No one knows the anger that fills Qin Meng's heart, especially in the evening when Song Jiangwo returned home. Pulled by his children to hear their complaints, he began to doubt her, shaking his trust a little. Angry, she could no longer maintain her gentle facade and exploded. During dinner, after much thought, Song Jiangwo couldn't help but say to Qin Meng, "Xiao Meng, if you want to honor your in-laws, I don't mind, but why do it secretly? You even took away the new clothes and toys for Nian Nian and Xiao Shui. Nian Nian and Xiao Shui are at the age where they are growing, and their clothes are too short to wear outside. If you take away the new clothes I bought for them, won't that hurt the children's feelings?" This explained why Song Shui and Song Fingnian had been unfriendly towards her. "How about this? I'll ask my comrades for more fabric coupons, and you can buy some fabric for your in-laws to make clothes for the family." As for the earlier incident of falsely accusing her and reporting to the police, he decided not to mention it, to avoid embarrassing Xiao Meng in front of the children. At this point, the male and female leads had not yet faced life-and-death challenges. The male lead liked her, but had not yet reached the point of love. He often looked at her, the stepmother, with a scrutinizing gaze, worried that she was sweet on the outside but bitter on the inside, treating his late wife's children poorly. He thought he was being gentle and tactful, but he had no idea how hurtful his words were to Qin Meng. Especially since Qin Meng was a time traveler with a golden finger, she had always held herself in high regard and couldn't tolerate such unfair accusations. She suddenly threw down her chopsticks, stood up, and shot a fiery glare at Song Jiangwo. "Song Jiangwo, what do you mean?" Song Jiangwo was stunned by her sudden outburst and couldn't find his voice. Was this still the gentle and virtuous wife he knew? Had she been pretending all along? Seeing him silent, as if intimidated by her anger, Qin Meng decided to let loose. "Do you believe your son and daughter, thinking that I stole the family's food and money?" Song Jiangwo helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Don't rush. I just what?" Qin Meng's eyes turned red with anger as she looked at the man she had shared a bed with for over 3 years. "You say that, so you must suspect me. Have you forgotten how I've treated you and your 2 children all these years? Now that something was stolen from the house, you immediately suspect me. Ungrateful wolves. All of you. Song Jiangwo, if you look down on me, then let's just get a divorce. I'm not the kind of person who clings to you." After saying this, she grabbed her bowl and smashed it on the ground, then turned and ran into the room, ignoring Song Jiangwo's knocking on the door. 2-year-old Song Jiaojiao was scared by the noise and cried loudly, calling for her mother. "Wa wa wa, mama. Mama. I want mama." Now, Song Jiangwo couldn't care less about coaxing his wife. He hurriedly picked up his little girl to comfort her. "Jiaojiao, don't cry. Daddy will feed you, okay?" "No, Jiaojiao wants mama. Wants mama." Song Jiaojiao shook her head vigorously, her little hands reaching for the master bedroom door. When she realized she couldn't reach it, she started hitting Song Jiangwo while sobbing. "Bad daddy, bad brother, bad sister. You all made mama cry. I don't want you. I just want mama." Woo woo woo. It's worth mentioning that, true to her character, the little girl was quite clever. At just over 2 years old, she could clearly express her feelings and stand up for her mother. Hearing her half-sister's words, Song Shui's playful expression faded, and her face fell. "Dad, what does Song Jiaoju mean? Does she want to blame me and my brother? You saw it too. My brother, and I didn't say a word." Implying that it was their parents who were arguing, yet this little girl, blind to the truth, was blaming them both. This made her very unhappy. Song Fingyan also felt displeased, but being more reserved than Song Shui, he didn't show his dissatisfaction. Instead, he looked at Song Jiaojiao deeply and turned to pretend to persuade his dad. Dad, maybe we misunderstood Mama. It could be that a thief came after she left and stole our new clothes. This sounded very insincere. Stealing food was one thing, but stealing children's new clothes was another. Moreover, Song Jiangwo clearly remembered that Qin Meng's younger brother's son and her sister's daughter were about the same age as Nian Nian and Xiao Shui. The seeds of doubt had been planted. Although Song Jiangwo didn't show it in front of the children, he felt a growing dissatisfaction inside. Initially, if he hadn't saved Qin Meng from drowning and been pressured by her family, he would never have married her. He thought she was a good person, but after having a son, her attitude changed. Every time he thought about how all his savings since joining the army were with Qin Meng, whether they were truly lost or if she had given them to her family, he felt frustrated. If he had known, he would have been more careful and saved some for himself. Although Song Jiangwo was the male lead in this world, he came from humble beginnings and had experienced poverty as a child, making him value money more. If Qin Meng had been like Xia Zhizhi in his dreams, always focused on him and using her resources to support the family, then everything would have been fine. There would be no conflicts. After all, everyone likes a smart and resourceful wife who knows how to manage a household. Qin Meng didn't understand what Song Jiangwo was thinking. After sulking in her room for a while without him apologizing, she decided to reach out to him that night to make up. Her earlier talk of divorce was just a moment of anger. Now that she was calm, she knew she couldn't continue being stubborn. Even if she believed in her golden finger, she wasn't sure she could find someone better than Song Jiangwo after a divorce, so it was better to resolve things quickly. Unfortunately, the reconciliation between Qin Meng and her husband only lasted 2 days. Song Jiangwo learned from his mother and 2 sisters-in-law that Qin Meng's sister-in-law seemed to have come into some money recently, as she frequently brought back many nice things when visiting her family. Jiangwo, it's not that your sister-in-law is criticizing you, but you are being quite unfilial. You would rather give money to your wife to support her family than show respect to your own parents. I really feel sorry for your in-laws. It seems they raised you for nothing. Sister-in-law Song pouted and shot a sideways glance at Qin Meng, who looked upset. Qin Meng's family lived near her in-laws, and with her sister-in-law being so showy, it was hard for the neighbors not to notice. Sister-in-law Song added, "Yes, third brother. You don't know how flashy your sister-in-law is. She practically wants to move the entire supply and marketing cooperative to her family." Old Mrs. Song sat cross-legged on the Kong, squinting at Song Jiangwo with a heavy gaze. "Jiangwo, do you know your wife is giving so much money to her family?" It wasn't that she looked down on her daughter-in-law's brothers. They were all honest farmers with no means to give her that much money. Song Jiangwo, feeling irritated, ran his hand over his short hair. "Mom, didn't I tell you that we lost the family money? My sister-in-law's money has nothing to do with us." Mrs. Song shot a dark look at Qin Meng beside her son and snorted, "What do you mean it has nothing to do with us? I see all the money we lost has been given to her family by your wife. Clearly, someone who clings on isn't good. Just a few months after having a son, she feels bold enough to take my son's money to support her family. I shouldn't have agreed to her marrying into our family. She's nowhere near as good as XINU. Not to mention anything else. Just the fact that Liang XINU had a job and came from a city family made Qin Meng look inferior." Qin Meng clenched her fists, nearly hating Mrs. Song for looking down on her, but she didn't show any displeasure on her face. She lowered her eyes and said pitifully, "Mom, I swear I really haven't taken any money from home to support my family. As for the money my sister-in-law has, I don't know where it came from." Though she said this, she couldn't help but think about the bank book that went missing recently, and she was already calculating where her sister-in-law's money might have come from. Darn it, which shameless thief was watching her to steal? After working hard to save some money through the black market, she was back to square one. And that shameless sister-in-law actually dared to take the bank book to the bank. Didn't she fear retribution later? Sister-in-law Song rolled her eyes and sneered. Who would believe that? Your sister-in-law must think we're fools. Mrs. Song didn't want to hear Qin Meng's excuses. She just wanted to take this opportunity to get more money from Song Jiangwo. Jiangwo, all these years, you've only given your father and me 10 yuan a month. The money your sister-in-law spends on things is definitely more than that. Song's father didn't speak, but gave his son an unhappy look, urging him to respond. With his mother saying this, what could Song Jiangwo do? After a long argument with his parents and siblings, he finally managed to reduce the monthly allowance from 40 yuan to 20 yuan. If he weren't worried about his parents causing a scene at the military base and ruining his future, he wouldn't have given them a single cent more. On the way home, Song Jiangwo kept a cold face, ignoring Qin Meng's explanations. If it weren't for Qin Meng, would he be feeling this frustrated? After years of managing his family, now because of Qin Meng, everything was falling apart, and he had to support his greedy siblings and their children again. Anyone would feel like they were going to explode. Xia Zhizhi was unaware that Qin Meng and her husband were facing a crisis. She had already contacted Lu Fugui's boss, Brother Liang, a small-time leader in the county's black market. She planned to use Brother Liang to break Lu Fugui's legs and throw him to the south to beg. The process was simple. Xia Zhizhi directly raided the hidden stash of money and treasures from Brother Liang's hideout into her own space. Just as Brother Liang was about to go crazy with anger, she cleverly threw a package with a note wrapped in stones into his yard. Unfortunately, the hidden weapon hit Brother Liang right on the forehead. It was quite a force, leaving him dizzy. Who dares to sneak attack me? After regaining his senses, he rushed out of the yard without even looking at the hidden weapon, but Xia, the mastermind, had already hidden in her space, so he couldn't find her. However, his little brother was observant and quickly noticed something about the hidden weapon. Brother Liang, the stone is wrapped in a note. There are words on it. Come look. Hearing his brother's call, Brother Liang swallowed his anger and still had a sour expression. What does it say? Bring it to me. Here you go, Brother Liang. His little brother quickly handed it over. Brother Liang opened the note and saw it read, If you want to get back all your money, you can. Exchange Lu Fugui's legs for it, then throw him to the poorest place in the south to beg. Once that's done, the money will be returned willingly. Seeing the note, Brother Liang was so furious he nearly exploded. Ah! Who the heck is messing with me like this? Lu Fugui was one of his best men. Crippling him would be like cutting off his own arm. Brother Liang angrily paced around the yard. Meanwhile, the little brother's eyes lit up with a plan. Brother Liang, could it be that Lu Fugui offended someone outside, and that's why it came back to us? Even if it wasn't true, he wanted to pin the blame on Lu Fugui today. As long as Lu Fugui was around, he wouldn't be able to rise to power. He had to take this opportunity to get rid of Lu Fugui. Brother Liang paused, furrowing his brow at his little brother. What do you mean? The little brother continued to sow discord. Brother Liang, look, the note specifically says to take out Lu Fugui, which means the person who wrote this not only knows Lu Fugui, but also has a grudge against him. This time, they came to mess with us, probably because of Lu Fugui's actions, wanting to use us to do their dirty work. Oh. That actually made some sense. Brother Liang relaxed his furrowed brow, thinking it over until a crease formed between his eyebrows before he finally eased up. I thought those people in the black market had gotten hold of our secrets and wanted to take us down all at once. If his little brother's theory was correct, it wasn't impossible. Otherwise, why would the person sending the note specifically target Lu Fugui? He had many capable people under him. While Lu Fugui was a trusted aide, he wasn't the only one. Liang's right eyelid twitched, sensing something was off. After thinking it over for a long time, he couldn't let go of the lost money. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. Even 100 Lu Fugui couldn't compare to what he lost. Besides, this person was not irreplaceable. If he lost him, so be it. He thought of it as a test to see who took his money. But before that, their secret stash of stolen money needed to be moved. In the flower soul space. Wow. Ha ha ha. So much money. I'm rich, really rich. It's no wonder Liang couldn't let go of his money. Even the experienced Xia Zhizhi was stunned by the sight of so much cash. Inside the small wooden house, Xia Zhizhi stared eagerly at a large box filled with neatly stacked cash, swallowing hard as her heart raced. Gulp, these bills must weigh around 200 pounds, right? She picked up a bundle of cash, weighed it in her hands, and guessed, it seems all of Liang's savings over the years are here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so furious. She roughly counted and found over 500,000 in cash, along with various notes and even 2 large boxes of gold. Wow, Liang must have done a lot of wrong to accumulate so much wealth. Although he didn't have any antiques, the amount of cash was staggering. With this money, why would she need to struggle? Once the government allows property transactions, she could use this cash to buy houses in prosperous cities like B City and H City, becoming a landlord and earning rent while relaxing. Thinking of this, she immediately clasped her hands together and prayed earnestly. Guanyin Bodhisattva, Lord Buddha,
Beast God. Well.
Even though the beast god likely couldn't help her, it was important to cast a wide net. Please bless me with endless wealth and help me fill my little treasury. If my wishes come true, I promise to eat both meat and vegetables for life and stay youthful.
Hee.
As for the money of good people, she wouldn't be greedy. Upon hearing Xia Zhizhi's shameless words, a delicate but cracked mirror on the wall flashed a faint white light, quickly disappearing. Lost in her delightful fantasies, Xia Zhizhi was completely unaware of the unusual happenings in the wooden house. Now obsessed with collecting wealth, she hoped that Zhou Lingyun would have a prosperous year-end holiday, giving her time to scavenge for Qin Meng's great opportunities in B City. Xia Zhizhi imagined the future of collecting treasures until her hands were sore. She waited until Liang and his little brother left before happily exiting the space and heading to the transportation area. Next, Liang and his crew would deal with Lu Fuguei. Xia Zhizhi decided to keep the 3 treasures at home, not letting them run around, and even found excuses to prevent her parents from returning to the village. With just one last shiver left, she didn't want Lu Fuguei to find a chance to harm her loved ones at the last moment. However, her worries were somewhat unnecessary. Liang, being the head of a human trafficking ring, was ruthless and efficient. He didn't waste time. After sending someone to call Lu Fuguei out that night, he never returned. By now, he was probably already thrown out of the province. Zhizhi, you don't know. The village chief's family is going crazy looking for him, running to the police station every day. Xia's mother had a complex expression, filled with excitement, confusion, and curiosity, but it didn't stop her from gossiping. Lu Fuguei is spoiled by the village chief, acting like a delinquent, running around every day. Now, I don't know which bad friend he's with and hasn't come home. He didn't even inform his family when he went out. The village chief and his wife still don't know who he ran off with. The culprit, Xia Zhizhi, remained calm, munching on sunflower seeds. Is this all from what Qin Meng's mother said? She seemed to have heard that Qin Meng's mother visited yesterday. Surely she didn't come just to talk about this?
Yes.
Xia's mother, feeling a bit thirsty, took a sip of water and continued. I don't know what kind of relationship Qin Meng has with Lu Fuguei, but after he disappeared, she seemed frantic. What kind of relationship? Of course, it was the relationship of a devoted admirer and the one being admired. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes inwardly. But now that Lu Fuguei, the poisonous snake, was dealt with, it was time to target Qin Meng, the true culprit. Of course, Liang and his human trafficking crew couldn't be spared either. Xia Zhizhi tossed aside the sunflower seed shells and began to plan. While Xia Zhizhi was feeling accomplished and in control, Qin Meng was plunged into anxiety and panic. Lu Fuguei, her loyal admirer for years, had vanished without a trace, and now her apartment space was having issues. It used to refresh supplies daily, but now it only refreshed every 3 days. This sudden change left Qin Meng feeling uneasy. What's going on? What's happening? Is my golden finger about to disappear? Her youngest son, Song Jianian, was crying loudly, but Qin Meng ignored him, scratching her head in a frenzy. Compared to losing the crazy admirer Lu Fugui, Qin Meng was more terrified of losing her space. If a time-traveling girl lost her golden finger, was she still the main character? Did she still have her luck? Song Jiaojiao had tears in her eyes, biting her fingers, trembling in the corner. Wah! Mommy has changed. She's so scary now. In the kitchen, Song Shui, cooking with her brother, heard the commotion and couldn't help but complain. Brother, what's wrong with this woman lately? She doesn't cook or clean the house. Doesn't she worry about Dad finding out her true nature? Song Fingnian clumsily chopped radishes, sounding a bit irritated. What if he finds out? She's already had 2 kids with Dad. Does she think he'll just divorce her? Even for the sake of their future, Dad wouldn't do that. Due to the sudden change in her golden finger, Qin Meng couldn't focus on Lu Fugui's disappearance and gradually neglected her twin children, let alone her annoying stepchildren. In just a few days, the pampered twins were forced to learn how to do laundry and cook. Song Shui angrily slammed the enamel basin onto the stove. The flour inside flew up, making her cough. She waved her hand and said irritably, "I can't take this anymore. I'm going to tell Dad tonight." She didn't believe that Qin Meng could really ignore her father's feelings as the head of the family. As it turned out, she could. Qin Meng, who was constantly anxious about losing her advantages, was now in a fragile state, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. After dinner, she had just returned to her bedroom when Song Jiangwo came in and closed the door, scolding her fiercely, which made her furious.
Song Jiangwo, what do you mean by this?
She jumped up from the bed, pointing at him and shouted, "I just want to rest for a couple of days. It's not a crime. Why do you come in here to lecture me? Remember this. I, Qin Meng, married you, not to be a maid for the Song family." Song Jiangwo frowned. "Qin Meng, you misunderstood." Qin Meng didn't want to hear his explanation. Misunderstood? Being a maid comes with a salary. I earn nothing, and I have to sleep with you, have your children, and cook and clean for your family all year round. I finally want to take a break for a couple of days, and you and your father are blaming me. Even the concubines in the old society had it better than me. You two are just exploiting me, aren't you? After saying this, Qin Meng felt it wasn't enough and angrily threw a pillow at the man. She really didn't want to stay in this awful house any longer. She was already upset about the situation with her space, and now Song Jiangwo was adding fuel to the fire by siding with his children against her. If it weren't for the unfriendly social environment towards divorced women and the lack of better options, she would have left this man without a second thought. Hearing terms like concubine and exploitation, Song Jiangwo's forehead twitched and his handsome face turned dark. "Qin Meng," he snapped. He quickly raised his hand to block the pillow and warned in a low voice, "You need to know your limits. You can't just say whatever you want about concubines and exploitation." Was she trying to ruin him? Limits? What limits? Isn't this how your family treats me? Qin Meng wanted to spit in his face. Go look around. What family has 9-year-olds who can't do laundry or cook? I just asked your kids to do a little work and they come running to you to complain. You're spoiling them. I won't serve you anymore. Do whatever you want. Qin Meng turned away, crossing her arms and refusing to look at his annoying face. She was afraid she'd lose her temper and start a fight with this man. "Qin Meng, what are you saying?" Song Jiangwo's expression suddenly turned cold. "Do you remember what you promised me before we got married? You said you would treat my children as your own." Who promised him that they would love his kids, as if they were their own. Otherwise, why would he give up a beautiful, gentle woman with a decent job, Liang Xinyue, to marry Qin Meng, who seemed to want to take advantage of him? Qin Meng sneered, unafraid. "I want to get along with your kids, but as you can see, if they're not my own, no matter how hard I try, I can't raise them. If their real mother treated them this way, would they complain to her?" Song Jiangwo was speechless and realized that his initial accusations were a bit unfair. After a moment, he sighed and admitted, "Xiaomeng, I was impulsive just now." Unfortunately, Qin Meng was in a bad mood and didn't want to forgive him. She felt his apology was insincere. "Song Jiangwo, I used to be too nice, and you all thought I could be pushed around. Let me tell you the truth. I married you to live a good life, not to be a servant for your family. If you demand that I treat your children nicely again, don't blame me for turning against you." She realized she had been too eager to please. One shouldn't be too accommodating, or they end up suffering. She could easily take inspiration from the stepmothers in the melodramatic novels she had read and deal with those annoying stepchildren properly. As for the modern snacks she had previously given them, she would consider them dog food now. She wouldn't do that anymore. Song Jiangwo didn't know what Qin Meng was thinking. Although he had some objections to her words, he didn't press the issue further. Feng Nian and Xiao Shui were both 9 years old and should learn to do some chores. Their attitude towards Qin Meng was a bit much, and he needed to talk to them later. He often went on missions, and for years, Qin Meng had been managing everything at home while taking care of the kids. Qin Meng only asked them to cook and wash dishes for a few days, and they were already unhappy and blaming her, which was indeed ungrateful. He couldn't blame Qin Meng for being angry. With that, Song Jiangwo convinced himself. Seeing that Qin Meng was no longer trying to please him, he didn't dare to demand that she unconditionally tolerate his children anymore. After all, Song Jiangwo was inherently selfish and didn't want to confront Qin Meng, who had been supportive of him, so he shifted his blame to his older children. As a male lead from a historical novel, a soldier with exceptional military skills, how could he not notice Qin Meng's unusual behavior? There was always an endless supply of flour and rice at home, and an abundance of oil, salt, and vinegar. He could easily buy chicken, duck, and fish with just one trip outside. Yet, he couldn't find any hidden money. One thing after another. Qin Meng's attempts to hide her actions were clumsy. Or perhaps she didn't think that her family, especially Song Jiangwo, who wouldn't lift a finger to help, could notice anything. Often, she was too lazy to hide and openly restock supplies. Song Jiangwo just thought everything Qin Meng did was beneficial to him, pretending not to see. "All right, Xiao Meng, it's all my fault." The coldness on his face faded, and his tone softened as he sat close to Qin Meng, ignoring her resistance and holding her hand tightly. He gazed at her affectionately and promised, "From now on you handle the kids, and I'll try not to interfere, okay?" Qin Meng paused her struggle. "Are you serious?" "Of course. You're their mother, and it's your responsibility to educate them." Song Jiangwo gently ruffled Qin Meng's hair and said fondly, "I was wrong earlier. I've seen how well you've treated the kids over the years. I shouldn't have been so impulsive in blaming you." Song Jiangwo wasn't the type of male lead who was noble and righteous. Coming from a poor background with no connections, he had to work harder to succeed. In his previous life, he fell in love with Qin Meng largely due to her benefits. With her help, he solved 2 espionage cases and retrieved stolen confidential documents from a weapons research facility. He let Song Jiangwo take all the credit for those accomplishments. Thanks to that, he defeated his rivals and was promoted to a higher rank. Later, when policies relaxed, Qin Meng capitalized on the situation, expanding her business and making more money, leaving him worry-free. With such an excellent partner, it would be foolish for Song Jiangwo not to cherish her. You. Xia Zhizhi fell to the ground, pointing at the broken mirror hanging in the wooden house, her voice trembling. "What are you? How can you talk? And when did I ever make a contract with you?" The palm-sized, cracked mirror immediately became displeased upon hearing this. "How can you say that? I am the famous heavenly mirror, also known as the Kunlun mirror, one of the 10 ancient divine artifacts. It once belonged to the Queen Mother of the West on Kunlun Mountain. I can see the secrets of heaven and know the past and future, and I even have the power to travel through time and space. If it weren't for my severe damage, I wouldn't have accidentally ended up in your world without being able to control my direction. How could I recognize you as my master?" The heavenly mirror's self-introduction sounded impressive, but Xia Zhizhi was not impressed. What divine artifact? What Queen Mother of the West? Are they more powerful than the beast god of our world? The heavenly mirror, now bound to Xia Zhizhi, could hear her thoughts and was furious, its cracked surface flashing with white light. "You ignorant frog in a well. The beast god is nothing compared to my original master, the Queen Mother of the West. And I am a divine artifact, a divine artifact. Back in the day, when I was commanding the battle between immortals and demons, the beast god you speak of probably wasn't even born yet. How dare you compare me to a mere beast god from a small world? Who is being insulted here? The heavenly mirror was quite angry. Xia Zhizhi, having never been exposed to mythological stories, couldn't understand its significance. She simply said, "Oh," as she picked up the mirror to examine it. The mirror was entirely black, with a surface that resembled bone or jade, engraved with mysterious patterns. However, Xia Zhizhi had limited knowledge and didn't recognize the patterns. She found the designs on the mirror mysterious and powerful, which made her feel a bit scared. She held up the mirror and looked into it, discovering that it not only reflected like an ordinary mirror, but also showed important and mysterious images and information from the future. At that moment, images of her future were rapidly scrolling in the mirror. Leaving aside the revenge against Qin Meng, she was surprised to see that her 3 children awakened their special abilities at the age of 8 without the beast god's blessing or drinking from the holy pool. Jin Bao awakened dual abilities, mental power and shadow manipulation. Yin Bao had wind abilities. Xiao Bao had spatial abilities. With their natural strength and intelligence, combined with the support of the Zhou family, the 3 children would excel in their respective fields in the future. Xia Zhizhi's life could be summed up as relying on her parents in her early years, on men in her middle years, and on her sons in her later years, living a carefree life. Wow! Without Qin Meng ruining my life, I could have been so happy, she said with a big smile, her tone light. But there's one thing I don't understand. Logically, they shouldn't have the conditions to awaken their abilities.
What's going on?
The heavenly mirror, with its insight into fate, explained, "Your children were always the fortunate ones in the beast world. Not only were they blessed with strong luck, but they also had a deep bond with you, almost always being reborn into your womb. Your soul power is special, possessing strong healing abilities and nurturing effects on souls. Through many lifetimes, they were nourished by your soul power, making their souls thick enough to awaken their abilities, even without the beast god's blessing or the holy pool water." Fortunate ones? Xia Zhizhi widened her eyes in surprise. If they are fortunate, why are they reborn into this strange world with me? The beast god can't be that useless, right? Did the heavenly mirror just take away the fortunate ones? The heavenly mirror chuckled. "Before I brought you through time and space, an intruder with a luck-stealing system unexpectedly entered the beast world, with luck even deeper than your 3 sons. If I hadn't taken them away, they would have likely become villains opposing the intruder, their luck devoured, leading to a tragic end." The heavenly mirror also explained how the intruder used the system to harm powerful beast men and took beautiful women as concubines. With its own strength, it successfully changed the marriage system in the beast world, resulting in a sharp decline in birth rates and nearly leading to the extinction of the beautiful women.
What?
Xia Zhizhi exclaimed. What was the beast god doing while that despicable intruder was wreaking havoc? Not quite, the heavenly mirror replied. I made a deal with it. I took you and the 3 future villains in exchange for a chance at survival for the beast world. Xia Zhizhi. Before she could ask further, the heavenly mirror continued, I also sent another girl with a system into the beast world, occupying your body. This girl's system is more legitimate, only aiming to accumulate merit for saving the world. With her around, the beast world will surely overcome this disaster. After hearing this, Xia Zhizhi finally felt relieved. That's good. As for someone taking over her body, she didn't mind much. However, Xia Zhizhi looked at the cracked heavenly mirror, feeling uneasy. Tell me, what is your true intention in contracting with me? It was so damaged, yet it was taking her through time and space. It seemed to have grand plans. The heavenly mirror coughed lightly, a bit embarrassed. Well, I just want to absorb some rare treasures to repair my body, or even the power of the heavenly Tao. But now, I am extremely weak and cannot go to the immortal realm to gather treasures. I can only go to a safer world with some advantages. For example, in this world, Qin Meng is a lucky girl who has a space containing the world's essence. Xiaojiji. So it was this guy causing Qin Meng's space to reset supplies more slowly. Thinking of her plan, she frowned. I need to deal with Qin Meng soon. How long will it take for you to completely absorb the world's essence from her? Don't worry, now that I have awakened, I can absorb it much faster than when I was unconscious. You just need to check her space one more time. That's good. Xia Ziji acted quickly, heading to Qin Meng's house. However, Qin Meng was in a very bad mood and was not welcoming at all. Her face showed clear displeasure, and she was quite rude in asking Xia Ziji to leave. Feeling annoyed, Xia Ziji was even less polite with Qin Meng. While talking to her, she kept holding onto her hand until she heard the heavenly mirror in the painting space say it had succeeded. Then she finally let go and took her leave. She never stepped foot inside Qin Meng's house, leaving Qin Meng feeling quite confused. The heavenly mirror, nourished by the source of the heavenly Tao, suddenly had a small crack disappear from its surface. It sighed contentedly and said, Ziji, remember to teach your 3 children well, so they can do more good for the world in the future. That way, I can ask the heavenly Tao for more of the world's essence. Before Xia Ziji could roll her eyes at it and scold it for being greedy, it continued, when we made our contract, something unexpected happened, and we ended up with a soul bond. Now we are half of each other. As long as I live, you will too. Once I regain my original strength, we can share an endless lifespan together. Wherever you want to go in the small worlds, I will take you there. Xia Ziji chuckled. This broken mirror really knows how to make promises. With your current state, I have a long wait ahead. Heavenly mirror. Let's not speak of what we see. We are still good partners. After taking away Qin Meng's special ability, Xia Ziji began preparing to deal with her. Qin Meng quickly realized that her space was completely gone after Xia Ziji left. Ah, Xia Ziji, it was you. You did this. As soon as Xia Ziji left, her special ability vanished. Anyone with common sense could figure out that it had to do with Xia Ziji. She screamed in despair and fainted from the shock. What no one noticed was that a strand of deep red luck slowly rose from Qin Meng's body, heading towards the rehearsal room of the art troupe. While dancing, Liang Xinyue suddenly felt lighter, and with a boost of inspiration, her movements became even more graceful and captivating. She found it strange, but also felt proud, thinking she had suddenly become enlightened. If Qin Meng knew this, she would be even more devastated. Liang Xinyue was the original heroine of this world, the official partner of Song Jiangwo, and the luck of the heroine that the heavenly Tao had granted was now returned to her. The heavenly Tao shrank back, weakly stating, I can't help it. The heavenly mirror warned me. If it continued to protect this ruthless heroine, it feared the mirror would take action against it. The heavenly Tao, both cowardly and foolish, did not know that the heavenly mirror was currently very weak and had no power to confront it. After warning it, the mirror returned to Xia Ziji's flower spirit space to rest. When it wakes up again, it would probably be when Xia Ziji and her children leave. Xia Ziji was unaware of Qin Meng's fainting incident. After returning home, she took out paper and pen, made some revisions, and finally confirmed her revenge plan against Qin Meng. She looked over the plan, smiled sinisterly, and thought, that darn book transmigrating girl dares to recklessly ruin my life. She really has guts. Just wait for my crazy revenge. Thinking of the 3 treasures in the heavenly mirror who would be exceptionally successful and filial, and recalling their fate in her dreams, she felt an intense desire to punish Qin Meng. Her and her children's tragic experiences in their past life were all thanks to that wretched book transmigrating girl. Especially the 3 treasures, who should have been the pride of heaven and winners in life, ended up with broken bodies and a struggle for survival due to the persecution from Qin Meng and her sycophant. Every time she thought of this, Xia Ziji felt furious. Mom, little treasure is back. Just as she thought of the 3 treasures, they returned. Hearing their voices, Xia Ziji quickly hid the plan in her space and put on a gentle smile. The three little chubby ones, now tanned and dirty, had clearly rolled around in some muddy pit. Instead of feeling disgusted, Xia Zhizhi smiled and waved them over, softly saying, Jin Bao, Yin Bao, little Bao, come here, come to mommy. Jin Bao's eyes lit up as he dusted off his backside and climbed onto the bed, snuggling next to Xia Zhizhi. Mommy, Jin Bao picked wild fruits for you. Look, Grandpa said these are snake berries. He raised his little hand, showing Xia Zhizhi the red fruits, completely shedding his wild demeanor and appearing just like a sweet little boy. Yin Bao followed suit, quickly taking the other side of mommy. Little Bao looked around and, seeing no space left for him, opened his arms and said in a baby voice, Mommy, hug. Xia Zhizhi smiled indulgently. Okay, mommy will hug you. She pinched little Bao's armpits and lifted the chubby boy into her arms. Seeing Jin Bao and Yin Bao looking enviously, Xia Zhizhi patted their little heads. This time mommy hugs little Bao, next time I'll hug Jin Bao, and the time after that I'll hug Yin Bao. We'll take turns, okay? Knowing the deep bond they shared from their past lives, her love for them reached its peak, and she never wanted them to feel even a bit of hardship. Jin Bao and Yin Bao, hearing mommy's promise, grinned widely and nodded in unison. Okay, mommy keeps her word. Of course, you are mommy's treasures. How could mommy bear to lie to you? This was the first time she spoke sweetly to her three children. The treasures happily chatted about their day, sharing stories of their adventures and new friends. Seeing that Jin Bao and the others were no longer trying to offer her those dirty wild fruits, Xia Zhizhi finally relaxed. Sometimes having overly obedient children can be overwhelming. In the evening, when Zhou Lingyun returned and saw the harmonious scene of the family, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Zhizhi, why are you so patient today? The three little rascals were quite noisy. In the past, Zhizhi would avoid them, but today she seemed to enjoy playing blocks with them. It was quite unusual. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes at him. What do you mean? How could I not be patient with my own children? Yes, I misspoke. Zhou Lingyun shook his head, chuckling, and sat down next to Xia Zhizhi, casually picking up his eldest son, Jin Bao. How did you make your mommy happy today? Tell daddy. Jin Bao waved his chubby little arms, pushing away his father's face, indicating he didn't want to be kissed. Daddy is hard and stinky. Jin Bao wants mommy to hug him. Mommy is soft and sweet. Zhou Lingyun laughed in exasperation. Hey, you little rascal. You're starting to complain about your old man now. Seeing this, Yin Bao and little Bao quickly climbed into mommy's arms, each taking a side to prevent their big brother from getting all the attention. Jin Bao. These annoying little brothers, I spoiled them for nothing. The three children have been nurtured by Xia Zhizhi's spiritual energy since they were fetuses, making them naturally close to her. Even though she hadn't spent much time with them before, it didn't stop their deep love for their mother. Moreover, now that Xia Zhizhi is overflowing with maternal love, she is even more gentle and caring towards the three kids, making their already strong attachment to her grow even stronger. Recently, while playing outside with friends, they often brag about how beautiful and kind their mom is, sharing stories about what she played with them yesterday and what stories she told them. They sound just like they're showing off their mom, which is incredibly endearing. The adults in the neighborhood couldn't help but feel a bit envious. They thought that although Xia Zhizhi might not be the best person, she certainly knows how to raise her children well. The three kids are so filial at such a young age, always remembering their mother's words when they are out, unlike other kids who are often mischievous and go against their parents. However, this scene looked different to Qin Meng, who had just been discharged from the hospital. Why her? Why is she suffering while Xia Zhizhi, that thief, is living so well? She tightly gripped the nearby willow tree, hating Xia Zhizhi, the culprit who stole her good fortune, while also cursing Lu Fugue for being useless. He couldn't have disappeared at a better time. Why did he have to vanish when she still had things to take care of? Now she could only watch as Xia Zhizhi thrived and her three little ones became smarter and more capable. Brother, look, the sensitive Yin Bao poked Jin Bao's arm, pointing towards Qin Meng. Aunt Qin's gaze at us is really scary. Yeah, I noticed, Jin Bao, who would become a powerful psychic, was even more sensitive to malice than Yin Bao and had already sensed the hostility in Qin Meng's eyes. This woman is probably up to no good. Let's tell Mom when we get back. He knew that Aunt Qin and their mom didn't get along. They had been rivals since childhood. Judging by her expression, she was definitely not a good person, and he needed to warn his mom. Upon hearing this, Yin Bao immediately lost interest in playing. Then let's go back now. Jin Bao agreed, and after calling Little Bao, they hurried home to report to their mom. Okay, Mom understands. Xia Zhizhi nodded thoughtfully after hearing what Jin Bao and Yin Bao said. Next time you play outside, avoid Qin Meng. It's best not to go to secluded places where she can get close to you. She worried that this woman might still have bad intentions towards her three treasures. Since Mom said so, it was clear that Aunt Qin didn't mean well. Jin Bao immediately put on a serious face and promised, "Don't worry, Mom. I won't let her get close to me and my brothers." His serious expression made Xia Zhizhi smile. She gently patted his chubby cheek. Jin Bao is such a good son to Mom and a great brother to his siblings. Receiving special praise from his mom, Jin Bao's serious face melted away, and he broke into a big smile. Xia Zhizhi noticed that the three kids were flushed and sweating, worried they might overheat, and quickly said, "Your grandma made you sweet green bean soup, and it's cooled in the well. Let's go drink some to cool off." Upon hearing about the drink, Little Bao's eyes lit up. Sweet green bean soup. I want to drink it. Okay, everyone can have some. Xia Zhizhi stood up. Go get bowls from the kitchen, and I'll pour you some sweet green bean soup. It was hot outside, so they made a big pot of sweet green bean soup every day to cool off. Xia Zhizhi fetched the bucket of sweet green bean soup from the well and poured a big bowl for each of the three kids. Then she sneaked back inside to enjoy the vanilla ice cream she had taken from Qin Meng. The future is great. There are so many delicious foods. Not like now. If only time could fast forward, she wanted to live in the 21st century. As she happily ate the tasty ice cream filled with various additives, she secretly cursed her bad luck for not being born in a better time.
It was so frustrating.
Xia Zhizhi blamed everything but herself, completely shifting the responsibility for her poor life onto others. But while she complained about her misfortune, she didn't forget to deal with Qin Meng. She had been thinking about how to trick Qin Meng out of the military area, but unexpectedly, this woman couldn't stay calm for long. Early in the morning, she rode her bike out of the military area. From the looks of it, she probably wasn't going home to visit her family, but heading to the county town again. Well, this was easy for Xia Zhizhi. Feeling pleased, she hopped on her new lady's bicycle and left the military area, careful not to follow too closely so Qin Meng wouldn't notice her. Once they entered the county town, she pedaled faster to keep up. Not knowing what bad idea Qin Meng was plotting again, Xia Zhizhi watched as this woman turned left and right, eventually entering a rather rundown courtyard. "Junzi, you've been looking for a wife, right? I have a good friend with a beautiful birthmark on her forehead. She just graduated from high school. Are you interested?" "Qin Jie, don't joke around. With my condition, what good girl would look at me?" "I'm not joking. If a good girl doesn't want you, just make her marry you. Then even if she doesn't want to, she has no choice."
What?
"No way. Qin Jie, that's immoral and could get you shot." "Oh, come on. If that girl dares to report you, her reputation will be ruined too, and it will be even harder for her to marry a good man in the future." Under Qin Meng's persuasion, the guy named Junzi ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and nodded in agreement. Hiding by the wall and eavesdropping, Xia Zhizhi was furious. "All right, Qin Meng, if that's how you want to play it, then I'll play along." Xia Zhizhi rummaged through her supplies in the small wooden house, finding a bottle of powder extracted from the beast world, and used her spiritual energy to throw it into the room where the two were. In just a moment, unbearable sounds came from inside the room. Hearing the unpleasant sounds from inside the house, Xia Zhizhi smirked. "You brought this on yourself, Qin Meng." She clapped her hands, turned around, and left Junzi's house, covering her face tightly. From her space, she took out some milk candies and distributed them to a group of children. She pointed to Junzi's door and told them to shout that someone was misbehaving inside. The children acted quickly, and soon they attracted many neighbors. At that time, people had no sense of restraint. When they heard that Junzi was inside with a girl, they were all excited and rushed into Junzi's house to see the live show.
Ah,
Don't look.
get out. Get out.
At this moment, the effects of the drug had worn off, and Qin Meng was fully awake. Realizing her dire situation, she screamed in panic. Junzi, is it you? Did you do this to me? Qin Meng suspected that she had drunk Junzi's spiked tea, which made her lose her senses. Furious, she slapped the disheveled Junzi. Junzi was also frightened and could only cover himself with a blanket, unable to fight back as Qin Meng hit and scolded him. Oh no, this time he was really done for. He would definitely go to jail for ruining a military marriage. Wow. Junzi, I didn't expect you to be like this. I thought you were single like me, but it turns out you have someone on the side.
TSK, TSK.
You should have told us you had a partner. I wouldn't have invited you to hang out. A youth, similar in age to Junzi, spoke with jealousy. They were all usually idle and liked to tease girls, but Junzi was the only one who had broken away from being single, making him seem out of place. Others who usually hung out with Junzi also chimed in, scolding him for being disloyal. Unlike the teasing and jealousy on Junzi's side, Qin Meng was being bombarded with questions from a group of nosy neighbors who were eager to match the couple. Girl, since you and Junzi are in this situation, you should get married quickly. Otherwise, if someone reports you, it won't be good. Yeah. What if you accidentally end up pregnant? That would be embarrassing. Are you afraid to tell your family? It's okay. Where are you from? What do your parents do? Tell us, and we'll take Junzi to propose. Qin Meng trembled in fear, hiding under the dirty, smelly blanket like a quail, refusing to say a word no matter how they asked. Please, don't let anyone recognize me. If they do, I'm finished. Unfortunately, someone did recognize her. It was a military wife that Xia Zhizhi had intentionally called over with the group of children. They lived in the same compound and all knew Qin Meng, who was once praised as a good stepmother. Just as Qin Meng finished her silent prayer, one military wife shouted from the outer circle, "Hey, the woman in the blanket looks like Qin Meng, the wife of Deputy Team Leader Song. Am I seeing things?" Another military wife scoffed, "You're not mistaken. That's definitely Qin Meng. I never thought she would dare to betray her marriage. She should be court-martialed for this." Hearing this, Qin Meng was so scared that her soul almost left her body and tears streamed down her face. If she weren't naked, she would have knelt before the military wives. "Sisters, I didn't mean to betray my marriage. I was framed really. Please don't tell Jiangua. Don't let this get out, okay?" Qin Meng was terrified, crying like a broken flower, unable to speak. Junzi also understood the seriousness of ruining a military marriage and kept trying to explain. Unfortunately, no one believed them, and they had no evidence to prove their innocence, making their explanations futile. The neighbors watching saw that Junzi and Qin Meng didn't seem to be lying and couldn't bear to see them get in trouble for ruining a marriage, so they spoke up for Junzi. Could there really be some hidden truth? They don't look like they're lying. Hey, that's not certain. Maybe they're just good actors. One military wife retorted. Come on. Junzi may be a bit of a troublemaker, but he wouldn't do anything illegal. Regardless of the truth, they've been caught in the act. Even if it's fake, it has become real. Another military wife didn't give them a chance to clear their names. Due to the undeniable fact of the affair and the meddling military wives reporting them, Qin Meng and Junzi were quickly taken away. Qin Meng went from crying and desperately explaining that she was framed to shutting her mouth, her eyes empty, looking like a living dead person. She knew it was over for her. The affair had already happened, and without any evidence of being drugged, no one would believe her innocence no matter how she explained. When Song Jiangua found out, he would probably be eager to divorce her. Having witnessed the outcome Qin Meng chose for herself, Xia Zhizhi felt quite satisfied. Although she didn't help her achieve her desired outcome of becoming disabled, this was still good enough. Such a proud person like Qin Meng would have to suffer for 10 years in a place like a farm, and she might not even come out again. She didn't go all the way to destroy her, though. In this era, entertainment was scarce, and people loved to spread all kinds of gossip. Especially scandals involving men and women spread like wildfire. Moreover, among the onlookers were military wives living in the military compound. They all recognized Qin Meng's face, so by that afternoon, Song Jianguo already knew about Qin Meng's affair and being caught with another man.
What?
Song Jianguo's face turned red with disbelief. Leader, you mean? It can't be. How could Qin Meng do such a thing? Colonel Zhao nodded seriously at the table. Jianguo, your wife was caught in bed with those people. She has already been charged and will soon be sent to the farm. Caught in bed? Song Jianguo's mind buzzed, feeling as if his face had been torn apart. He was wearing a huge green hat.
No man could accept such a thing.
Especially since he had always been in a dominant position in their marriage, with Qin Meng constantly trying to please him. He had his doubts about Qin Meng's affair, but now he couldn't care less. Whether she was framed or not, the affair was confirmed. Even if she was framed, Qin Meng had indeed slept with another man. With that alone, he could never accept her again without any reservations. The only option now was to cut his losses and quickly sever ties with Qin Meng and their children. Song Jianguo acted swiftly, announcing the divorce in the newspaper the next morning and also cutting ties with the children they had raised together. Qin Meng's family also severed ties with her, especially those sisters-in-law who had never gotten along with her. They wished she didn't exist as a shameful sister-in-law. When they went out to chat, they couldn't help but belittle her, no longer treating her with the flattery they once did. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but chuckle.
See?
This is human nature. Fortunately, she has always been selfish. No matter how rich she becomes, she wouldn't want to give any benefits to those sisters-in-law for the sake of false family ties. They wouldn't be touched by your efforts. They would only grow more demanding. Xia Zhizhi, who always judged others by her own standards, felt she didn't possess the virtue of gratitude, and neither did others. She didn't want to be a fool like Qin Meng. I wonder how Qin Meng would feel when she learned about this situation. Being betrayed by her husband of less than 4 years was one thing, but being betrayed by her own family, who she relied on, would probably make her sick. As a caring fellow townsfolk, Xia Zhizhi felt it was her duty to let Qin Meng know the truth. So, the day before Qin Meng was sent away, she made sure to reveal all this information to her.
No.
No. This can't be true. Qin Meng shook her head in disbelief. Song Jianguo, how could you do this to me? She had given so much to Song Jianguo, and he so easily abandoned her without offering any help. And what about her parents, her older brother, and her second brother? If it weren't for her support and her golden touch, could they have lived so well for the past 20 years? They were all heartless. Because Junzi deeply resented Qin Meng for harming others and ultimately harming himself, he clearly explained Qin Meng's purpose for coming to his home. There was an intention to frame Xia Zhizhi, the military wife, which led to a 10-year journey on the farm. Filled with resentment and unwillingness, Qin Meng went to the farm, her dark side fully awakened. Her hatred for her family and Song Jianguo was now almost equal to her hatred for Xia Zhizhi, who had taken away her golden opportunity. She secretly vowed to survive the farm by any means necessary to seek revenge in the future. Unfortunately, while she had grand plans, Xia Zhizhi was secretly sabotaging her. By the end of the 10 years of hard labor, Qin Meng's body had been ruined. Suffering from illnesses and looking like an old woman, she could not even seek revenge on Xia Zhizhi and Zhao Zhengguo, let alone get close to them. She was too ashamed to return home and could only escape to a coastal city where she ultimately lost her life due to crime. But that's a story for later, so let's not dwell on it. Without Qin Meng, who enjoyed causing trouble, Xia Zhizhi returned to her previous carefree state. With her loving husband to earn money and her parents to do laundry, cook, and clean, she only needed to focus on looking beautiful, shopping, and occasionally playing with her 3 children. The leisurely days passed quickly, and soon it was the end of the year. During this time, Xia Zhizhi not only found opportunities to report the human traffickers associated with Lu Fugui, but also searched thoroughly for the remaining hidden treasures of him and his henchmen. She successfully gained a significant amount of money. Now, she was just waiting for her dear husband to apply for time off so they could visit B City and find opportunities to gather the wealth prepared for the main character. The three children heard they would be going to their grandparents' house for the new year and couldn't help but feel curious. Jinbao tugged at Xia Zhizhi's sleeve, looking up with bright eyes. "Mom, what do Grandpa and Grandma look like? I've never seen them." When Dage mentioned their grandparents, Yinbao's expression turned sour. "Dage, Grandma said Grandpa and Grandma never liked Mom before. This is Mom's first visit, so how could she know what they look like?"
What?
"Grandpa and Grandma don't like Mom?" Xiaobao's eyes widened in anger as he waved his small hands. "Grandpa and Grandma are bad. Then I won't like them either."
Then
"Then I won't like them either," Jinbao said. "Me neither," Yinbao added. Upon hearing that their grandparents were not fond of their mother, the three children quickly forgot any previous kindness from them and showed a determined stance to stand by their mother. Xia Zhizhi felt comforted but still advised, "I appreciate your loyalty, my babies, but your grandparents only have your dad as a son, and he only has you three precious ones. Even though they have issues with me, they still love you very much. When you go to their house, please don't show that you dislike them, okay? It's enough that they share her feelings. They don't need to express it outwardly. After all, these two are the pillars of the Zhou family, holding high positions that can provide much support for the three children in the future." She couldn't let them develop any negative feelings toward the kids because of her. That would be too costly. Yes, she is that pragmatic. People without value are not worth her effort. Of course, even considering Zhou Lingyun and the three children, her in-laws wouldn't dare to have any issues with her now. While the three of them were talking, Xia's mother walked in with a large package. "Zhizhi, this is for your in-laws, some red sausage, cured meat, and dried goods. Remember to take it with you when you go with your husband." Seeing such a big package, Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but feel a headache. "Mom, Zhou Lingyun and I are bringing 3 kids. How can we carry all this?" To lighten the load and make it easier to take care of the kids, Zhou Lingyun had already sent back their usual clothes a few days ago. As for the New Year's gifts for her in-laws, they planned to buy them in B City. Unexpectedly, her mother had prepared everything. Xia's mother glared at her.
how can you not carry it?
"Your husband is so strong, he can carry it with one hand." With 3 kids, Zhizhi could hold one hand of each, while her husband could hold a child with one hand and the package with the other. It would work perfectly. Xia Zhizhi couldn't argue with her mother, so she finally passed the issue to Zhou Lingyun. "It's fine, I know someone at the train station. I'll have him help us get on the train early, so we won't have to worry about losing the kids in the crowd." Zhou Lingyun didn't think it was a big deal and quickly came up with a solution. "Okay, if you have a plan, then let's take it." After all, it was her mother's good intentions. The clothes for the 3 kids and Xia Zhizhi had already been sent, and when they set off, Zhou Lingyun only carried the package prepared by Xia's mother, while his backpack held a thermos, the kids' milk powder, and Xia Zhizhi's favorite snacks. As for meals on the way, they planned to eat the train food. With a familiar face, they boarded the train a few minutes earlier than others and didn't feel the usual Spring Festival crowd. In the soft sleeper compartment, Zhou Lingyun, "This bed doesn't look clean at all." Xia Zhizhi was very dissatisfied with the accommodation, her face showing her unhappiness. "Dad, Jinbao thinks the sheets and blankets are dirty too." Jinbao inherited Xia Zhizhi's cleanliness obsession, standing closely beside her and refusing to sit on the bed. As for Yinbao and Xiaobao, they weren't as picky. Even if there were shoe prints on the bottom bunk sheets, they didn't mind and had already rolled around on it. Seeing his wife and children's disgusted expressions, Zhou Lingyun sighed. It was his oversight. He forgot to bring clean sheets. "Zhizhi, you wait here with the kids. I'll go find someone to buy a clean sheet."
Huh?
Xia Zhizhi asked, "Who are you going to ask?" "I don't like using things that others have used." "Don't worry, I'll ask the train staff. They should have new sheets that haven't been used." "Oh, okay, then hurry and ask." A few minutes after Zhou Lingyun left, a young couple, or perhaps just friends, entered their soft sleeper compartment. The man wore glasses and looked gentle. The woman was dressed stylishly, but her looks didn't quite match the refined man. "Xiaowen, do you want some water?" "If you do, I can get you some hot water," the girl said before she could even sit down, trying to please the gentleman. However, he seemed indifferent, responding in a bland tone. "I don't want any. Don't bother." After saying this, he pulled out a book from his bag and started reading, ignoring her. Xia Zhizhi took a look at the book cover. It was titled How the Steel Was Tempered. Xia Zhizhi didn't want to sit on the dirty bed, so she stood in the aisle with Jin Bao, watching Yin Bao and Xiao Bao play on the bed. This was the starting station, and the soft sleeper carriage was almost empty, so standing in the aisle didn't block anyone. Perhaps Xia Zhizhi stared at Qin Chaowen for too long, and the girl noticed, thinking Xia Zhizhi was looking at her man, which made her very angry. She didn't want to lose her temper at her man, so she took it out on Xia Zhizhi instead. "Hey, what are you looking at?" She pointed at Xia Zhizhi, her tone filled with anger. "Stop having your little thoughts. Just because you're somewhat pretty doesn't mean you can flirt with someone else's husband. Be careful, or I'll have my dad deal with you." She looked like a seductive woman, fragile and pitiful, just like that spoiled rich kid from her class, obviously restless. The resentment in the girl's eyes was too obvious, leaving Xia Zhizhi stunned for a moment, and then her anger flared up. "You ugly monster, it's the ugly ones that cause trouble. Who's trying to charm your husband? With his plain looks, does he even deserve my attention?" Xia Zhizhi shielded Jin Bao behind her and fired back. "Indeed, looks reflect the heart. You must have a wicked heart to look so hideous, just like a toad." Wei Hongyan broke down. "Ah, you shameless woman, what are you saying? Who are you calling ugly? The less someone has, the more they care about what others say." Wei Hongyan looked like her father, with a very rough face and features that weren't even average. In her early years, she was mocked for her looks, which twisted her mind. She didn't hate those who laughed at her. Instead, she grew to despise all pretty girls. Over the years, she used her father's power to bully many beautiful girls. Wanning crossed her arms, raised her elegant brows, and provocatively said, "I'm talking about you, ugly monster."
Ah.
Wei Hongyan lost her mind at the words ugly monster, going crazy, seductive woman, shameless.
How dare you say that?
"I will make you pay." She charged at Xia Zhizhi. Liang Chaowen didn't expect this girl in the same carriage to be so fierce, casually offending people, especially someone as crazy as Wei Hongyan. "Hongyan, don't be impulsive." For some reason, his protective instincts kicked in, and before he realized it, he had already grabbed the clawing Wei Hongyan. Wei Hongyan's attack was forced to pause as she looked at Liang Chaowen in disbelief. "Liang Chaowen, why are you stopping me? Are you interested in this shameless woman? Tell me, are you?" Yin Bao and Xiao Bao were scared by this scene and quickly jumped off the bed, running to Xia Zhizhi. "Mom, this aunt is scary." "Xiao Bao is afraid," Xiao Bao said, tightly gripping Xia Zhizhi's sleeve, looking pitiful. Yin Bao pursed her lips, standing protectively on either side of Xia Zhizhi with Jin Bao, glaring fiercely at the hysterical woman. At this moment, Yin Bao and Jin Bao shared the same thought. If that crazy woman dared to touch their mom, they would take her down. Jin Bao thought even further. While planning to deal with the crazy woman, he also considered how to take down her family. There's a saying, if you don't remove the roots, troubles will never end. He couldn't leave any threats to his family. Who would have thought that a 2-year-old could think so viciously? Xia Zhizhi was worried her kids would be scared, so she quickly patted their heads. "Don't be afraid, babies. Mommy won't let this ugly woman hurt you." At that moment, Wei Hongyan, who was questioning her man, heard Xia Zhizhi call her an ugly woman again, making her so angry that her nostrils flared. "Liang Chaowen, let go of me. I want to kill this shameless woman." Just then, a stern voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Zhou Lingyun, dressed in a sharp military uniform, appeared in the carriage, his face serious as he rushed to his wife and children, anxiously checking them over. Seeing that his wife and children were unharmed, he turned his attention to the two women, focusing on the fierce Wei Hongyan, exuding a strong aura. The iron-blooded presence from his battlefield experience frightened Wei Hongyan, making her pale as she looked at Zhou Lingyun, no longer daring to shout. With 2 stars and 3 bars on his shoulder, a colonel, she couldn't mess with him. Zhou Lingyun frowned, narrowing his eyes slightly. This young lady, how did my wife and child offend you to make you act like this? Wife.
Child?
So this sharp-tongued woman was not only married but also had children? Wei Hongyan's expression changed as she wanted to question Xia Zhizhi about why she hadn't mentioned her marriage earlier, thinking it was amusing to see her jealous. But when she saw the tall, imposing Zhou Lingyun standing in front of Xia Zhizhi, she swallowed her words. Her face flushed red, and after mumbling an apology to Xia Zhizhi, she sulked back to her bed, brooding in silence. Xia Zhizhi huffed, feeling unsatisfied, and turned to Zhou Lingyun, venting her frustration. Zhou Lingyun, it's all your fault for being late. I almost got hurt. Zhou Lingyun. Another day of being unreasonable with his wife. But what could he do? He could only apologize. Okay, it's all my fault. I should have come back earlier. Zhou Lingyun softened his tone. I bought you soft, clean new sheets, washed with detergent and never used. Can I make your bed for you? Xia Zhizhi crossed her arms, looking at him with a proud expression. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Zhou Lingyun couldn't help but soften at his wife's cute attitude, his expression turning affectionate. All right, I'll go make your bed right now. I promise it won't delay your sleep. What the two didn't notice was that the 3 little ones were watching their dad's tall figure with bright eyes, secretly admiring him. Dad is really amazing. Just standing there, that crazy woman didn't dare to act up. They wanted to be as strong as Dad in the future. Jin Bao, Yin Bao, and Sha Bao silently cheered for themselves. Meanwhile, Wei Hongyan in the same carriage seemed to be intimidated by Zhou Lingyun, hardly speaking for the rest of the time, only getting food and water for Liang Chaowen and going to the bathroom, spending the rest of the time lying on the upper bunk. For a while, Zhou Lingyun noticed that Wei Hongyan was as timid as a quail, not daring to glance his way, which made him realize she was scared. He took off his shoulder insignia and put it in his pocket. To be honest, he usually didn't flaunt his status when out and about. But he knew this girl was from B City and was quite ruthless, having framed many innocent people before. If he hadn't intimidated her from the start, who knows what trouble she would have caused during the journey. Liang Chaowen discreetly glanced at Zhou Lingyun, narrowing his eyes slightly, his expression unclear. Zhou Lingyun? That name sounded familiar. Beep. The train slowly started moving. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes dramatically at Wei Hongyan across from her, then took out 2 thermoses from her shoulder bag, one for herself and one for the triplets. Jin Bao, Yin Bao, Xiao Bao, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? She asked, shaking the bottles. Jin Bao obediently leaned towards Xia Zhizhi and nodded. Mom, I want a drink. Yin Bao and Xiao Bao quickly followed suit.
Mom, drink.
Xiao Bao wants to drink too. All right, the 3 little ones had to do everything together, afraid that their brother would have something they didn't. After giving them water and a piece of peach cake each, Xia Zhizhi finally had time to talk to Zhou Lingyun. She needed to make it clear that she wouldn't compromise for anyone. If her in-laws treated her poorly, she wouldn't hold back. Zhou Lingyun. Seeing him silent, Xia Zhizhi thought he was unhappy, and her face fell. With her hands on her hips, she asked, Zhou Lingyun, what do you mean by not speaking? The triplets noticed their mom was upset and shrank back, hoping not to be noticed. Sensing something, Zhou Lingyun glanced coldly at Liang Chaowen and Wei Hongyan, who were secretly watching. Zhizhi, let's talk about this later, he said softly, pressing down on her head gently. They were on a train. He didn't want to attract attention. Xia Zhizhi clearly noticed Zhou Lingyun's subtle gesture and frowned at the 2 annoying people across from her. Ugh, so annoying. Liang Chaowen. Wei Hongyan. Seriously, could you be a bit more polite with your gaze? It was the triplets' first time on a train. At first, they were excited, pulling their mom around the carriage, but as time passed, their enthusiasm faded. Spending 2 whole days on a train for eating, drinking, and sleeping was tough for anyone, especially for 3 little monkeys used to running wild outside. They kept asking their dad how much longer until they could get off. At the exit of the B City train station, a middle-aged woman in a khaki coat and black shoes, looking gentle, was peering into the crowd, searching for someone. "Old Zhou, is Ling Yun's train here? Why isn't he out yet?" Zhou's father stood in front of the jeep in military uniform, his face serious. Though he was anxious inside, he didn't show it, scanning the crowd with sharp, eagle-like eyes. "Don't worry, Ling Yun and his wife have 3 kids, so they'll be among the last to get off.
They'll take their time."
Just as he finished speaking, he spotted Zhou Ling Yun holding a child who looked just like him. Zhou's father's eyes brightened, fixating on the little face in his son's arms, reluctant to look away. So this is his precious little grandson? Finally, he got to see him. Zhou Ling Yun had clearly seen his parents standing by the jeep, but worried about losing his wife in the crowd, he hesitated to push forward, slowly making his way out. "Gigi, stay close to me. Don't get lost in the crowd." He held a bundle in one hand and his eldest son in the other, glancing back at Xia Gigi, anxious she might fall behind. Xia Gigi tightly held on to Yinbao and Xiaobao, nervously saying, "Okay, I'll stick close to you." Fortunately, they were at the back. Otherwise, Xia Gigi looked at the people being swept along by the crowd ahead and felt a cold sweat. After a slow struggle, they finally arrived. "Ling Yun."
"Dad, Mom."
Zhou Ling Yun was about to introduce his wife and children when his mother grabbed him, pinching his arm and checking his stomach, repeatedly saying he looked thinner. Zhou's father took the little chubby boy from Zhou Ling Yun's arms, weighed him, and his stern expression softened as he praised, "Good boy, you're quite sturdy." A real little chubby bundle. Jinbao, not shy at all, introduced himself, "Grandpa, I'm Jinbao, the eldest of the triplets. Mom is holding Yinbao and Xiaobao, my second and third brothers." Zhou's father looked at the delicate and beautiful girl following his son and was clearly taken aback. "You must be Gigi?" This daughter-in-law was indeed very pretty. Who would have thought that Zhou Ling Yun, that brat, was into looks? "Dad, I'm Gigi." Xia Gigi smiled shyly, pushing the 2 identical little ones forward. "This is Yinbao and Xiaobao." "Yinbao, Xiaobao, say hello to Grandpa." Yinbao/Xiaobao, Grandpa. Seeing the 2 grandsons who looked just like his eldest grandson, Zhou's father felt immense joy. The Zhou family had always had only one heir, but now his son had broken that tradition. He patted the round little heads of the 2 grandsons, smiling indulgently. "Grandpa specially bought you lots of snacks and toys. I'll give them to you when we get home." Hearing about the toys, the triplets clapped their hands excitedly. "Yay, toys. Xiaobao wants to play with toys." Seeing Zhou Ling Yun being pulled by his mother and talking nonstop, Xia Gigi impatiently pinched the soft flesh on his arm and smiled at her mother-in-law, saying, "Mom, I'm Zhou Ling Yun's wife, the mother of your 3 grandsons, Xia Gigi." Realizing his wife was upset, Zhou Ling Yun quickly pulled away from his mother and introduced, "Mom, this is my wife Gigi. Gigi is great in every way, but she can be a bit straightforward and sometimes says things that don't sound nice. If she says something that upsets you, please be generous and forgive her." Zhou's mother's face darkened. Well, this is something. Before anything even happened, her son was already defending her. She scrutinized Xia Gigi with a critical eye, and her expression darkened further. This daughter-in-law was not only beautiful but also had a great presence, not at all resembling someone from a humble background, but more like a pampered princess. She had an air of arrogance about her. Mother Zhou felt puzzled, but didn't show it on her face. Although she looked down on Xia Gigi for her poor background and her desire to marry into a better family, she wouldn't openly express her disdain. It was as if the moment of her frown had been an illusion. Soon, a forced smile appeared on Mother Zhou's face, though it didn't reach her eyes. "You must be Gigi. It must have been a tough journey for you. By the way, how are your parents doing back home?" She chatted warmly with Xia Gigi and even inquired about her parents. She seemed nothing like a critical mother-in-law. "Humph. If Mother Zhou hadn't been busy talking to Zhou Lingyun and deliberately ignoring Xia Zhizhi, Xia Zhizhi might have naively thought her mother-in-law had no issues with her. Mom, it's really cold. Let's hurry and get in the car so the kids don't catch a cold. Xia Zhizhi interrupted with a fake smile, not wanting to engage in a battle of wits with the crafty Mother Zhou. Father Zhou and Zhou Lingyun, both straightforward men, couldn't see the subtle exchanges between women. Hearing Xia Zhizhi's words, they quickly ushered the kids into the car, worried they might get sick. Mother Zhou's smile froze on her face. She had thought this daughter-in-law was just a village girl who, even if not timid, would be intimidated by her presence. To her surprise, Xia Zhizhi completely disregarded her, not responding to anything she said. Very well. Xia Zhizhi clearly recognized Mother Zhou's dislike for her and didn't want to hear any more veiled comments. So, on the way back, she kept chatting with the most talkative little treasure, giving her mother-in-law no chance to interject. Look, little treasure, that's Triple X over there.
Wow.
And there's Triple X. Later, Mommy will take you out to play. Besides the little treasure's soft responses, Jin Bao and Yin Bao occasionally chimed in, ensuring there was no awkward silence. Mother Zhou, faced with her 3 grandsons, who were clearly closer to their mother, Mother Zhou had to swallow her discontent. Sigh, whatever. This daughter-in-law had already given her son 3 children. No matter how dissatisfied she was, what could she do? She couldn't just kick them out, right? Though Mother Zhou had unilaterally decided to make peace, she still felt a bit annoyed. On the way home, the 2 of them didn't speak a word. Fortunately, with the 3 chattering kids and Zhou Lingyun discussing work with Father Zhou, no one paid attention to them. Otherwise, the harmonious atmosphere in the car would have been ruined. After about half an hour, the Jeep slowly drove into the military compound and stopped in front of a brand new 3-story villa. All right, we're home. Father Zhou turned off the engine, opened the door, and went to take the eldest grandson from his son's arms. Come on, Grandpa will take Jin Bao home. Jin Bao wrapped his arms around Grandpa's neck and turned to look at his mother, who hadn't gotten out of the car yet, flapping his chubby arms. Grandpa, wait. We need to wait for Mommy and the little brothers. Hearing this, the old man's face broke into a smile. Our Jin Bao is such a thoughtful and obedient child, knowing to care for Mommy and his little brothers at such a young age. The eldest grandson was the apple of the old man's eye. Zhou Lingyun was the only son in the Zhou family, so there were no siblings competing for attention. But the triplets were different. Although they looked identical, it was clear the old man favored Jin Bao, the eldest. Perhaps in this country, there is a tradition of valuing the eldest son and grandson as heirs, but Xia Zhizhi still felt uncomfortable. Why should 3 identical children be treated differently based on age? She and Zhou Lingyun each held one of their sons and followed behind, smiling as they watched their eldest son eagerly. Jin Bao, don't be afraid. Mommy and your brothers are right behind you. Mother Zhou might not like her daughter-in-law, but she adored her 3 grandsons. Especially since the triplets were all chubby and cute, resembling little golden boys under Guanin's care. They were exactly the kind of grandchildren a grandmother dreams of. Though she didn't say it out loud, Mother Zhou loved them dearly. Once home, she quickly rummaged through the cupboard for a bunch of newly bought snacks. Chocolate, white rabbit candy, imported fruit candies, calcium biscuits, wafers, and more. All were brought out for the 3 grandsons. Jin Bao, Yin Bao, little treasure, these are some snacks Grandma prepared for you. Take whatever you want. Mother Zhou had often sent these treats to the kids before, so the triplets were familiar with them. Thank you, Grandma, but we need to wash our hands first before eating. The cleanliness-conscious Jin Bao grabbed little treasure's hand, smiling as he asked Grandma to wash their hands. Yes, Jin Bao is right. Come on, Grandma will take you to wash your hands. Our 3 treasures are such clean kids. With that, she led the 3 children to the restroom on the first floor. Zhou Lingyun set down the package he was carrying and turned to his wife. Zhizhi, do you want to eat first or take a shower? Let's shower first, Xia Zhizhi replied. After such a long train ride, she felt like a mess. I don't have much of an appetite right now. After I shower, I want to take a nap. Okay, Zhou Lingyun nodded. There should be hot water ready in the kitchen. I'll go get some for you. With Father Zhou's rank, they not only had a jeep and bodyguards but also a housekeeper. The housekeeper's surname was Sun, and everyone called her Aunt Sunday. Aunt Sun was meticulous and always kept hot water ready for emergencies. When Zhou Lingyun entered the kitchen, he saw Aunt Sun busy preparing lunch. After greeting her, he looked for the thermos. Aunt Sun paused her work and smiled at Zhou Lingyun. Welcome back, Lingyun. I heard the car stop and thought I was mistaken. I didn't expect you to really be back. By the way, your wife is here too, right? Does she have any dietary restrictions? Let me know so I can pay attention while cooking. Zhou Lingyun replied, Gigi isn't picky. Just make whatever, Aunt Sunday. That's good to hear. Alright, I'll just make what I usually do. Aunt Sun picked up a knife and continued chopping the ribs. Knowing you were coming back, I boiled 10 thermoses of hot water this morning. That should be enough for your showers. If it's not enough later, just let me know, and I'll boil more for you. Zhou Lingyun picked up 2 thermoses from the corner and nodded, Thanks, Aunt Sunday. It's no trouble at all. It's what I'm here for. Aunt Sun waved her hand. She wasn't the type to forget her place just because she had worked for the family for years. No matter what the family thought of the daughter-in-law, that was their business. Those of them who worked for them couldn't get involved. The first floor has 2 guest bedrooms for visitors. Aside from the room assigned to Grandma Sunday, Zhou's parents live on the 2nd floor. Zhou Lingyun's family of 5 is arranged on the 3rd floor. Their room was cleaned early, with fresh sheets and blankets. After Xia Gigi finished her bath and dried her hair halfway, she told Zhou Lingyun and went back to her room to rest. She slept deeply until Zhou Lingyun woke her up for dinner. Gigi, wake up. If you sleep any longer, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Seeing his wife's rosy face as she slept, Zhou Lingyun couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek.
Ugh, you're so annoying.
Xia Gigi, still sleepy, impatiently swatted away his hand and turned over to continue sleeping, but he picked her up. Wake up. You didn't eat lunch, and if you skip dinner, you'll be starving. As he spoke, he grabbed some clean clothes and put them on her. Having slept too long, Xia Gigi felt weak and could barely muster any energy. She leaned against him with half-closed eyes, letting him help her. When a cold towel was placed on her face, she jolted awake. Once they were ready, hand in hand, they went downstairs to the living room, and Xia Gigi regained her proud and beautiful demeanor. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I just woke up. I hope you didn't wait too long. Though she apologized, she showed no shame for making her elders wait. She smiled at them and comfortably sat down next to little Bao. If it weren't for her image, Zhou's mother would have rolled her eyes at her daughter-in-law. She can't even pretend to be polite. I don't know what my son sees in her. Zhou's father, who came from a military background, was more easygoing and didn't find anything wrong with Xia Gigi's casual demeanor. Of course, even if there were issues, given that his daughter-in-law had given birth to 3 smart and lively grandchildren, he would be forgiving. In the afternoon, he had carefully observed his 3 grandsons, and he was pleasantly surprised by their talents. Especially the eldest grandson, who was full of clever ideas and had a knack for understanding people's thoughts. In ancient times, he would definitely be a good candidate for an official position. The second grandson was calm and composed, exuding a commanding presence at such a young age. The youngest grandson was simple on the outside but clever inside, full of creative ideas. All 3 grandsons not only outsmarted many children their age, but were also physically strong. Watching the 3 little ones, who were still shorter than his desk, easily break off the corners of his solid wood desk, Zhou's father was truly astonished. It seemed their family was blessed, breaking the tradition of only having 1 child per generation and bringing in 3 outstanding grandsons at once. As the daughter-in-law who contributed so much to the family, Zhou's father felt he could overlook any lack of respect towards his in-laws. Thinking of this, he smiled kindly at his daughter-in-law. Your mother and I just sat down for a bit. You didn't eat lunch, so you must be starving. Hurry and eat. Grandma Sun is a great cook and can make all kinds of dishes. If you or the kids want something, just tell her. Little Bao, already impatient, leaned against Xiaojiji and pointed at the delicious roast duck. Let's eat. Little Bao wants meat. Jin Bao and Yin Bao had never had authentic Bee City roast duck. Seeing the golden, crispy duck, they couldn't help but swallow hard, ready with their chopsticks. Dinner was quite lavish, featuring roast duck, braised fish, shredded pork with garlic sauce, stir-fried pork with garlic shoots, cold cauliflower salad, stir-fried mixed vegetables, boiled greens, and seaweed soup with ribs. The main dishes were rice and steamed buns. Xiaojiji showed no shyness about meeting her in-laws. During dinner, she kept asking Zhou Lingyun to serve her and the kids. It was her first time eating roast duck. She spread sweet bean sauce on a pancake, rolled it with sliced duck, green onions, and cucumber, and enjoyed it silently. Xiaojiji and the three kids were amazed by the roast duck, and almost all of it ended up in their stomachs. Watching her grandsons eat without looking up, Zhou's mother felt both love and pity, unable to help but glare at her unfortunate son. If he had listened to her earlier and sent the three grandsons back to the capital for her to take care of, they could have had whatever they wanted. It's a pity her grandsons only got to eat roast duck now. Zhou Lingyun, Mom, you really overestimate me. I don't have control over everything at home. The energetic three kids chased each other around the living room after dinner for a while, before finally feeling sleepy and letting their dad wash them up and tuck them in. Having slept all afternoon, Xiaojiji was wide awake at night. She kept pestering Zhou Lingyun to do what couples do until they were both exhausted, finally curling up in his warm embrace and falling asleep. Honestly, having a man to warm the bed in winter is better than any heater. The next day, when Xiaojiji woke up, Zhou Lingyun was already gone. Perhaps due to the change in environment, she sat up in a daze, taking a while to remember she was at her in-laws' house in Bee City. Rubbing her messy hair, she took a cup of gardenia flower water from her space and drank it all at once, feeling revitalized and clearer-headed before getting out of bed and walking to the dressing table. Hey, is this made of small-leaf red sandalwood? She touched the surface, her spiritual energy quickly penetrating it, confirming it was indeed small-leaf red sandalwood, though it had been painted red to deceive others. Small-leaf red sandalwood is known as the king of woods, traditionally used for royal and noble furniture. As the saying goes, 100 years of sandalwood is worth its weight in gold, highlighting its value. Ordinary families don't have such things. It seems her understanding of the Zhou family was still shallow. They have quite a deep background. In the past 6 months, Xiaojiji had gathered many treasures for Qin Meng and had seen many things she hadn't encountered before. Now, she was well-versed not only in famous paintings and jewelry, but also in precious woods. At this moment, she had plenty of small-leaf red sandalwood furniture and materials at her space, along with golden silk namu, wangwali, agarwood, and chinon. She extended her spiritual energy to explore, and indeed, she saw a basement, a secret room in the study, and hidden compartments in the bedroom containing many gold bricks and high-quality jade jewelry. There were even 3 sets of hairpins adorned with emeralds. No wonder my mother-in-law looks down on me. It turns out the Zhou family is so wealthy. My father-in-law and mother-in-law must come from a prestigious background. Xiaojiji narrowed her eyes slightly, and her previous concerns vanished completely. Given her in-laws' sensitive status, the treasures hidden in their home were likely just a small part of their wealth. If she were in Zhou's mother's shoes, Xiaojiji probably wouldn't want her outstanding son to marry a daughter-in-law of such mismatched status. If it weren't for Xiaojiji already building a large fortune through her own efforts, she might feel different. No, she would never feel inferior or think she doesn't deserve Zhou Lingyun. A hero should remember their past bravery. In her previous life in the beast world, she was known as a wealthy beauty, inheriting 50% of her parents' wealth, with countless treasures. The jewels in the beast world were far more impressive than those in this world, not only beautiful, but also possessing various powers. Unfortunately, they were all left in her treasure vault, untouched by the quick-traveling girl. After sighing for a while, Xia Zhizhi changed her clothes and used a hair styling tool she found in Qin Meng's space to create a fluffy and cute bun, leaving some strands of hair out. She looked less timid and weak than before, and more playful and adorable. Looking in the mirror, Xia Zhizhi thought to herself, "Wow, I can pull off any style." On the third floor, there was a private washroom. When Xia Zhizhi finished washing up and went downstairs, she heard the voice of a young girl and felt puzzled.
Who is that?
Why does the voice sound familiar? Mom, do we have guests? She had a bad feeling and went to check. To her surprise, sitting on the sofa was Yen Yusen, who had disrupted her relationship with Zhou Lingyun in her dreams. Xia Zhizhi felt uncomfortable, and Yen Yusen looked equally uneasy, especially when she saw Xia Zhizhi's appearance. Her smile visibly froze. However, not wanting to show weakness in front of her rival, she quickly regained her composure and put on a smile, though it seemed much colder than before. She stood up and politely greeted Xia Zhizhi. "Hello, you must be Lingyun's wife. I'm Yen Yusen. I grew up in the same courtyard as Lingyun and have always seen him as an older brother." Older brother? More like a romantic interest. Xia Zhizhi felt annoyed and showed no pleasant expression, ignoring Yen Yusen's outstretched hand and giving a perfunctory nod. "All right, since you're Zhou Lingyun's sister, you can call me sister-in-law from now on." Both are cunning foxes. What kind of game are you playing? As if I can't see your hidden intentions. Calling him Lingyun, huh? If you like calling him brother so much, why not lay some eggs like a hen?
Hee.
Let's see how long you can keep that up. Yen Yusen was angry that Xia Zhizhi, this village girl, didn't give her face. She glanced at Zhou's mother, who pretended not to see, showing no support for her, and awkwardly withdrew her hand. Not wanting to call Xia Zhizhi sister-in-law, she quickly changed the subject. "I heard you came from the countryside. They say people in the countryside don't earn much all year round, and many families can't afford to send their kids to school. Most are illiterate. I wonder if you..." Xia Zhizhi looked like a fox, more beautiful than city girls. But looks are just skin deep. To live well, an interesting soul is what matters most. Lingyun graduated from college. He likes Xia Zhizhi's youthful beauty now, but when she gets old and loses her looks, with her shallow knowledge, Yen Yusen didn't believe Lingyun would still like her. Hearing Yen Yusen's deliberate insults towards Xia Zhizhi, not just Xia Zhizhi but also Zhou's mother couldn't help but frown. No matter what, Xia Zhizhi was the mother of her 3 grandsons and Zhou's daughter-in-law, and no outsider could belittle her. "Yusen, it's New Year's Eve, and everyone is busy making dumplings. We need to get ready, so you should head home now." Zhou's mother immediately issued an ungracious dismissal.
Aunt?
Yen Yusen looked at Zhou's mother in disbelief. Wasn't she always fond of her? Why was she giving her the cold shoulder in front of Xia Zhizhi?
Why?
Because she didn't understand the situation. Even if Zhou's mother had grievances against Xia Zhizhi, that was a family matter and didn't allow outsiders to bully her daughter-in-law. With her mother-in-law defending her, Xia Zhizhi didn't feel particularly happy. She scoffed lightly, narrowing her eyes as she looked Yen Yusen up and down. "Comrade Yen, your narrow-mindedness is showing. Don't flaunt your superiority in front of others. It just makes you look ridiculous. In Huagua, farmers make up the largest population, and there are plenty of high school and college graduates from rural backgrounds. You just happen to be born into a better situation. That doesn't make you superior. Stop looking down on the hardworking farming class with your ridiculous attitude." Yen Yusen didn't expect Zhou's mother to not help her, and now this village girl dared to openly mock her, making her furious.
"You.
Who are you calling narrow-minded?" Xia Zhizhi clicked her tongue and shook her head. "Not only do you have a problem with your thinking, but your hearing is also off. Clearly, all your luck went into your birth. You, Mom. Mom, we're back." The bright voices of 3 little ones suddenly interrupted Yen Yusen. Zhou's mother's displeasure vanished instantly as she joyfully stood up and hurried outside to greet her 3 precious grandsons. "Oh, my sweet babies, you must be tired from playing with Grandpa. Come on, let's go get some water." Seeing the rosy faces of her grandsons, Zhou's mother didn't mind their dirty hands, taking one in each hand as they walked inside. Zhou's father followed slowly behind, holding the eldest grandson's hand. Grandma, is my mom up?
이미세야.
This was the clingy little one. Jin Bao and Yin Bao were also clingy, but in a more subtle way, looking at Zhou's mother with eager eyes. Kids really do prefer their moms. Not only was Zhou's mother feeling a bit sour, but Zhou's father felt the same. They still didn't spend enough time with their grandchildren. The three kids didn't have much affection for their grandparents. If only. Zhou's father thought for a moment, but shook his head. Forget it, at this age, kids rely on their parents. When they get older, he would move Lingyun back to the capital so the kids could go to school there. The education of the next generation in the Zhou family couldn't be delayed. Xia Zhizhi leaned lazily against the door, smiling as she opened her arms to the three kids. Jin Bao, Yin Bao, and Xiao Bao, my little treasures, come here and let mommy see you.
Mom. Mom. Mom.
Seeing their mom, the three little ones immediately forgot about their grandparents and rushed into Xia Zhizhi's arms. Mom, Grandpa took us to the military training ground. Those soldiers are so amazing. They took down their opponents just like that. I want to learn from them when I grow up. Little Bao chattered excitedly, recounting their day's adventures. Jin Bao and Yin Bao chimed in to fill in the gaps. The three little ones were completely open and dependent on their mom, making Zhou's parents feel both envious and a bit sad. Kids really do prefer their moms. The family was chatting happily, with the grandmother and grandchildren close and warm, while Yen Yusin, the outsider, felt awkward standing aside for a long time without being able to join in. Mom, who is this aunt? Why is she at her house? Jin Bao suddenly asked. This woman seemed off. Her gaze towards the family shifted from disdain to ill intent, clearly showing she had bad thoughts. Yin Bao also noticed something was wrong with Yen Yusin. Frowning, she said seriously, Aunt, it's very rude to look at me and my brothers with that kind of disdainful gaze. Please be more respectful and stop looking at us like that. Although Xiao Bao appeared carefree and a bit silly, he was very sensitive to others' malice. He puffed up his cheeks and angrily said, Grandpa and Grandma, I don't like this aunt. Her look makes me uncomfortable. Please kick her out. I didn't mean to. Yen Yusin felt embarrassed and angry as the three children bombarded her with words. Her face turned pale and flushed, and she didn't know how to explain herself. Those little brats. How did they notice her subtle gaze? Xia Zhizhi scoffed coldly, raising an eyebrow as she looked Yen Yusin up and down, ignoring her beautiful eyes that seemed soft and warm. There was a hint of a spoiled princess attitude in her demeanor. You think your actions and looks are discreet? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You look down on me and my children, don't you? Let me tell you, as long as I want, Zhou Lingyun will always be my man, and no one can take him away. This is the first and last warning. Stay away from my man and don't cause trouble in front of my in-laws, or you'll regret it. Xiao Bao was shocked and started crying loudly. I don't want Mom and Dad to divorce. I don't want this bad aunt to be our stepmother. No, I don't want that. Even though he was young, he understood what a stepmother meant. As the saying goes, where there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. His friend Liang had lost his mother, and his father found a stepmother who beat him and didn't feed him well. It was so pitiful. He didn't want to be a little cabbage who went hungry and got beaten. Jin Bao and Yin Bao, no matter how smart for their age, were still children who depended on their parents and hadn't even weaned off milk yet. They didn't want anyone to ruin their family or see their parents separate. Unlike Xiao Bao, who cried loudly, they silently had red eyes, clinging tightly to their mother. Mom, I don't want you and Dad to separate. I'll help chase this bad woman away. Please don't be angry and don't divorce Dad, Jin Bao said, holding on to Xia Zhizhi's clothes tightly, his eyes red and holding back tears. Mom, if you and Dad separate, I'll stay with you, Yin Bao added, hugging Xia Zhizhi's arm tightly. I'll try to eat less so you won't have to worry about me. On one side was Xiao Bao crying and shouting to kick Yen Yusin out, while on the other were Jin Bao and Yin Bao, pretending to be strong with red eyes. Zhou father and Zhou mother felt heartbroken, unsure of whom to comfort first. What was wrong with this girl from the Yen family? The more she grew up, the more outrageous she became. Knowing their Lingyun was married, she still came to provoke his wife, making their little grandson cry. This was unacceptable, very unacceptable. Considering their long-standing relationship with the Yen family, Zhou father and Zhou mother didn't want to say anything harsh. They could only frown and silently blame Yen Yusin for her behavior and her parents for not teaching her better. Din bao, in bao, xiao bao, don hua thi. Mom and Dad will never separate. Please stop crying. Xia Zhizhi gently comforted the 3 children in her arms. What she said earlier about Zhou Lingyun always being her man was not just empty talk. As a Rueran, having multiple loyal partners in the beast world relied not only on superior fertility, but also on a strong marking ability. Once a male has relations with a Rueran, he would naturally be marked, making him bound to her as his only partner. He wouldn't be able to stray afterward. Zhou Lingyun had a gardenia mark hidden on his body, just like the one on Xia Zhizhi's forehead. If he dared to betray their marriage, he would end up as a servant. Jin Bao, Yin Bao, and Sha Bao's eyes sparkled with joy. Really, Mom? You and Dad really won't separate? Of course. Mom wouldn't let go of such an excellent man like your dad. Yen Yusin, not understanding the situation, saw Zhou father and Zhou mother's displeasure and thought it was because Xia Zhizhi and her children embarrassed them. She rolled her eyes, trying to drive a wedge between them and the country bumpkin family. Uncle, Aunt, I really didn't mean it. It was Xia Zhizhi's sons who were lying. I was just curious and thought they were cute, so I looked at them a bit longer. I didn't expect them to have such a big issue with me. Yen Yusin rubbed her eyes, looking wronged at Zhou father and Zhou mother. Seeing their faces darken, she felt secretly pleased. She knew it. Aunt had never liked Xia Zhizhi, that village girl who clung on. Yen Yusin was only 23, and her thoughts were quite shallow. Even if she were 25 or 26 in her dreams, her schemes would still be basic. Back then, Xia Zhizhi hated Zhou Lingyun because of a missing child and didn't want to deal with that awful man anymore. Otherwise, Yen Yusin wouldn't even have had a chance to stir things up. She even tried to sow discord between the couple. If Xia Zhizhi had wanted to, she could have easily dealt with her. Wait, that's not right. In her dreams, she not only defeated Yen Yusin but also ruined Zhou Lingyun's bright future, blaming everyone equally. Watching Yen Yusin's foolish and clumsy performance, Xia Zhizhi wanted to laugh but couldn't help but drift off, thinking about Yen Yusin from her dreams. Sigh, she wasn't wrong. Yen Yusin had used up all her luck just being born. If it weren't for her good parents and family background, her fate in the dream wouldn't have been to roll off to the northwest as a rural youth, but rather to be defeated by Xia Zhizhi. So foolish. Only a silly, naive young lady from a good family who is shameless and foolish can become more determined despite setbacks, pushing through the strange looks from others and Zhou Lingyun's cold demeanor, trying hard to insert herself into their lives. Usually, someone with a bit of pride would have backed off after Zhou Lingyun's cold rejection. Zhou's father cleared his throat. Yusin, our family is quite busy, so we won't be able to entertain you. You should head back. He didn't want to hear any more nonsense. Zhou's mother came out of the kitchen with 2 sausages, stuffed them into Yen Yusin's hands, and pushed her toward the door. Well, I have things to do today. I'll chat with your mom another day. These sausages were just made by Grandma-san. Take them back for your parents to try. Yen Yusin protested. Wait, Lingyun hasn't come back yet. I want to wait. Wait for what? Your Lingyun is much older than you and has nothing in common with you. If you want to chat, come find Annie.
She'll talk to you.
Yen Yusin thought. The age gap between us is even bigger. Watching the bad aunt being pushed out by Grandma, Jin Bao's eyes lit up, and he shouted in a high-pitched voice, Bad aunt, Grandpa said I am the eldest grandson of the Zhou family, and I will be in charge in the future. As the future head of the Zhou family, I won't allow you to come here again, got it? Yin Bao said nothing, pursing her lips and glaring at Yen Yusin's back, lost in thought. Xiao Bao made a face at Yen Yusin's back, saying, Did you hear that? Big brother said you can't come to our house anymore, ha ha ha. Yen Yusin was almost driven mad by these little brats.
Ah.
When she becomes their stepmother, she will definitely punish them 3 times a day and see if they dare to talk back. Who says only daughters are little sweethearts. Xia Zhizhi thinks her son is just as caring, helping her deal with her rival without her lifting a finger. Look at how angry Yan Yusin is, her face turning green. Zhou's father observed quietly. Zhou's mother pretended not to see Yan Yusin's embarrassment and anger, pushing her out of the yard more forcefully, fearing that Yan Yusin might lose her temper and take it out on their precious grandson. All right, Auntie will see you here. You can go back now. I need to get back to making dumplings. After saying that, without giving Yan Yusin a chance to respond, she slammed the door shut. Yan Yusin. Auntie, I haven't seen Ling Yun yet. I don't want to leave. Yan Yusin knocked on the door. Auntie, let me in. Zhou's mother paused, feeling a mix of emotions. Sigh. She didn't know if she had lost her mind before, thinking someone so clueless would be a good fit for their family. Fortunately, her son didn't agree. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine how embarrassing it would be to be Yan Yusin's mother-in-law. When Zhou Lingyun returned at noon, he found Xia Zhizhi ignoring him, and the 3 kids were also giving him the cold shoulder, leaving him confused. Wife, I didn't do anything wrong today. Why are you ignoring me again? Wife. After lunch, I'll take you to the friendship store to buy clothes, okay? And some little shoes. Didn't you always want a pair of white ones? The friendship store must have them. Xia Zhizhi felt tempted, glancing at the man who kept getting closer to her, crossing her arms and sneering. Buy me something? Go buy for your childhood sweetheart. She's a better match for you, and is deeply in love with you. Zhou Lingyun was momentarily stunned. Childhood sweetheart? Who? Stupid man. Pretending not to know, Xia Zhizhi gritted her teeth, her gaze at Zhou Lingyun filled with anger. She's the one your mom thinks would be a good daughter-in-law. Who else could it be? Xiao Bao raised his hand. Daddy, I know. That bad aunt who wants to be our stepmother is called Yen. Yen something.
Zanzu Sin, Zin Bao Ziplit Impatinti.
His little brother was so slow. How could he not remember that? Yes, it's Yan Yusin. Xiao Bao pouted, looking serious. Daddy, I don't want a stepmother. You can't divorce mommy to marry a stepmother. Yin Bao nodded, firmly stating, my only mom is comrade Xia Zhizhi. I don't want any other woman as my mom. Zhou Lingyun was both amused and exasperated. What are you all talking about? Don't worry, Daddy will always be with mommy and won't be taken away by anyone else. Right, wife? He said with a teasing smile, wrapping his arms tightly around Xia Zhizhi's slender waist, leaning down, his warm breath tickling her ear as he whispered softly. You ungrateful little thing, I would give you my heart, and you still doubt my feelings. Do you want me to dig it out for you to see? Xia Zhizhi's ears were sensitive, and she kept pushing the man away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Speak properly. Why are you getting so close? She pushed his face away, but her tone turned playful, lacking any real threat, only making it more tempting. Ignoring the 3 little ones, Zhou Lingyun couldn't help but kiss his wife's rosy cheek. All right, don't be angry. I never played with the daughter of the Yen family when we were kids, and I haven't seen her much since we grew up. I don't even remember what she looks like. Let's not get upset over someone irrelevant, okay? It was obvious that Yan Yusin must have belittled his wife's background, saying they were not a good match, or else his wife wouldn't be so upset. To be fair, the Yen family couldn't compare to the Zhou family. They were the ones trying to climb up. Whether it's a little or a lot, it's still climbing. Since they're both climbing, why should Yan Yusin look down on his wife? This man knows how to sweet talk. Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but smile, the frustration in her heart dissipating, and she decided not to dwell on it anymore. Shall we go shopping for clothes? What about the 3 kids? Should we take them with us? Daddy, I want to be with mommy. Jin Bao climbed onto the bed, snuggling into Xia Zhizhi's arms, showing he didn't want to be separated from her. Daddy, together. Daddy, Xiao Bao wants to go out and play too. Yin Bao and Xiao Bao looked eagerly at their dad, making it clear they didn't want to be left behind. Zhou Lingyun. He wasn't very keen on bringing the 3 little ones along. He tried to negotiate, Jin Bao, Yin Bao, Xiao Bao, Grandpa and Grandma want to play with you too. How about you stay here and keep them company? No, no. I want to be with Daddy and Mommy. After throwing a tantrum once, Xiao Bao had opened a new world of possibilities. When Daddy didn't agree, he wanted to scream. Fortunately, Xia Zhizhi was quick to cover the little guy's mouth, preventing any noise from escaping. Parents can't resist their children. No matter how much Zhou Lingyun tried to persuade them, the three little ones wouldn't listen. So, when they went shopping in the afternoon, the couple had no choice but to bring along their energetic kids. Zhou's parents, unwilling to let their grandsons face the cold wind, waved their hands and arranged for Zhou's father's car to pick up the family all day. If it were just Zhou Lingyun and Xia Zhizhi, they probably wouldn't have such a luxury and would have to ride their bikes. In fact, Xia Zhizhi and her family were benefiting from the three little ones. Compared to the dull countryside, B City truly lived up to being the capital, with people who were not only lively but also dressed much more stylishly than those in rural areas. In the family compound, Xia Zhizhi was criticized for wearing a plain, conservative dress by the sisters-in-law from the countryside. If she dressed like the girls from B City, wearing bright colors and heavy makeup, she would be looked down upon. While Xia Zhizhi was quietly reflecting on the differences in living standards and perceptions between the capital's people and those from the countryside, the jeep had already stopped in front of the friendship store. "Wife, we're here." Zhou Lingyun got out from the passenger seat and quickly opened the door, helping each of the three kids out of the car. "Wow, Mom. Is this the friendship store? So impressive." Little Bao was seeing such a grand store for the first time, clapping his hands in amazement. The friendship store was a 3-story building with a Western-style design, featuring large floor-to-ceiling windows that allowed people to see the products inside. Compared to the dull, low, and simple houses around, the friendship store was incredibly luxurious and exquisite. Jin Bao and Yin Bao were also impressed, though the two brothers managed to keep their composure better than their little brother, their sparkling eyes giving away their excitement. Xia Zhizhi covered her face in embarrassment. "Little Bao, can we not look so clueless?" It was really embarrassing. To Xia Zhizhi, even the high-end friendship store, which only accepted foreign exchange and US dollars, seemed ordinary. Any regular shop in the beast world would be more elegantly decorated. The three poor kids were just unaware of what they were missing. If they had memories from their previous lives, they would probably find the friendship store disappointing. Xia Zhizhi looked at her three kids with pity, then turned to tug on Zhou Lingyun's sleeve, asking, "Did you bring enough foreign exchange? I want to spend a lot today." "It should be enough. Mom gave me all the foreign exchange she saved up," Zhou Lingyun replied. "If it's not enough, I can ask a friend to exchange more later. Buy whatever you want. If we don't buy enough today, we can come back next time." Xia Zhizhi nodded happily. "Then let's hurry inside. I heard the friendship store has very fashionable imported items. I want to buy some nice clothes and shoes." Seeing this, Jin Bao, Yin Bao, and Little Bao shook Zhou Lingyun's arm, indicating they wanted to buy something too. Okay, we'll buy," Zhou Lingyun said. He was usually generous, especially with his own kids. He held Jin Bao with his left hand and Yin Bao with his right, carefully guiding Xia Zhizhi and Little Bao inside, trying to keep them from being jostled. At that moment, the friendship store wasn't open to everyone. It only served foreign guests or high-ranking officials. Their family entered using Zhou's mother's work ID. As they arrived, many people were coming and going at the entrance. Xia Zhizhi, being very beautiful, attracted a lot of attention. She didn't notice a pair of jealous eyes following her until she entered the friendship store. "Yusin, that must be Zhou Lingyun's rural wife. She looks so much worse than you." "I don't understand what Zhou Lingyun sees in her," said a girl with pigtails, wearing an old cotton coat, speaking with obvious jealousy. Only the foolish Yan Yusin couldn't pick up on her tone. It's all this village girl's fault for being shameless and clinging to Lingyun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married her," Yan Yusin said angrily. Lin Miao Miao bit her lip, regretting. If she had known Zhou Lingyun was so easy to manipulate, she would have tried to get close to him or even pursued him herself. If she had become a daughter-in-law of the Zhou family, she wouldn't have to flatter this foolish Yen Yusin for a little benefit. Yen Yusin should be the one flattering her. All right, enough talk. Let's hurry inside, Yen Yusin said, eager to see the village girl make a fool of herself. After saying that, she hurriedly pulled Lin Miao Miao inside. Perhaps because the friendship store catered to important figures or their families, the sales staff were very professional and didn't act arrogantly like those in regular department stores. When Xia Zhizhi expressed her desire to try on clothes, the staff politely assisted her and enthusiastically introduced her to the items. This warm service surprised Xia Zhizhi, who was used to indifferent salespeople. With the friendly staff and the high-quality, stylish imported goods, Xia Zhizhi quickly bought 2 wool coats, a long down jacket, 2 pairs of little leather boots, and a timeless black and gold Hermes crocodile leather bag. Now, she stood at the imported watch counter, debating which diamond-studded watch to buy, while 4 men nearby looked utterly bored. Jin Bao, Yin Bao, and Little Bao slumped their shoulders, internally crying. Wah, we never want to go shopping with Mom again. It's too scary. Mom, who seemed so gentle, turned hyperactive while shopping and couldn't stop for a moment. In just half an hour, they had explored all 3 floors. Zhou Lingyun was worse off than the 3 kids. Not only was he a relentless money machine, but he also had to help his wife evaluate the products. If he said something she didn't like, he would get a sharp look. For example, right now, wife, why don't you buy this platinum blue one? It's fresh and elegant, yet still luxurious, perfectly matching your style. Xia Zhizhi frowned, but I think this one with all the colorful diamonds looks better. Oh, the colorful diamonds do look better, so let's get the one with the colorful diamonds. Why do you have no opinion at all? Whatever I say goes. I asked for your opinion because I have trouble choosing. Just going along with whatever I say isn't helpful.
Huh.
Zhou Lingyun scratched his head, looking at the 2 watches in Xia Zhizhi's hands, feeling troubled. He really didn't understand how to appreciate these things. Why did his wife always have to challenge him? If it weren't for the limited foreign exchange in his hands, he would have bought them all for her. At this moment, Yen Yusin and her good friend finally arrived, panting heavily. Darn country bumpkin, no wonder you can run so fast. We had to search every shop and almost broke our legs to find you. Yen Yusin was furious, especially seeing Ling Yun, who had always been cold to her, treating the village girl Xia Zhizhi so kindly. Even when Xia Zhizhi was making a fuss, Ling Yun remained attentive and patient. This made her lose her temper completely. She stepped forward and pointed at Xia Zhizhi's nose. You country bumpkin, don't go too far. Being with Ling Yun is your luck from several lifetimes. Just because you had a few kids, don't think you can boss Ling Yun around. If you do, I'll definitely tell Aunt Zhou. She glanced at the exquisite diamond watch in Xia Zhizhi's hand and then at the full bags in Ling Yun's hands, feeling jealousy rise in her throat. She muttered angrily, sure enough, poor people suddenly getting rich can't handle it. Who raised such a waste? I don't know how Ling Yun could be so blind to like someone like her. Yen Yusin's voice wasn't low, and people nearby heard her clearly. They looked at Xia Zhizhi with disdain, some even pointing at her. So this little wife is from the countryside? I can't believe it. Not only is she beautiful, but her style is also more fashionable than city folks. Didn't you hear her? Poor people suddenly getting rich are willing to spend money. Who wouldn't look good with money? That's why it's important to find a daughter-in-law from a good family. I won't choose someone so shallow for my son, spending money recklessly. How could a mother-in-law be happy about that? Yeah, isn't that how so-and-so's daughter-in-law is? Hearing the crowd's comments, Zhou Lingyun's face darkened, and he radiated coldness. No man could stand by and watch his wife being bullied, even if it was by a woman. He stepped forward, his gaze heavy as he stared at Yen Yusin, his tone icy. Excuse me, but it's not up to you, a stranger, to comment on my wife. Please apologize to her for your insulting words. After years of military service, his imposing presence made Yen Yusin tremble. Xia Zhizhi didn't feel relieved. Instead, she shot Zhou Lingyun a fierce glare. Useless. You can't even stand up for your wife. What good is an apology? What do we need the police for? In this situation, she should slap back. Determined, Xia Zhizhi put down her watch, walked up to Yen Yusin, and slapped her hard, sending Yen Yusin stumbling back several steps. Yen Yusin, do you think you can push me around? If you dare bark at me again, I'll slap you again. Yen Yusin covered her stinging face, incredulous as she stared at Xia Zhizhi. You village girl, how dare you hit me? Xia Zhizhi scoffed. Who do you think you are? Why wouldn't I hit you? Do you know who my dad is? Yen Yusin glared at Xia Zhizhi. Watch out, my dad will make you regret this. Who is your dad? Why are you asking me? Xia Zhizhi shrugged, rolling her eyes. I'm not your mom. Who knows which man she had you with? Zhou Lingyun swallowed hard, his cold demeanor vanishing as he stared blankly at his wife's back. Wait, is my wife really this fierce? She just came out swinging. I clearly underestimated her. What did you say? You called me stupid. Yen Yusin, with her smooth brain, only registered the insult, her anger boiling over. You filthy woman, hitting me is one thing, but you insulted me. I'll make you pay. Screaming, she raised her hand to strike Xia Zhizhi. Bad woman, don't bully my mom. ×3 before Xia Zhizhi could react, 3 little kids rushed out like little bulls, punching and kicking Yen Yusin. Bad woman. We don't want you as our stepmom. Don't even think about it. Dad belongs to mom. You can't ruin their relationship. If you try to charm my dad, I'll beat you up. Jin Bao was clever, wanting to put their side in the moral high ground, exposing Yen Yusin's intentions. Sure enough, as soon as they spoke, the crowd, who initially sided with Yen Yusin, turned against her. What? So, this girl wants to ruin their marriage? I see why she was so quick to criticize them. She has her own hidden motives. She looks innocent, but her thoughts are so malicious. Just because she comes from a better background, she thinks she can destroy someone's marriage. Ugh. The sales clerk at the watch counter was stunned. Jin Bao was clever, wanting to put their side in the moral high ground, exposing Yen Yusin's intentions. Sure enough, this is a place for valuable items. Don't break anything. Hey kids, stop fighting. You can't fight here. Please, can someone stop them? This little one may be small, but she hits hard. I can't hold them back. Xia Zhizhi and Zhou Lingyun, worried about causing damage, exchanged glances and quickly moved to separate Yen Yusin and the kids. All right, enough. If you want to fight, let's go outside. Xia Zhizhi held Yen Yusin's hands tightly, pinning her to the ground, not giving her a chance to fight back. Not only did Yen Yusin fail to slap Xia Zhizhi, but she was also being beaten by her own kids, making her feel like she was going crazy, crying loudly. You're bullying me too much. You're all bullying me. Zhou Lingyun, holding one child in each hand and another at his feet, felt overwhelmed. Jin Bao, Yin Bao, Xiao Bao, let's stop. If we break something in the store, Dad can't afford it. Sigh. Why do these kids have such fierce tempers? They just jump into fights. How will he explain this to his dad? In the Zhou family's living room, there was silence. An eerie silence. Zhou's father and mother sat on the sofa with dark expressions, silently scrutinizing their unfortunate son and daughter-in-law. Seeing their son's family of 5 standing in a row, heads down and looking defeated, made them feel angry. Zhou's father took a deep breath. As a father-in-law, he couldn't say much about his daughter-in-law, so he turned his gaze to his son. Zhou Lingyun, he suddenly shouted, startling Xia Zhizhi, who looked up at her father-in-law in confusion. Seeing his stern face, she quickly lowered her head, feeling like a quail. Wow, her father-in-law was indeed intimidating, having come from the battlefield and held a high position for many years. His presence was far more frightening than Zhou Lingyun's. Zhou Lingyun was used to being scolded by his father. Reflexively, he straightened his legs, raised his hand in salute, and shouted, "Yes. Tell me what happened today. Why did you allow your wife and children to attack comrade Yen Yusin in public?" Zhou's father asked coldly, with a hint of disappointment. Zhou Lingyun hesitated. Can I say I didn't react at the time? Jin Bao, not wanting to see his dad being scolded, bravely stepped forward, his little face serious, and said, "Grandpa, I don't think we did anything wrong."
Oh.
Zhou's father looked at Jin Bao with an intense gaze, showing no mercy, just because he was his favorite grandson. He coldly asked, if that's not wrong, then what is? Perhaps because Jin Bao was extraordinary and never ordinary, he remained calm in the face of his grandfather's overwhelming presence. "Grandpa, that Aunt Yen Yusin was really out of line and unreasonable. Relying on her better background than Mom's, she kept picking on Mom and belittling her. If we didn't teach her a lesson, she might get even more arrogant in the future. Mom only slapped her, not reporting her for ruining a military marriage and sending her to a military court was already showing mercy. What else does she want? What can the Yen family do to us?" Given the power difference between the two families, if Yan's father were smart, he wouldn't dare to come seeking justice over such an obviously weak issue. Not only would he not dare to confront them, but he might even punish Yen Yusin, this foolish woman, behind closed doors. Zhou's father looked at his eldest grandson in surprise, paused for a moment, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you really think that way? Have you considered that the Yen family might be temporarily pretending to be weak, holding a grudge? If they gain power in the future, they might retaliate tenfold." Jin Bao frowned, looking at Zhou's father with confusion, his eyes clearly saying, "Grandpa, how could you ask such a silly question? Isn't it obvious? We must not give them a chance to rise. With your position, Grandpa, it shouldn't be hard to suppress potential rivals discreetly. From small signs, it's clear that a family that raises such a brainless and shameless daughter must have poor values. The head of the Yen family is certainly not reliable. It's better for you to kick them out of your circle early. Don't let a moment of weakness lead to trouble from such morally low people." Zhou's father. Wow. His grandson was so clever and cunning at such a young age. He was truly a good candidate for politics. While feeling speechless, he was also proud. Heaven truly favored the Zhou family, breaking the tradition of only having one son and sending them such a brilliant grandson. Thinking this way, all his dissatisfaction with Xia Zhizhi, the reckless daughter-in-law, vanished. Just because she gave birth to several smart and strong grandsons, he could only feel satisfied with her. One shouldn't be too ungrateful, otherwise they might face consequences. Zhou's father smiled widely, but, remembering the Yen girl who almost got hurt, he controlled his joy and cleared his throat. "Almost got confused by you, kid. Regardless, it's wrong to fight in public. It's better to resolve conflicts privately. Preferably, use others to do the dirty work, making yourself invisible so the opposing side is left confused and unable to complain." Jin Bao looked serious and nodded slightly, showing he understood. What a coincidence. He thought the same way. If it weren't for his mom's impulsiveness today, he wouldn't have done something so outrageous as beating someone with his brother. He was determined to be a refined gentleman in the future and didn't want to ruin his image. He hoped to grow up quickly. When he gains power and rises to a high position, he would make those who bullied his mom regret it. Jin Bao seemed to have a good temper on the surface, but he was actually quite petty and held grudges. As a 24K pure gold mama's boy, if you offended him, he might let you off. But if you offended his mom, well, you could only wish for good luck. Little Bao was very perceptive. Seeing his grandpa finally calm down, he quickly chimed in with a grin, "Grandpa, we were actually quite lenient. If we had used all our strength against that bad aunt, she would probably be lying in bed with broken bones right now." Jin Bao, who had been standing straight-faced, pursed his lips, deep in thought. Since they couldn't go all out in public, he definitely needed to take his brother's back later to beat that bad aunt again. He wouldn't stop until she was unrecognizable to see if she dared to bully his mom again. No wonder they came from the same womb. These guys were all equally cunning and vengeful. Zhou's father. Should I praise you for being merciful? What they didn't know was that their mercy didn't improve Yen Yusin's situation much. Right now, her thighs were bruised and painful, with hardly any good flesh left. She was lying at home, angrily cursing Xia Zhizhi and her children. Sure enough, people from the countryside are rude, ready to fight without shame. Those lowly people gave birth to a bunch of little brats. Those kids are no good either, full of bad intentions at such a young age. They'll end up in jail one day. Just then, Yan's father walked in and heard this. His already gloomy face darkened further, and he slapped his daughter across her face, which still bore the marks of the earlier slap. Wretched girl, how dare you speak nonsense? Yan's mother, who followed in, was unhappy and pushed Yan's father away, immediately starting a dramatic scene of shouting and arguing. Before the establishment of the new flower country, Yan's mother was a well-known figure in the 8 great alleys. She was skilled in singing, dancing, and playing instruments, and she knew how to handle men with ease. Yan grew up beside her mother, learning some of her mother's tricks, enough to manage someone as rough as her father. Whenever her father got angry, all she had to do was use her skills, soften her voice, and sing or perform, and he would quickly soften too. Unfortunately, this time was different. This time it was about her future, and no matter how sweetly she sang, it wouldn't matter. So, her father ignored her wife's crying and insisted on dragging his daughter, who was lying in bed in pain, to the Zhou family to apologize to Zhou Lingyun's wife. Yan Yusin. Is this really my stepdad? He didn't even see that her legs were bruised and she couldn't stand straight, yet he still wanted her to apologize to the one who caused her pain. How could he be so harsh with her? As the head of the family, Yan's father was the pillar of the Yan household. When he got angry, no one dared to oppose him. So, despite her reluctance, Yan Yusin was eventually dragged to the Zhou family by her father, tears in her eyes. Yan's mother, knowing the situation, quickly followed after wiping her face, not daring to show any more defiance. At the Zhou family, seeing Yan Yusin, who was clearly unhappy but had to apologize under her father's pressure, Xia Zhizhi felt satisfied. It had been a long time since she experienced the thrill of exerting power over someone. However, Yan Yusin, what are you mumbling about? I can't hear you clearly. She pretended to clean her ears and smiled at Yan Yusin, looking down on her in a way that was more infuriating than slapping her. Yan Yusin was furious and spoke without thinking. Country bumpkin, don't go too far. Who do you think you are? Slap. Before she could finish, a hard slap sent her stumbling forward, forcing her to swallow the rest of her words. Yan's father shouted, Yan Yusin, how can you speak like that? Such a foolish child, completely lacking sense. To belittle someone in front of their in-laws shows no concern for the consequences for him as her father. Dad, you hit me again. Yan Yusin felt like the sky was falling. Her father used to dote on her, always telling her to please Aunt Zhou so she could marry into the Zhou family. Why was he now blaming her for everything? She was not going to accept this. Seeing her daughter's foolishness, Yan's mother worried that it would only anger her husband further. She shot Yan Yusin a don't say anything foolish look and quickly pulled on Yan's father's arm, softly soothing him. Old Yan, don't be angry. You know our Yusin never thinks before she speaks. Yan's father continued to scold her, pointing at her nose, and then turned his anger on Yan's mother, blaming her for spoiling their daughter. It was all wrong, except for his own mistakes. Jin Bao, who had been sitting beside his grandfather watching the drama unfold, rolled his eyes internally. This family, so seemingly perfect, couldn't even act properly. Their future was limited. Jin Bao, wise beyond his years, could see through their insincerity and hypocrisy. Yin Bao and Xiao Bao, however, were not so perceptive. The two little ones sat beside their grandmother, watching the family drama unfold with wide eyes, completely engrossed. Zhou's mother, holding the two chubby kids, felt a complicated mix of emotions. She couldn't help but wonder how she had ever found Yan Yusin appealing, such a little fool. She wasn't much better than a rural daughter-in-law, and sometimes even more embarrassing. Ahem. Seeing this situation, Zhou's father felt it was time to stop being a bystander. He cleared his throat and gave his son a look. Lingyun, didn't you say you were taking your wife out to meet your childhood friends tonight? It's getting late, and it will be dark soon. You should head out. Since the Yan family had already reached this point, Allowing their daughter-in-law to act up would be pushing it. It was better to send the troublemaking daughter-in-law away. Zhou Lingyun, coming from a prominent family, understood his father's hint immediately. He took his wife's hand and stood up. "All right, Mom and Dad, we'll head out now. Don't wait for us for dinner, we'll eat out." Although Xia Zhizhi didn't like to think too much or play mind games, she understood the situation. Since the head of the family had spoken, she had no choice but to comply. It was a pity she couldn't tease Yan Yusin a bit longer. Zhou Lingyun was unhappy about the Yan family's constant schemes against him and their daughter's malicious insults towards his wife, but he didn't show it. He still maintained proper etiquette. After all, Yan's father was of the same generation as his own father, and leaving without saying goodbye would be rude. He nodded slightly in Yan's father's direction. "Uncle Yan, Aunt Yan, my wife and I have something to attend to, so we'll be leaving now." "All right, since you have something to do, hurry along." Yan's father smiled, showing none of the anger he had just displayed. Xia Zhizhi, feeling bold, rolled her eyes openly before heading upstairs to grab her new down jacket. Since their daughter had called her a country bumpkin, she had no intention of giving them any good looks. Besides, she didn't believe their daughter's disdainful attitude towards her wasn't something they had encouraged. Outside, snowflakes began to fall, swirling down in large clumps, quickly covering the ground with a thin layer of white. As soon as Xia Zhizhi stepped outside, she instinctively slipped her hand into Zhou Lingyun's pocket, feeling the warmth. Her cold little hand nestled into his warm grip. "Hee, Zhou Lingyun, your hand is still warm." Zhou Lingyun smiled indulgently, wrapping his hand around her little fist, clearly used to her little gestures. "Today, I'm taking you to meet a few childhood friends. Besides the one you already know, Xiong Ziyuan, the others work in the capital." He patiently introduced his friends to Xia Zhizhi, and by the time they arrived at the private restaurant hidden in an alley, Xia Zhizhi already knew the names of Zhou Lingyun's childhood friends. "Lingyun, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you guys." A tall man with a playful smile greeted Zhou Lingyun with a couple of friendly punches on his shoulder. The sound was loud but not painful. Zhou Lingyun chuckled helplessly. "It's just that we ran into a little trouble, which delayed us. Have Monkey and Jinzi arrived? They're already here, just waiting for you too." After that, Xiaoyun turned to Xia Zhizhi, smiling as he greeted her. "So, this is the legendary sister-in-law? I've heard so much about you. I'm Xiaoyun, a good buddy of Lingyun since childhood." Xia Zhizhi was curious about how she had become so famous, but felt shy to ask, so she just nodded slightly. "Hello, I'm Xia Zhizhi." However, Xiaoyun was quite talkative and didn't wait for her to ask. He spilled all the rumors about Xia Zhizhi from the courtyard. Blah blah blah. These rumors were probably spread by that Yan Yusin woman, completely demonizing you. If I hadn't seen you in person today, I would have thought you were the rough, dark-skinned, and crude image described by those gossiping aunties. Now that he saw her, he realized that while the rumors weren't entirely false, they were far from the truth. Zhou Lingyun's wife, just by her looks and demeanor, could easily surpass 99.99% of women in the country. She was a delicate and charming little fairy. He thought to himself, with how clever Zhou Lingyun was, there was no way he would casually get involved with a village girl unless he was genuinely interested. Like attracts like and people form groups. Zhou Lingyun is a cunning man, and those who can be friends with him are not foolish. Not to mention, Zhou Lingyun genuinely loves his wife. Even if he didn't, she is still a member of the Zhou family and they wouldn't openly show disrespect. Lan Yun, Su Jiejie, and the others have been reminded by their men to treat Xia Zhizhi with great enthusiasm since her arrival, each trying hard to come up with topics to catch her attention. I forgot to mention, the Zhou family is quite influential. Zhou's father is at the top of the power hierarchy. Zhou Lingyun's friends have less impressive backgrounds. Some even have fathers who have passed away, and their families are declining. It's no wonder their women try so hard to please Xia Zhizhi. Even if she once was a sparrow, she has now worked hard to become a phoenix, a fortune that many envy. Have you seen how many beautiful girls from B City, regardless of their backgrounds, try to get close to Zhou Lingyun? He doesn't even look at them, and they all end up disappointed. It was at this moment that Xia Zhizhi began to understand from their words. So, Zhou Lingyun is a sly man pretending to be aloof. He had fallen for her at first sight but acted like it was nothing. In the beginning of their marriage, she had to put in a lot of effort to win him over, using all sorts of tricks. He must have felt so pleased during that time. Humph. Xia Zhizhi gritted her teeth in anger, casting several dark glances at the man drinking with his buddies. Except for Xia Zhizhi, everyone else in the room was emotionally intelligent and knew their boundaries. Xia Zhizhi felt a bit flattered by the attention from Zhou Lingyun's friends' wives. Before leaving, she exchanged contact information with Lan Yun and Su Jiejia, promising to keep in touch. They even planned to go shopping together after the new year. When the couple got home, it was already past 9. The living room was dark, and Zhou Lingyun turned on the lights. With a click, the dim light filled the empty room with a bit of warmth.
Hey?
It's New Year's Eve. Aren't Mom and Dad staying up tonight? Xia Zhizhi took off her down jacket, shook off the snowflakes, hung it on the rack, and looked around, puzzled, at the man sipping tea. And what about Jinbao, Yinbao, and Xiaobao? Are they already asleep? That's not like them. The 3 kids are full of energy. It's unusual for them not to be noisy at night. Zhou Lingyun paused his tea drinking, helplessly saying, "Did you forget? At lunch, Mom and Dad said they were taking the kids to watch the Spring Festival Gala tonight. Otherwise, on New Year's Eve, when families gather, how could he take her out to dinner with friends?" Xia Zhizhi's beautiful eyes were momentarily confused. Did they say that? I don't remember. Could it be her memory was failing? That shouldn't be. She has a remarkable memory. Suddenly, a flash of realization hit her. I remember now. I was busy planning how to make things difficult for Yen Yusin that afternoon. Mom might have said something, but I just absent-mindedly agreed and didn't pay attention. Jinbao is known for his cleverness, and he had quietly told her there was an 80% chance the Yen family would bring Yen Yusin to apologize. She was so happy to hear that, thinking about how to make things hard for Yen Yusin, that she didn't even listen to what Mom said. Thinking of this, she felt a bit embarrassed, cleared her throat, and pretended nothing happened as she turned on the TV and sat next to Zhou Lingyun. Honestly, I've never watched the Spring Festival Gala. Let's watch it together. Maybe we'll see the 3 kids on TV. In a parallel universe, please don't delve too deeply into the details. Xia Zhizhi leaned against Zhou Lingyun's solid chest, his warm hand resting on her waist, both focused on the gala. The gala was live, and any mistake could lead to a disaster. The performers had been chosen 6 months in advance and practiced diligently to avoid mistakes on the day of the performance. Each act was impressive due to their hard work. One skit had a line messed up, but the actors quickly adapted and recovered, turning the mistake into a highlight of the show. Perhaps the triplets were too adorable and looked alike, as the camera caught them at least 3 times. Xia Zhizhi went from excited to accustomed to it by the end. What a world that values looks. Before finishing the Spring Festival Gala, Xia Zhizhi became extremely sleepy, her arms hanging softly around Zhou Lingyun's neck, playfully asking him to carry her to wash up and sleep. Xia Zhizhi smelled like a fragrant sachet with a jasmine scent. After leaning against Zhou Lingyun for over an hour, his smell of alcohol was replaced by her fragrance, making him smell delightful. However, since he had been drinking, they still needed to shower, which turned into a romantic bath. They moved from the bathroom to the bed, not even noticing when Zhou's parents returned. The next morning, Zhou Lingyun woke Xia Zhizhi early. After eating the dumplings made by Zhou's mother and receiving the red envelopes from her in-laws, she took the 3 kids out to pay New Year visits. In just one morning, the 3 kids collected nearly 1,000 yuan in red envelopes. What does 1,000 yuan mean now? It's equivalent to 3 years' salary for an average worker, enough to buy a 150 square meter house in the capital. Wow. The triplets became rich at such a young age. Xia Zhizhi felt increasingly uneasy about it. So, in a fit of anger, Xia Zhizhi returned home and immediately confiscated all the red envelopes from the 3 kids. As she stuffed the money into her bag, she said, Mom will keep this money for you. If you want to spend it later, just ask me. Hee. Whether she gives it to them later is entirely up to her, right? The three kids clearly didn't understand their mother's cunning plan and quickly nodded in agreement. In the afternoon, they happily followed their grandparents to visit Grandpa's friends, returning with another large sum of red envelopes. After this new year, Xia Zhizhi felt like she had made a fortune. But this was just the beginning. The real treasure to be gained was still ahead. For some unknown reason, Zhou's parents had no relatives visiting, and their only child was Zhou Lingyun. After the lively first day of the new year, the atmosphere became completely quiet. During this time, Xia Zhizhi left her three treasures with her in-laws for entertainment and went out with Zhou Lingyun to explore the world. They visited all the famous attractions in B City and took photos for memories. However, their time alone lasted only 2 days, as Zhou's parents returned to work on the 4th day. With the kids around, the couple couldn't focus on enjoying themselves. They were always on alert, afraid their child might be taken by traffickers. During their outings, Xia Zhizhi made good use of her time and learned the locations of the opportunities prepared for Qin Meng by the heavens. She found an excuse to go shopping for clothes with Lan Yun and Su Jiejia, freeing herself from the 4 clingy men. Then, she casually passed by those locations and took all the treasures inside. Some treasures still had owners, but those owners were not good people, likely similar to enemies, preparing to smuggle the treasures overseas. So, before they could transport them, Xia Zhizhi took the opportunity to grab the treasures they had hidden elsewhere. The guards, following their leader, opened the door to an empty storage room. Ghosts. There are ghosts here. It was full just a minute ago. But in the blink of an eye, everything was gone. Completely gone. After taking the items, Xia Zhizhi quickly left and sent an anonymous tip to the police, completely unaware of the psychological impact she left on these enemy-like individuals. Losing their possessions was one thing. Now they faced imprisonment and even the death penalty, sob. Notably, during her scavenging, she inadvertently saw Wei Hongyan and Liang Chaowen, a couple from the same train carriage. Unfortunately, this pair of cheap daughter and son-in-law only received 2 days of good treatment from Wei's parents. Xia Zhizhi discovered that not only Wei Hongyan but also Wei's parents were not good people. They had embezzled a large sum of money from somewhere, so she took that too. When they found all their treasures missing, Wei's parents, in their anger, kicked them out of the house. Later, they realized that the things hidden outside were also gone, and the couple unanimously believed their daughter and son-in-law brought them bad luck. Their plan to help the young couple return to the city after the new year was ruined, and they insisted they should never come back. Once, while shopping at a department store with Lan Yun, Xia Zhizhi witnessed Wei Hongyan kneeling and begging her mother. That person was crying and snotting all over. Where was the arrogant demeanor from before? This trip to B City was quite fruitful, filling the newly built storage space to the brim. B City truly lived up to its reputation as a gathering place for noble families. The items looted this time were of much better quality than what she had taken from her hometown. Xia Zhizhi. I can rely on these treasures to live comfortably in the future. Happy days always pass quickly, and before she knew it, it was the 13th day of the new year, the day Xia Zhizhi's family was leaving. On the afternoon of their departure, Zhou's parents suggested taking the afternoon off to see them off. Of course, Zhou Lingyun and Xia Zhizhi were just an excuse. They mainly couldn't bear to part with their 3 precious grandsons. Xia Zhizhi stood with her arms crossed, watching Zhou's mother tearfully hug her grandson and Zhou's father, with red eyes, reminding the 3 treasures to call them every week. She felt curious. Are human emotions really this intense? Isn't the bond between generations supposed to be different? They had only known each other for a little over 10 days, yet they were so reluctant to part. Her own parents hadn't shown such reluctance when they left. Zhou's parents. Of course, the in-laws knew their children would return soon, so they wouldn't feel sad. They were different. Their son's vacation was over, and their daughter-in-law was cold-hearted. They probably wouldn't see their grandsons for another 3 years.
Who wouldn't feel hurt by that?
Time doesn't stop for anyone, and soon it was time for the train to arrive. Worried about his grandson's safety, Zhou's father personally escorted his son's family onto the train using his authority. He also informed the train staff to help feed his son's family at the right time and asked the police to keep an eye on the carriage where his grandsons were, to prevent any danger. With Zhou's father pulling strings, Xia Ziji's return journey was much more comfortable than the trip there. Aside from needing to go to the restroom by themselves, someone helped them with meals and water, especially with special treatment during meals. Indeed, no matter the time, the privileged class always has it easier. 6 years later, in a spacious forest, the trees were lush, wild grass grew freely, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the silence, startling the birds that were resting, causing them to flap their wings and fly away in a flurry.
Ha ha ha.
Elder brother, second brother, I finally awaken my powers. I finally awaken my powers. Ha ha ha, I finally awaken my powers. Little Bao, now a young boy, suddenly vanished and reappeared in another spot. In no time, he flashed from hundreds of meters away to Jin Bao and Yin Bao's side, not giving them a chance to speak, grabbing their hands and disappearing, flashing, disappearing, continuously teleporting. Half an hour later, the three appeared on top of another mountain, disheveled in the wind. Jin Bao remained silent for a long time, then raised his hand and hit Little Bao's forehead, frustrated. I told you not to show off, and now you can't move, can you? Awakening your powers and acting recklessly. Aren't you afraid of exhausting them and damaging your foundation? Yin Bao glanced at him coolly and smirked. You know how Little Bao is. He never remembers lessons, no matter how much he gets scolded. Little Bao pouted. Elder brother, second brother, I was just a bit too excited and forgot what Mom said. Next time, I'll definitely be careful. Jin Bao glared at him. You better be, or watch out for your second brother's fists. Well, as the three treasures grew, their personalities became more distinct. Jin Bao was clever and cunning, or rather a sly fox, skilled at manipulating others and often playing adults like puppets. Yin Bao was aloof and sharp-tongued, steady in character and the strongest in combat, often used by Jin Bao as a muscle. Little Bao was lively, mischievous, and fearless, except when his two brothers teamed up against him. Last month, Jin Bao and Yin Bao awakened their powers one after the other. Jin Bao awakened mental and shadow powers, while Yin Bao awakened wind powers. A month later, Little Bao finally awakened his spatial powers after much anticipation. Family area, a fierce battle was underway. Screams and jeers filled the air.
Slap. Slap.
A disheveled woman was slapping a beautiful young girl in a white floral dress, cursing as she did so. You shameless fox. You know Yang Songqian is married, yet you act like a fly, buzzing around him all day, making eyes and posing. Are you not cheap? Are you not? With each insult, she slapped the girl again. A man nearby watched the girl getting hit with concern but didn't dare intervene. The onlookers were not blind. They could see the tension between the two women and pointed, getting more excited. Wow, it seems the new Captain Yang really has something going on with that fox from the art troupe. Look at how worried he looks. It's written all over his face. Chow Lily is such a flirt, completely shameless. She only goes after married men, causing chaos in our family area. We can't have a moment of peace. She's making a big scene now. She must be desperate. Her behavior is inappropriate, chasing after married men, and the military wives she's harmed have reported her out of anger. She's about to be sent back home with a stain on her record, and she knows she won't get ahead there. So, she's trying to latch onto this new guy. She's made a mistake. Captain Yang's wife is much tougher than others and doesn't care about her husband's career. She's ready to fight back. With the way Captain Yang's wife is acting, it looks like Chow Lily is really in trouble. She might end up in a military court. Xia Zhiji didn't expect that after so many years, seeing Yen Yusen again would be at a scene of her being beaten for being a mistress. Years ago, after Xia Zhiji was sent away by her father-in-law, she didn't know what he discussed with Yan's father in the study. She only knew that shortly after the Lantern Festival, Yan's father forcefully married his daughter off to someone far away. Of course, Xia Zhizhi learned all this later from Lan Yun and the others through letters. She heard that the man was also a soldier, but the Yan family didn't reveal any details about his background. Since Yan Yusin got married, she hadn't returned to her family, and even if people wanted to inquire, they couldn't find out anything. However, seeing how the Yan family avoided the topic, it seemed they weren't from a good background. Especially after witnessing the current scene, Xia Zhizhi's thoughts were confirmed. Years had passed, and Yan Yusin was no longer the confident and proud girl she once was. She looked like a woman beaten down by life, acting jealous and bitter. Her past actions had come back to haunt her. Once, she tried to meddle in Xia Zhizhi's marriage, and now her own marriage was being disrupted by another woman. Isn't this a cycle of karma? Xia Zhizhi felt a sense of schadenfreude for a while, until the political officer's wife arrived to break up the fight and took the people away. With no more drama to watch, she leisurely returned home. "Mom, are there any fruits at home? I'm thirsty and want to eat some." Xia Zhizhi habitually called for her mother as soon as she got home. "Mom? Mom, are you home?" She searched the bedroom and kitchen but couldn't find her. She even checked the vegetable garden in the backyard, but still no one was there. Sigh. She probably went up the mountain to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms again. Not wanting to rummage through the kitchen, Xia Zhizhi picked a tender cucumber and a ripe tomato from the garden, washed them in cold water, and sat down in a rocking chair under the tree to eat. The vegetables from the garden didn't taste as good as those from her special space, but Xia Zhizhi didn't mind. They quenched her thirst. She finished them quickly. After eating, she felt unsatisfied and wanted some savory snacks. Just as she was about to get up and grab some spicy beef jerky from her bedroom drawer, she was interrupted by her 3 children rushing in.
Mom, Mom, Mom.
The 3 kids, just like their mother, immediately called for her upon entering. Little Bao's face was full of joy as he ran up to Xia Zhizhi, saying, "Mom, I finally awakened my special ability. It's a space ability." Though excited, he lowered his voice, mindful of the neighbors. Xia Zhizhi wasn't surprised by this news, but to keep her child from feeling disappointed, she exaggeratedly praised him, saying, "Really? Sanbao is amazing. A space ability is very useful." She gave him a thumbs up. Space abilities are a broad concept, including space jumping, teleportation, hiding in alternate spaces, space storage, and space slicing. The higher the level, the stronger the ability. Especially the highest level of space slicing, which can kill without a trace. Hearing his mother's praise, little Bao smiled widely. "Don't worry, Mom. I will practice hard to become even better than my brothers." Jin Bao and Yin Bao rolled their eyes, too lazy to respond to their boastful little brother. Watching her proud son, Xia Zhizhi worried he might accidentally reveal his ability outside or show signs of it in front of Zhou Lingyun. She couldn't help but sternly warn him, "Only our family of 4 should know about your abilities. No one else can find out, not even your dad, understand? And Jin Bao and Yin Bao, you too. No matter how much your dad and grandparents seem to love you, don't easily reveal your secrets. People's hearts can't withstand tests. Let's not test them casually, okay?" Jin Bao put away his smile and said, "Seriously, I understand, Mom. If Dad finds out, there's a good chance he'll report our situation, and we might lose our freedom." At this point, there were already some special talents in this area, but most were superpowers related to strength, speed, or hearing, far less impressive than the 3 kids' abilities. If the government found out about their powers, they might immediately recruit them into special departments for training. The 3 kids were raised by Xia Zhizhi, who had a completely warped perspective. They didn't think much about national loyalty. While not selfish, they prioritize their own interests. When they grow up, they might want to achieve something and voluntarily report their special abilities to increase their value in the eyes of their leaders. But for now, they were still dependent on their parents and didn't want to lose their freedom or take on responsibilities that weren't meant for their age. Especially Jin Bao, who was clever and cunning, always putting his interests first, would never give up his easy and free life to serve the country without a clear benefit. Xia Zhizhi raised her hand and gently patted Jin Bao's head with a sense of pride. Although this child is only 8 years old, thanks to the support from his grandparents and his mother occasionally nourishing him with her powers, he has grown to over 1.5 meters tall with a strong physique and good nutrition. He stands out among his peers. Every time she sees him surrounded by 3 kids who are almost as tall as he is, Xiaojiji feels a strange mix of safety and suffocation. The safety comes from the children's impressive strength. The suffocation arises from how unappealing they are becoming. Who would have thought that a child of just 8 years could lose all their baby fat and grow into a tough little warrior? They look nothing like the soft and cute children they should be. Xiaojiji almost thought these were her little ones born from a time-traveling encounter with beasts. If it weren't for their delicate and refined faces that resemble hers, she wouldn't dare to imagine how unattractive these kids might be. She silently complained and then spoke again, still expressing thoughts that didn't align with current socialist core values. Your abilities are your trump cards and your confidence. Even if you want to follow in your father and grandfather's footsteps and join the army, you can't reveal all your cards. You need to hide some and show some. If you don't want to join the army, then never reveal that you have special abilities. Otherwise, you won't be able to take revenge on anyone secretly in the future. Just thinking about it feels frustrating. Just like her, who, over the years, has accumulated countless treasures, antiques, and artworks, filling her storage space to the brim. If those in power knew about her abilities, Xiaojiji wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. At this point, Jinbao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mom, what exactly is your ability?" Xiaojiji had kept her space powers a secret for 27 years, and the 3 kids only knew a little about her special ability to help people recover their health. After awakening his psychic powers, Jinbao's sixth sense was enhanced, making him realize that his mother's abilities might be more than what she had revealed. "Mom, I want to know. Just tell me." Her eldest son's rare display of affection caught Xiaojiji off guard. She pulled her arm away in disgust and said, "Speak properly and don't come near me with that sweaty body." Seeing that not only Jinbao was curious, but also Yinbao and Xiaobao were looking at her with bright eyes, she paused and finally relented. "My ability is similar to healing powers, but this ability is innate to my soul, so it doesn't enhance your bodies like your awakened powers do. Children born from Marizi are all absolute mama's boys, more obedient than the most loyal servants. She doesn't worry about them betraying her or revealing her abilities. It's fine to share a bit with them. As long as you have breath, I can bring you back, even if you lose limbs or your head. That's the strongest mother for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't hold such a high position in the beast world." The 3 kids' eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Mom is amazing. With such a strong mother backing them, they could do whatever they wanted. Fortunately, Xiaojiji was unaware of what the 3 little ones were thinking, or else she would definitely have treated each of them to a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. She sternly warned the 3 kids that this matter was known only to the 4 of them and must never be told to a 5th person, or she would not let them off the hook. It was the first time the 3 kids saw their mother so serious, and they nodded repeatedly in fear. "Don't worry, Mom. We won't say a word to anyone, not even to Dad." Since their mother also has powers, the 3 kids believed they inherited their abilities from her. Feeling even closer to their mother, they thought of her as their only kindred spirit in the family, and they were overjoyed. Woo-woo. Thankfully, they all inherited from their mom, unlike their dad, who, aside from his good family background, is just an ordinary person in every other way. He doesn't deserve their beautiful and extraordinary mother. That evening, when Zhou Lingyun returned home, he was met with the sympathetic gazes of his 3 sons, and his face darkened instantly. "What are you little rascals looking at? Did you get into trouble again?" The 3 sons were becoming more mischievous as they grew, often disappearing for days. Zhou Lingyun found it hard to feel any fatherly love for them now. Especially today, when he was called to the office by a teacher for skipping class, he felt utterly humiliated. Thinking of this, Zhou Lingyun's anger flared up, and he grabbed each of them by the collar. Quickly unbuckling his belt, he snapped it in his hands and looked down at his sturdy sons with a cold expression. "Now, tell me why you skipped class again today. If your reason doesn't satisfy me, you won't escape from tonight's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Bloodline pressure is no joke. At the moment Zhou Lingyun pulled out his belt, the three kids shivered in unison. Xiaobao, in particular, fearfully covered his bottom and shrank behind his two brothers, hoping they would shield him. Although the three kids were now strong and possessed powers, their strength was on par with their father, a seasoned soldier. But, due to their innate respect for their father and unconditional love for their mother, they seemed to have a fear of their father's authority ingrained in their DNA. Faced with him, they dared not resist at all, huddling together like frightened quails. As the eldest son, Jinbao had to step forward. "Dad, we didn't mean to skip class today." He glanced quickly at his father, who remained expressionless and cold, and then explained the reason for skipping class, mixing truth and lies. "Dad, Xiaobao wasn't feeling well today and suddenly had a high fever. Yinbao and I didn't have time to ask the teacher for leave, so we rushed out of school." When awakening their powers, they often experienced high fevers, rapid cell mutations, and convulsions, sometimes even displaying aggression, making it impossible to be in public. Last month, when Yinbao had a high fever, I took him to soak in the pond for over an hour to help him recover. This time, Xiaobao was the same, so Yinbao and I, realizing that what they did was wrong, his voice grew softer, and he finally fell silent, looking down in shame. Xia Zhizhi leaned against the door, watching in amazement. "Not bad, my good eldest son. At such a young age, his acting skills are already top-notch." If she didn't know the truth, she wouldn't have been able to tell that he was lying. Mother Xia leaned at the kitchen door, watching her precious grandchildren being scolded by their father-in-law, feeling heartbroken. She turned to see her daughter casually watching the scene, unable to help but glare at this unreliable mother. This silly girl, can't she see her three treasures being scolded? Why doesn't she go out and talk to her husband? Instead, she's just watching. She doesn't act like a mother at all. Xia Zhizhi didn't understand her mother's thoughts and didn't know why she was in trouble again. She touched her nose and went back inside to continue making clothes. Ever since she learned to sew, she hadn't bought any clothes from outside. Honestly, the clothes from this era were too plain and didn't match Xia Zhizhi's taste at all. Now, she made clothes according to her own style, simple yet cleverly designed, fresh and delicate. They suited her charming face perfectly, radiating a bright and pure vibe. Every time she wore the clothes she made, Xia Zhizhi looked like a fairy from a flower garden, pure and youthful, not at all like a mother of three. Click, click. Xia Zhizhi rhythmically operated the sewing machine, and just before dinner, she finally finished a dreamy puff-sleeve white dress. While she admired her masterpiece, her three treasures finally escaped their father's questioning. Jinbao, being clever, always stood in front of his younger brother to take the brunt of their father's inquiries. Each time, he mixed truth with lies, using real people and places, even having witnesses for when Xiaobao had a fever, answering confidently. Even if their father checked, he wouldn't find anything wrong. Yinbao and Xiaobao, though not as skilled as their older brother, had picked up enough from him to show no signs of guilt. Zhou Lingyun, having you all is truly a blessing. After questioning for a long time without finding anything wrong, or rather, trusting his precocious sons, he didn't think they would do anything bad while skipping class. He only asked symbolically to satisfy their teacher, who often complained about them. In the end, he punished the three treasures with an extra half-hour of physical training each day. This punishment was nothing for the three, who had awakened their abilities and strengthened their bodies. Zhou Lingyun didn't forget to warn them. This is the last time. If you have something to do, remember to ask for leave from your teacher. If you skip class again, I won't let you off so easily. He focused his gaze on the clever eldest son until he saw him awkwardly nodding before looking away. At the dinner table, Zhou Lingyun mentioned his upcoming transfer back to B City. The B City Military District has a position for a division commander opening up. If all goes well, I should get this position, and the transfer order should come soon. Zhizhi, you can start packing up to return to B City with your parents. We can mail back what we can take, and things like pots and pans that we can't take can be given to your brothers and sisters-in-law. Mom and Dad, Gigi has already told me she wants to take care of you in the future. This time, when we go back to B City, we will definitely bring you with us. If you're reluctant to leave your brothers and sisters-in-law, and your nieces and nephews, you can go back to the village for a while before the transfer order comes and say your goodbyes. After so many years together, not just Xia Zhizhi, but Zhou Lingyun had also grown accustomed to the meticulous care from his in-laws. He had already been promoted to division commander and had the right to hire someone to cook and manage the household. However, his wife was too picky, and he feared she would revert to her old ways of being demanding when he wasn't around, leading to complaints. So, he continued to rely on his in-laws to help with household chores and take care of the children. His in-laws spoiled Gigi, and even if she said something unpleasant in her little fits, they wouldn't get angry with their daughter. But others wouldn't be so forgiving. Most of the maids who cooked and cleaned for leaders were relatives of martyrs, receiving government salaries, and who would dare to offend them. That would be a mistake. So, after receiving his father's call, he decided without hesitation that he would take his in-laws back to B City. When Xia's parents heard their son-in-law say he was transferring back to B City, they felt a pang in their hearts, thinking they would be separated from their daughter and grandchildren, feeling sad. Unexpectedly, the situation turned around. Not only did their son-in-law want to bring them back to B City, but he also promised to take care of them, leaving them deeply moved and at a loss for words. As the saying goes, a son-in-law is like a son. Who would have thought that just Zhou Lingyun alone was more filial than their 3 sons? They would enjoy their later years with their daughter and son-in-law. Jinbao, Yinbao, and Xiaobao were all raised by their grandparents, and their feelings for them were second only to their parents. Seeing their grandparents tearful, they immediately forgot about eating. One by one, they took out handkerchiefs and rushed to wipe their grandparents' tears. Grandma, Grandpa, don't cry. My brother, and I will be good to you. Grandma, Yinbao wants to take care of you and Grandpa. So don't worry. Grandpa, Xiaobao can't bear to leave you. You will go to Beijing with Xiaobao, right? Watching their 3 grandchildren crowd around them, carefully wiping their tears and promising to be good to them, Xia's parents felt warm inside. Jinbao, Yinbao, and Xiaobao are all good kids. Grandma hasn't spoiled you for nothing these years. Summer mother wiped her face, showing a satisfied smile. Summer father, not good with words, had a glimmer in his eyes, holding Xiaobao's hand without speaking. Xia Zhizhi paused her chopsticks and smiled at the touching scene among the grandparents and grandchildren. Indeed, if it weren't for you, Grandma and Grandpa, helping Mom take care of you all these years, Mom couldn't have raised you so well on her own. When you grow up and become successful, you must take good care of Grandma and Grandpa, including Mom's share. Xia Zhizhi didn't hold back from expressing her gratitude to her in-laws. The 3 treasures didn't think there was anything wrong with what their mother said. They nodded seriously and said in unison, "Don't worry, Mom. We will take good care of Grandma and Grandpa and won't make you worry at all." Zhou Lingyun. Wife, you really are something. Having a daughter like you is truly a blessing for my in-laws. That night, after the couple had their intimate time, Zhou Lingyun helped Xia Zhizhi clean up and was about to cuddle his soft and fragrant wife to sleep when a sudden sharp pain shot through his inner thigh, instantly waking him up. Wife, let go, hurry. Xia Zhizhi huffed, refusing to let go of the soft flesh on his thigh. Zhou Lingyun, I saw Yan Yusin today. What happened with her husband? Why did he suddenly transfer to your military district? Yan Yusin? Zhou Lingyun forgot about the pain in his thigh, furrowing his brow as he finally recalled the name. I remember she married the youngest son of the commander of the Peace City military district. I think there was a connection that brought someone to the military district recently, but I'm about to transfer, so I didn't pay much attention. Really? Xia Zhizhi leaned next to the man, carefully studying his expression. Her beautiful, watery eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that Yan Yusin had rushed into marrying such a terrible person as Yang Songqian without Zhou Lingyun having a hand in it. She also couldn't believe that Zhou Lingyun wouldn't recognize the name Yang Songqian now. Zhou Yun. Honestly, he really had forgotten. What was there to remember about Yang Songqian, such a wishy-washy coward? If it were Yang Songlin, his older brother, that would be different. As for Yen Yusin, if she hadn't boldly insulted his wife back then, he wouldn't have looked at her even once in his life. Even if she was the daughter-in-law his mother had blindly chosen. Seeing that Zhou Yun didn't seem to be lying, Xia Zhizhi pouted and decided to let it go for now, starting to talk about her encounter with Yen Yusin today. Today, Yen Yusin publicly beat up the mistress. Her husband looked so indecisive, feeling sorry for the mistress, but too scared to stand up for her. It was so awkward to watch as an outsider. Hee. It's obvious that Yen Yusin has had a tough time these years with a man who is so weak and cowardly. A man like that, if they lived in a different world, would have been tied up and punished by his wife long ago. They were just lucky to be born in a good era, where they shout about gender equality, but in reality, women are still in a low position and have to tolerate so much at home, which allows them to act so recklessly. Zhou Yun gently stroked his wife's smooth back in silence until Xia Zhizhi finished her gloating, then reminded her. Wife, didn't you say that staying up late makes you age faster? Look, it's already past 2 in the morning. As soon as Xia Zhizhi heard this, she immediately stopped talking, resting her head in his arms and closing her eyes tightly. Okay, no more talking. Let's sleep, hurry up and sleep. Although her flower spirit power nourished her body all the time, and she drank a cup of gardenia flower water every day to activate her skin cells, this body was still a mortal one, not the ageless body she had in the beast world. She didn't know the limits of her cell's lifespan. She couldn't afford to mistreat her body. If she ended up with wrinkles or dark circles, she would really cry. Zhou Yun looked at his wife curled up in his arms, eyes tightly shut, wanting to fall asleep immediately, and felt an overwhelming love in his heart. After all these years, she still acted like a child. A week later, Zhou Yun's transfer notice indeed arrived, requiring him to report to the military district in City B in a month as a division commander. It looked like a lateral move, but it was actually a promotion. In recent years, Zhou Yun had received several first-class merits, and this position was well-deserved. They had sent everything they could from home and given away what they could. After finishing his work handover and having farewell drinks with his comrades, Zhou Yun took his wife, child, and in-laws and set off for City B. With Xia's mother, who was tough and outspoken, there was no one who could take advantage of them on the way, making the journey particularly smooth. Zhou's parents were busy with work and couldn't find time to pick up their son and grandson. They could only arrange for 2 guards to come and pick them up. With a creak, 2 jeeps stopped in front of a 2-story building in the military compound. The doors opened. 3 children jumped out one after another, curiously looking at the white 2-story building in front of them. Dad, is this our new home? I remember Grandpa and Grandma live in this compound too. If we walk a bit further, we'll get there, right, Dad? Except for the time 6 years ago, Little Bao and his 2 brothers had also come to City B with their parents last year to celebrate the new year with Grandpa and Grandma, so they clearly remembered where their grandparents lived. Yes, this is the new house the army assigned to Dad. From now on, we will live here. Zhou Yun said slowly. Our house is not far from Grandpa and Grandma's, so you can visit them anytime. Xia Zhizhi shrugged off the man's hand. I'm so tired. I want to go in and rest first. You and the 3 kids can unpack.
Dad, Mom, you don't need to work.
Come in and rest with me. Unfortunately, Xia's parents were not the type to sit still. They refused their daughter's invitation and busily followed the 2 guards in and out, moving luggage and packages just picked up from the post office. Xia Zhizhi shrugged. Fine, since you all have so much energy, keep busy. She couldn't take it anymore and needed the comfort of a soft double bed to soothe her tired body. Knowing their son's family was coming back, her in-laws had already tidied up the new house a week in advance, so they just needed to move in. The new 2-story building assigned to them had a total of 6 bedrooms, 2 downstairs and 4 upstairs. Each bedroom was clean, with mattresses and sheets laid out, and the blankets neatly folded at the head of the bed, covered with dust-proof cloths. Xia Zhizhi took a quick look and found that the layouts of the bedrooms were similar. She went upstairs and entered the largest room. After a long journey, Xia Zhizhi was very tired and slept the whole afternoon. As the sun set and darkness fell, Zhou Lingyun finally came upstairs to wake his sleepy wife, whose face was flushed. Zhizhi, Zhizhi, it's dark now. Time to get up for dinner. Xia Zhizhi turned over, covered her ears, her voice hoarse and a bit annoyed. Don't make noise, I want to sleep more. Stop sleeping. We need to go to your parents' house for dinner tonight. Zhou Lingyun pinched her cute little nose, picked her up, and smoothed her messy hair, grabbing the clothes from the bedside to put on her. Come on, stretch out your arms. Xia Zhizhi had no choice but to comply. Once she was dressed, she felt more awake. When she finished washing up and came downstairs, she saw the 3 kids surrounding Xia's parents, chattering and trying to comfort them to relax and not be nervous. Dad, Mom, why are you so nervous? Xia Zhizhi asked, looking at her parents, who seemed a bit uneasy. She was naturally proud and self-assured, rarely understanding the concept of nervousness, so she didn't quite grasp how her parents felt at that moment. Xia's mother rolled her eyes at her carefree daughter. What kind of silly question was that? They were about to meet their daughters-in-laws, who were high-ranking officials. Who wouldn't be nervous? Clearly, Summer's parents were overly nervous. The dinner that night was enjoyable for everyone. Zhou's parents were grateful to Summer's parents for their support over the years for their grandson, so they would never make things uncomfortable for their in-laws. Even Zhou's mother, who had always been critical of Summer Zhizhi, was polite and friendly to her parents throughout the evening. Summer Zhizhi was stunned. Wait, so your bad attitude was only directed at me? After feeling frustrated for a while, she was called upstairs by her mother-in-law after dinner, who presented her with a beautiful set of imperial green jade jewelry. Mother-in-law, from today on, you are my real mom. Holding the jewelry box, Summer Zhizhi couldn't help but smile widely, her eyes sparkling with greed.
Thank you, Mom.
I really like this set of jewelry, and I will take good care of it. Zhou's mother, clearly used to her daughter-in-law's love for money, remained unfazed and said, I have many more valuable and beautiful pieces here, some even from the previous dynasty. If you behave well in the future, I will save them for you. Behave well? What does my mother-in-law mean by that? Summer Zhizhi looked at Zhou's mother in confusion. Zhou's mother cleared her throat, her gaze shifting slightly, as if feeling a bit shy. Zhizhi, I know you are a smart child. You were always at the top of your class in school, but you tend to be impatient with relationships. As your mother-in-law, I don't expect you to be overly charming or to handle complex social situations for Lingyun. I just hope you won't be as headstrong as before and offend people with your words. By the end, Zhou's mother spoke almost pleadingly. Although Zhou's parents were among the elite in B City, they were not the type to let their family members act arrogantly just because they had some power. As descendants of a prestigious family, they were well-educated and understood the importance of maintaining good relationships, never offending others easily. Unfortunately, their son had poor judgment and married a daughter-in-law with a bad temper and sharp tongue. Summer Zhizhi was speechless for a moment, but considering her mother-in-law's generous gift of beautiful jewelry, she reluctantly swallowed her dissatisfaction and replied politely, Mom, I understand. In the future, when I'm out, I will control my temper and not offend others easily. Even if I have a disagreement, I won't let anyone know I'm Zhou's daughter-in-law, and I won't bully others. What's so great about bullying others? If anyone dares to upset her in the future, she will make sure they suffer financially and go months without a decent meal. She preferred to see others in physical pain rather than feel fear herself. Zhou's mother, unaware of her daughter-in-law's thoughts, assumed that the prospect of valuable jewelry had made her compliant and nodded in satisfaction. All right, it's getting late. You, Lingyun, and your parents should head home and rest. The 3 treasures will stay here with us tonight. Their grandpa hasn't seen them in a long time, so let us enjoy their company for now, and we'll return them to you tomorrow. After discussing the important matters, Zhou's mother lost interest in entertaining her not-so-pleasant daughter-in-law and waved her off. Summer Gigi. Mother-in-law, your name should be changeable. However, considering the beautiful jewelry her mother-in-law had given her, Summer Gigi generously forgave her rudeness and happily went downstairs to find Zhou Lingyun and her parents. Time flew by, and soon it was time for school to start. The three treasures were enrolled in the Children of Officials primary school in B City, starting in the 3rd grade. Jin Bao was a psychic, and although his level was only beginner, his brain development was 10 times that of an average person. Not only did he possess exceptional logical thinking, but like Summer Gigi, he had a photographic memory, allowing him to learn much faster than Yin Bao and Xiao Bao. Currently, his studies had advanced to the 3rd year of junior high, but he chose to stay in elementary school with his younger brothers to make friends his age. Zhou's father was thrilled to learn about his eldest grandson's academic progress and happily drank a bottle of liquor. If Jin Bao hadn't stopped him in time, the old man might have accidentally bragged about his grandson's memory skills. As Jin Bao's younger brothers, Yin Bao and Xiao Bao couldn't match his photographic memory, but they could memorize an article after reading it 3 or 4 times, making learning easy for them. Their grades consistently followed closely behind their older brother, with the 3 brothers dominating the top 3 spots in school. This situation continued into junior high. Once in junior high, Jin Bao advanced a grade each year, entering university 2 years earlier than Yin Bao and Xiao Bao, attending Qing University and pursuing dual degrees. By the time he completed his bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees at just 21, he began his remarkable career. Yin Bao graduated from military school and joined the army. With his strong physique and psychic abilities, he quickly became a top soldier and later joined a special forces unit, becoming a leader among them. As for Xiao Bao, who had many creative ideas, he pursued a career in research. He not only developed weapons for the country that surpassed those of developed nations, but also contributed to technological advancements, creating numerous high-tech products. With countless patents, he had more money than he could spend. The 3 brothers worked together to help China rise to a world power in the 21st century, making it so no one dared to bully them. Zhou's parents and Summer's parents left this world while watching the 3 treasures leave with smiles. Summer Gigi lived a fulfilling life, especially in her old age, with all 3 sons holding high positions, and everyone treated her with respect, afraid to show any negativity in her presence. Mrs. Zhou, you look so well-preserved. You could pass for someone in their 30s. Can you share your secrets with us younger generations so we can learn? Yeah, Grandma Zhou, you look younger than my mom. You don't look like a grandmother at all. On Summer Gigi's 70th birthday, the guests crowded her family's courtyard, eager to flatter her and leave a good impression. Summer Gigi was delighted by their sweet words. Sitting beside his wife, Zhou Lingyun, who had gray hair and deep wrinkles from age, couldn't share in her joy. Hearing all the compliments about his wife's youthfulness made him silent, his face growing increasingly gloomy. It was bad enough that his wife was much younger than him, but she aged so slowly that they looked like a grandparent and grandchild together, which made Zhou Lingyun feel uncomfortable. If he had known how effective those skincare products were, he would have borrowed some for himself. The old man regretted it deeply. 1991, Spring City. As night fell, Qin Meng finally finished her day at the food stall. She grabbed a stained, damp towel and wiped the sweat mixed with cooking oil from her forehead. Taking a deep breath, she tried to gather her energy and quickly began to clean up the messy stall. She needed to leave before the thugs collecting protection money showed up. Riding her tricycle at full speed, she hurried back to her rented room, finally relaxing her tense nerves. The first thing Qin Meng did when she got home was boil water in the kitchen for her evening shower. Gurgle, gurgle. After a long day, she was now extremely hungry. Exhausted, she could barely lift her hands and didn't want to cook. With a frown, she picked out a few untouched skewers of grilled meat, planning to make do with them and some flatbread to fill her stomach. With a skewer of grilled gluten in her mouth, she turned on the second-hand color TV she had bought. After a flicker of static, a somewhat blurry image appeared. As she chewed on her bread, she watched the news broadcasts that aired at the same time every day. Suddenly, the camera focused on a familiar face for several seconds. Qin Meng was stunned, unable to move for a long time. After a while, she finally reacted. "Isn't that Zhou Lingyun?" Looking again at Zhou Lingyun's current position, she felt dizzy, and an endless bitterness surged within her. "Ha ha ha, Xia Zhizhi, you really are lucky. It seems I will never get my revenge in this lifetime." The greasy skewer fell to the ground without her noticing, and the flatbread was crumpled in her hand. Tears streamed down her weathered face as she laughed and cried at the same time. Though she knew her social status would never match Xia Zhizhi's after leaving the farm, she never expected it to be such a vast difference. It truly felt hopeless. Why was there you if there wasn't a Liang?
God.
If you let me time travel, why give Xia Zhizhi, this lazy and greedy woman, a better chance than me? She was given hope, only to be let down. Originally, she thought she would be the heroine of this world, able to get whatever she wanted. But unexpectedly, she faced a Waterloo at the hands of someone she looked down upon, crumbling to dust, now forced to hide in a place where no one knew her, struggling to survive. She collapsed onto the cold concrete floor, covering her face as tears dripped slowly through her fingers onto the ground. Drip, drip, before long, a small puddle formed on the uneven concrete surface. At that moment, she clearly forgot the malice she once held towards Xia Zhizhi's 3 children. Later, she even maliciously thought of using a loser to ruin Xia Zhizhi's reputation and destroy all her pride. Xia Zhizhi's actions towards her were merely a tit-for-tat response. She attempted to ruin the lives of Xia Zhizhi and her children, so Xia Zhizhi ruined hers and her children's lives. Indeed, Xia Zhizhi did not spare Qin Meng's children. Not long after Qin Meng was sent to the Northwest Farm for reform due to a crime, her ex-husband, Song Jiangwo, married his former romantic interest, Liang Xinyue. Liang Xinyue was not like Qin Meng. She wouldn't go out of her way to please her stepchildren. Somehow, after marrying, she convinced Song Jiangwo to send all 4 stepchildren back to their grandparents within a month. To maintain her image, Liang Xinyue initially sent living expenses to the 4 children, but after getting pregnant 6 months later, she showed her true colors and stopped sending any money. Song Jiangwo's shrewish mother caused a scene, but unfortunately, this old woman was no match for Liang Xinyue, the heartless woman. After a few rounds of confrontation, Song Jiangwo completely turned against his mother, fully supporting his new wife. Once Liang Xinyue successfully gave birth to Song Jiangwo's youngest son, she used her charm and the young child's dependence on his father to keep Song Jiangwo's heart entirely with her and their child. She completely forgot about the 4 motherless children back home. Motherless children are like weeds. Song Jiangwo cut off the living expenses for the 4 children, and his siblings were furious. The older twins were able to resist, but Qin Meng's son and daughter suffered greatly. They were mistreated by their aunts and bullied by their cousins, and at a young age, they were forced to work like little laborers, getting little food and enduring much hardship. As they grew older, Xia Zhizhi spent money to hire some troublemakers to befriend Qin Meng's children, leading them astray until they fell out with their grandparents and dropped out of school to work in the south. Qin Meng had already lost her reputation back home and, after leaving the farm, had been too afraid to return, heading straight to the south to make a living. She had no idea what her 2 children had suffered over the years, nor did she know how many times they had brushed past each other without recognizing one another. At this moment, she cried uncontrollably, hating Xia Zhizhi, hating Song Jiangwo, and even hating the heavens for making her suffer through this time travel. But when she thought of the gap in social status between herself and Xia Zhizhi, she felt utterly powerless. After leaving the farm, she had thought about revenge, but she had no idea where Xia Zhizhi lived. Even if she reached the military district in the capital, she wouldn't dare to ask directly. After suffering for many years on the farm and narrowly escaping death multiple times, she was no longer the proud and fearless Qin Meng of her youth. She feared that if she inquired too deeply, the soldiers at the gate would notice something was off, and she was even more afraid that the ruthless Xia Zhizhi would notice her and eliminate her completely. That night, Qin Meng cried and cursed, falling asleep, filled with endless hatred. But no matter what happened, life had to go on. She still had to work hard for a few coins, setting up her stall to sell skewers at the crowded factory entrance every day. That day, shortly after Qin Meng set up her stall, a couple began to argue at the electronics factory entrance. "Hey, Song Jiao, what are you going crazy about? Ting is scared alone in the hospital. I just want to go keep her company for a night, and you're acting like a madwoman. Is this any fun? Look at you. Not only are you not good-looking, but you also have a bad heart. Ting is sick in the hospital, and instead of visiting her, you're stopping me from going. What kind of friend are you to treat your good friend like this?" The man in the factory uniform was clearly impatient with his girlfriend, his brows furrowed tightly. Ignoring the stares of those around them, he loudly scolded the thin, timid girl in front of him. Song Jiao? Hearing that familiar name, Qin Meng felt a sudden tightness in her chest and looked up towards the source of the voice. Jiao. Qin Meng never expected that after so many years, her reunion with her daughter would happen in such a scene. On the bustling street, a group of young men and women surrounded them, laughing and mocking her daughter with disrespectful comments. Her daughter's face, so similar to her own, was filled with fear and insecurity. She hunched her back slightly, tears wetting her eyelashes, and didn't dare to retort even when a man pointed and yelled at her. Qin Meng's heart nearly shattered at the sight. She staggered forward and tightly embraced her daughter, shouting hoarsely, "Song Jiao, where's your dad? Is he dead? How could he let you work in a place like this? How could he allow you to date a man like this?" Startled by the sudden embrace that smelled like barbecue, Song Jiao froze for a few seconds before struggling to break free. "Auntie, let go of me. I don't know you." Although her boyfriend was angry at her for not being more sensible, he found it unacceptable that this older woman was yelling at her and holding her tightly. He felt that this old woman was looking down on him. Wang Tianbao. "Who is this old hag? Let go of my girlfriend right now." Wang Tianbao tried to rescue his girlfriend, but Qin Meng wasn't going to let this average guy touch her. She turned and slapped him hard, using the strength she had built up from working on the farm, making Wang Tianbao spin around. The slap left him dizzy. Once he steadied himself, he touched his stinging cheek and glared at Qin Meng in horror. "You're asking for it." Qin Meng showed no fear. She pulled out a fruit knife from her pocket, her slanted eyes filled with menace, as if she were ready to kill. "You little punk, I'm Song Jiao's real mother. I don't approve of your relationship, so you better get lost." She looked Wang Tianbao up and down, and the more she looked, the more her eyes hurt. This boy had a face full of teenage acne and was barely taller than 5 feet 7 inches, looking like a short and ugly loser. She couldn't understand how Jiao could have fallen for someone like him. She glared at Song Jiao, wanting to say something, but seeing her daughter's timid and shrinking expression, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Darn Song Jiangwo, after all these years, did he just leave her child to become this way? Grinding her teeth, she swallowed her sadness and anger, wrapping her arm around her daughter's shoulder and leading her toward her barbecue stall. "I'm not working today, I'm taking you home." Wang Tianbao was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing Qin Meng brandish the knife, he dared not approach and swallowed his anger, glaring at Song Jiao's back. The onlookers jeered at Wang Tianbao's cowardice. Realizing there were many colleagues watching, he finally reacted, feeling humiliated, and fled while covering his burning face. Perhaps due to their blood connection, once Qin Meng revealed she was Song Jiao's mother, Jiao felt an unusual warmth toward her. As Qin Meng pulled her away, Jiao didn't resist, staring blankly at the face that looked so much like hers, but was much older, lost in thought. So this is what her mother looked like. They really did resemble each other. She realized she wasn't a child without a mother. But if her mother was alive, why hadn't she come to find her and her brother? They had suffered so much, nearly unable to survive several times. "Are you really my mother, Qin Meng?" Her lips trembled as she stared intently at Qin Meng's face, her voice barely above a whisper, like willow fluff in the wind, ready to scatter. Qin Meng paused, her heart heavy with sorrow, lowering her head to hide her moist eyes from her daughter. Yes, I am your mother, Qin Meng. All these years, while I wasn't with you, have you been okay? Song Jiao hastily wiped her eyes and choked out, if you were out all along, why didn't you come find me and my brother? Qin Meng opened her mouth, unsure how to explain. What could she say? That she had lost her reputation in her hometown and didn't want to face the rumors? That she had deceived herself into thinking her two children were well taken care of by their father? Seeing her mother's silence, Song Jiao gave a self-deprecating smile, lowering her gaze to hide her sadness and pain. It turned out that truly, no one loved her and her brother. Song Jiao and Song Jianian both worked at an electronics factory. Qin Meng gradually got to know them and learned from them about how Song Jiangwo remarried Liang Xinyue right after their divorce. Especially when she heard how Song Jiangwo treated them differently, insisting she not mistreat the twins when they were together, but then neglecting them completely when it came to Liang Xinyue. She was nearly furious enough to explode. That scumbag. Why doesn't he just die? Now, Qin Meng didn't care about her own dignity. She was determined to confront Song Jiangwo and seek justice for her children. Without the protective aura of a heroine, Song Jiangwo had retired from the military due to injury in 1984 and became the police chief in Yangcheng, bringing Liang Xinyue and her two children to settle there. When Qin Meng arrived in Yangcheng with her two kids, she coincidentally ran into Song Jiangwo's family for shopping at the mall. Seeing her enemy, her anger flared. Especially seeing her own children pitifully lacking a father's love, struggling to make a living at such a young age, while Liang Xinyue's children were doted on by that scumbag, living a life of luxury without worries. Qin Meng lost all rationality in her anger, grabbing a mop from the store and swinging it at the couple. As she waved the mop, she loudly shouted about how Song Jiangwo had ignored her children for years, not even providing living expenses, forcing them to drop out of school to work. The onlookers were stunned. When they heard that Song Jiangwo was the police chief, they were even more outraged, wishing they could spit on the couple. How could a person do such a thing? Heartless and ungrateful. Living in luxury with a new wife and children while abandoning the ones he had with his first wife, leaving them to fend for themselves. His heart was more poisonous than a snake. Qin Meng now has nothing but her illness. She is not afraid of losing anything and feels completely alone. Since that day in the mall, witnessing the scene where Song Jiangwo stood in front of Liang Xinyue and her children, looking at her with disdain, Qin Meng's heart has completely died. Song Jiangwo truly loves Liang Xinyue. This has turned her, who once devoted herself to Song Jiangwo, teaching and caring for his children, and even helping him financially countless times, into a joke. Every time she thinks back on her foolish actions, she wants to slap herself. She feels sorry for the man who has had a tough life. She thought of herself as a modern woman from the 21st century, yet she foolishly did laundry for an older man, completely blind to the reality. After returning home with her children, Qin Meng reflected for a long time. She realized that Song Jiangwo's heart had completely shifted, and with Liang Xinyue's scheming ways, her children would not receive the fatherly love they longed for. The grievances they suffered would have to be swallowed down. Understanding all this, the already darkened Qin Meng decided to take action and let Song Jiangwo and Liang Xinyue experience the pain she felt. With nothing to lose, she felt bold. Now, she was somewhat of a known figure in Yangcheng. If anything were to happen to her, her ex-husband's family would be the prime suspects. And indeed, things unfolded as she expected. The more reckless Qin Meng became, the more Liang Xinyue felt threatened. Even though she hated Qin Meng with a passion, she had to endure Qin Meng's frequent visits, causing a scene and damaging her and Song Jiangwo's reputation. The adults could handle it, but the children could not withstand such malice. Due to Liang Xinyue's notorious reputation as a cruel stepmother, her children faced disdain from their peers, which started with isolation and insults and gradually escalated to bullying. Unfortunately, by this time, Song Jiangwo and Liang Xinyue were too preoccupied with their own issues to notice their children's struggles. Unexpectedly, Qin Meng, without any warning, caused a major incident involving a drug lord, landing Song Jiangwo and Liang Xinyue on the drug lord's assassination list. During a major drug bust, Liang Xinyue and her children were captured and tortured in front of Song Jiangwo, who was threatened with a life for a life. Song Jiangwo was furious, but hesitated to surrender, torn between valuing his life and not wanting the mission to fail. In a fit of rage, the drug lord ordered snipers to take him out, and Song Jiangwo was shot 3 times in the head, dying on the spot. Afterward, Liang Xinyue and her children were secretly taken away by the drug lord and disappeared without a trace. It was only when Yin Bao and his special forces arrived to assist that they were finally rescued. However, by then, Liang Xinyue and her children had been so tortured by Qin Meng that they were unrecognizable and mentally unstable. As for Qin Meng, knowing she couldn't escape execution, she took her own life. Zhou Banglin, also known as Yin Bao, later discovered in the case files that the Qin Meng who committed suicide was once an old acquaintance and a rival of his mother in her youth. Who would have thought that someone once well-regarded in the community would end up with such a fate? Before Yin Bao could finish his thoughts, Xia Zhizhi slapped him on the back of the head and recounted Qin Meng's malicious intentions before her downfall. At this point, Yin Bao stopped feeling nostalgic and only thought about the cycle of karma and inevitable retribution. In 1968, Hangzhou City, Xinyue County, textile factory residential area. A boy and a girl were hiding behind a tree in a corner, making some rustling sounds that might make someone think they were up to no good. In reality, Zhizhi, you didn't eat breakfast again, did you? I brought you some snacks. Hurry up and eat while I keep an eye out. Jiang Yunsheng pulled out 2 peach crisps, a piece of egg cake, 3 tea eggs, and finally, 2 meat buns wrapped in oil paper from his backpack. He piled everything into Xia Zhizhi's hands. Hey, don't put everything in my hands. I can't hold it all. How am I supposed to eat? Xia Zhizhi stomped her foot and glared at him. And look at the time. If we delay any longer, we'll be late again. Let's put this food in your backpack for now. We can eat it in the classroom. Let's hurry up. She returned the snacks to Jiang Yunqing's backpack and pushed against his sturdy frame, urging him to move. Her little push felt like a feather against him. He hardly noticed. He stood still like a mountain and pulled out 2 chocolate bars from his pocket, handing them to Xia Zhizhi. It's not convenient to eat while riding. Have these chocolates to hold you over. I'll take you to the state-run restaurant for lunch. I know, let's just ride quickly. Okay, Zhizhi, hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. They sped along, and Xia Zhizhi screamed in fright, clinging tightly to Jiang Yunqing's strong waist, afraid of being thrown off. Passers-by barely had time to see them zip by, only hearing the girl's terrified shouts and the boy's calm reassurances. Darn, riding so fast. Are you trying to rush to your next life? Hugging in public like that. If I had seen clearly, I would definitely report you. Unfortunately, the couple was already far away and couldn't hear the complaints. Xia Zhizhi's life in this world was a bit tough, having landed in a family that favored boys over girls. Her parents had 6 children before finally having a precious son. She arrived when the original girl was 8 years old, the 4th child, caught in the middle with little love from her parents, feeling like a neglected cabbage. She often went hungry and cold, and by the time she arrived, the original girl was almost skin and bones. Her body was riddled with health issues from severe malnutrition, making it hard for her to live long. Besides the eldest sister, who enjoyed some favor as the firstborn, the other sisters were in similar situations as Xia Zhizhi. However, since she arrived, there had been no more hunger. Every time she crossed the time barrier, her spirit became stronger, and this time her spirit power increased a bit more, expanding her flower spirit space by 1 mu. She had a stash of various snacks from her past life and plenty of grains, vegetables, and fruits from her space, enough that she couldn't finish them all. Unfortunately, before she started school, it was hard to find opportunities to eat privately under her parents' watchful eyes. Eventually, She relied on Jiang Yunsheng, the county chief's son, to eat freely without worry. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why everyone else was eating the same meals while her sisters looked like ghosts, and she was healthy and rosy. As soon as Xia Zhizhi stepped into the classroom, a girl in a plaid dress stopped her. "You're about to graduate, Xia Zhizhi, and you probably haven't found a job yet. The street office is pushing hard. If you don't have a job, you'll be forced to go to the countryside. Have you thought about where you want to go?" Xia Zhizhi frowned, and before she could respond, Jiang Yunxing said from behind, "Zhizhi isn't going to the countryside. Once we get our diplomas, I'm marrying Zhizhi." His grandfather had already arranged a job for him as a blacksmith at a steel factory in the capital, with a good salary and hard work, perfect for his strength-based abilities. "What? How could you marry Xia Zhizhi?" Wang Gaigai's sharp voice startled Xia Zhizhi, and she glared at her. "What's wrong with that? Why can't Jiang Yunxing marry me?" Wang Gaigai laughed awkwardly. "Haha, that's not what I meant. I mean, your family backgrounds are so different. Do you think Jiang Yunxing's parents would approve of you too?" Everyone knew that the Xia family raised their daughters just to drain their brothers. Didn't the first 3 daughters get sold off by their parents, and they still relied on the married daughters for support? Not giving support was seen as unfilial. They didn't care about their daughters' situations in their in-laws' homes. Xia Zhizhi was much prettier than her thin, frail sisters. It was said that her parents had high hopes for her, and if Jiang Yunxing wanted to marry her, the bride price would probably make him cough up blood, not to mention the subsequent troubles. She didn't believe Jiang Yunxing's parents would agree to such a hassle. Jiang Yunxing's face turned cold. "Wang, you're overstepping. Whether my parents agree or not is their business. Mind your own." After saying that, he grabbed Xia Zhizhi by the back of her collar and walked toward their seats. The commotion caught the attention of their classmates, but no one was interested in the drama or in making a fuss. With graduation approaching, everyone faced the dilemma of going to the countryside, feeling listless and uncertain about their futures. They were all city kids, unaccustomed to hardship. If they went to the countryside, they probably wouldn't even be able to tell rice seedlings from weeds, let alone help villagers build their farms. What a joke. The classmates were restless. Jiang Yunsheng, who already had a job lined up and was about to marry the girl he loved, felt much more at ease. In his eyes, he and Zhizhi had grown up together, and he had nurtured her beauty and delicacy. They were destined to marry. Going to the countryside had nothing to do with Zhizhi. Jiang Yunsheng watched with satisfaction as Xia Zhizhi ate the meat buns like a little hamster, her cheeks puffing up adorably. "Zhizhi, I made these buns myself. What do you think?" He had a lovesick smile on his face. If it weren't for the setting, he would really want to hug their cute little Zhizhi. The classmates around them thought, "Oh, so you know this isn't the right place? But your lovesick expression isn't holding back at all." After spending so many years together, Xia Zhizhi was used to Jiang Yunxing's lovesick behavior and nodded calmly. "It's okay, but I don't like fatty meat. Don't put it in next time." Her mouth is like a measuring stick. Even if the pieces are tiny, she can taste it. Jiang Yunsheng leaned closer to her, the scent of osmanthus growing stronger. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have wanted to pull the soft and fragrant Zhizhi into his arms. "That's not right. You're so thin. If you don't eat more fatty food, how will you gain weight?" He looked lovesick, but his tone was disapproving. Talking about this made him sigh. He had fed Zhizhi well for 7 or 8 years. Not every day was a feast, but she had meat every couple of days. But for some reason, Zhizhi just wouldn't gain weight. Year after year, she remained as thin as a willow, delicate and fragile. It was heartbreaking to see. If he hadn't seen her face gradually become fuller and healthier, and her hair change from dry and frizzy to smooth and shiny, he might have doubted her nutrition. Xia Zhizhi huffed, grabbed his big hand, and spat out the fatty meat into Jiang Yunqing's palm, then shot him a small glare. "I'm serious. If you make me fatty meat again, I'll spit it all out." What kind of person insists on cooking something someone doesn't like? Zhizhi smelled wonderful all over, and Jiang Yunqing didn't mind her saliva at all. He popped the meat into his mouth. After chewing a few times, his eyes lit up.
Huh?
Gigi, not only do you smell good, but even your saliva has a floral scent. The meat tastes like flowers now. To be honest, the fatty meat infused with osmanthus flavor was quite tasty. Jiang Yunxing chewed until the flavor was gone, reluctantly swallowing the finely chewed meat. Xia Zhizhi was almost disgusted by this uncouth man, especially feeling the intense stares from their classmates, which made her feel exposed. She slapped his face in frustration, her cheeks turning red. Jiang Yunxing, go away. What a disgusting man, eating something that came from her mouth with such enjoyment. So embarrassing. After that, she covered her hot face and rested her head on the edge of the table, ignoring him. Jiang Yunxing was used to Zhizhi hitting, pinching, and slapping him. Though it was the first time she slapped him in front of others, he wasn't too upset. He paused for a moment, quickly wiped his hands with a damp cloth, and dared to poke her.
Gigi? Gigi?
Gigi, why are you angry again? He had a cautious expression, poking her arm gently. He controlled his strength carefully, afraid of hurting her. Xia Zhizhi frowned and slapped his hand away, laying on the table without speaking or acknowledging him. Really, ever since she started dating Jiang Yunxing, she had lost face countless times. She was almost embarrassed for life because of him. If Jiang Yunxing weren't the best match she could find under her current circumstances, she would have kicked this embarrassing boyfriend to the curb long ago. Jiang Yunxing, thick-skinned as he was, kept pestering her. Gigi, Gigi, little Gigi, talk to me, Gigi. The classmates in front and behind them were like... It felt like someone was force-feeding them dry food, leaving them uncomfortably full. They really didn't consider them outsiders at all. Every day, they put on this show of flirting. Wang Gaigai, sitting diagonally behind Xia Zhizhi, felt both angry and jealous, crumpling the tissue in her hand without realizing it. Why did Xia Zhizhi, who came from a family that favored boys over girls, get such a good man who cherished her, while she had to suffer as a country girl? It was unfair, so unfair. Everyone started at the same point. The outcomes should be the same. Why could Xia Zhizhi easily find a high-ranking official's son like Jiang Yunxing, while no outstanding man even glanced her way? After gathering her courage to flirt with Jiang Yunxing, she was scolded for being shameless, almost losing her mind. Wah! If it weren't for Jiang Yunxing's father being the head of the county and his grandfather seeming to be a high official in B City, she wouldn't dare to offend them. She really wanted to report these shameless lovebirds. Jiang Yunxing had no idea how much their classmates disliked them. Wang Gaigai hated them both so much that she was already imagining their wedding scene. Not just buns, I can cook home-cooked meals too, and I'm learning to sew. When we get married, I'll handle cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning. You just need to look pretty, go shopping if you want to spend money, or stay home and play with the kids if you don't. If you find taking care of kids annoying, we can leave them with our parents and enjoy our two-person world. Xia Zhizhi. The more she listened, the more it felt wrong. This guy wasn't planning to treat her like a pretty pet, was he? The teacher was speaking loudly at the front, while Jiang Yunxing was talking softly below. Of course, it wasn't just Jiang Yunxing doing this. Most students were the same. The teacher was used to it and pretended not to see, continuing to read from the textbook. Before class ended, the teacher suddenly brought up graduation certificates. With only a month left until graduation, I know some students have already found jobs early. Students who have secured jobs or have family businesses can come to collect their graduation certificates early. Of course, those who have decided to go to the countryside can also pick them up early. Once you have your graduation certificate, you can choose whether or not to come to school afterward. All right, I've said what I needed to say. Class dismissed. The classroom instantly became noisy as everyone debated whether to collect their graduation certificates early. Jiang Yunxing took the opportunity to grab Xia Zhizhi's hand and head outside. Zhizhi, to avoid any delays, let's get our certificates early and get married. Otherwise, your scheming fifth sister might secretly sign up to go to the countryside. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xia Zhizhi stared blankly at the marriage certificate in her hand, feeling a sense of unreality. Wait, did she just get married? Wasn't that a bit rushed? How did she let that guy Jiang Yunxing trick her into this? She had just received her graduation certificate and foolishly ran home to steal the household registration book, hurried to the street office for a certificate, and rushed to get the marriage license with this annoying man. Now, she hadn't even had a chance to make any demands, and she was already tricked into marrying him. Xia Zhizhi pouted and shot him an angry glare. It was all this jerk's fault for spreading rumors, saying that her sister Xia Tongtong had bad intentions and might secretly sign her up to go to the countryside. That made her panic and forget everything, leading her to get the marriage certificate in a daze. Before she could question him, Jiang Yunxing snatched the marriage certificate from her hand. Zhizhi, you're always careless and forgetful. It's better to let me keep something as important as the marriage certificate, so it doesn't get lost. He carefully folded her marriage certificate with his and tucked them into his pocket, pressing against his pounding chest as if he were dreaming. Zhizhi, we really got married, right? Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes and replied, What are you going on about? Zhizhi, why does this feel so unreal? Why don't you pinch me to see if I'm dreaming? Hey, that really hurts. I'm not dreaming. By the way, Zhizhi, you're getting better at pinching people. You always find the tender spots on your husband. Shut up. We haven't even had a wedding yet, so stop with the husband nonsense. Hey, why can't I call you my wife? We're now legally recognized by the state as a couple. You're my wife, and I'm your husband, no matter who asks. She couldn't understand why this man was so chatty. In her past life, he was a wealthy CEO, cold and domineering, with all the typical traits of a powerful man: stomach issues, a smell of tobacco, obsessive cleanliness, and insomnia. How did he turn into this after going through the apocalypse? If it weren't for the luxurious meals at the state-run restaurant, she would have turned around and gone home, tired of listening to him talk. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, it was still before 11 o'clock, and there were hardly any customers. The waiters were lazily leaning against the counter, eating sunflower seeds and chatting with the kitchen staff. Yeah, they're strict this year. Almost every family has to send a child to the countryside, or else the staff from the street office will come knocking. I heard that besides only children, young people who already have jobs or are married, those kids who aren't in school will probably have to go to the countryside. Hey, going to the countryside isn't so bad. These young people have nothing to do in the city. It's better for them to go farm and use up their excess energy. An old man suddenly said meaningfully. Jiang Yunxing wasn't paying attention to their conversation. His focus was solely on Xia Zhizhi. He was busy wiping her chair and handing her a damp handkerchief to wipe her hands, completely absorbed in taking care of her. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, sweet and sour carp, and stir-fried meat with green peppers. 3 bowls of rice are ready. Hearing the waiters shout, Jiang Yunxing finally looked away and got up to fetch the dishes. Just as he stood up, the old man glanced at him before quickly looking down to continue eating. Xia Zhizhi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to that. She rested her chin on her hand, sighing and reminiscing about her previous life of luxury. In her past life, she was truly fortunate, meeting someone like Zhou Lingyun in the countryside, which allowed her to rise to the top and achieve a leap in social status. Her triplets were exceptional, and with their high starting point, her career was smooth sailing. The 2 little phoenixes worked together to elevate the Zhou family's power to its peak. In her early life, she had parents who spoiled her unconditionally. In her middle years, she had a powerful husband to support her. In her later years, she had 3 distinguished sons to protect her, and no one dared to challenge her. Who wouldn't say that life was at its peak? Unfortunately, in this life, she would never meet a man like Zhou Lingyun again. Not to mention Jiang Yunxing, with his future father-in-law's abilities, he would probably only reach the position of mayor, far less capable than her previous father-in-law. As for Jiang Yunxing, the former CEO, he probably wanted to lay low for now and return to business when things opened up again. But she didn't need money. What she wanted was power. In her past life, Xia Zhizhi worried that her antique paintings wouldn't be recognized in this world, but eventually, she sold them all, leaving her with enough gold and jewels to fill 2 warehouses. If she wanted money, She could sell just one item in the future and get a lot. Unaware that Xia Zhizhi was silently judging him again, Jiang Yunxing noticed she was lost in thought and quickly reminded her. Zhizhi, the food is here. Let's eat while it's hot, or it'll get cold and unappetizing. They had ordered hearty dishes. Xia Zhizhi snapped back to reality, picked up her chopsticks, and suddenly thought of something, sighing again. Brother Yunsheng, do we have a place to stay when we go to B City? Please don't let it be with Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, and aunts. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. Jiang Yunsheng had watched Xia Zhizhi grow up and understood her better than she understood herself. He immediately saw what she was thinking. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour carp and placed it in her bowl, smiling calmly. Don't worry, I've already asked my childhood friend to help us rent a place. We won't be living with Grandpa and Grandma. With her proud and aloof attitude, if she had to live with her grandparents and uncles, it would drive them crazy. It was also strange that in a family like the Xias, which favored boys over girls, they hadn't raised their daughter to be submissive. How did Gigi turn out to be such a proud little princess? He had previously thought Gigi was also someone who had traveled through time, but after testing, he found out she wasn't. Gigi just had an inherent disdain for others, looking down on everyone equally. Besides looking down on others, she was also lazy, vain, selfish, sharp-tongued, and stingy. He worried she would go hungry, so he almost daily stuffed her backpack with snacks. Even though he could help his own sisters, he watched them starve and end up in the hospital without sharing even a little snack. It was only because he came from the apocalypse and was used to these things, combined with his deep love for her, that he could completely overlook her flaws. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't dare to bravely be with such a selfish girl. In the textile factory staff building, on the second floor of the Xia family, Xia Tongtong peeked out the window, surprised to see Jiang Yunsheng bringing Xia Zhizhi back again, and he was carrying a lot of things. Wait a minute. Could it be what she thought? Just as her heart raced with anxiety, she heard her mother's loud voice outside. Oh, Yunsheng, why did you bring so much? You shouldn't spend so much. Though she said it was too much, her excitement was hard to hide. Anyone could tell it was just polite talk. Then Jiang Yunsheng's uniquely cool voice came through, trying to sound gentle. Annie, I'm here to discuss my marriage with Gigi with you and Uncle. Xia Tongtong's heart sank. Then she heard Xia Zhizhi's teasing tone. Mom, I need to clarify something. Brother Yunsheng and I have already gotten our marriage certificate, so it doesn't matter if you and Dad disagree. They were just going through the motions. Her parents shouldn't expect too much or think of things that weren't their place. Hearing Xia Zhizhi's words, Xia Tongtong's heart dropped completely. It's over. Xia Zhizhi actually went ahead and got the certificate with Jiang Yunsheng. Now, she was the only one left who could meet the family standards. She had planned to sneak the household registration book to the street office to help Xia Zhizhi register for the countryside first. Now, before her plan even started, it was ruined. Outside, Xia's mother nearly burst into curses upon hearing Xia Zhizhi, but then remembered Jiang Yunsheng was the county chief's son and held back. Her face turned a mix of blue and red, looking quite funny. It was noon, and the hallway was filled with neighbors cooking and workers from the textile factory coming and going. Hearing Xia Zhizhi's words, everyone turned to watch, their faces full of amusement. Embarrassed, Xia's mother pulled a long face, her eyes squinting in anger as she shot Xia Zhizhi a glare and muttered, "We'll talk about this at home," before turning to leave. Xia Zhizhi remained calm, took Jiang Yunsheng's hand, and went inside, closing the door to block the curious onlookers. Li Zhaodi, living next door, had wanted to peek for some gossip, but as she reached the door slammed in her face. With a loud smack, it almost hit her. Li Zhaodi's heart nearly stopped. After a moment, she regained her composure and couldn't help but shout, "Xia Sonia, you little brat. Always chasing after men. How dare you almost hit me? Come out here." The door kept slamming. Sitting in the living room, Xia Zhizhi wasn't angry at all. Instead, she looked at her mother and smiled. "Mom, she just called you a dog." Xia Sonia was born and raised by her mother. Calling Xia Sonia a dog meant calling her mother a dog too, right? As for her, her name had always been Xia Zhizhi. What did Xia Sonia have to do with her? And about chasing after men, she didn't agree. It was clearly Jiang Yunsheng who was pursuing her. She was just giving him a chance. Xia's mother twitched her eye, clearly taking that to heart, and forced a smile as she placed a cup of brown sugar water next to Jiang Yunsheng, kindly offering him a drink. Then her expression changed, and she grabbed a broom and rushed out. Outside, a commotion broke out. Two middle-aged women were fighting, hurling insults at each other like old friends. It was quite heartwarming to hear. Xia Zhizhi grabbed the brown sugar water her mother had poured for Jiang Yunsheng, ignoring her younger sister's jealous gaze, and happily drank it. As for her little brother, Xia Yaozu, he was the family's treasure, usually drinking milk powder, so he didn't care about these things. The chaos outside continued until Xia's father came home. He entered with a stern face, followed by his disheveled wife. Seeing Jiang Yunsheng, he didn't look pleased, clearly having heard about the marriage certificate on the way home. Jiang Yunsheng stood up confidently and said directly, "Uncle, I know it wasn't right to get the certificate with Gigi without informing you and Auntie first. But I am serious about Gigi. I will treat her well and make sure she has a good life. You and Auntie can rest assured." Xia Gigi shot him a glance. "Now that we're married, you should call me Dad." Jiang Yunsheng paused but quickly agreed. "You're right, I should change how I address you."
Dad, Mom.
Ignoring Xia's parents' displeased expressions, Xia Zhizhi continued. "Mom and Dad, Brother Yunsheng will soon be working in B City, so we need to plan our wedding quickly. As for the dowry, since our family hasn't prepared a dowry for me, we can skip the dowry. Otherwise, my in-laws might be unhappy. You wouldn't want me to be looked down upon by my in-laws because of dowry issues, would you?" Xia's mother, with her fiery temper, slammed the table and glared. "I don't care if they look down on you. The dowry is 1,000. There's no negotiation. I raised you and supported you through school, so why should you just become someone else's wife for free?" Xia Zhizhi was not one to back down. Seeing her parents' lack of understanding, she crossed her arms and sneered. "Just you two? You raised me? Supported me through school? Ha, are you joking? Since I was 10, I haven't eaten a single grain of rice from home. It's all been Brother Yunsheng taking care of me. Even my school fees from elementary to high school were paid by him. Mom, before you boast, maybe think about your and Dad's character. With how you two act, always trying to squeeze every penny from your daughter, do you really think you would spend a dime on me?" It's fair to say that besides Xia Zhizhi, the other daughters of the Xia family barely finished elementary school, and they were just blind to the situation. Even then, it was only because the factory leaders and street office staff repeatedly persuaded Xia's father that he reluctantly sent a few daughters to elementary school. The school fees were mostly saved by the sisters working hard to make matchboxes. Xia's father didn't spend a single penny. Even so, he thought it was a waste. The Xia sisters were not allowed to continue their education after elementary school. But only Xia Zhizhi knew these things. Xia's father was cunning, pretending to be something he wasn't, while it was actually his impulsive wife who charged ahead. He stayed behind, enjoying the benefits without making his daughters resent him. The Xia sisters thought he was just a simple man afraid of his wife, too scared to stand up to her, but deep down he loved them. Based on these illusions of warmth, even though the Xia sisters resented their parents for draining them and ruining their married lives, they couldn't bring themselves to sever ties with their family. Xia Zhizhi came from another world and has no feelings for Xia's parents. She doesn't feel obligated to be filial to them. She simply lacks that sense of morality. Even if her original parents treated her well, she wouldn't be grateful. If someone thinks they can take advantage of her, they are wasting their time. Having lived under the same roof for so many years, Xia's father knows very well how stubborn and unruly his daughter is. He can do nothing about her and can only look at Jiang Yunsheng with a stern face. "Yunsheng, do you think the same way?" Jiang Yunsheng rubbed his nose. He felt a bit guilty about getting a wife without spending a dime. However, remembering what Xia Zhizhi had told him on the way, He didn't dare to ignore her. So, he put on a submissive expression and said, I listen to Gigi. Xia's mother was furious. Humph. You listen to Gigi? It seems you don't want to spend a single penny. You're the son of the county head, yet you're so stingy. Jiang Yunsheng, I'm telling you, the bride price is 1,000 yuan, no negotiation. If you don't pay, I don't care who you are, I will report you to the police for being a rogue and tricking her into marriage. Xia Tongtong chimed in, yeah. Among us 6 sisters, 4th sister is the prettiest. The bride prices for the eldest sisters were over 300. Given 4th sister's beauty, it should be 10 times that. Mom has already been very lenient, so 4th sister and 4th brother-in-law shouldn't push their luck. Though she hated to admit it, 4th sister had blossomed into beauty since she was 8, leaving behind her ugly sisters. Somehow, she ended up with Jiang Yunsheng, who took care of her needs, and she transformed dramatically. In less than a year, she was no longer the skinny girl she used to be. She grew taller and more beautiful, becoming increasingly spoiled and proud. Thinking of this made Xia Tongtong angry. Why did only 4th sister get to be beautiful and lucky enough to find a good partner? Xia Zhizhi impatiently looked at her meddling younger sister, Xia Tongtong. What are you doing here? You have no right to speak. If you're free, go cook the vegetables. Watch your mouth, or I'll slap you. Earlier, she and Jiang Yunsheng had interrupted their mother's cooking, leaving half-cooked vegetables in the pot. Xia Tongtong. She was furious. If only she could eat well like Xia Zhizhi and have the strength to stand up to her. Little 6th, Xia Chengcheng, sat quietly on the edge of the sofa, afraid to make a sound. She had a natural instinct about animals and knew 4th sister was not to be messed with, so she never dared to provoke her. Xia Yazu also didn't dare to annoy 4th sister because she had secretly beaten him several times. If he told their parents, he would get an even worse beating next time. This argument over the bride price ended with no one convincing anyone, and they parted unhappily. Xia Zhizhi, relying on Jiang Yunsheng's support, said many harsh words at home. Worried about being hit if she stayed longer, she left with Jiang Yunsheng. As for what others might say, does Xia Zhizhi care about her reputation? Xia's parents wanted to stop her from leaving, but the whole family together couldn't match Jiang Yunsheng alone, so they could only watch their ungrateful daughter run off with a wild man. Zhizhi, is this really okay? On the way home, Jiang Yunsheng increasingly felt that what he did was inappropriate. I don't mind. A grown man doesn't care about reputation. But Zhizhi, what if people talk about you later? I can't stand others pointing fingers at you. Xia Zhizhi sat on the back of the bicycle, tightly holding her bundle, and replied impatiently, What's the point of saying that? We've already done it, so why worry about what others say? Besides, we're going to be city soon. Let them say whatever they want in Xinhua County. I won't hear it anyway. As for her in-laws, who would stay in Xinhua County for a long time, sorry, she hadn't thought about that at all. Jiang Yunsheng, the dutiful son, hadn't thought about it either. He cheerfully replied, All right, once we finish the wedding, we'll head straight to Jing City and not stay here to listen to their gossip. With that concern resolved, he pedaled harder, speeding away. Zhizhi, hold on tight. I'm going to speed up.
Ah.
Are you trying to kill us?
Slow down.
Hey, don't pinch my waist. That hurts. I will pinch you. The two were playfully bickering when an aunt in charge of discipline happened to see them. The aunt glared and shouted, Hey, what are you two doing? Are you being indecent? Stop right there. Xia Zhizhi was startled and quickly hugged Jiang Yunsheng's waist, urging, Oh no, Jiang Yunsheng, run. Getting caught by the disciplinarian was no joke. Jiang Yunsheng didn't dare delay and pedaled quickly, escaping like the wind. The disciplinarian aunt watched helplessly as they slipped away, furious. Ugh, those little brats. I better not see you again. In the county committee courtyard, after Zhang's mother, Cui Liying, and Zhang's father, Jiang Buxuan, finished their meal and cleaned the table, they heard a knock on the door. Who is it coming over at noon? She complained casually, wiped her greasy hands on her apron, and hurried to open the door. When she opened it, well, It was her younger son bringing his girlfriend home. Zhang's mother's smile faded. Yunsheng, why did you suddenly bring Gigi home? You didn't even tell us in advance, and it's past mealtime. Especially since her son was carrying a large bundle, something felt off. Mom, I'm holding something here. Can I come in first? Jiang Yunsheng clearly noticed his mother's unwelcoming attitude toward Gigi, but he was caught between his mother and his wife. What could he do? Of course, he could only apologize to his mother. Gigi was the person he wanted to spend his life with, and he didn't dare to upset her. If his mother couldn't get along with his wife, then they would meet. Being filial to his parents was his responsibility, and Gigi hadn't taken anything from them, so she didn't need to endure their nonsense. As for the money he spent on Gigi over the years for food, clothes, and school, that was all earned from the black market and had nothing to do with his family. In his last moments, Zhou Lingyun's greatest worry was for his 3 sons, who were mentally unstable. He was leaving, and without anyone to support the triplets, what would happen if someone bullied them? His murky eyes were filled with reluctance for his sons. He shakily raised his hand, wanting to touch his eldest son, who was over 50 but had the mind of a 3-year-old. Jinbao's eyes flickered as he realized that their father, who had always protected them, was about to leave. A part of the ice in his heart began to melt. He tentatively grasped his father's thin hand, squeezing it gently. It seemed that this was the only way to slow down his father's fading life. Zhou Lingyun's eyes were filled with pain. He had already given all his instructions to Jinbao, but in his final moments, his mind was consumed by the memory of the bad woman who had tormented him his whole life. That girl, with her clear love and hate, was someone he had loved, hated, and felt guilty for all his life. He stubbornly looked at Jinbao, trembling lips struggling to say, Jinbao, after I die, bury me and your mother, together. In this life, I'm sorry for not protecting her well. I hope she won't blame me. In my next life, I will make it up to her. Unfortunately, he didn't get to finish those last 3 words before he closed his eyes forever amidst Jinbao's sobs. Dad, I miss Mom. Can we go see her at Jing University? With the sound of knocking on the door, the little boy's chattering was loud and annoying. Zhou Lingyun never expected to wake up again in a young body after his death. He was startled, especially with his son outside who seemed to be the original's child, knocking and urging him. But having lived a lifetime, he quickly calmed down. Putting on his shoes to open the door, he casually glanced at the mirror in the bedroom and saw a face he knew all too well. His pupils contracted sharply, and his heart raced. Wasn't this his own face? Suddenly remembering something, he stumbled to the bedside table, trembling as he picked up a photo frame. Seeing the picture of his beloved smiling in his arms, his eyes began to well up. Could this be the legendary parallel world? In this parallel world, he and Gigi had been happily together, without experiencing those painful encounters. Little Bao knocked on the door until his hands were tired. Seeing that Dad still hadn't opened the door, he pouted and decided to go downstairs to find Grandma. Really, Dad was such an adult but still lazy in bed. It was too unreasonable. Just as he reached the stairs, he heard a click, and the door opened. Little Bao looked over in surprise. It was indeed Dad. Dad, why did you take so long to come out? He quickly walked over, his words spilling out. Little Bao was knocking outside until his hands got tired, and you didn't even pay attention to me. Looking at the bright and clever Little Bao, Zhou Lingyun felt a surge of excitement, his hands trembling as he asked uncertainly, You're Little Bao, but where are Jinbao and Yinbao? Little Bao looked at him in confusion. Dad, why are you acting so strange today? Big brother and second brother are downstairs preparing food for Mom. Thanks to Xia Gigi's training, the 3 boys were now capable in both the kitchen and the living room. Especially Jinbao and Yinbao, who had even learned from a national banquet chef to satisfy their mother's cravings. Their cooking skills were top-notch now. Zhou Lingyun nodded absently. Oh, I see. Let's go downstairs then. Seeing his eldest and second sons, just over 10 years old, happily working in the kitchen, Zhou Lingyun felt his eyes heat up again. This was wonderful, This parallel world was truly great. His sons were doing well, and he and his wife were happily together. In the back seat of the Jeep, little Bao was still his usual carefree self, but Jin Bao and Yin Bao had already noticed something unusual about Dad today. They exchanged worried glances. What's wrong with Dad today? He seems like a different person. If you ask me, who should I ask? Could it be that he upset Mom again? Maybe, but whatever he did this time seems serious. I can see his eyes are red. He probably cried. Zhou Lingyun was unaware that his two sons were whispering about him. As they approached B University, his palms grew sweaty with nerves, but he was oblivious, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The old man guarding the gate at B University clearly recognized Zhou Lingyun's license plate and waved him through without stopping. Dad, where are you going? The chemistry department is this way. Little Bao pointed in the other direction. Oh, Dad was just lost in thought and didn't notice. I'll turn around now. Zhou Lingyun quickly adjusted the steering wheel. Jin Bao and Yin Bao looked at their dad with a mix of pity and concern. What kind of trouble had he gotten into? He seemed so anxious. They hoped he wouldn't embarrass himself when he saw Mom. When Zhou Lingyun finally saw Xia Zhizhi, he didn't embarrass himself, but he almost had an accident instead. The school bell rang, signaling lunchtime, and students from the chemistry department rushed out of the building with lunchboxes, hurrying to the cafeteria. The four of them waited downstairs with their lunchboxes, scanning the crowd until they quickly spotted Xia Zhizhi. There was no way to miss her. Her beauty stood out too much. As soon as she appeared, everyone else faded into the background, making it hard not to notice her.
Mom.
Over here. We're here. Little Bao jumped up and down, waving his hands. Dressed in a light yellow princess dress, Xia Zhizhi turned toward the sound. Her delicate, flower-like face broke into a sweet, charming smile. Like the sun breaking through the clouds, her radiant smile lit up the world, dispelling the gloom. She captivated countless eyes. Zhou Lingyun felt a pang in his heart, unable to help but smile as he stepped closer to the person he had longed for. But suddenly, a roadblock appeared, making Zhou Lingyun nearly explode with anger. Senior Xia Zhizhi, I'm Wei Liangquan, a freshman in the Chinese Language and Literature Department. I've liked you for a long time. Would you give me a chance to pursue you? The young man looked at her with puppy-like eyes, as if she was his entire world.
Who could resist that?
Xia Zhizhi hesitated for a few seconds. Just as she was about to refuse, Zhou Lingyun, the old, jealous husband, stepped in front of her to assert his claim. Classmate Wei Liangquan, the Xia Zhizhi you're talking about is my wife. I hope you check if someone is taken before pursuing them next time. Otherwise, you might end up with a reputation for interfering in someone else's relationship. He smiled slightly, discreetly sizing up the young man in front of him. Zhizhi likes powerful, mature, and charming men. This young pup wouldn't even make it onto her list of candidates. Wei Liangquan. I originally thought the rumors that Senior Xia Zhizhi was married with kids were false, but it turns out they are true. The main person even appeared right in front of me. Looking at Zhou Lingyun, who is clearly more mature than Senior Xia, and the three triplets who are almost as tall as him, I really want to ask boldly. Zhizhi, were you forced to marry this old man and become a stepmother? But seeing the murderous look in the old man's eyes, I swallowed hard and thought better of it. I don't want to get beaten up by this fierce old man in front of Zhizhi. Getting beaten is one thing, but losing face in front of my goddess is another. The once-spirited little puppy suddenly became dejected, glancing back at the goddess he had secretly admired for so long, mourning his lost love. A beautiful person, yet sadly married to a rough older man. How pitiful! He had just mustered the courage to confess for the first time, only to be interrupted by this domineering old man, leaving his feelings unresolved. Zhou Lingyun frowned, clearly noticing the fleeting disdain in Wei Liangquan's eyes. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do you think I'm someone unworthy? Zhou Lingyun, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and catch up. Xia Zhizhi had already walked halfway, with the three kids. Seeing the man lagging behind, she impatiently turned back, interrupting his urge to throw a punch. Jin Bao sighed, looking at his dad with a "why are you so unreasonable" expression. Mom being pursued isn't new, so why make such a big deal out of it? Dad, Mom has been in class all morning and is starving. If you have something to deal with, can we take Mom home to eat first? Zhou Lingyun. Alright, I guess I overreacted and made a fuss for nothing. Feeling embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and quickly followed the mother and 3 kids. He couldn't help but feel nervous. His wife looked so young, like a girl in her late teens, showing no signs of being a mother. Her ability to resist aging is max. He remembered the last time he saw her in his previous life, when she personally came to entrust her innocent triplets to him. Though she was already middle-aged, her face showed no signs of aging, still as beautiful as ever. Unfortunately, at that time, she was blinded by hatred and had no trust in him. Lost in his thoughts, Zhou Lingyun didn't realize that Xia Zhizhi noticed his unusual behavior and learned from the heavenly mirror that he was a reincarnated person. We've arrived at the staff dormitory. Xia Zhizhi was a person with a cleanliness obsession and high standards for living. She didn't like sharing a dorm with strangers. So since she got into college, she used the Zhou family's connections to arrange a 1-bedroom apartment in the staff dormitory located on the easternmost side of the 2nd floor. Every other day, an aunt from the Zhou family would come to clean, and dirty clothes and shoes would be taken back to the Zhou family for washing since it was inconvenient to dry them here. As soon as the door opened, the fragrance of gardenias filled the air. The 3 kids quickly entered, changed into slippers, sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, and took out their lunchboxes, opening them one by one on the coffee table. Then they used homemade disinfectant wipes to clean their hands before handing chopsticks to their mom. "Mom, the food is still warm, hurry and eat," Jinbao said with a smile. "Yinbao and I made a new dish today. After you eat, please give us feedback on what we could improve." Yinbao handed chopsticks to their dad, who had been acting strangely all morning. Dad should eat too. The meal was quite harmonious for the family of 5. Until, after dinner, Xia Zhizhi sent the 3 kids home and turned to Zhou Lingyun, asking coldly, "You are not my husband.
Who are you?"
She had already learned from the heavenly mirror that the young Zhou Lingyun was actually the older version of him, the kind that smelled of old age before he died. She had no desire to act with a man whose soul was already old, especially not with a dirty old man, so she decided to confront him. Zhou Lingyun was taken aback. He didn't expect his wife to be so perceptive. While feeling panic, a bittersweet feeling slowly spread within him. This life, Zhou Lingyun was truly lucky. Zhizhi understood him so well that she could see the difference between them at a glance, which meant their feelings must be very strong. He lowered his gaze to hide his emotions. "Actually, I am also Zhou Lingyun, just different from the Zhou Lingyun of this life. In my past life." Zhou Lingyun didn't know how long he could stay in this world. He didn't want to spend his limited time with Zhizhi in suspicion and distrust, so he decided to explain his background clearly. From him, Xia Zhizhi also learned about the aftermath that she hadn't seen in the heavenly mirror concerning Qin Meng and Song Jiangwo, the 2 main characters. As the main characters blessed by the heavenly way, Qin Meng and Song Jiangwo were hard to kill due to their protagonist aura. Especially since in her previous life, Xia Zhizhi didn't have the heavenly mirror's warning and was too busy searching for her kidnapped triplets to eliminate the female lead when she was at her weakest. By the time the story progressed to the middle, it was when Qin Meng's protagonist aura was the strongest, and when Xia Zhizhi attempted to assassinate her, she unfortunately ran into the male lead on the scene. With the help of the biased heavenly way, they quickly turned her into cannon fodder. Zhou Lingyun was different. He was skilled at planning and striking when the time was right. He always incited Song Jiangwo's opponents to act, while Qin Meng faced troubles in her business, with the health department frequently checking for compliance. In the early stages, the main characters were nearly impossible to kill, but by the end of the story, when the heavenly way retracted their protagonist aura, they were finally dealt with by Zhou Lingyun. A car accident claimed the lives of the couple. After their deaths, their children were also oppressed by Zhou Lingyun, unable to lift their heads, and their restaurant business declared bankruptcy within a few years. The main characters never realized that their tragedy was caused by Zhou Lingyun, who had already deteriorated, fallen from grace, and transitioned to a government job. They were unaware that even a broken ship still had nails, and a starving camel was bigger than a horse. Although the Zhou family was no longer as glorious as before, they still had considerable connections and resources. If it weren't for the protagonist aura, these two would have been defeated by Zhou Lingyun countless times already. Oh, I forgot to mention, Zhou Lingyun's poor health is still her fault. As a man already marked by Ruizi, he shouldn't have had relations with other women. In his past life, Zhou Lingyun was tricked by Xia Zhizhi and that foolish Yan Yusen, thanks to Xia Zhizhi deliberately giving them a strong drug, one that only someone with a beast-like constitution could handle. As an ordinary person, how could he withstand such a drug? After being intimate with Yan Yusen, Zhou Lingyun's health gradually deteriorated. Zhou Lingyun, known as a legendary soldier in the army, had a strong physique, but eventually became weak and unable to walk properly. Yan Yusen was worse off. She became paralyzed after a few years in the countryside as a youth, and after being brought back by the Yan family, she closed her eyes forever within 2 years. Her death was extremely painful. The Yan family hated Xia Zhizhi for this, but with Zhou Lingyun firmly protecting her, they dared not act openly against Xia Zhizhi and could only seek revenge in secret. Unfortunately, Xia Zhizhi caught them in the act and retaliated by sending poison to the entire family, sending them to meet their deceased daughter/sister. Zhou Lingyun seemed to sense something and discreetly helped her, turning the Yan family's massacre into an unsolved case. If an ordinary person heard that the man they harmed for life not only didn't hate them but also loved them deeply, doing so much for them in silence, they would surely be moved. But Xia Zhizhi was not an ordinary woman. She felt no gratitude and instead blamed Zhou Lingyun for being a latecomer, thinking he deserved the consequences of his actions. Having lost a child, she was already in a bad mood, and Yan Yusen, that shameless woman, kept spreading rumors about her childhood friendship with Zhou Lingyun. Zhou Lingyun didn't clarify, so how could Xia Zhizhi not explode with anger? She was only holding back from harming the two of them. Thus, Xia Zhizhi had no good feelings for the changed Zhou Lingyun and crossed her arms to chase him away. "All right, I understand. You can go back now." At the same time, she warned, "Remember, don't show any flaws in front of Mom, Dad, and the boys." Although she expected Zhou Lingyun's reaction, it still hurt her heart. He pressed his lips together, suppressing his pain, and looked at Xia Zhizhi with a hint of pity in his dark eyes. "In my last life, I lived with regrets, with a broken family, and my parents died with unfulfilled wishes. Even before I died, I couldn't let go of our 3 sons." He smiled bitterly. "This life, Zhou Lingyun is too perfect, so perfect that I feel a bit jealous of him. I don't know how much longer I can stay here. I don't dare to wish for anything else. I just want to leave this world without regrets or obsessions. Can you help me?" Though his tone was pleading, Xia Zhizhi felt threatened. So, if she didn't help him, he would feel regret and cling to life? Ha! She really felt a bit threatened. The opportunity for the older Zhou Lingyun to be reborn in the younger Zhou Lingyun's body was likely due to his obsession, and she really needed to help him let it go. She didn't want to be married to this older version of Zhou Lingyun forever. Reluctantly, Xia Zhizhi went to the office to ask for a week off and, on the way back, also requested a week off for the triplets at their school. She decided to take the 3 kids to properly help Zhou Lingyun eliminate his obsession. In the following days, Xia Zhizhi's family first visited her in-laws, enjoying a lively meal at their home, and then packed their bags to stay at the military district where Zhou Lingyun worked. This life, Zhou's parents were also very happy. Their son was successful, and their grandsons were outstanding. The Zhou family had a bright future, and they proudly showed off their 3 grandsons to everyone. Seeing his parents doing well, Zhou Lingyun felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders and began a lively life with his family in the military district. This Zhou Lingyun was not the pure-hearted husband of Xia Zhizhi in this life, so during the day, they pretended to be a loving couple, but at night, they slept in separate rooms. The three boys, just over 10 years old, didn't have school, and their energy had no outlet, so they started causing chaos all over the military district. With their special abilities, the three little guys could go anywhere without being noticed. In the military prison where spies were held, several spies reported being attacked by ghosts, causing the entire military district to go on high alert, fearing other spies had infiltrated to kill and silence them. Xiaojiji. These three troublesome kids are getting wilder by the day. Zhou Lingyun, having lived a full life and having fought against the male lead, didn't notice anything at first, but gradually began to see the strange happenings. Especially one time when he was waiting in the triplets' room, he witnessed something beyond his imagination. The three boys appeared out of nowhere. Goodness, he couldn't believe it. Was this still the world he knew? How could such supernatural events happen, especially to his three sons? Little Bao, sensing his two brothers' sharp gazes, shrank his neck in fear. "Oh, Dad, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly come to their room?" causing him to mistakenly think his room was safe and unguarded, and in using his spatial teleportation, he forgot to pay attention to his surroundings, exposing his abilities. When Xiaojiji learned their powers were exposed, her first reaction was relief. The older Zhou Lingyun probably wouldn't be around for long and wouldn't leak the information, so it wasn't a complete exposure. Zhou Lingyun indeed wouldn't reveal the children's abilities. They were still young, and reporting their special situation too early wasn't a good idea. From that day on, he seemed to have let go of some worries. Every day after work, he took his wife and children to hike in the mountains, enjoying the scenery while watching their unique abilities, occasionally preparing wild food for a picnic. On the last day of the holiday, Zhou Lingyun specifically took a day off from the army, bringing his wife and children back to his parents' home for a reunion dinner. He was smiling all day. In this life, his parents, wife, and sons were all well, and even his in-laws were doing fine. The regrets of his past life had finally been fulfilled in this one. It was time for him, the extra person, to leave. The next day, Xiaojiji woke up to see a familiar figure sitting by the bed. When she met those familiar eyes, her eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her face. After waking up, she found that time had jumped to 8 days later. Zhou Lingyun, who had intended to ask something, saw her crying and immediately hugged her tightly, soothing her gently. Xiaojiji didn't realize how deeply she had come to depend on Zhou Lingyun. Her worries about him not returning finally eased. "Woo-woo, Zhou Lingyun, I'm so glad you're back." Although Zhou Lingyun didn't know what Xiaojiji was afraid of, he comforted her skillfully. Yes, I'm back. Don't cry, my dear." Jiang family. When Mr. and Mrs. Jiang heard about their son and his unexpected wife's antics, their eyes nearly popped out in shock. Without telling anyone, they secretly got their marriage certificate and then boldly went to negotiate the bride price with the in-laws. Of course, there was no room for negotiation. Not only did their son refuse to pay a single cent, but he also ended up taking their daughter away without reaching an agreement. Mr. Jiang was so angry that his face turned purple, and he reached for his belt, saying, "You little rascal, you're embarrassing me. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't share your last name." Jiang Yunqing jumped 3 feet in the air and quickly hid behind his mother. "Dad, if you share my last name, it's still Jiang. Let's not make a big deal out of this. Since we're all Jiang, maybe we shouldn't fight." Mrs. Jiang secretly scolded her son for adding fuel to the fire but still stood in front of him, advising, "Calm down, Mr. Jiang. This isn't all our son's fault." It was clearly that little fox, Xiaojiji, who stirred things up. Xiaojiji immediately picked up on Mrs. Jiang's implication and became unhappy, her little face falling. "Mom, are you blaming me?" Mrs. Jiang felt embarrassed after being called out for defending her son. Worried that the two women would argue, Jiang Yunqing quickly smiled at Gigi, saying, "Gigi, it's all my fault. The bride price has nothing to do with you. Mom just said something wrong. Don't be upset. Later, I'll make you a beautiful dress to wear." He clasped his hands together, pleading with her. That was more like it. Xiaojiji raised her chin slightly and graciously said, "All right, I'll let it go this time, but I won't hold back on Mom." Mrs. Jiang was taken aback and turned to slap her son on the back. Good for you, you little rascal. Have you forgotten your mother after marrying? I didn't need your help to apologize. No, I'm not wrong. You little brat, you've confused me.
And you, Xia Zhizhi.
What do you mean by letting it go? How do you plan to deal with me?
Ugh.
Jiang Yunsheng quickly covered his mother's mouth, hoping to calm his wife down and avoid further angering her. He wore a pained expression and pleaded, Mom, you're not wrong, and neither is Gigi.
It's all my fault.
Let's not be angry. Getting angry only gives you wrinkles. Mr. Jiang stood in the middle of the living room with a belt in hand, looking completely bewildered. Wait, why were his wife and daughter-in-law arguing? Shouldn't this be his moment to shine? When their son caused trouble, parents had no choice but to help resolve the issue, no matter how angry they were. They couldn't afford to lose face over the bride price. In the end, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang personally went to negotiate with Mr. and Mrs. Xia. Somehow, they settled on a bride price of 380, based on the standards of the 3 older sisters who had married from the Xia family. From discussing the bride price to organizing the wedding, everything was settled in less than a week. Since Xia Zhizhi and Mrs. Jiang couldn't get along, Zhizhi didn't even return home and left with Jiang Yunsheng the day after the wedding. Before leaving, she made a special trip to the textile factory's residential building, counted out 400 yuan from where her mother kept the money, and stored it away. The bride price was 380, and with the gifts from the Jiang family, it added up to more than 400. The extra would just be a bonus for the Xia family. From Hangzhou to Beijing, with Jiang Yunsheng, who looked tough, protecting her, no one dared to bother Xia Zhizhi. Aside from not eating or sleeping well and the poor hygiene in the train compartment, Xia Zhizhi was generally comfortable. However, while she was doing well, the Xia family back in the county was in chaos. It turned out that Xia Zhizhi wasn't the only one stealing money. Her younger sister, Xia Tongtong, was even bolder. Knowing she couldn't escape the fate of going to the countryside, she took all the remaining money from home. Then she voluntarily signed up to go to the countryside, received the youth subsidy, and immediately went on a shopping spree at the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought everything she could use for going to the countryside, and even got herself some beautiful fabric to make new clothes. It was heartbreaking. At 16, Xia Tongtong had never worn new clothes, always wearing her older sister's patched-up hand-me-downs. Besides the fabric, she sent everything else she bought to the post office, addressed to the countryside. However, she was cautious, worried that her mother would discover the money and take it back, so she cleverly split the cash in half and hid some in an old cotton jacket that she sent out. Mrs. Xia thought she had hidden the money well, and since no one in the family knew where it was or counted it often, she had no idea that all the money was gone. It wasn't until the street office delivered the train tickets that Mrs. Xia realized her 5th daughter had signed up to go to the countryside. When she searched her daughter's package for the youth subsidy, she found a large amount of cash. That's when she discovered the family's savings had been stolen. Originally, they had over 1,500 yuan in savings, but now only about 600 was left, missing over 900 yuan. Mrs. Xia felt like the sky was falling. No matter how she punished Xia Tongtong, the girl wouldn't say where the rest of the money had gone. Xia Tongtong felt wrong too. Her mom was being unreasonable. She only took a little over 1,200 yuan, so why was her mom adding 400 to that? Was this some kind of high-interest loan? All this chaos in the Xia family was unknown to Xia Zhizhi, who had already arrived at her destination, her and Jiang Yunsheng's future home for nearly 10 years. The big courtyard. This was a house rented from the street office by Jiang Yunsheng's childhood friend. It was 2 eastern side rooms, costing 5 yuan a month. Zhang Bin, Jiang Yunsheng's childhood friend, led them inside. I cleaned the place for you yesterday. You just need to tidy up a bit before moving in. Thanks, buddy, Jiang Yunsheng said. I'll cook for you and Liuzi one day. Zhang Bin smiled. Great. I'll be waiting. He didn't mention anything about men cooking being bad, which caught Xia Zhizhi's attention. Then Zhang Bin briefly introduced the people living in the courtyard, their personalities, and some common taboos, so they would know what to expect. Xia Zhizhi listened with a frown, sensing that the people in this courtyard were not easy to deal with. She feared things would get lively in the future. As it turned out, Xia Zhizhi's intuition was correct, and the excitement came faster than she expected. Just after Jiang Yunsheng saw off his friend and stepped out for a bit, a slightly plump old lady with beady eyes knocked on their door. "Girl, are you the new tenant?" Xia Zhizhi sized up the old lady, who barged in without greeting and replied with a bit of an edge, "I'm the new tenant. Do you have business here?" What kind of person was this, practically peering into their bags? She didn't know if the woman was trying to take advantage of them. Aunt Yu's face darkened. She thought the new young wife would be timid and easy to take advantage of. She didn't expect her to be so fiery, speaking so bluntly right away. Aunt Yu was not one to back down, so she shot back immediately. "You little wife, I greeted you nicely, and this is how you talk to me? Really uncultured." Her dirty fingers, filled with black dirt, were almost poking Xia Zhizhi's nose. Xia Zhizhi was scared and let out a scream, stepping back a few paces, gagging as she pointed at the door, telling her to leave.
Ugh.
"Auntie, ugh. We don't welcome you here. Please leave immediately." It was unbelievable to see such a disgusting person. Maybe she never washed her hands, and the dirt under her nails could grow flowers. Xia Zhizhi's disgust was clear on her face. Aunt Yu felt humiliated by this new young wife and, in anger, sat down on the ground, calling for help. "Old Duan, civilization, now that you're gone, anyone can bully me. A widow. I can't live like this anymore. At my age, being scolded and bullied by a young wife. Why don't you strike down these pests with lightning?" Xia Zhizhi was stunned by this scene. How could this old woman act like this? She didn't know how to deal with such a tantrum. Feeling helpless, she could only shout for her man. "Jiang Yunsheng! Jiang Yunsheng, come back quickly. Someone is bullying your wife." In less than 10 seconds, Jiang Yunsheng rushed in. At nearly 1.9 meters tall, he had a strong presence. He quickly reached Xia Zhizhi's side, asking anxiously what happened.
Who bullied you?
Xia Zhizhi clutched her chest, looking weak and frightened, pointing at Aunt Yu on the ground, starting to exaggerate. "It's her. She not only scolded me, but also wanted to hit me. Brother Yunsheng, you have to stand up for me." Jiang Yunsheng shot a fierce look at Aunt Yu, making her shiver and swallow hard, no longer daring to make a scene. "No, young man, I didn't mean to hit your wife. Don't listen to her nonsense." She was furious. This young wife was even better at lying than her. Jiang Yunsheng looked down at Aunt Yu with a fierce glare. "My wife is honest and never lies. Auntie, stop slandering her." It turns out you can't have two good people in the same bed. This couple isn't good either." Aunt Yu was furious, but, seeing Jiang Yunsheng's imposing figure, felt a shiver of fear and quickly got up to leave. "Just wait. I won't let you live in peace. I won't use the surname anymore." Watching Aunt Yu leave in a fluster, Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but laugh, hugging Jiang Yunsheng's strong arm, looking at him with admiration. Having a fierce-looking man really has its advantages. I can bully others now. The importance of having a strong boyfriend is that he can help intimidate the bad ones. "You little rascal," Jiang Yunsheng teased, playfully pinching her nose, smiling fondly. This isn't the first time. Before, she relied on his status and her parents' bias against daughters. Now she was using his fierce look to deal with difficult people. "But if I'm not home at work, you can't be so mischievous. Otherwise, it won't be good if someone hits you." Jiang Yunsheng felt worried thinking about this. Zhizhi had a sharp tongue and a tricky personality, but she didn't have much strength. In a fight, she would only get hurt. From what Zhang Bin said, the people living in this yard weren't easy to deal with. He feared Zhizhi would get into trouble if she crossed paths with them while he was at work. Xia Zhizhi puffed up her cheeks, looking very happy. "Brother, can't we move somewhere else? I really don't want to deal with difficult people." Mainly, she was good at talking back, but she feared that if she wasn't careful, she would anger those difficult people and get hurt. Jiang Yunsheng sighed. "I wish we could, but housing is tight in B City, and it's hard to find a rental. It won't be easy to find a suitable place right now. As for buying a house, That was out of the question since property sales were banned. Xia Zhizhi looked at him in disdain. Brother, you're really useless. What should she do? She started to miss her previous life's outstanding husband. Seeing that his wife genuinely thought he was useless, Jiang Yunsheng felt like he had been hit hard and didn't dare to get angry. He could only promise her, yes, it's my fault. I will work hard to make your life comfortable. In reality, he was quite wealthy but was cautious about spending. In the early days of the apocalypse, he awakened both power and space abilities. His space ability was especially vast, the size of a football field upon awakening. During the chaos of the apocalypse, he looted many stores, taking everything he could find. Now, he had countless gold bars stacked in his space. He just needed to wait for the future reforms to build his business empire. Unfortunately, there were still 10 years until the reforms, so he had to be careful and could only satisfy his wife's desires in terms of food and clothing. Oh, and he also tried to handle all the housework himself. Jiang Yunsheng rolled up his sleeves and got to work. In less than an hour, the 2 east rooms were cleaned up, the beds made, the curtains hung, and the clothes neatly folded in the wardrobe. During this time, he sneaked out a couple of times when Xia Zhizhi wasn't paying attention and even bought pots and pans. Xia Zhizhi thought, this pot and this bowl look familiar. I think I saw them at my mother-in-law's house before. Never mind, it's better not to know. While she pretended to be unaware, Jiang Yunsheng became more excessive. For the next 2 days, he came back each time with a pile of things. Not to mention other items, there were even lovely underwear that clearly didn't belong to this era. Jiang Yunsheng shamelessly said he bought them for her from the friendship store, made of quality materials, soft and skin-friendly, with a perfect gathering effect, and she would look great in them. Xia Zhizhi pointed at the lovely lingerie piled up with the underwear, looking at him with dead fish eyes. Why buy so many revealing skirts if you just wanted to buy underwear? Zhizhi, you'll understand when we go to bed tonight. Jiang Yunsheng grinned, winking at her, looking as lewd as possible. Xia Zhizhi couldn't take it anymore and raised her small fist, raining blows down on him. You nasty man! As dawn broke and the rooster had yet to crow, a sudden scream echoed through the courtyard, startling everyone awake. Xia Zhizhi briefly woke up and checked the time on her watch, realizing it was only 6 o'clock. She quickly lay back down and closed her eyes. Unfortunately, just as she was drifting back to sleep, someone started banging on the door, accompanied by her new friend Lin Xiaoshuang's excited voice. Zhizhi, Zhizhi, get up and see the excitement. The brides from the Liang and Qiu families have swapped places, and the 2 sisters are causing a scene. Swapped brides? Xia Zhizhi, who was still a bit grumpy about getting up, perked up at these words. Xiaoshuang, wait for me. I'll be right there. Okay, don't rush. I'll wait for you at the door. How could she not be eager to see the commotion? If she delayed, she might miss everything. Xia Zhizhi quickly jumped out of bed, grabbed a black trench coat from Jiang Yunsheng's wardrobe, and slipped it on, covering her tempting nightgown from neck to toe. Worried about missing the fun, she didn't even bother to fix her hair, quickly slipped on her slippers and rushed out of her room, pulling Lin Xiaoshuang along in a hurry. Xiaoshuang, let's go faster. Don't worry, they just started making a fuss. We won't miss it, Lin Xiaoshuang said, stumbling a bit as she was pulled along, amused by the transformation of Xia Zhizhi since she first arrived. This girl used to be so aloof, her presence completely out of place in the lively courtyard, like a swan among ducks, strikingly different. And now, just a short time later, she was just as eager to join in the gossip and excitement. Xia Zhizhi's rented apartment was in a traditional courtyard, with her and Lin Xiaoshuang living in the east and west wing rooms, while the 2 new brides lived in the back house. They quickly arrived at the scene of the commotion. Seeing the crowd blocking the way, Lin Xiaoshuang had a clever idea and shouted, "Wow, someone dropped money on the ground." "What? Where did the money fall?" "My money. It's my money that fell." "What do you mean your money?" "It's clearly my money that went missing." "Don't pick up anything." Taking advantage of the crowd bending down to look for money, Lin Xiaoshuang quickly led Xia Zhizhi into the inner circle, the whole process smooth and clearly practiced. Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Xiaoshuang, you're amazing. Lin Xiaoshuang chuckled. What can I say? I've gained experience from watching. Just then, Xia Zhizhi suddenly felt a shift in the space around her. She quickly looked toward one of the two similar-looking girls in the crowd, her gaze landing on Qin Shui, who was still fighting with her sister and brother-in-law. The heavenly mirror in the flower spirit space was jumping around. Zhizhi, it's a personal space from the cultivation world, with a spiritual spring and various spiritual plants inside. Hurry and touch that girl's hand. I want to take it. Xia Zhizhi was startled. Wait, you need to explain this to me. Yesterday, Qin Shui seemed weak and easy to bully, but today she's full of aggression. Could it be that a big shot from the cultivation world has taken over her body? I'm telling you, I can't confront those powerful figures. You should give up on that idea. She was no longer the naive Xia Zhizhi, who could be easily fooled. The broken mirror couldn't trick her. In her past life, she had read extensively, going through all kinds of online novels. How could she not know what the cultivation world was? Any random cultivator from there could easily overpower her. She wouldn't dare to recklessly confront those big shots for anything. The heavenly mirror was frustrated. Silly Zhizhi, Qin Shui is in the process of soul possession. She just arrived and is unstable right now. If you don't act now, it will be harder to do so later. Moreover, that scream you heard at dawn was from Qin Shui's original soul. At that moment, the Qin Shui from the cultivation world was devouring the original soul, causing the original to scream in pain. Unfortunately, the original soul has already been completely consumed. Xia Zhizhi felt even more scared. The Qin Shui from the cultivation world is so powerful. I can't provoke her. Broken mirror, just say you want me dead. She was furious. This broken mirror was definitely not a good thing. The heavenly mirror sighed. Zhizhi, what are you thinking? I would never harm you. They were partners bound by a life and death contract. Okay? Hurting Zhizhi would be the same as hurting itself. Xia Zhizhi retorted, if that's not harming me, then what is? You broken mirror have a wicked mind. The heavenly mirror felt a pang of regret. My fault. I forgot to explain. In this world, there's no spiritual energy. If you take Qin Shui's personal space now, she won't even have a chance to develop, let alone seek revenge. So, to prevent this soul possessor from growing stronger and overshadowing you, go take her golden finger. Xia Zhizhi. Hey, that makes some sense. The cultivation world has spiritual awareness. If this person develops and discovers she has a space too, it would be dangerous. So, she should act first. Finding a good excuse in her mind, Xia Zhizhi decided to take action. She didn't know who pushed her from behind, but she spun around, letting out a delicate oops, and turned her toes, falling toward Qin Shui. Lin Xiaoshuang, who was enjoying the show, exclaimed, Zhizhi, be careful. Qin Shui, who was busy beating her ex-fiancé and stepsister, was startled and tried to dodge, but Xia Zhizhi quickly grabbed her hand. Qin Shui was already weak from being malnourished, and after taking over the body and fighting, she was exhausted. If it weren't for her strong will, she would have been beaten back by the others. Now, her body couldn't keep up with her reflexes, and she was caught off guard by Xia Zhizhi's strong grip. She stumbled and glared at Xia Zhizhi, who had fallen to the ground. Let go of me. Xia Zhizhi shivered at her sharp gaze and quickly released her hand, forcing a smile.
I'm sorry.
I really am sorry. I didn't know who pushed me from behind and I stumbled. I hope I didn't hurt you. The moment Xia Zhizhi let go, Qin Shui felt a sudden loss of something important, causing her to feel restless. Ignoring Xia Zhizhi and the beaten ex-fiancé and stepsister, she quickly turned and went back inside. Why is Qin Shui acting like this? Zatsa just tripped and fell, and she didn't even get hurt. What's she so angry about? Lin Xiaoduan looked at the door that slammed shut and stomped her foot in frustration. She quickly helped up Xia Zatsa, looking at her with concern. Zatsa, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? Xia Zatsa brushed off the dirt from her clothes, shook her head, and said, I'm fine, then turned to see Aunt Yu in the crowd, her eyes darting away. It was clear that the old woman had pushed her just now. She shot Aunt Yu a fierce glare. Old hag, just wait. I will definitely get my revenge. Aunt Yu, with her pig-like brain, thought it was strange that Xia Zatsa didn't come to confront her, but instead assumed Xia Zatsa was scared of her, feeling quite pleased with herself. Humph. Without a man backing her up, Xia Zatsa is indeed easy to bully. Aunt Yu decided that she would continue to pick on Xia Zatsa whenever her man wasn't around. Meanwhile, Qin Rushua's stepsister, Qin Rui, and her newlywed husband, Liang Jiahui, were badly beaten, lying on the ground with swollen faces, groaning and unable to get up. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no, will Liang Jiahui and his wife be seriously injured by Qiu Yuan's wife? Why can't they get up?" Woo woo woo. Finally, someone noticed them. Qin Rui and her husband were not only injured, but also had faces swollen like pig heads, crying in pain and unable to speak, only able to make helpless sounds. Lin Xiaoduan's father-in-law, Grandpa Wu, who managed the courtyard, realized something was wrong and quickly called for a cart to take the newlyweds to the hospital. Watching the group hurry away, Lin Xiaoduan paused and instinctively glanced back at the closed door of Qin Rushua's room, a chill suddenly washing over her. When reading novels, a decisive female lead seemed exciting, but in reality, it felt a bit terrifying. This was definitely a lawless person. She would do anything, even kill. Living next to someone like that, she would be on edge every day. Thinking of this, she rubbed her arms, feeling goosebumps, and couldn't help but quietly complain to Xia Zatsa. Zatsa, what do you think Qin Rushua is thinking? Not only did her personality change so suddenly, but she also went after her ex-fiancé and stepsister so fiercely. Doesn't she worry about getting reported to the police? It was as if she had lost her mind. Even if she was once a ruthless figure in the cultivation world, now she was just a powerless commoner in this new world. Being so brazen, was she trying to make sure everyone knew she had changed? Lin Xiaoduan didn't want to comment on this foolish plot. Xia Zatsa quickly covered Lin Xiaoduan's mouth. Please be careful. The person living here can forcibly take over ordinary people. Don't talk carelessly outside their door. She pulled Lin Xiaoduan to walk faster. Xiaoduan, let's talk about this later. If Qin Rushua hears us and comes out to beat us up, it won't be good. With their small frames, they wouldn't stand a chance against her. Xia Zatsa had just taken someone else's golden opportunity and felt guilty, afraid her acting skills would fail in front of Qin Rushua. She decided to avoid her whenever possible and never confront her directly. Remembering Qin Rushua's terrifying nature, Lin Xiaoduan shrank her neck and immediately fell silent. She silently warned herself that this wasn't the past where hitting someone was illegal. If she got beaten up by Qin Rushua for being careless with her words, she would have to suffer the consequences alone. That's right, besides Xia Zatsa and Jiang Yunsheng, Lin Xiaoduan was also a traveler, and she had a melon-eating system. Xia Zatsa initially thought Lin Xiaoduan was the main character in this world, but after observing her for a few days, she found that Lin Xiaoduan's system was quite useless. The melon-eating points she earned could only be exchanged for some rice, flour, and money, along with goods from this era. There was nothing extraordinary, nor was there any energy needed for the heavenly mirror. Xia Zatsa felt it wasn't worth observing anymore and decided to ignore this whole situation. However, while Xia Zatsa stopped paying attention to Lin Xiaoduan started to get closer to her, subtly trying to win her favor and share gossip. Xia Zatsa felt excited, thinking that perhaps the heavenly path in this world was better than the last, choosing her as the female lead. Maybe she would even rise to greatness. But unexpectedly, before she could be happy for long, a powerful figure from the cultivation world appeared. Xia Zatsa felt powerless. It was clear that this person was undoubtedly the female lead chosen by the heavenly path. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoduan had no idea what Xia Zatsa was thinking. Otherwise, she would definitely argue that Xia Zatsa had it much easier than any female lead. Female leads faced countless hardships, while Xia Zaza had a good husband and was coasting through life. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoduan had already pulled Xia Zaza aside to talk about the Qin sisters' troubles. "Zaza, I need to tell you something, but don't spread it around." Lin Xiaoduan peeked out the window to make sure no one was listening, then leaned closer to Xia Zaza and whispered. Xia Zaza nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling. "I won't tell anyone." "Go ahead." Following Lin Xiaoduan, who loved gossip, she had grown fond of it too. Lin Xiaoduan raised her eyebrows. "I heard that Qin Rui is not just a burden brought by Qin Rushua's stepmother, but actually the illegitimate daughter of her father and stepmother. Otherwise, why would they favor Qin Rui for so many years, allowing her and her mother to bully and mistreat Qin Rushua, their own daughter?" Qin Rushua had truly suffered and was very weak. Ever since Qin Rui's mother married into the family, all the household chores were pushed onto the 8-year-old Qin Rushua, who was so busy she couldn't stand up straight, while also being bullied by her stepmother and stepsister. When she tried to report the abuse to the factory leaders, she was threatened by her father and dared not say anything. She was like a little cabbage drowning in musai, bitter water. "Is that true?" Xia Zaza gasped, covering her mouth. When Lin Xiaoduan nodded, she asked, "Does Qin Rushua know?" Lin Xiaoduan smiled meaningfully. She probably didn't know before, but that might change in the future. She only knew this because she had read the original story. Qin Rushua, the fiery girl, would eventually take revenge on her scummy father and his family. After being reported by Qin Rushua for embezzling state property, they all ended up in a remote farm in the northwest. Chiu family early in the morning, Chiu Yuan, the man Qin Rushua married, was nowhere to be found. Qin Rushua sat alone on the bed, touching the storage ring on her hand, frowning in confusion. "Strange, everything in the storage ring is there, so why do I feel like I've missed an important opportunity?" A cultivator's intuition is very accurate. She was sure that, without her knowledge, someone had taken her chance. "The sudden racing of my heart happened when I touched that girl who smelled like gardenias. Could it be?" Qin Rushua's eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. She stood up, ready to find out where that girl lived, when there was a knock at the door. "Qin Rushua, is Qin Rushua there? Open the door." Qin Rushua opened the door to find 2 men in identical clothes standing coldly at the entrance. She couldn't help but frown. In the memories of her weak original self, these 2 were public security officers, similar to local officials that common people feared. Before entering the cultivation world, she was just a beggar, despising these greedy officials who exploited the common folk, forcing them to beg and become refugees. So, she coldly looked at them. "Do you have business?" The 2 officers felt a chill run down their spines, but thought it was just the cold weather. "Is this Qin Rushua? Your sister Qin Rui and her husband's family reported to the police early this morning, saying you assaulted them without reason, causing 2 serious injuries and 1 minor injury. We are here to arrest you as per regulations." As they spoke, they took out handcuffs to put on Qin Rushua. The 2 serious injuries referred to Qin Rui and her husband, Liang Jiahui, while the minor injury was Liang Jiahui's mother, Yin Suyun. Yin Suyun, being cunning, initially tried to mediate when she saw Qin Rushua hitting her son, but was slapped twice by the enraged Qin Rushua, losing a few teeth and too scared to approach again. After visiting the doctor with her son and daughter-in-law, she learned how expensive dental work was and, filled with resentment, immediately went to report to the police with Qin Rui's mother. Qin Rushua stepped back to avoid the handcuffs and frowned. "What? Is it illegal to hit someone here?" "Hitting someone isn't illegal, but you need to know your limits. If you break someone's bones, of course, you have to go to jail," one officer said with a grim expression. "So, Comrade Qin, please don't resist. Otherwise, your charges will increase." Wow, wow, wow. Xixi, look. Qin Rushua is being taken away. Lin Xiaoduan and Xia Zhizhi were peering out the window, shocked and shouting as they watched Qin Rushua being taken by the police. Clearly, others in the shared courtyard also saw Qin Rushua being taken away. They peeked out for a while, and once her figure disappeared, everyone hurried out to discuss. Hey, do you think we really have a criminal in our courtyard? If this gets out, our courtyard's reputation will be ruined. How will young men and women find partners in the future? Yeah, what's going on with the Liang family? They are relatives living in the same courtyard. Can't we just solve our issues privately? Why make such a big fuss? We definitely won't win the Civilized Courtyard award this year. You're right, we should go talk to Jiaowei's mom. This concerns the reputation of our whole courtyard. We can't let them ruin it. See, once it involves their interests, everyone changes their tune and starts criticizing the victim, leaving Xia Zhizhi and Lin Xiaoduan speechless. Unlike Xia Zhizhi, Lin Xiaoduan had in-laws to consider. Seeing the time, she hurried home to cook. Not long after she left, Jiang Yunxing returned. Zhizhi, I bought your favorite fried dough sticks and sweet soy milk.
Commit.
This morning, before dawn, Jiang Yunxing had gotten up early to hunt in the suburbs. Now he returned, damp and carrying not just breakfast, but also a wild chicken and a rabbit. Xia Zhizhi exclaimed, Brother, I want braised rabbit and spicy chicken for lunch. Can you make it for me? Sure. Whatever you want, I'll make it for you. Jiang Yunxing said with a smile, looking tenderly at his satisfied wife eating the fried dough sticks. By the way, Zhizhi, what were those people in the courtyard arguing about? I heard them mention Jiaowei's mom reported to the police. Who did they arrest? Well, I know about that. Xia Zhizhi quickly took a sip of warm, sweet soy milk, swallowed, and excitedly recounted the morning's events. She especially emphasized Qin Rushua's drastic change in personality and her newfound strength, saying that even several men couldn't hold her back as she ruthlessly beat her stepsister and ex-fiancé, sending them to the hospital. After hearing this, Jiang Yunxing's expression stiffened slightly, his fingers nervously tracing the edge of the bowl, feeling a bit restless. This mixed courtyard had all kinds of people, and now it seemed there were even those who had crossed over or been reborn. This world must be a mess. Indeed, not only were there those like them who had crossed over, but also someone who had been reborn, Aunt Yu's daughter-in-law, Sun Chuyu. This woman must have had ungrateful children in her past life and didn't want to deal with her difficult mother-in-law and troublesome kids anymore. Her first act after being reborn was to marry her devoted admirer, Sun Daju. Now she was already pregnant and preparing to practice her new skills. As for Lin Xiaoduan, she was all about emotions and had no acting skills. She easily used modern internet slang, making it hard for Jiang Yunxing not to notice. Jiang Yunxing sighed. Zhizhi, judging by Qin Rushua's demeanor, she probably isn't someone to mess with. You should avoid her in the future. With her fighting skills, she might be a reincarnated assassin. Zhizhi was shy and not good with words. If one day she said something wrong and upset Qin Rushua, it would be bad if she took advantage of Jiang Yunxing's absence to bully Zhizhi. Author. Huh? Are you sure she won't talk? Isn't she naturally sharp-tongued and good at hitting people's nerves? Okay, brother, don't worry. I won't get close to her, Xia Zhizhi quickly nodded. Having just taken her golden finger, she felt guilty and wouldn't dare approach Qin Rushua. The heavenly mirror in the flower soul space finally absorbed all the spiritual energy and essence of the personal space, letting out a satisfied burp. Sensing Zhizhi's unease, it quickly reassured her. Don't be afraid, Zhizhi. I figured out the other party's background as soon as I met her. This personal space was accidentally bound to her after she died and bled on an ordinary jade cauldron. She has no idea she has a personal space. So, she wasn't even sure what she had lost, making it impossible for her to vent her anger. Thanks to Xia Zhizhi and the heavenly mirror acting quickly, if they had waited longer until Qin Rushua's soul was bound to that jade cauldron, it would have been difficult to take it away silently. Being friends with someone who has the inside scoop always keeps Xia Zhizhi at the forefront of gossip. No matter where the news comes from, it stays fresh. So, this jobless wanderer, Xia Zhizhi, often drags Lin Xiaoshuang along under the pretense of strolling around to hunt for treasures like gold, silver, and antiques, enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoshuang hears a mechanical voice in her head. Host, please note, Grandma Yu's grandson, Shirtu, has stolen chickens and egg cakes from Qiu Yuan's house again and was caught red-handed. A verbal battle is about to unfold in the courtyard. Please hurry to watch. You have successfully gathered gossip this time, earning 10 gossip points and a women's bicycle as a reward. Hearing about the bicycle reward, Lin Xiaoshuang got excited and quickly grabbed Xia Ziji's hand, stopping her from continuing her eager exploration. Ziji, I just remembered that I might have left my door unlocked at home. I need to hurry back and check. Let's go shopping another day. Xia Ziji instinctively sent her soul power into the flower spirit space, looking at the treasures about to fill another warehouse, licking her lips in anticipation. Okay, let's go another day then. Treasures can be gathered anytime. The two jobless wanderers, Xia Ziji and Lin Xiaoshuang, hurried back from shopping and happened to stumble upon Grandma Yu showcasing her special skill, summoning spirits. Oh, old Duan, Wenming, you really need to see this. This old lady is being bullied by these people. Shirtu just took a few things from a capitalist brat, right? Shirtu eating his stuff is giving him face, but this brat wants to report it to the police. Is he trying to drive me crazy? Every time Xia Ziji saw this old lady putting on a show, it made her skin crawl. If you have this skill, why not use it to earn some money instead of performing here for nothing? Without a daughter-in-law to do all the dirty work for her family, Grandma Yu is becoming more annoying. Every time her grandson got into trouble, she resorted to this tactic, almost offending all the residents in the courtyard. Even Xia Ziji's family had been robbed a few times by that little brat Shirtu, who sneaked in and stole snacks and meat. This made Xia Ziji and Jiang Yinqing afraid to stock up on food at home. They only bought snacks and meat when they were about to eat, not daring to keep anything for more than half a day. However, she didn't suffer in silence. Every time Shirtu stole from her, she would take 10 times the amount from Grandma Yu's hidden stash. Unfortunately, Grandma Yu never counted the money hidden under the pickled vegetable jar, or she would have realized there were only a few bills left. Hehe. Lin Xiaoshuang, clearly also affected, pulled Xia Ziji to a spot with a clear view and couldn't help but spit out. Shida's current stealing habits are all because this old lady spoils him. I wonder if this old lady has a grudge against the Duan family, deliberately raising her grandson to be like this. He won't have a good future in society. He looks like a troublemaker. Even though Qin Rushua's husband, Qiu Yuan, is currently a problematic figure that everyone despises, he secretly runs a black market business and could easily deal with Shida's family. He just doesn't want to bother with them. In the original plot, it was Shirtu who offended Qin Rushua, prompting Qiu Yuan to take harsh action and set Shirtu up to end up in a juvenile detention center. Qiu Yuan, wearing patched clothes with long, messy hair covering his eyes, looked gloomy, his once handsome face now overshadowed. He watched the commotion in silence. It was Lin Xiaoshuang's father-in-law, Grandpa Wu, who couldn't stand it any longer and interrupted Grandma Yu's performance. Old Duan's family, Shirtu stole expensive items this time, a chicken and 2 pounds of egg cakes. You can't just shout and get away with it. You need to compensate Qiu Yuan. Grandma Yu was unhappy. Compensate? It's just a kid being greedy for a bit of food. Is it necessary to be so calculating? Also, our Duan family has been poor for 8 generations. What does a capitalist brat have to compare with us? If he wants to report it to the police, let him. I want to see if the police will side with us poor farmers or with that capitalist brat. This statement was true. These days, anyone with a questionable background had to live cautiously, afraid to cause trouble. If Grandma Yu stubbornly refused to pay, Qiu Yuan had no way to deal with them openly. Grandpa Wu looked at Qiu Yuan awkwardly. Qiu Yuan, what do you think about this? He had once received kindness from Qiu Yuan's grandfather and was willing to help when Qiu Yuan was in a tough spot. But once it involved such a sensitive issue, he couldn't lean too much toward Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan clenched his fists, dark clouds swirling in his eyes hidden beneath his messy hair. He opened his mouth about to say something. Since returning from the police station, Qin Rushua had been hiding in the house. Hearing Grandma Yu's nonsense, she couldn't hold back her anger. Indeed, under the pressure of the elders in the courtyard, the Liang family had to reluctantly go to the police station to cancel the report against Qin Rushua. Qin Rushua was lucky to live in a community that valued collective reputation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fared well. Finally, unable to listen any longer, Qin Rushua burst out of the house and slapped Shirtu across the face. Shirtu, who had been sticking his tongue out at Qiu Yuan in a gloating manner, froze, covering his stinging face and bursting into tears.
Ah!
My face hurts. Grandma, my face hurts. Seeing her grandson's face swelling up, Grandma Yu was heartbroken. With a scream, she rushed to Shida's side, carefully holding his face, and said, Shirtu, are you okay? Grandma will take you home to put on medicine. Shirtu was not having it, struggling to go after Qin Rushua. You shameless woman. If you dare hit me, I'll kill you. He yelled while punching and kicking Qin Rushua in the legs and stomach. Qin Rushua couldn't let this little brat get away with it. With a cold face, she slapped Shirtu until he spun around. You little brat, stealing from your aunt? You asked for it. Seeing her precious grandson getting hit, Grandma, you couldn't sit still any longer. She jumped up and lunged at Qin Rushua. Oh, you little pest. Just released from the police station, and you still dare to hit my grandson? Watch me not kill you. Unfortunately, Qin Rushua dodged to the side, and Grandma Yu fell flat on her face. Zheng Qiuyu, who had been watching the show while holding her stomach, could no longer stand by. Although she had been disappointed with Shirtu, who was a complete troublemaker, he was still her own flesh and blood. She couldn't bear to see him bullied. She quickly instructed her sycophant, her current husband Sun Dazhu, to go stop Qin Rushua. Before Jiang Yunqing arrived, Sun Dazhu had been the strongest in the courtyard, unbeatable. He thought he could easily handle Qin Rushua, who seemed like a delicate little wife. But before he could even touch her clothes, he was punched against the wall.
Ouch!
Qiu, I hurt my waist. Hurry, and take me to the hospital. Xia Zhizhi watched the chaotic scene, her mouth agape in surprise. She poked Lin Xiaoshuang in the side and exclaimed, Xiaoshuang, your description of Qin Rushua is spot on. This fiery girl really lives up to her name. She's truly fierce. One wrong word, and she's ready to fight. But only someone like her can handle the troublemakers in the courtyard. No matter how much you talk, you have to see if you can take a few punches from her. Who would dare to provoke her? Lin Xiaoshuang swallowed nervously. Zhizhi, promise me that next time there's a commotion with Qin Rushua, we'll watch from a distance. That girl could probably send her to the afterlife with one punch. Xia Zhizhi nodded, but your father-in-law, the manager, is really unfortunate. He just took Qin Rushua's sister-in-law to the hospital, and now he has to take Sun Dezhi too. It's all because of Qin Rushua's antics. With Qin Rushua's temper, even if he wanted to advise her to calm down, he probably wouldn't dare. Being the manager is quite stressful. Lin Xiaoshuang glanced at Qiu Yuan, who was talking to Qin Rushua, and smiled. It's okay. If he can't talk to Qin Rushua, he can talk to Qiu Yuan. He's the type who plays dumb but is actually quite clever. He'll probably win over the inexperienced Jin Dan master soon. Over there, Qiu Yuan was trying to persuade Qin Rushua, I have a bad background. Are you really not considering divorcing me? If you stay with me, you'll face a lot of disrespect in the future. He had to marry Qin Rushua out of necessity. On their wedding night, when the two sisters switched places, he finally understood why Qin Rushua was so insistent on marrying him. It was all part of a plan to better manipulate Qin Rushua. Since it was a mistake from the start, it's better to cut losses now. His current situation was very precarious. Every step felt like walking on a tightrope. If it weren't for Qin Rushua's scheming, he never would have thought about getting married. Qin Rushua shook her head. I've completely fallen out with my family. If you don't keep me, I guess I'll have to go to the countryside. In that case, we might as well stick together. Don't worry, I'll find a way to earn money quickly and won't take advantage of you. As she said this, she suddenly remembered that Qiu Yuan had helped her pay for her sister-in-law's medical expenses. She pretended to pull money from her pocket, taking out a stack of bills from her space, not counting them, and stuffed them into Qiu Yuan's hands. Here's the money you lent me for Qin Rushua, and Liang Jiahui's medical expenses. I'll pay you back now, and the extra can be my food expenses for this month. Qiu Yuan looked at the money in his hands and raised his eyes to Qin Ruxue, puzzled. Where did you get this money? Qin Ruxue shrugged. Of course, I took it from my useless dad's house. I'm part of the family too. It's not fair that he only spends his money on Qin Ruxue and Qin Xiaobao and not on me. So, the first thing she did after leaving the police station was to raid her father's house for the hidden cash. As for whether her father would call the police when he found the money missing, most of it was embezzled factory funds. If he dared to report it, he wouldn't want to live anymore. Qiu Yuan had never interacted much with Qin Ruxue and didn't have much imagination. He thought her change in character was due to a new mindset, assuming she was escaping her family and revealing her true self. All right, I'll accept this money for now. He stuffed the bills into his pocket and said casually, you can eat whatever you want at my place. My current job is sweeping the streets, so I might not be able to provide the life you want.
Please bear with me.
As for the black market business, he and Qin Ruxue weren't close enough to discuss that yet. For now, he had to pretend to be poor. Qin Ruxue shrugged, it's fine. I have money. I can manage for now. The egg cake and wild chicken I bought this morning were eaten by that brat Duan Shirtu. I need to go buy more. You do your own thing. As for cooking, she couldn't do it. That night, Xia Zhizhi leaned against the window, watching Aunt Yu head to the bathroom, and quickly called out to Jiang Yunsheng. Brother, come with me. Aunt Yu is alone. That's right. Xia Zhizhi was still holding a grudge against Aunt Yu for pushing her and decided to get her revenge. Tonight was a perfect opportunity, haha. Faced with his wife, whose face was full of mischief, Jiang Yunsheng had no choice but to indulge her. Before entering the bathroom, he took out a black scarf and covered her face. Zhizhi, be quick.
Don't let Aunt Yu catch you.
Xia Zhizhi gave him a look that said, I've got this, and tiptoed toward the bathroom. The public restroom in the courtyard had a row of squat toilets, and behind the wall separating the toilets was a communal pit. It was already late September, and October was approaching, so the weather was getting colder. Xia Zhizhi pinched her nose and hid outside the bathroom, listening to Aunt Yu's grunting noises. She wasn't sure if Aunt Yu was constipated, but she was really straining. Just when it seemed like flowers were about to wilt, Aunt Yu finally came out. After being assaulted by the stench for so long, Xia Zhizhi felt like she was turning dark. Furious, she picked up a nearby stick and jabbed it hard at Aunt Yu.
Ouch.
Splash. A mess of filth flew everywhere. The smell was overwhelming. Even through the scarf, Xia Zhizhi could smell the fermented stench of the waste and couldn't help but gag. She dropped the stick and hurried back to Jiang Yunsheng. Brother, let's run. It stinks too much here.
Gag.
No, this time she really hurt herself while trying to get back at someone. She was about to be sick. She probably wouldn't be able to eat for the next few days. She grabbed Jiang Yunsheng's hand and ran back frantically, with Aunt Yu's loud cries and curses behind them. Help! Help! Someone save me! Which brat pushed me? I curse you to have a son with no butt. Sure too, Chuyu, Uncle Wu, come save me. The commotion in the bathroom was too loud, and soon everyone in the courtyard who had already fallen asleep was awakened. Who is it? Who's shouting for help? Uncle Wu rubbed his eyes and reluctantly got up to get dressed. Being the manager was really annoying. He was always being dragged into trouble. Aunt Wu listened carefully. It sounds like Aunt Yu. It seems to be coming from the bathroom. Aunt Yu didn't fall in, did she? Thinking of this, she quickly got up and dressed too. Since they all lived in the same courtyard, and she was the manager's wife, she had to lend a hand in times like this. The couple moved quickly, but there were others even faster. By the time they arrived at the public restroom, a crowd had already gathered. Everyone was disgusted by Aunt Yu, who was splashing around in the communal pool, standing far away and unwilling to help. It was just too dirty. Uncle Wu was furious, pointing at the onlookers. Can't you see Aunt Yu is still struggling in there? And you're just standing around watching? Xia Zhizhi, who had changed clothes and come back to watch, pouted. Uncle Wu, if you want to save her, let someone else do it. I have a cleanliness obsession, and Can't let my brother get contaminated by this filth. She was the one who pushed Aunt Yu in. How could she ask her man to save her? Some people initially refused, and others quickly joined in, saying they had no time to heat water and bathe at this late hour. They didn't want to get involved. Moreover, Aunt Yu had offended nearly everyone in the courtyard over the past 6 months, and no one wanted to endure the disgust to save her. Uncle Wu was at a loss and shot a glare at the culprit, Xia Zhizhi. Stop saying such unhelpful things. Seeing everyone else keeping their distance, he turned his attention to Aunt Yu's former daughter-in-law, Zheng Qiuyu, who was hiding in the crowd. Zheng Qiuyu, you've been Aunt Yu's daughter-in-law for so many years. Others may not want to help, but why are you just standing there? Isn't that unreasonable? Zheng Qiuyu hesitated. Uncle Wu, it's not that I don't want to help, but I'm pregnant. What if I hurt the baby? Once she mentioned Sun Dazhu, Uncle Wu immediately fell silent. Fine, he would handle it himself. Why was he so unlucky to be in charge? He would quit at the street office tomorrow. In the end, Uncle Wu, with the help of his 2 sons, pulled Aunt Yu out. When she started crying and tried to go back to the courtyard, Aunt Wu quickly stopped her. Aunt Yu, don't rush back. Wait until you're clean. I brought you some water. At that moment, Aunt Yu completely broke down, sitting on the ground and wailing. Old Duan Wenming, why did you leave so early? They're bullying me. They're all bullying this widow. In the end, Aunt Yu had to wash off the smell with 5 buckets of cold water before everyone agreed to let her return to the courtyard. It was deep autumn, and the nights were chilly. Naturally, Aunt Yu fell ill and spent a week at home before slowly recovering. Xia Zhizhi felt no guilt about this. Instead, she felt quite satisfied. This is what you get for always talking behind my back and bullying me when my man isn't around, right? A large part of Xia Zhizhi's bad reputation in the courtyard was due to Aunt Yu. As for the small part that remained, that was her own fault. One day, while Xia Zhizhi was brushing her teeth at the communal sink, Qin Rushue suddenly approached her. I saw everything that night.
Huh.
Xia Zhizhi, with toothpaste foam in her mouth, looked at her in confusion. After a moment of staring at the suddenly transformed Qin Rushue, she mumbled, What do you mean? Wow, it had only been a month, and Qin Rushue had completely changed. Look at that figure. And that radiant face. If it weren't for her unchanged voice and the cold aura she still had, no one would recognize her as the once timid girl with sunken cheeks. She questioned the mirror of destiny in her mind. Why didn't you tell me earlier that Qin Rushue had something in her storage ring that could make her beautiful? If she had known, she would have taken all of her treasures. The mirror of destiny replied, It's just a beauty pill. Can you stop being so shallow? Besides, you're already pretty enough. The beauty pill wouldn't have much effect on you. Why are you getting so upset about this? Xia Zhizhi, frustrated, shot back, Who says it's useless? Look at her, then look at me. Our figures are so different. Didn't you think I would feel insecure? The mirror of destiny was speechless. Who would have thought? I've never been a woman. Although Qin Rushue was a powerful figure, she was still a woman and had her own competitive spirit. Feeling Xia Zhizhi's envious gaze on her, she couldn't help but feel a bit smug. She straightened her chest, cleared her throat, and reminded, I saw you push Aunt Yu that night. Xia Zhizhi.
How could that be?
Before she acted, she had scanned the area with her soul power and saw no one else but Jiang Yunsheng. The mirror of destiny reminded her, Zhizhi, even though she lost her powers, she can still use her consciousness. It was just limited by her physical form and couldn't see far. Oh right, how did she forget that? But even so, she wasn't worried. She had seen many situations like this before. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes arrogantly, rinsed her mouth, wiped it, and then said slowly, You say you saw me? Who would believe that? I could also say I saw you push Aunt Yu into the pit. Anyone can make up stories. Qin Rushue clearly didn't expect someone to be so shameless, and she felt a surge of anger. Why, you're so shameless. It was clearly her who pushed Aunt Yu. How could she accuse someone else so boldly? Xia Zhizhi threw her another eye roll.
Idiot.
She was really getting foolish from her cultivation. How could one be so naive? Not to mention her own notorious reputation. She could lie without hesitation, and if someone pointed it out, she could just turn it back on them. Why should she admit to something she did well? What a joke. Having been an elder in her sect for many years, Qin Rushue had never been looked down upon like this. She grabbed Xiaojiji by the collar, pulling her close, her tone icy as she said, "Tell me, what did you take from me that night? Give it back now." During her body transformation, every time she thought about the opportunity she lost that night, it felt like a piece of her was missing, wrapping her in immense regret that made it hard to breathe. So, as soon as her body was transformed, she sought out Xiaojiji, hoping she would return what she had taken. "Xiaojiji, is she going to hit me?" Xiaojiji panicked and quickly covered her face, shouting in alarm, "Jiang Yunsheng! Jiang Yunsheng, come quick! Qin Rushue is going to hit me." Hearing his wife call, Jiang Yunsheng rushed out without even taking off his apron or putting down the spatula. When he reached the sink, he saw Qin Rushue grabbing his wife's neck. In that moment, his rationality snapped, and he kicked at Qin Rushue in a fit of rage. "Let go of my wife." Feeling a strong wind behind her, Qin Rushue sensed danger, released Xiaojiji's collar, and quickly dodged to the side. Turning around, she saw Xiaojiji's husband attacking her. Angered, she raised her fist to fight back. One was a powerful cultivator, and the other was a man who survived the apocalypse. Both had blood on their hands, and their fight was fierce and brutal, with every punch landing hard. Xiaojiji watched in shock, worried about getting caught in their fight, so she quickly scurried to the farthest corner of the wall to hide. The commotion attracted the attention of other residents in the courtyard who had just finished washing up and were coming out with their bowls to watch. Lin Xiaoshuang exclaimed, "Wow, why is Gigi's husband fighting with Qin Rushue?" Aunt Yu, with a crooked mouth and squinting eyes due to a cold she caught one night, said, "Humph, neither of them are good people. They deserve to fight." Both Jiang Yunsheng and Qin Rushue had offended her, so she was enjoying the drama. Someone pointed out the truth. Yunsheng is a devoted husband. He usually wouldn't get angry. Could it be that Qin Rushue provoked Yunsheng's wife? Hey, you might be right. Why didn't Qin Rushue check things out before marrying into our courtyard? How did she end up provoking this troublemaker's wife? After a few months, everyone knew that Jiang Yunsheng treated his wife like a treasure. If anyone dared to say something bad about her within earshot, he would go confront that person. The important thing was that he was muscular and tall, probably over 6 feet, towering over the doorframe, and his fierce expression was intimidating. Who would dare to provoke his wife? They wouldn't even be able to take a punch from him. As the center of attention, Xiaojiji was initially upset, but a word from the heavenly mirror cheered her up. It turned out that when Qin Rushue was threatening Xiaojiji by grabbing her neck, the heavenly mirror had confiscated the storage ring from Qin Rushue. It spoke with a hint of regret. "Gigi, this was my mistake. In the future, if we ever steal a protagonist's golden finger, we must be ruthless and leave no room for them to retaliate." Xiaojiji pouted. "You should have done this earlier. This trouble I faced was because of you." Heavenly mirror.
Can we not take that as a compliment?
If it had eyes, the heavenly mirror would have rolled them at Xiaojiji. If we had taken Qin Rushue's storage ring back then, she wouldn't be a threat to you now. She would have probably slapped you already. The storage ring isn't like a portable space that isn't fully bound to Qin Rushue's soul yet. If we take it, she would definitely feel it. Especially if we erase the soul mark left by the original owner, they would feel a significant injury to their soul. Gigi, you need to think carefully. If I help you erase the soul mark from Qin Rushue's ring, you'll truly have a deep grudge against her. Xiaojiji didn't hesitate at all. Do it, erase it right now. If she dares to threaten me by grabbing my neck, why should I leave her any room? That darn Qin Rushue, having a storage ring as her golden finger and still not satisfied. She even dared to threaten me and demand the portable space I had taken. Just wait. I'll strip her of all her golden fingers. Xiaojiji had her own logic. She believed that stealing someone else's golden finger was never wrong. The real mistake was with the one who, despite her mercy, still wanted more. As an ancient artifact, even though it was damaged, it could easily deal with the soul mark left by a mere golden core cultivator. In just a second, the storage ring became unclaimed. Gigi, don't resist. I'll help you bind your soul to the storage ring. In the courtyard, Qin Rushue and Jiang Yunsheng, who had combat skills but lacked spiritual energy to refine their bodies, soon found themselves at a disadvantage. Jiang Yunsheng was overpowering her. The heavenly mirror erasing the soul mark from her storage ring dealt her a heavy blow, and she spat out a mouthful of blood.
No.
My Qiankun ring. She clutched her chest, stepping back to avoid Jiang Yunsheng's attack. Glaring at the corner where Xia Zhizhi was hiding, her eyes filled with hatred, almost murderous. Xia Zhizhi, you're asking for death. Jiang Yunsheng, who had stopped when he saw her spit blood, frowned at her words, his gaze icy as he looked at Qin Rushue, his voice sharp. Qin Rushue, watch your words. Qin Rushue wiped the blood from her lips, straightened her back, turned her head, and walked away towards her home with Qiu Yuan. She realized that she was not the only special person in this world. Jiang Yunsheng was extraordinary too, with a body as tough as iron, his strength comparable to someone who had refined their body. Without spiritual herbs and energy, she knew she couldn't defeat him. To reclaim what belonged to her from Xia Zhizhi, she would have to wait for a chance when Jiang Yunsheng wasn't around and threatened Xia Zhizhi with her life. After watching Qin Rushue leave, Jiang Yunsheng hurried to Xia Zhizhi's side, anxiously asking, Zhizhi, are you okay? Xia Zhizhi had just bound herself to Qin Rushue's storage ring, gaining nearly 10,000 square meters of storage space, and was too excited to be hurt. She was too happy to even think about being in danger. However, she didn't want to disappoint Jiang Yunsheng's concern, so she leaned on his arm and softly said, with you here, I feel so safe. How could anything happen to me? You have to protect me always. Jiang Yunsheng couldn't help but smile. Of course, you're my wife. I'll always protect you. As the couple held hands and returned home sweetly, the onlookers finally found their voices again.
Wow.
Jiang Yunsheng is getting tougher. He not only fights women but also made Qin Rushue spit blood. Those who didn't know the truth thought Jiang Yunsheng had made Qin Rushue spit blood, but in reality, it was due to the unbinding of the storage ring and her soul being injured. From now on, let's avoid provoking this couple. Jiang Yunsheng is not someone to mess with. Others agreed. Yeah, the main thing is not to provoke his wife. Once anyone bothers her, Jiang Yunsheng goes crazy and doesn't care who it is, man, woman, or child. Back at home, happily eating breakfast, Xia Zhizhi and her husband had no idea that after this fight, Jiang Yunsheng's fearsome reputation had only grown. Worried that staying at home would lead to revenge from Qin Rushue, Xia Zhizhi finished her breakfast, grabbed her small bag, and hurried to work with Jiang Yunsheng. At the steel mill entrance, the security guard looked at Jiang Yunsheng with a troubled expression. Yunsheng, I've only seen people bring their babies to work, but never a wife. This doesn't follow the factory rules. He had heard that Jiang Yunsheng was a caring husband, but this was a bit much. Who brings their wife to work? Jiang Yunsheng, unfazed by the guard's strange look, calmly took out 2 boxes of cigarettes he had gotten from his dad and handed them to the guard. Sir, I'll talk to the manager about this. I won't put you in a tough spot. If the manager disagrees, I'll just take my wife out. The manager knew his grandfather well, and he believed that mentioning his grandfather would persuade the manager to be accommodating. Jiang's grandfather. You really are my good grandson. Sure enough, not long after Jiang Yunsheng took Xia Zhizhi into the manager's office, he came out with a big smile, holding a small-sized work uniform from the steel mill. He dropped Xia Zhizhi off at the cafeteria and, feeling uneasy, instructed the staff one by one. My Zhizhi isn't an employee here. She's just hiding from some trouble for a while. Please don't make her do any work. Sun Daju, who had recovered from his back injury and returned to work, had witnessed the fight between Jiang Yunsheng and Qin Rushue that morning. He understood that Jiang Yunsheng was worried about leaving his wife alone at home to be bullied by that fierce woman. As a fellow victim of Qin Rushua, Sun Dezhu patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry, brother. I'll take good care of your wife. I'll make sure no one makes her work, and that Qin Rushua doesn't get close to her." If he, a grown man, couldn't handle that fierce woman, he certainly couldn't expect Jiang Yunqing's frail wife to manage. Jiang Yunqing patted Sun Dezhu's sturdy shoulder. "Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to a meal later." Sun Dezhu smiled warmly. "No need to be polite. We're neighbors. Helping out is what we should do." Jiang Yunqing gave Xia Zhizhi a few more instructions and, seeing that she understood, felt relieved to head to the workshop. Meanwhile, Xia Zhizhi found a corner in the cafeteria, snacking and pretending to read a newspaper while actually counting the treasures in her storage ring, enjoying a leisurely morning. Aside from the cafeteria staff looking at her like she was a rare sight, she had no worries. While Xia Zhizhi was happy, Qin Rushua back at the courtyard was not doing well. Things were getting worse for her. Not only had she lost her storage ring, but she was also upset about her injuries. Her sister, who still hadn't fully recovered, was leaning on crutches and mocking her all morning. Some people think they can bully anyone just because they have a bit of strength. Now look, they've hit a wall. Xia Zhizhi's man is known for being protective. She thought she could just take a beating like us, without any strength or means. Now she's just been beaten by Xia Zhizhi's man. Feeling good about it now. If it weren't for the old folks in the courtyard insisting that having someone go to prison would tarnish their reputation, Qin Rushua would have already become a labor reform criminal. Before she got married, Qin Rushua's temper hadn't seemed so bad. It was just a matter of swapping men on their wedding night. Did she really need to beat them up so badly? How petty. Qin Rushua kept mocking, until finally, she couldn't take it anymore and slammed the window open, glaring at her sister with a cold tone. "Have you said enough?" Qin Rushua's sister jumped in fright, wanting to deny it, but, seeing the murderous look on Qin Rushua's face and recalling the beating she had taken, she nodded quickly and hurriedly hobbled back home. Lying on the bed, Liang Jiahui watched his wife leaning against the door, panting heavily, and felt puzzled. What happened? Did Qin Rushua scare you again? Qin Rushua nodded, looking frustrated. "I don't know what's wrong with Qin Rushua. She changed overnight after getting married, and in less than a month, her looks and figure changed too. Sometimes I wonder if she's even the same person." She couldn't help but ask Liang Jiahui, "Do you think someone can really change so much in just a month?" Her tone held jealousy and anger. Before, when she stood next to Qin Rushua, they were worlds apart. One was a sweet and charming beauty, while the other was a skinny girl with an average appearance. Whenever they stood together, everyone noticed her. Even the man who had been engaged to Qin Rushua since childhood had easily fallen for her. But now, Qin Rushua had become beautiful, even more so than her, and that was unbearable. She desperately wanted someone to agree with her, to think that Qin Rushua's change was strange and, ideally, label her as an enemy for life. Liang Jiahui squinted, recalling how stunning Qin Rushua looked that morning, with her beautiful face and impressive figure, and couldn't help but lick his lips. He regretted not realizing her potential earlier, otherwise, he would never have agreed to the marriage swap. The two of them were clearly not on the same level of attractiveness. Compared to the cute neighbor girl, he preferred a voluptuous beauty. "Hey!" Qin Rushua noticed Liang Jiahui's expression and realized he was captivated by Qin Rushua. She stomped her foot in anger. "What are you thinking? Don't forget who made us unable to get out of bed for over a month." Liang Jiahui. "If you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten." Forget it. No matter how beautiful she was still a thorny rose. He would stick to living a simple life with Qin Rushua. At least he wouldn't have to worry about his safety, right? Today's fight made Jiang Yunqing realize that the new Qin Rushua was just like him. No, she was even more indifferent to life. Jiang Yunqing felt that the current Qin Rushua was too unpredictable. He didn't want her presence to make his wife feel like a frightened bird, afraid to come home. So, when he got off work that evening, Jiang Yunqing didn't go straight to the kitchen to cook. Instead, He sought out Qin Rushue's husband, Qiu Yuan. Ignoring Qin Rushue's murderous glare, he coldly called out, "Qiu Yuan, come out," and turned to walk toward the front yard. Qin Rushue moved her lips. Unfortunately, Qiu Yuan knew what she wanted to say. He raised his hand to interrupt her and gave her a reassuring look. "Don't worry, Zhang Yunsheng isn't unreasonable. He won't do anything to me. I'll be right back." After saying this, he put down the half-washed vegetables, wiped his hands on his clothes, and hurried outside. It was rush hour, and the courtyard was noisy with the sounds of adults and children talking. To keep their conversation private, Zhang Yunsheng left the courtyard and found a quiet spot to stand. He pulled out a cigarette, struck a match, and took a deep drag. As the smoke swirled, his fierce appearance looked particularly mysterious and powerful in the fading sunlight. Qiu Yuan walked over, and seeing Zhang Yunsheng like this, his heart began to sink. "Zhang Yunsheng, what do you want to talk to me about?" He stood beside Zhang Yunsheng, his previous calm demeanor gone. His long hair hid the weariness and sadness in his eyes, and he got straight to the point. Zhang Yunsheng exhaled a puff of smoke and looked down at the man who was half a head shorter than him. Without beating around the bush, he said, "Qin Rushue is too unpredictable. I'm worried about her living in the same city as my wife. I will help you hide your identity and send you both to work at a steel factory in H province." Qiu Yuan looked up at him. "What's the cost?" If there were no strings attached, Zhang Yunsheng wouldn't offer such generous terms. Zhang Yunsheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, chuckled, and his expression was more sinister than usual. "The cost is that you give up your connections in the black market. You should know my background. Don't do something foolish." He admitted that Qiu Yuan was not an ordinary person. But unfortunately, the times limited him, and his wife had offended the wrong people. Even with talent, they had to submit to fate and power. The Jiang family was deeply involved in politics, with their stronghold in the capital. Qiu Yuan, with a poor background and no powerful backing, had nothing to fight against him. "Fine, I agree." Qiu Yuan smiled, showing no reluctance. "I will try to persuade Rushue to let go of her ties with your wife. Of course, even if she can't let go, it doesn't matter. We probably won't be able to return to B City anyway." Once they were cut off from contact, even if she couldn't let go, what could she do? Although it was a bit regretful to give up everything in B City, escaping was not necessarily a bad thing. Once they reached H province, no one would know his black market identity, and he could live the life he wanted under the sun. Zhang Yunsheng acted quickly, using all his connections to get everything done in less than 2 weeks. Before Qin Rushue and her husband left, he sternly warned her, "You know, it's easier for me to kill you than to kill an ant. Don't even think about getting revenge on my wife, or I will repay you 100-fold." Qin Rushue gritted her teeth, filled with hatred. The tiger had fallen to the plains and was bullied by dogs. How glorious she had been back then, yet now she was humiliated by a junior. She stubbornly asked, "What about my ring?" "Your wife took my ring and doesn't plan to return it." "What ring?" Zhang Yunsheng replied, confused. "My wife can have anything she wants. Why would she want your broken ring?" "Wait, a ring? Could it be a space ring?" Qin Rushue's temperament and behavior seemed like someone who had come from a world of cultivation. Qin Rushue was furious and wanted to spit in Zhang Yunsheng's face. But she feared his much greater strength and the powerful figure hiding behind Xia Zhizhi. The one who could erase her soul mark must be stronger than her. She couldn't act recklessly, and didn't dare to. Qin Rushue couldn't do anything to Xia Zhizhi and her husband, so she vented her anger on her useless father and wicked stepmother. Before leaving, she slipped a report letter onto the factory director's desk, accusing her father of embezzling public funds and undermining socialism, successfully sending the entire Qin family to the northwest to suffer. Watching Qiu Yuan and Qin Rushue leave the courtyard with their luggage, Lin Xiaoshuang couldn't help but glance back at Xia Zhizhi and her husband, thinking to herself, "Look at that, it's still the villains." They really dominated the protagonists early on. Qin Rushue only slightly harmed Xia Zhizhi, and Zhang Yunsheng, the devoted husband, sent them off to a remote county. This novel, which was supposed to feature Qin Rushue as the main character, claimed to be a story of a strong female lead, but whether in the beginning, middle, or end, facing off against the villains always felt frustrating. Especially Xia Zhizhi, who had taken the main character's lucky charm. Her luck was beyond words. In the beginning, she had a powerful husband protecting her, and later, 3 exceptionally intelligent and strong sons pampering her. She had never been bullied. The main character pondered for a lifetime but never managed to reclaim the Qianquan ring from Xia Zhizhi, and when she died, no one remembered her. Only Xia Zhizhi lingered in her thoughts. This shows how deeply she felt about not getting back the Qianquan ring. 12 years later, Xia Zhizhi entered university once again. However, this time, she wasn't attending B City University, but Yangqing University. She wasn't going to university to find a good job in the future. She was simply bored at home and wanted something to do to pass the time. Going to university was a great choice. Lin Xiaoshuang also entered the same university as Xia Zhizhi. After years of hard work, Xia Zhizhi finally recognized the sycophant. Along with Jiang Yunxing coming to Yangqing for business, due to Zhizhi and Lin Xiaoshuang's friendship, they also brought along Lin Xiaoshuang's husband. Both families had settled in Yangqing. The class bell rang. Xia Zhizhi packed her books and walked toward the school gate with Lin Xiaoshuang, chatting. As they talked, they somehow ended up discussing children. Zhizhi, your child is so smart and sensible. You don't have to worry about teaching them. Our 2 kids are so mischievous. Every day, I get complaints from teachers saying they don't pay attention in class. Lin Xiaoshuang had a son and a daughter. When the second child was born, she thought it would be a little angel, but it turned out to be even more mischievous than her son, leaving her speechless. Xia Zhizhi proudly lifted her lips. Of course, our child is incomparable. Her 3 sons had been the lucky ones in the beast world for many lifetimes. Their intelligence was beyond that of ordinary children. Lin Xiaoshuang knew Xia Zhizhi's personality well and was used to her bragging without regard for others. She didn't feel uncomfortable about it. Seeing that Xia Zhizhi enjoyed compliments about her triplets, she added a few more praises until they exited the school gate and spotted the familiar Santana parked outside, before finally falling silent. To make it easier for Zhizhi to go home, Jiang Yunxing specially bought a house near the university for her. He tore down 4 old houses and built a beautiful garden villa. The villa is filled with various precious flowers, and it looks luxurious at first glance. A black Santana slowly drove into the stunning garden villa, which exudes the scent of money. 3 identical boys, who inherited 80% of Xia Zhizhi's beauty, heard the familiar sound of the car and quickly ran out of the kitchen to greet their parents. The eldest, Jiang Shuchen, took the lead, his handsome face adorned with a warm smile. He walked confidently to the passenger side and opened the door for his mother. He also remembered to place his hand on the roof to prevent his mother from accidentally hitting her head on the door frame when getting out. Mom, my brothers and I made a luxurious seafood feast for you and Dad. We're just waiting for you both to come back and eat together. He made sure to take credit for it. Hearing that her son had prepared the meal, Xia Zhizhi felt incredibly happy. She couldn't help but ruffle her eldest son's soft, fluffy hair and praised him. You are such a good son, knowing how to honor your mother at such a young age. I'm so glad I had you all. The second son, Jiang Shuming, was not to be outdone. This usually cool boy changed his demeanor and began to flatter his mother. Mom, the lobster you love the most was specially chosen by me at the market, and I cooked it myself. It's guaranteed to be fresh and delicious, so remember to eat a lot later. Xia Zhizhi moved her hand to ruffle her second son's hair. Ming is amazing. You really are my thoughtful little jacket, remembering what I love to eat. I'm so touched. Jiang Shuming smiled with satisfaction, secretly glancing at his older brother with pride. It's not just you, big brother, who can please Mom. I can do it too. The youngest, Jiang Shiza, looked around and thought that not only his big brother was clever, but even his second brother had learned to be sly. He also wanted to impress his mother, but unfortunately, Today he was only assigned the task of washing vegetables by his two crafty brothers, which was not impressive at all. Feeling frustrated and anxious, he could only look at Xia Zhizhi and call out, "Mom." His voice, which was neither too masculine nor too feminine, made everyone's heart flutter. Just as Xia Zhizhi was about to give equal attention to her youngest son, Jiang Yunsheng, who had been ignored by the mother and sons, couldn't hold back anymore. He placed his large hand on his youngest son's head and pressed down. His tone was a bit stern. "Speak properly. You're a boy, so stop acting spoiled." If he had known, he would have left the three kids with their grandparents. They were almost 10 years old and still clinging to their mother, leaving him with no time to enjoy a couple's life with his wife. Once the strict father spoke, the three kids didn't dare to disturb their mother anymore and obediently followed their parents into the clean, bright living room. Thanks to Xia Zhizhi's guidance, the three sons, although they didn't have the memories of their past life, had learned to cook and do housework early on, just like in their previous life. Now, they were responsible for most of the cleaning in the garden villa. It wasn't that Xia Zhizhi forced them to do chores. It was mainly because, although the policy had relaxed and allowed hiring maids, the mindset of the people hadn't fully changed from the past. Even though Jiang Yunsheng had accumulated a large fortune through years of hard work in the black market and quickly became the richest man in Yangcheng, many stubborn-minded people still viewed them as capitalists, often making inappropriate comments. This annoyed Xia Zhizhi greatly. Less than a day later, she fired all those people. She spent money to enjoy life, not to endure the judgment and disdain of unreasonable people. Just like in their past life, her three sons had a natural talent for cooking, making meals that were even better than those of chefs in state-run restaurants. With a table full of Xia Zhizhi's favorite seafood, she thoroughly enjoyed her lunch, finishing 3 big bowls of rice. "Wow, I'm so full." She rubbed her round belly and lay back on the sofa, unwilling to move. Meanwhile, the 4 men in the house, 1 big and 3 small, were also busy eating, each holding a bowl, waiting for Xia Zhizhi to finish, so they could clear the table. Honestly, it's no exaggeration to say that the amount of food consumed by Xia Zhizhi's family in a day was more than that of an average family in half a month. Fortunately, Jiang Yunsheng made a lot of money in business. Otherwise, a regular family would be worried about such an appetite. Lin Xiaoduan, who lived not far from Xia Zhizhi, came over with her 2 children after lunch. As soon as they entered, they first saw the 3 little boys, who were already quite handsome, holding bowls that were twice the size of their faces and eating like there was no tomorrow. This scene was quite shocking. Lin Xiaoduan's daughter was even more shocked. Wu Leking couldn't believe her eyes as she watched her idol eat like that, wishing she could poke her own eyes out. "Oh, where is my graceful, gentle academic idol? Where is my cool, domineering male god? Where is my confident school bully?" It felt like she would never love again. Seeing her daughter's devastated expression, Lin Xiaoduan couldn't help but laugh. Even a little elementary school student was starting to crush on boys. It was just like how I was back in the day. Xia Zhizhi, unaware of Lin Xiaoduan and her daughter's thoughts, noticed their arrival and didn't even get up from the sofa. She lazily moved a bit and waved at them. "Xiaoduan, little orange, little pudding, come sit over here. Why are you just standing there?" Wu Lekeng, who adored Xia Zhizhi, immediately forgot about her idol when she heard her call. Excitedly, she ran over to Xia Zhizhi, spinning around to show off the beautiful princess hairstyle her mother had made for her. "Aunt Zhizhi, look at my hair. Isn't it pretty?" Xia Zhizhi loved this lively and adorable little girl. She clapped her hands in response. "Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Today, little orange looks just like a princess from a fairy tale. Gorgeous." Being praised by the most beautiful aunt made little orange extremely happy. "Thank you, Aunt Zhizhi. You're also very beautiful, the most beautiful lady I've ever seen." Xia Zhizhi exaggerated her expression, placing her hand on her heart. "Wow. Little orange, you have such good taste. With your eye for beauty, you'll definitely grow up to be a big beauty too. Keep it up." "Aunt Zhizhi, don't worry. I'll always have good taste." Little orange made a fist, determined to compliment Aunt Gigi every day so she could grow up to be as beautiful as her. Lin Xiaoduan. Oh dear, my daughter is almost being fooled by Aunt Gigi. While Xia Gigi and Lin Xiaoduan were chatting and laughing, the four fathers and sons had already finished their meal and washed the dishes. Gigi, didn't you say you wanted to go gamble on stones? Let's go, Jiang Yunxing said, changing into casual clothes and carrying a bulging black handbag full of money. The stone gambling place was a mix of people, and to ensure Gigi's safety, Jiang Yunxing set aside a day to accompany her for some fun. Okay, let's drop the kids off at school first. Xia Gigi picked up the pearl bag Jiang Yunxing had made for her and called out to Lin Xiaoduan, Xiaoduan, since you have no classes this afternoon, why don't you come along and have some fun? Lin Xiaoduan had come over at noon just for this. Ignoring Jiang Yunxing's displeased expression, she eagerly agreed and excitedly followed Gigi and her husband. In the original story, Xia Gigi made a fortune from gambling on stones, and she wanted to get in on the action too. The three adults drove slowly behind the kids on their bicycles, watching them enter the school before turning the car around to head to the stone gambling venue. Xia Gigi's sudden interest in gambling on stones mainly came from Qin Rushua. Yes, it was Qin Rushua. Qin Rushua and her husband Qiu Yuan had also come to Yangqing to develop their careers. They had 2 sons and a daughter. Aside from the occasional attention from admirers drawn to the handsome and wealthy Qiu Yuan, their life was quite perfect. Recently, Qin Rushua had made a lot of money from gambling on stones, winning every time, and had gained significant fame in Yangqing. Everyone was talking about how lucky Qin Rushua was, claiming she had a golden eye for stones. Hearing this, Xia Gigi felt competitive. Since Qin Rushua could cheat using her spiritual sense, there was no reason Xia Gigi couldn't use her flower spirit power. This kind of money felt like free money, and she couldn't let it slip away. Thus, today's stone gambling trip was planned. When they arrived, the gambling venue was already buzzing with activity, as a new batch of stones had just arrived, and everyone was eager to start bidding. Upon hearing that the richest couple in Yangqing had arrived, the venue's owner quickly changed his expression, putting on a big smile and personally coming to greet them at the door. Hello, Mr. Jiang, Mrs. Jiang, what a rare visit. Your presence truly brightens up my little shop. Please come in. I've reserved the best seats for you both to make it easier for your bidding later. You're too kind, Boss Zhang. Jiang Yunxing replied politely, wrapping his arm around his wife protectively as they walked inside. With a tone of helplessness and affection, he added, my wife has been insisting on coming here to have fun after hearing about it, and I couldn't say no to her. What could Boss Zhang do about Jiang Yunxing's show of affection? He had to swallow his frustration and put on a smile. Haha, indeed, seeing is believing. Mr. and Mrs. Jiang, you are truly a loving couple, making others envious. He laughed, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. As the saying goes, a man with money can become bad. Now that Jiang Yunxing had built such a large business, he had no scandalous news, and he often mentioned his wife when out, which annoyed others. Especially for someone like Boss Zhang, who had several mistresses, hearing this was particularly irritating. While feeling annoyed, he also secretly looked down on Jiang Yunxing. The richest man in Yangqing, and he acts like a devoted husband? What a disgrace to men. Jiang Yunxing seemed to sense Boss Yang's thoughts and continued to talk about how great his relationship with Gigi was and how smart and considerate their children were. In short, he was bragging about being a winner in life, excelling in both family and career, which was beyond what others could achieve. This made Boss Zhang so angry that he nearly walked away several times. Can you even talk? I ask you, can you talk? Are you implying something with your words? When they reached the area where the stones were displayed, Boss Zhang could barely maintain his smile. Mr. Jiang, these are all high-quality stones. You and your wife can try opening a few. If you don't find anything you like, there's an auction later, and you can bid on what you fancy. Jiang Yunxing nodded. All right, we understand. Boss Zhang, you can go back to work now. We'll look around ourselves. After watching the plump Boss Zhang walk away, Xia Gigi's expression changed, and she shot Jiang Yunxing a glare. Humph, all men are the same. Don't think she didn't notice the disdain in Boss Zheng's eyes towards women. What a thing, looking like a pig but thinking he's something special. Jiang Yunsheng felt wronged. Wife, you can scold him, but why take it out on me? After all these years, he had been serving his wife like a little ancestor. Why did she always group him with those disgusting men? Who told you to be the same gender as him? If I'm not taking it out on you, who else should I? Xia Zhizhi huffed again, crossing her arms and turning to pick out stones. Jiang Yunsheng didn't dare to get angry. Carrying a bag of money, he followed closely behind Zhizhi, occasionally saying sweet words to please her. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoduan, who was following behind them like an invisible person, thought, "Hey, does no one care about me at all?" It was one thing for Boss Zhang to ignore her, but even Zhizhi and her husband had forgotten about her. Due to Qin Rushua's previous impressive performance, all the stone gambling venues in Yangcheng had blacklisted her, banning her from participating again. So, Xia Zhizhi ended up taking all the best stones from this new batch. The ones she didn't want, she left for Lin Xiaoduan to enjoy. For safety, Xia Zhizhi only opened a basketball-sized piece of imperial green jade on site. She didn't plan to sell this jade. Instead, she intended to make a set of jewelry as a family heirloom to pass down to her future daughter-in-law. As for the remaining stones, Jiang Yunsheng's subordinates took them home. You might wonder why Xia Zhizhi didn't use the beautiful antique jewelry from her space as heirlooms. Of course, it was because she was reluctant to part with them. These were her private possessions, and no one else could lay claim to them. To Xia Zhizhi, only her 3 sons, who would accompany her through many lifetimes, were her emotional ties. As for the next generation of grandsons and great-grandsons, she felt no connection to them. She certainly didn't want to waste her precious treasures. After retrieving the raw stones, Xia Zhizhi had Jiang Yunsheng help her find someone to privately process them. In addition to the basketball-sized imperial green that was processed on-site earlier, they also found a piece of imperial green that was just as good in quality, but 3 times larger. Both of these pieces, in terms of quality and color, are top tier in the jade world. Xia Zhizhi planned to find a skilled craftsman to turn the larger piece of imperial green into jewelry, which she would keep in her storage ring to wear on special occasions in the next world or the one after, to show off. As for the remaining processed materials like glass-type floating flowers, glass-type spring colors, glass-type violet, and glass-type white moonlight, she intended to make them into bracelets or accessories to match her outfits later. By the way, Lin Xiaoshuang's money was only enough to buy 3 pieces of raw stones, and the ones processed alongside Xia Zhizhi's were all high-quality ice types, making a big profit. Gambling on stones is truly addictive, and the profits are real. After this, Xia Zhizhi often dragged Jiang Yunsheng to the stone gambling venue, being careful not to overdo it for fear of attracting the attention of the venue owners. Each time, she only picked the best piece to buy, then took it home to have it processed privately. She would then turn them into beautiful jewelry to wear. Of course, that's a story for later, so let's not mention it for now. This time, Xia Zhizhi's stone gambling revealed her skills, and although Jiang Yunsheng didn't ask why, she still gave him an explanation. Naturally, her explanation was a bit of nonsense. She attributed it to the storage ring she had taken from Qin Rushua years ago. Brother, the storage ring might be some kind of spiritual item. Every time I encounter high-quality materials, it gets warm, while ordinary ones only feel slightly warm. As a habitual liar, Rue Zi could easily deceive others, and Jiang Yunsheng believed her without question. He had never coveted the storage ring Xia Zhizhi took from Qin Rushua. Instead, for her safety, after the policies relaxed, he took her abroad to buy firearms and ammunition, ensuring she could protect herself if she encountered any bad people. Of course, even if Jiang Yunsheng ever had bad intentions in the future, Xia Zhizhi had ways to counter him. After all, in her past life, she studied chemistry and earned a master's degree. In her flower spirit space, she had many homemade chemical poisons and gases that could easily eliminate living beings in an instant. Sigh, if only her storage ring hadn't been exposed to Jiang Yunsheng by Qin Rushua, she wouldn't have shown off her stone gambling skills so boldly in front of him. Although Jiang Yunsheng was marked by her, there was still a 99% chance he wouldn't betray her. However, interests can be tempting. He might not act on it now, but who knows if he could resist the physiological control of the mark in the future and become part of that remaining 1%. Jiang Yunsheng had no idea how Xia Zhizhi was thinking the worst of him. He returned from skipping work because he received a complaint from his youngest son's teacher, saying that his son had gotten into a fight again and needed the parents to resolve the issue at school. So, he specially returned home to pick up his wife to go to the school together. His wife was sharp-tongued, and with her there, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage in any argument. Soon, Jiang Yunsheng drove to the elementary school where his youngest son was. He helped his wife, who was heavily made up and dressed in gold and silver, looking like a wealthy flower, out of the car, her expression somewhat conflicted. "Wife, is it really okay to dress so extravagantly? Won't people try to scam us for money?" His wife's previous style was always pure and innocent, like a delicate flower. Now, with this sudden change, he was a bit unaccustomed. Xia Zhizhi flipped her newly curled waves and applied fox-eye makeup that was alluring. What's wrong with that? Last time I dressed too simply and was insulted as a stepmother. This time, I won't let anyone misunderstand. It's not her fault for being young and beautiful. Why should she be insulted as a stepmother, unworthy to be a guardian for her stepson? People aren't that blind. Can't they see that she looks a lot like her son? They must be willfully blind. Both of them wore sunglasses, striding confidently toward the office of Xiaobao's teacher, looking like a gang boss and his little wife making a scene. This left the group of elementary students on the street in awe. Wow, so cool. They look really impressive. I want to learn too. I want to wear a suit and sunglasses. That's so handsome. I want to wear a qipao and high heels. That lady walks so elegantly, like a beauty pageant winner. Yangcheng is not far from Xiangjiang, and after the policies relaxed, it was the first to be influenced by Xiangjiang culture. Many elementary students had seen beauty pageant posters. Xia Zhizhi and Jiang Yunsheng were unaware of the students' admiration as they arrived at Xiaobao's teacher's office. To their surprise, they encountered an acquaintance. Qin Rushue. Xia Zhizhi was shocked. Qin Rushue, your son isn't the one fighting with our Jiang Shuza, is he? The young boy standing next to Qin Rushue clearly sensed his mother's sudden tension and seemed afraid of the two of them, radiating a vibe of resistance. He pursed his lips, stepped forward to stand in front of his mother, and replied with a serious face, "Auntie, Qin Rushue is my mom. It was indeed me who fought with Jiang Shuza this time." Seeing his parents arrive to support him, Jiang Shuza happily ran to his mother, tugging at her clothes, and loudly complained, "Mom, that new kid Qiu Jingxing is really unreasonable. I accidentally hit his sister with the basketball while playing, and even though I apologized and offered to pay, he just rushed over and hit me without asking what happened. I only fought back because I had no choice." Xia Zhizhi, protective of her child, felt heartbroken upon hearing this. She looked at Xiaobao's teacher with beautiful eyes, her tone somewhat harsh. "Teacher Song, this time it's not our child's fault. Our Xiaozha already apologized. The problem lies with that kid Qiu Jingxing. Of course, even if it were her child's fault, as long as her child refused to admit it, Xia Zhizhi wouldn't force him. Yes, that's just how unreasonable she is." Teacher Song was speechless. "Since you both walked in, I haven't said a word yet. Why do you have that don't even think about blaming our child attitude, as if I'm being unfair?" She cleared her throat. "Parents of Jiang Shuza, I called you here not only to address the fight between Jiang Shuza and Qiu Jingxing, but also to discuss your child's extravagant spending. A child under 10 shouldn't be spending hundreds at a time. Isn't that a bit too extravagant?" Upon hearing Teacher Song's words, Xia Zhizhi's first reaction was, "Is a few $100s a lot of money?" To be honest, secretly taking others' wealth can be addictive. The money comes in so quickly. Of the vast wealth accumulated over her 2 lifetimes, only 20% came from the female lead's opportunities during those 10 years of plundering or from unclaimed items. The remaining 80% was obtained while traveling abroad, casually taking money from foreign banks. She didn't touch the foreign currency much. She only took gold bars from various banks and expensive jewelry from safes. In her past life, she single-handedly caused several foreign banks to close, leading to financial crises abroad. Oh, and last time Jiang Yunxing took her abroad to buy guns and ammunition, she couldn't resist. She passed by several banks and secretly took all the gold bars and treasures from their safes. Fortunately, she received Qin Rushua's storage ring. Otherwise, with her endless plundering, she would worry that one day her space for treasures would be too full. As for stopping her from robbing others or other countries' treasures, that's impossible. Who could resist that? Xia Ziji's current wealth was already immeasurable. A few $100s was nothing to her. Hearing Teacher Song say their child was too extravagant for just a few $100s felt absurd. Teacher Song, this is just pocket money for the kids. It's their private property and we, as parents, shouldn't interfere with how they spend it. If it weren't for being her son's homeroom teacher, she would have rolled her eyes at anyone else. It's just a few $100s, right? If the kids want to spend it, let them. It's not like they don't have it. Not to mention her hidden wealth. Even her child's father is a millionaire from the early 80s, not to mention the wealth accumulated over those 10 years in the black market. Aside from the small yellow fish, anything else she took out could be sold at auction. Okay? A few $100s is really nothing to them. Teacher Song's face stiffened as she began to doubt her life. A few $100s? Pocket money? Her monthly salary as a teacher is only $50 and elementary school students have hundreds in pocket money. The policy has only been relaxed for a few years. Has the gap between people become this large? She forced a smile, knowing Xia Ziji was unreasonable, and turned her gaze to Jiang Yunxing. Jiang Shu's dad. What about you? Do you also think it's normal for a child to waste so much money? Jiang Yunxing rubbed his nose. Ahem. I listened to the kids' mom. Teacher Song was speechless. This wealthy man from Yangcheng looked strong and fierce, yet he had no opinion and just listened to his wife. It's one thing to be submissive at home, but why not pay more attention to educating the kids? Forget it. How you educate your child is your business. I'm just worried about a young student having so much money and encountering danger. If you don't want to listen, that's fine. Right now, Yangcheng is developing rapidly, and young people returning from the countryside are willing to do anything to make a living. She was also afraid that Jiang Shuza would show off his wealth and attract trouble from local thugs. Since the parents didn't care, she wouldn't bother anymore. Xia Ziji. This is unfair. Who isn't paying attention? All 3 kids are over 8 years old and have awakened their abilities. If they encounter bad people, who knows who will be in trouble? The kids are much safer than her, a powerless mom. There's no need for her to worry. Unfortunately, she couldn't voice this and had to hold back her frustration, stepping on the man beside her and then blaming him. Jiang Yunxing, why are you putting your foot under mine? Fortunately, Jiang Yunxing is a power-type ability user. His body has been strengthened, so he wouldn't feel ordinary pain. Otherwise, after being stepped on by Xia Ziji's high heels, he would probably jump up in pain. Facing his wife's anger, he could only admit, "It's my fault. My foot was in the wrong place." Don't be mad, dear. If you get too angry, you won't look pretty. Humph. Teacher Song had known Xia Ziji for a few years and clearly understood how unreasonable she could be. Ignoring her little tantrum, she turned to Qin Rushue and her son. Qiu Jingxing's mom. This fight happened because your son didn't understand the situation and attacked Jiang Shuza. Let's have Qiu Jingxing apologize to Jiang Shuza. After years of experience, Qin Rushue had lost the arrogance and recklessness she had when she first arrived in this world. Besides her stunning beauty and outstanding presence, her thoughts were almost like everyone else's. She nudged her son, Jingxing, go apologize to classmate Jiang Shuza. Her son indeed made a mistake this time, and an apology was necessary. Qiu Jingxing pursed his lips and obediently said I'm sorry to Jiang Shuza, his handsome face, which combined the best features of Qin Rushue and Qiu Yuan, looked tense. Jiang Shuza, I didn't understand the situation this time. It won't happen again. Jiang Shuza scoffed. What a show-off. I accept your apology this time, but if you dare to provoke me again, I won't hold back. He admitted that Qiu Jingxing had some fighting skills, but against someone like him, who had abilities and a modified body, he was still lacking. If he were concerned about being classmates, he would have knocked him out with one punch. Teacher Song couldn't sit still upon hearing this. Zhang Shuze, what are you saying? You're still students. Your main task is to study, not to imitate bad influences from outside, like fighting. Zhang Shuze replied, Teacher, I always get full marks. Full marks don't matter. Jiang Yunxing couldn't take it anymore and slapped his son's back heavily. Don't talk back to the teacher. Once his dad spoke, Zhang Shuze immediately fell silent. After resolving the issues, Zhang Yunsheng and the others said goodbye to Teacher Song, with Qin Ruxue following closely behind. After so many years, Xia Zhizhi, you haven't changed at all. After leaving the teacher's office, Qin Ruxue caught up with Xia Zhizhi and her son, looking at Xia Zhizhi with complex emotions. There was resentment, anger, and ultimately silence. After all these years, Zhang Yunxing still doted on and protected Xia Zhizhi so blindly, it seemed her chance to reclaim the Qinquan ring was far away. Did Qin Ruxue ever doubt that Zhang Yunxing took her Qinquan ring? Of course not. As the former owner of the Qinquan ring, even though the connection was severed, she could still feel her belongings with Xia Zhizhi. This made her quite angry. How could a foolish and pretentious woman like Xia Zhizhi have captured Zhang Yunxing's heart so completely, resisting even the temptation of the Qinquan ring? The scenario she envisioned, where the couple would turn against each other over the treasure, never happened. Their relationship remained so sweet that it made her want to kill them both. Zhang Yunxing reached out his long arm, pushing Xia Zhizhi behind him, wearing a fake smile while his eyes held a hint of caution. Mrs. Qiu, long time no see. How have you and Mr. Qiu been these past years? Qin Ruxue looked at him with a half-smile. Thanks to you, if it weren't for Mr. Zhang's help, I wouldn't have had such a peaceful life with Qiu Yuan in those years. Zhang Yunxing's wife-slave nature hasn't changed at all. Even though she still held a grudge against Xia Zhizhi, she wouldn't be foolish enough to act out in school. Why was he so wary of her? Zhang Yunxing chuckled coldly, wondering which silly girl had repeatedly beaten others in public back then. He pretended not to understand her implied words. I heard that Mr. Qiu has opened a factory in Yangcheng. Seems like it's in the clothing business? Mr. Jiang is indeed well-informed. Qin Ruxue nodded with a smile, but her heart suddenly grew cautious. Zhang Yunxing subtly grasped his wife's hand that was pinching his waist, his expression still calm. Being well-informed isn't a big deal. Mainly, Mrs. Qiu, you've been quite the talk of the town lately. It's hard not to know. He smiled and suddenly changed the topic. However, since you and your husband are in business now, it's better to stay low-key. The business world is unpredictable. If you make too many enemies, it won't be good for your finances, right, Mrs. Qiu? He raised an eyebrow, hinting at a threat. At this point, Qin Ruxue recalled Zhang Yunxing's current background. After the policy changes, he had quickly risen to become the richest man in Yangcheng. It seemed the new mayor of Yangcheng was also Zhang Yunxing's father. Hiss. Now she didn't dare to be sarcastic anymore and quickly changed her tone. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. The past grievances between me and your wife are now settled. From now on, let's act like strangers when we meet. I won't trouble your wife again. Zhang Yunxing nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his face. It seems Mrs. Qiu has matured a lot over the years. Good. You'll surely be a supportive partner for Mr. Qiu. Qin Ruxue's face twitched. Who wants to be a supportive partner for Qiu Yuan? She just wants to be a strong woman standing side by side with him. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. If opposing Zhang Yunsheng and Xia Zhizhi would cost her too much, she could temporarily set aside their hatred. On the way back, Xia Zhizhi happily said, it feels great to have power over others. It would be even better if you became an official brother. Zhang Yunxing tapped the steering wheel with his finger and chuckled. If I became an official who would provide you with a life of luxury. With Zhizhi's current spending habits, Even a civil servant's salary wouldn't cover the cost of one of her bags. Xia Zhizhi pouted, not arguing. She does spend a lot. Without these visible funds, she couldn't live such an extravagant life. As for working hard to earn money, she's lazy and just wants to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. She has no intention of working hard, not in this life, the next, or any life after. Ever since Jiang Yinsheng made his stance clear, not only did Qin Ruxue behave herself, but even the Qiu siblings, who went to the same school as Zhang's 3 sons, dared not provoke them anymore. Just when they thought things would settle down, Xia Zhizhi didn't expect that Xia Tongtong, who had signed up to go to the countryside years ago, would find her school. Xia Tongtong, clearly worn down, was filled with hatred. Xia Zhizhi, don't think you can live freely just because you hid here. Dream on. You owe me for life. If you don't buy me a house, find me a good job, and deal with that country bumpkin who's been clinging to me, I'll come to your school every day to make a scene. Ignoring the surprised looks from her classmates, Xia Zhizhi slapped Xia Tongtong hard across the face, causing her to stagger and blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. Xia Tongtong steadied herself, covering her stinging face in disbelief. Xia Zhizhi, how dare you hit me? Who do you think you are? Why should I be afraid of you? Xia Zhizhi shook her hand, smiling coldly, and said slowly, What do I owe you? Speak clearly. Xia Tongtong glared at her with hatred. If it weren't for you rushing to get married to escape going to the countryside, I wouldn't have been pushed out by my family to become a youth in the countryside. I wouldn't have been targeted by the village's losers, abused, and forced to become one of their wives. All the beatings, miscarriages, and infertility I've suffered over the years are because of you. You must compensate me for life. As soon as she said this, many in the class couldn't help but feel sympathy and pity for Xia Tongtong. Some even stood on a moral high ground, pointing fingers at Xia Zhizhi. Xia Zhizhi, look at how miserable your sister is. Just help her out. Your family is so rich. Yeah, your sister's situation is partly your responsibility. If you hadn't run away from going to the countryside, she wouldn't have ended up like this. You should help her. Xia Zhizhi felt her anger rising and grabbed a dictionary that looked like a brick, throwing it at one of the noisy classmates. Shouldn't you be quiet? Do you want to die? After saying that, she felt it wasn't enough. She picked up a sharp steel ruler and threw it. The ruler grazed the classmate's cheek, leaving a thin line of blood. Xia Zhizhi has gone crazy. She's going to kill someone. Lin Xiaoshuang was so scared, she jumped up to stop Zhizhi from going wild. Zhizhi, calm down. Xia Zhizhi ignored her, smashing whatever she could find. She made sure the two, who had been talking nonsense, not only felt pain in their faces but also in their bodies, scaring them so much that they fled the classroom, screaming. Xia Zhizhi kicked Xia Tongtong hard, her expression fierce. Stay away from me. If you bother me again, you'll regret being born in this world. She meant it. If Xia Tongtong didn't take the hint and dared to disturb her again, she'd definitely throw her into the sea to feed the fish. Xia Tongtong was nearly knocked out by that fierce kick and didn't dare to linger, scrambling out of the classroom. Why has my sister suddenly become so violent? She used to just have a sharp tongue. Even when she hit people, it was only Yaozu, and she never laid a hand on her sisters. The teacher of the specialized course, holding lesson plans, nearly got his eye poked out by a flying pen cap as he passed by Xia Tongtong in the classroom, narrowly dodging it. Then a marble, seemingly pulled from nowhere, came flying in a series. Caught off guard, he ended up with 4 big bumps on his forehead. Stop it. Everyone stop. The teacher was almost furious, shouting loudly with his eyes closed. Xia Zhizhi trembled, dropping a steel needle that clinked as it hit the ground. She blinked her big, misty eyes, covering her chest, looking innocently at the 4 uneven bumps on the teacher's forehead. Teacher, I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? The teacher, holding his swelling forehead, hissed and sneered. Go explain that to your counselor. Still holding a steel needle. Was she trying to stab him, an old man? Xia Ziji's outburst led her counselor to drag her into the office, along with those two annoying classmates. The counselor, tired, glanced at the seemingly obedient, yet actually rebellious student. Xia Ziji sighed, and turned to the two classmates who looked like they had been through a disaster. "Tell me, what did you do to provoke Xia Ziji? She usually has a good temper and doesn't explode like this." It wasn't that the counselor was biased. Xia Ziji's husband had donated 2 buildings to the school, specifically mentioning that Xia Ziji had a bad temper and urging teachers and students to tolerate her. Once Xia Ziji graduated happily, he would donate a cafeteria and a library. This was too generous. Even the principal personally held a meeting to instruct the counselor and other teachers to treat Xia Ziji well and not bully her. He certainly couldn't go against the principal's orders. The male student, whose face looked like it had been hit with a brick, kept wiping his nose, which was bleeding, looking both angry and miserable. "Counselor, I only spoke the truth to you, Qin Meng, and Xia Ziji got mad and hit me in the face with a dictionary. It almost broke my nose." Before I could react, another steel ruler flew at me, nearly ruining my face. "Counselor, Xia Ziji's behavior is too terrible. You can't let this slide." Yi Qingmei agreed wildly. "Exactly, Xia Ziji is too arrogant. Just because her family has some money, what's so special about that? If this were 10 years ago, she would have been criticized countless times." "Oh, dear, my little temper." Xia Ziji rolled up her sleeves and pretended to pull out a snakeskin whip from her bag, actually sneaking it out from her storage ring, and with a crack, she swung it at the two. "What do you think you are? Do you think you can meddle in my affairs? Looking for a fight, huh?" The counselor watched in horror as Xia Ziji swung the whip at the two, wanting to intervene but pulling back his hand in fear of the crackling whip. He could only stand there, anxious and pacing. "Xia Ziji, calm down. Don't be impulsive." This whip was a stock from Qin Rushua's storage ring. It was made from some kind of snake demon skin and hurt a lot when it hit. Zheng Xinwei no longer dared to be rude, begging, "Xia Ziji, I was wrong. I won't be rude again. Please spare me." Zheng Xinwei had once been a small thug in their local commune, deeply resentful of the rich and gold-digging women. Xia Ziji, unfortunately, fit both categories. She came from a humble background but changed her fate by marrying the wealthy tycoon of Yangcheng. This made Zheng Xinwei, who once saw Xia Ziji as a dream goddess and secretly harbored some thoughts about her, feel furious. He thought the goddess in his heart had shattered. She was just a complete gold digger, only recognizing money and not people. Today, after hearing Xia Tongtong say that Xia Ziji married the wealthy tycoon to avoid going to the countryside, he felt even more justified in his views. So, in his anger, he decided he would ruin Xia Ziji's reputation as a vain, heartless gold digger. But who would have thought this woman wouldn't play by the rules, not even bothering to argue back, but instead attacking with a dictionary and metal tools. She nearly took his life. Now, in the counselor's office, he was being whipped by Xia Ziji and jumping around. Woe is me, he didn't know what the whip was made of, but it really hurt. The pain made him unable to resist. He could only cover his head and flee. Yi Qingmei was also in tears, hopping around while begging for mercy. "Ah, it hurts. Xia Ziji, please stop. I won't speak out of turn again." Xia Ziji ignored them. Her flower spirit healing ability was incredible. Even if she hurt them, she could heal them later without leaving a trace. So if she didn't take revenge now, when would she? Fortunately, Jiang Yunsheng arrived just in time to rescue the two from his wife's hands. "Ziji, calm down. It's not worth getting angry over these two rude people." He held her arm, gently taking the whip from her hand, and coaxed her softly. Xia Ziji, having tired herself out from the beating, quieted down and shot a fierce glare at the two like dead dogs. "Finally, you're here, brother. These two have such big mouths. What do my affairs have to do with them? They just meddle. If they love to talk so much, they'll have plenty of chances to be dealt with in the future." Xia Ziji held a grudge. Daring to provoke her meant these two wouldn't have a bright future. Jiang Yunsheng cleared his throat and turned to the still-shaken counselor. "Counselor, these two students seem to be in bad shape. Should we take them to the school nurse? Oh my, this counselor's job was truly thrilling. The counselor, touching his chest and still shaken, nodded. Yes, they should be taken to the school nurse. Unfortunately, on the way there, Xia Zhizhi healed them. Aside from a few red marks, they had no injuries, leaving the school nurse looking at them in disbelief. I say, you two have had enough. Trying to extort someone isn't done this way. You're not even seriously injured. Is it necessary to keep wailing?
Zeng Vinjay Oye King Mei.
Woe is me, it's unfair. They really hurt. This school nurse was bullying them. Xia Zhizhi. Hee, I only healed your internal and superficial injuries. The flesh inside is almost rotten. In the end, Xia Zhizhi ignored the ugly expressions of the two people, waved her hand, and threw down 20 large bills for their medical expenses, then walked away with her head held high. She originally went to school just to pass the time, but after being annoyed by Xia Tongtong and those two rude people, Xia Zhizhi didn't want to waste any more time at school. After leaving the counselor's office, she took her dear husband to the principal's office to express her desire to graduate early. With her exceptional memory and her past experiences of traveling abroad and learning various languages, she had already completed her coursework ahead of time. Her spoken language skills were also at a level where she could communicate easily with foreigners before even starting college. The principal, unable to change her mind, could only present her with the English major graduation exam paper. Xia, I must inform you that graduating early means there won't be a job waiting for you. Xia Zhizhi waved her hand. Don't worry, principal. I don't plan to work after graduation, so it doesn't matter. Why should she work under someone else just to deal with that useless person? That would be ridiculous. She had no interest in experiencing such a depressing life. As expected, Xia Zhizhi scored full marks on the exam, leaving only her thesis to complete. She took that work home to finish. Having graduated with a master's degree in her past life, writing a thesis was easy for her. She completed and submitted it in just a week, successfully receiving her diploma. Jiang Yunsheng also found out why Xia Tongtong had come to her university. It turned out that after Xia Tongtong abandoned her rural husband and secretly returned to the city, her irresponsible husband followed her, shamelessly leeching off the Xia family. Xia's parents had tried to get rid of the two several times, but they were too thick-skinned to leave. Xia Tongtong stayed because she didn't want to suffer in the countryside again. Her husband was solely focused on clinging to his wife, fearing that if she left, he would never find another. Plus, at his wife's family home, he didn't have to do anything and lived quite comfortably. He was even starting to enjoy it, thinking it was better not to return to that rural hometown. In the end, it was Xia Yaozu's new wife who couldn't take it anymore and decided to divert the trouble by revealing that Xia Zhizhi was attending university in Yang City. She encouraged Xia Tongtong to go to Yang City to stay with her sister. Xia Zhizhi ground her teeth, her expression unpleasant. It seems the Xia family hasn't learned their lesson and still dares to provoke me. She had been entangled with the Xia family before. However, after Xia Yaozu, the precious darling of the old couple, had been severely dealt with by Xia Zhizhi a few times, he never dared to bother her again. Jiang Yunsheng touched his nose and reminded her, Zhizhi, this time the trouble is from your new sister-in-law. It's all the same. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes at him. But this new sister-in-law is also restless. Daring to provoke me, she must be tired of living well. Saying this, she glanced at Jiang Yunsheng, who understood immediately. Zhizhi, don't worry. I'll make sure she and her family have plenty to keep them busy. This included her in-laws. Xia Zhizhi nodded in satisfaction, sat sideways on the solid wood desk, and gave her dear husband a kiss. You're amazing, brother. I'm going to love you to death. Jiang Yunsheng's smile was hard to suppress, pointing to his cheeks and lips. Here, and here all need a kiss. Xia Zhizhi obediently complied. But as they kissed, things quickly escalated beyond control. The following actions were not suitable for description. When they regained their clarity, they found themselves on the bed in Jiang Yunsheng's lounge. Jiang Yunsheng looked satisfied, not only kindly offering Xia Zhizhi water but also daring to joke with her, though his expression was a bit lewd. Gigi, don't envy Qin Rushua's figure anymore. You're just perfect as you are. Though you look slim, you have all the right curves. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. No matter how others see it, in Jiang Yunqing's eyes, Gigi was exquisite and perfect in every way. As for the figure that Gigi envied, he found it a bit excessive. Xia Gigi felt both shy and annoyed. Who envies Qin Rushua's figure? Stop talking nonsense. Yes, I'm talking nonsense. Our Gigi envies no one. Jiang Yunqing laughed again. He didn't know who it was that couldn't take their eyes off Qin Rushua, filled with envy and jealousy. Xia Gigi.
Who are you joking about?
Xia Gigi ground her teeth, trying to push his head away, and huffed. You're so annoying. I'm going shopping to spend money, and you need to work hard to earn it. After saying that, she ignored Jiang Yunqing's pleas and swayed her way out of his office with her bag. Hey, the president's wife is coming out. Wow, every time I see the president's wife, it feels like seeing a goddess. How does she have such fair, tender skin, such a delicate face, and such exquisite features? She always smells so good, and even her hair is so smooth and flowing. No wonder the president is such a devoted husband. Who wouldn't cherish a little fairy like her? Hearing the compliments about her beauty fading behind her, Xia Gigi felt delighted, and her steps became much lighter. These employees are great. They know how to flatter the boss's wife. She would call Jiang Yunqing to give them bonuses. After leaving the office building, four muscular bodyguards in black suits followed her, looking quite intimidating. These bodyguards were all retired soldiers, hired by Jiang Yunqing at a high price for Xia Gigi. He couldn't help it. His wife was too beautiful and too delicate. He worried that she might be bullied by those who didn't know better when he wasn't around. Last time, Jiang Yunqing arrived at the school so quickly because these people secretly protecting Xia Gigi reported to him. Xia Gigi shopped all afternoon in the new mall built by her dear husband, buying plenty of new clothes, shoes, and pretty bags. Thinking about the upcoming change of seasons, she also bought a few sets of seasonal clothes for Jiang Yunqing and their 3 sons. Feeling satisfied with her purchases, she returned home with her bodyguards and bags. By the time they got home, it was already evening. To her surprise, Lin Xiaoduan was not at home cooking during dinner time, but was sitting in her living room waiting for her to return. Gigi, you're back. Lin Xiaoshuang stood up. Yes, Xiaoshuang, did you need something from me? Xia Gigi called 4 bodyguards to take her spoils of the day to the second-floor cloakroom. She turned around and took 2 chilled sodas from the fridge, handing one to Lin Xiaoshuang and opening the other to drink it down. After shopping all afternoon, feeling hot and thirsty, Xia Gigi quickly finished 1 bottle of soda. Ah, refreshing. She wiped her mouth, tossed the empty glass bottle onto the coffee table, and lazily leaned back on the sofa, turning to look at Lin Xiaoshuang with bright eyes. Xiaoshuang, do you have some juicy gossip to share with me? Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to find her during mealtime. Lin Xiaoshuang chuckled. There is some gossip, but this time it's about you. Just don't get mad when you hear it. You can tell me. I'll try not to get angry. Xia Gigi sat up, her expression becoming serious. Lin Xiaoshuang said, Well, ever since you beat up Zheng Xinwei and Yi Qingmei, they've been going from hospital to hospital for checkups. They keep saying they have pains everywhere and want doctors to give them injury certificates, but the doctors, being ethical, haven't given them any. Now they're both on leave, resting in their dorms. I think they're trying to figure out how to report you for intentional injury. The law now isn't as strict as in the future. Many neighbors often fight, so brawling isn't seen as a big deal. But if the victim is seriously injured, the police will definitely take it seriously. Xia Gigi scoffed, no worries, they won't be able to bounce back. Not to mention Yi Qingmei, she has plenty of ways to deal with Zheng Xinwei. He has too many skeletons in his closet. Just the fact that he intercepts others' admission letters and helps people get into college is enough to ruin his future. As for how Xia Gigi knew this, it was of course from the heavenly mirror. Though the heavenly mirror often likes to cause her trouble, its ability to see the future is more than enough to make it useful. Xia Gigi didn't tell Lin Xiaoshuang about her plans for Zheng Xinwei and Yi Qingmei, and instead asked about Xia Tongtong. Has Xia Tongtong been to our school lately? Lin Xiaoshuang shook her head, hesitating a bit. Not that I know of, but what? It seems Xia Tongtong went to work at Qin Rushua's family's clothing factory.
I don't know how she got in with them.
When I picked up the kids from school yesterday, I saw Xia Tongtong being all friendly with Qin Rushua. Oh, I see. Xia Zhizhi didn't care what Xia Tongtong was doing as long as she didn't annoy her. She could do whatever she wanted. While the two were chatting about Xia Tongtong, the old Xia family in Xinhua County was also discussing her. Xia's mother listened to her daughter-in-law throwing things around in the room, cursing them for being useless, unable to keep their most promising daughter, and even turning against her. It caused trouble for her own family, leading to everyone being wrongly blamed and losing their jobs. Her face darkened, and she couldn't hold back her anger, snapping back. Whose fault is it that your family is suffering? Isn't it because of you, the jinx? Why did you provoke that dead girl Xia Zhizhi? Didn't we warn you that she's ruthless and heartless? And you even suggested that Xia Tongtong approach her. I think you're looking for trouble. The noise stopped abruptly, and a sharp-eyed young woman burst out, pointing at Xia's mother and shouting, "Old hag, who are you calling a jinx?" Being called an old hag by her daughter-in-law nearly made Xia's mother lose her temper. She spat at her daughter-in-law's face.
I'm talking about you.
You look smart, but you're dumber than a pig, always coming up with bad ideas. Our Xia family is doomed to have you as a jinx of a daughter-in-law.
Ah!
Xia Yaozu, you useless coward. Are you just going to let your mom insult me? Lying in the bedroom, Xia Yaozu had a bruised face and was in pain. Mom is right. You are a jinx. You didn't even discuss your bad ideas with the family before suggesting them to Xia Tongtong, causing Dad and me to take the blame from fourth sister. That's right. Besides Xia Yaozu's in-laws, the rest of the Xia family also faced retaliation. Although the backlash wasn't as severe as for his wife's family, it still caused significant trouble. Xia's father was demoted from workshop director back to a regular worker. Xia Yaozu, the useless one, was beaten up multiple times, and his wife also got hit a few times. But since the attackers were all men, they didn't want to hurt Xia Yaozu's wife too badly, leaving the worst of it for him. The only good news was that Xia Tongtong's boyfriend sensed the trouble and ran away. Xia Yaozu, you're really something. If you have any skills, don't come looking for me again. Seeing that even her husband wouldn't stand by her side, Xia Yaozu's wife stomped her foot in anger and ran back to her family. Unfortunately, the old Xia family was shrouded in gloom, and no one paid attention to her drama. Xia's mother looked worried. Old Xia, why hasn't Tongtong called since she left? I wonder how she offended that dead girl Zhizhi, causing us to be dragged into this mess. Xia's father, who had worked hard for half his life, found himself back at square one. He was not only angry with his fifth daughter, but also with Xia's mother for telling his daughter-in-law about Zhizhi. They're all your good daughters. None of them are easy to deal with, all selfish. And you're foolish too. Your daughter-in-law just got married, and you already revealed Zhizhi's information to her. Now I'm stuck back in the workshop because of your two idiots. Xia's mother moved her lips. Isn't it because your daughter-in-law asked about Zhizhi? Our Zhizhi is the most promising one. I was just trying to show off to my daughter-in-law and her family. Xia's father snorted. What's there to show off about that ungrateful girl? Now look, you didn't gain anything, and just got us both in trouble. Xia's mother. Inside, Xia Yaozu was truly frustrated. Really, who is as unlucky as him? From childhood to now, every time fourth sister was upset with the family, he was the first to get in trouble. Years have passed and they still won't let him go. If he had known that being the son of the Xia family would be so miserable, he should have wished to be a daughter instead.
Boo-hoo.
Evil people have their own ways of dealing with each other. The old Xia family, a bunch of vampires, had no way to handle their daughter, Xia Zhizhi, who didn't care about the so-called reputation of filial piety and kept them under pressure. As for going to Yangqing to confront Xia Zhizhi, what's the difference between that and seeking death? Xia Yaozu was sure that if he dared to go to Yangqing with his parents to make trouble for Xia Zhizhi, he would be close to reincarnation. So, unable to deal with Xia Zhizhi, they could only keep their mouths shut and not dare to trouble her again. Thus, the Xia family lived peacefully. Xia Tongtong was scared out of her wits by Xia Zhizhi, and Qin Rushue was awkwardly developing, with no one daring to provoke Xia Zhizhi. Zheng Xinwei and Yi Qingmei, who wanted to make things difficult for her, were also dealt with by Xia Zhizhi, who found ways to get them expelled from school. After that, Xia Zhizhi lived quite comfortably for a long time without any troubles. Her husband was devoted to her, and she spent the money he earned however she liked. Her 3 sons were smart and capable, hardly needing her to worry about them, as they grew up well and took care of their useless mother. Occasionally, when Xia Zhizhi wanted to go abroad to stock up for her storage ring, she would drop the 3 kids off at their grandparents' house in Yangcheng, where their grandfather was the mayor, and then she would go abroad with her bodyguards to shop freely. Developed countries like America, England, Japan, and South Korea were her favorites. Every time she returned with a full load, it was incredibly satisfying. Once again, facing the financial tsunami caused by bank robberies in all the cities of America, England, Japan, and South Korea. Percent and yuan at very vulgar curses. Are you targeting us? Every time you reincarnate, you seem to bring disaster upon us. Is it never-ending? Xia Zhizhi, with an innocent face. Who told you to be developed countries? When the gun shoots the bird that sticks its head out, of course, I'll target the wealthy countries to steal from. This happy life continued until Xia Zhizhi reached middle age, when her second son, who inherited Jiang Yinqing's business, the cold and domineering CEO of the Jiang Group, and Qin Rushue's daughter stirred up a deep and painful love affair, abruptly ending the peace. While vacationing by the sea abroad, Xia Zhizhi and her husband received a call from their youngest son. They hurriedly boarded their private jet and flew back home without packing. Jiang family manner. The Jiang and Qiu families sat seriously in the living room, looking at the 2 involved parties. Especially Xia Zhizhi, who looked at her usually calm and sensible second son with a strange expression. Ming, I didn't see this coming. You actually have the potential to be a scumbag. What lingering white moonlight? What domineering current partner? When did all this happen? How did she not know at all? Dressed in a custom black suit, Jiang Shuming lost all his domineering presence when faced with his mother. His aura softened. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. Mom, don't listen to Xiao's nonsense. Xia Zhizhi. Then tell me, what's going on? Except for the eldest son, who was busy with his career, the rest of the Jiang family was present. The youngest son, Jiang Shiza, looked at his older brother with bright eyes. Second brother, just tell us. Your relationship with Qiu Xingmi has caused quite a stir in our circle. Everyone is curious if it's true. Jiang Shuming's face darkened. So, just because of curiosity, you made it a big deal? Sitting across from them, Qin Rushue and Qiu Yuan already knew the truth. Hearing Jiang Shuming's indifferent tone, they couldn't help but frown. They never expected their daughter to fall for the son of their rival, and to be so infatuated. To be with Jiang Shuming, she even spread rumors everywhere. What kind of situation is this? Today, they were about to lose face in front of their rivals. Feeling the cold pressure from her parents, Qiu Xingmi shrank her shoulders in fear, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked pitifully at her parents, who had cared for her for over 20 years. Wah, Dad, Mom, I really like Brother Shuming a lot. Can't you turn your small grudge into great love and support me just this once? Qin Rushue was almost furious. Small grudge? An unknown huge opportunity and a storage ring nearly 10,000 square meters, and you call this a small grudge? Darn it, it would have been better to have a piece of char siu. Seeing his wife getting angry, Qiu Yuan quickly comforted her, patting her chest while saying, "Don't be angry, my dear. Little Xinger is just young and doesn't understand. She's 26. What's so young about that? I think we've spoiled her too much over the years." Qin Rushue couldn't get past this hurdle. She had never hidden her grudge against Xia Zhizhi from her 3 children. She never expected to be backstabbed by her beloved daughter and asked to let go of her hatred for their love. Are there no other men in the world? Why must you like Xia Zhizhi-san? Oh, this is a big scandal. Xia Zhizhi watched with amusement. Qin Rushua, it seems you understand the situation now. Why don't you tell us? My brother and I just returned from abroad and know nothing. Qin Rushua's face darkened like a pot bottom. After all these years, Xia Zhizhi was still so annoying. It was Qiu Xingmi, wanting to please her future mother-in-law, who honestly explained everything about her and Jiang Xuming's situation. It turned out that Qiu Xingmi and Jiang Xuming were not dating at all. It was just Qiu Xingmi relentlessly pursuing Jiang Xuming, driving away the girls around him like a jealous mistress. One university beauty who had secretly liked Jiang Xuming for many years was chased away by Qiu Xingmi several times. Angered by Qiu Xingmi's actions, she tried to smear Qiu Xingmi's reputation, but it ended up getting twisted and turned into a mess. These innocent and pitiful white moonlight and domineering current partner rumors spread wildly in their upper circle. What a dramatic plot. Xia Zhizhi turned to her son, son, do you like that university beauty or Qiu Xingmi? Jiang Xuming discreetly glanced at Qiu Xingmi, who was looking at him with anticipation, cleared his throat, and said, I'll listen to Mom. Whoever Mom wants me to like, I'll like. As a mama's boy, he based everything on his mother's preferences. Qiu Xingmi, seeing her crush's response, quickly added, I'll also listen to Aunt Xia. If Aunt Xia becomes my mother-in-law in the future, I'll treat you like my own mom and be even more filial. Aunt Xia, if you're looking for a daughter-in-law, please consider me first. Hearing this declaration of devotion, Qin Rushua's face darkened even more, almost dripping with ink. Although Qiu Xingmi was good at pleasing Xia Zhizhi, her son seemed to have some feelings for Qiu Xingmi. But Xia Zhizhi and Qin Rushua had a grudge over stolen treasures, so she was not comfortable with the idea of becoming in-laws with Qin Rushua, nor did she trust Qin Rushua's daughter to be her daughter-in-law. What if one day they killed for a storage ring? That would be a disaster. So, Xia Zhizhi directly broke them apart in front of everyone. Ming, my relationship with Qiu Xingmi's mother is not good, so we can't be in-laws. If you want to find a partner, you need to choose someone else. Qin Rushua's face darkened as she stood up abruptly and coldly said, What a coincidence. I think the same way. Xingmi, you and Jiang Xuming are not meant to be, so stop thinking about it and come home with me. Qiu Xingmi's tears fell as she struggled not to leave. Mom, I really like Jiang Xuming. Please let us be together. Seeing her mother unmoved, she turned to Jiang Xuming. I don't believe you didn't have feelings for me before. Are you really willing to give up on me like this? Jiang Xuming sighed and did not avoid her gaze. I base everything on my mother's preferences. My mother, Miss Xia, is the most important person to me, and I don't want her to be unhappy. Besides, I only have a little more fondness for you than for others. That fondness is very weak. It can disappear with a breeze. From now on, don't focus your thoughts on me. Hearing such cold words from the one she loved, Qiu Xingmi felt hopeless and stopped struggling, allowing her parents to take her away. After watching the Qiu family leave, Xia Zhizhi's expression fell. She crossed her arms and looked unhappily at her second son. When did you start seeing Qin Rushua's daughter? Don't you know I have a grudge against her? Jiang Yunsheng, who had been silent, also looked at his second son disapprovingly. You know how Qin Rushua and her husband have competed with our family over the years. Are you trying to make your mom angry? This was a serious accusation for a mama's boy. Jiang Xuming lost his previous calmness and waved his hands helplessly. Dad, Mom, it's not like that. Then what is it like? Xia Zhizhi still had a frown on her face. Jiang Xuming lowered his head. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let Qiu Xingmi act so recklessly. I just wasn't used to such a lively and passionate girl, and I was a bit curious. Wow, bro, you're such a jerk. Jiang Shuzo exclaimed, looking shocked. Jiang Xuming replied, I've just been working every day, and life is so dull, with no excitement. That's why I couldn't help but be attracted to a girl with such vitality. Xia Zhizhi felt her son was somewhat. Not exactly a jerk, but close enough. Not proactive, not rejecting, and not ambiguous. He was somewhere between being a jerk and not being one. Maybe a little bit of a jerk. 40% jerk, but since her son's issues didn't affect her, she didn't care much. As for training her son for a daughter-in-law,
She had no interest in that.
she initially thought her second son's crush would be on someone like Chiu Xingmi, but unexpectedly, he ended up marrying a shy and homebody girl who resembled a little white rabbit. Their level of affection surpassed even that of Xia Zhizhi and her husband. Xia Zhizhi was so annoyed that she made them move out to live on their own. As for her eldest son, he got married at nearly 40, marrying a young beauty 16 years his junior. Her third son started as an actor, then became a director, staying active in the entertainment industry, and later married a top-tier actress known for her stunning looks. Their son, Tang Tang, was a mischievous boy who accidentally posted a family photo on his mom's social media while playing on his phone, causing a brief meltdown on Weibo. Wow, I thought Director Jiang and his wife were stunning, but the whole family is full of beauties and handsome men. Is Director Jiang a triplet? His two brothers may have different vibes, but they are just as good-looking. Did no one notice Director Jiang's mom? She looks so young and beautiful. They all inherited her stunning looks. Seriously, I'm crying. If Director Jiang didn't look like a male version of his mom, I would think this lady is his stepmother. Does anyone want to know how the aunt maintains her looks? She must be nearly 60, but looks like a mature beauty in her 30s. Her face has no wrinkles or signs of cosmetic procedures. Please share her secrets. Same. Please share +1 +2 +3. Plus 10,086. Unfortunately, Jiang Shuza and his wife soon received a call from their agent, causing them to delete the post immediately. The photo was exposed for less than 10 minutes. The comments under their post were filled with complaints, with fans demanding they repost the photo or they would unfollow them. Haha, reposting is impossible, it will never happen. But even so, the Jiang family's group photo was leaked, and in the end, it was Jiang Shuming who contacted a hacker to delete the saved screenshots. There was no choice. Not only did the ordinary family members not want to expose their privacy, but the already prominent Jiang Zichen also found it inconvenient to reveal anything. Xia Zhizhi had just closed her eyes in the flower sea of her luxurious estate when she suddenly found herself in a drafty room that resembled a beggar's den, shivering under the covers. Just as she was about to question the heavenly mirror, a small, thin hand reached over and touched her forehead. "Mom, you're not feverish anymore." A childish voice rang in her ears, and then a skinny, unattractive child appeared in Xia Zhizhi's view, looking very excited. Xia Zhizhi was so shocked she couldn't speak. The child lying next to her couldn't possibly be the original owner's kid, right? No way. Heavenly mirror, what's going on? She swallowed hard, pushed the ugly child's face away with distaste, and stared blankly at the ceiling, silently asking the heavenly mirror, "Do you have a grudge against me? Why did you make me become a married woman with a child?" The heavenly mirror was silent for a moment before awkwardly chuckling.
Well,
"It's not that your timing was bad when you died. We just happened to arrive in this parallel world where only this woman named Xia Linlang, who had just passed away and was still young, fit the criteria. You know I can hide the heavenly secrets, but my main body is too damaged, and my abilities have greatly diminished. Also, in the last world, you turned all the pills, spirit plants, and monster cores from Qin Rushua's Qianquan ring into powder to fertilize your soul flower tree in your flower soul space. Your flower soul strength now is simply incomparable to before. It has increased by more than 10 times, making it even harder for me to hide the traces of your soul from another world. To avoid being discovered by the heavenly path of this small world and getting kicked out, I had to act quickly." Before she crossed over, Qin Rushua was a golden core elder from a well-known sect in their small world, and she had accumulated many high-level spirit plants and pills, which Xia Zhizhi had taken advantage of. Thinking about the flower soul strength, Xia Zhizhi immediately remembered her flower soul space, which had expanded to 115 acres, filled with all kinds of fruits and vegetables she loved to eat, and felt a bit comforted. The flower soul space was their soul's own space. As long as the flower soul didn't perish and the soul flower tree inside remained alive, the space wouldn't disappear. Now, Thanks to the nourishment from various spirit pills, spirit plants, and monster core powders, the soul flower tree in her space had grown to about 17 meters tall, and the flower soul space had increased nearly tenfold. There was so much food, grains, vegetables, and fruits that she couldn't finish them all. Fortunately, there was a storage ring from Qin Meng to store the food, so the harvests of grains, vegetables, and fruits didn't end up rotting on the ground like before. Wow, thinking about it, Qin Meng from the last life was really a good person. Her crossing into another world seemed to be specifically to give Xia Zhizhi a golden finger. Thinking about the unfortunate Qin Meng made Xia Zhizhi feel even better and more willing to face the child left behind by the original owner. She turned over and looked at the two children beside her. That's right, two. A pair of twins. Xia Linlang, this cannon fodder, somehow gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Suihuan, are you hungry? She tried to speak as gently as possible. Mom, my brother and I aren't hungry, replied one little girl with messy hair, sounding weak. Mom, are you hungry? I'll go make you some rice porridge. Grandma has a little bit of old rice left. It should be enough for you, said the little boy, quickly getting dressed to prepare food for Xia Zhizhi. Xia Zhizhi hurriedly said, No, you don't need to. Just eat for yourselves. I'm not hungry. Having never experienced hardship, Xia Zhizhi couldn't eat old rice, so she quickly told her son not to make her anything and to save it for themselves. Unfortunately, the little boy didn't listen. He paused in dressing, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at Xia Zhizhi with determination. Mom, you haven't eaten for 2 days. My sister, and I can't be without you. At this moment, Xia Zhizhi had fully absorbed the original owner's memories and understood why her son, Qin Suihuan, reacted this way. The original owner's fate was quite unfortunate. She was originally the legitimate daughter of the wealthy Xia family in City Ji, with a childhood sweetheart fiancé, living a life of luxury, loved by her parents and brothers, and had always lived carefree. Later, as the country fell into chaos, City Ji was about to be invaded, and Xia's father had no choice but to decide to escape abroad with the family. Due to the urgency, Xia's father only took his legitimate wife and their legitimate children. As for the concubines and their children, he compensated them and sent them away. Xia Linlang was the only legitimate daughter and the only one Xia's father was willing to take, which made the abandoned daughters very jealous. Especially one of the illegitimate daughters who had previously been favored by Xia's father, who hated Xia Linlang with a passion. She thought bitterly that since her father was unwilling to take her and her mother, Xia Linlang shouldn't leave either. Why should Xia Linlang be favored just because she was born from a prominent wife? So, the resentful illegitimate daughter spent all the money Xia's father had given them. She secretly bribed a passenger on the ship, who was Xia's illegitimate daughter's plastic friend, another favored illegitimate daughter from a wealthy family, Zhou Peilon. She had Zhou Peilon, who also disliked Xia Linlang, find an opportunity to kill her. Thus, not long after Xia Linlang boarded the ship, she was unsuspectingly led by Zhou Peilon to the deck and cruelly pushed into the sea. Fortunately, Xia Linlang was lucky. The ship had just left the shore when a wave swept her to the beach, where she was rescued by a farming couple. The couple who saved her were the Oldson couple. When she woke up, Xia Linlang realized she had been separated from her family for several days and fell into despair, remaining gloomy for a long time. Especially when she learned that the Oldson couple had taken her in to be a child bride for their son. She couldn't bear it anymore. She thought about escaping, but with the war raging in the country, escaping might lead to an even worse fate. She thought about dying, but Xia Linlang, being a pampered girl, was too scared to do so. Better to live than to die. Living might give her a chance to see her parents again someday. So she endured until she turned 16, when the Qin family forced her to marry their son, Qin, and consummate the marriage. Xia Linlang was going crazy. Although Qin was somewhat good-looking, Xia Linlang had once been a high and mighty young lady. How could she look at a simple, illiterate man? Qin clearly noticed Xia Linlang's disdain. On the second day of their marriage, he angrily enlisted in the army and left home, changing his name to Tsinwegwa, claiming he wanted to go out and achieve great things. He was obviously very hurt by Xia Linlong's contempt. Unfortunately, Tsinwegwa ended up getting Xia Linling pregnant. At first, Xia Linlong's in-laws, who were unhappy with her cold treatment of their son, had no choice but to take care of her with great care until she gave birth. A few years later, their house was first destroyed by a typhoon, and then war spread to their coastal village. Tsin's parents had to move with the villagers, taking Xia Linling and her twins with them. They fled from the war and evaded evil people, finally managing to relocate to a village near H City. Tsin's parents were old, and during their escape, they not only had to protect their grandchildren, but also went hungry. Not long after reaching safety, they passed away. This house was built with the money Xia Linlang made from selling watches. Unfortunately, without anyone to protect them, the widow and orphans were bullied by the villagers for years. Especially by those second-rate men who couldn't afford wives, who watched Xia Linlong's home every day, thinking of ways to get a wife with a house without spending money. The original owner died not only from depression, but also due to the increasingly bold behavior of these men. Last night, one of these men broke into Xia Linlong's home. If she hadn't fought back fiercely, grabbing scissors from under her pillow to stab him, who knows what would have happened. Ah, what a life. Xia Linling, don't worry. I will help you take revenge on everyone who has harmed you. This was the only thing she could do for the original owner. As for the two kids, that was the responsibility of the original owner's husband. He didn't want to take responsibility, and Xia Zhizhi wouldn't allow it. While her son and daughter were in the kitchen cooking, Xia Zhizhi took the opportunity to use the heavenly mirror, munching on pecans and almonds while checking where the original owner's husband was now. But this check surprised Xia Zhizhi. She never expected that in this life, she had become the cannon fodder ex-wife of the male lead in a sweet romance novel set in the past. No way, with the original owner's husband's character, he was actually the son of destiny in this world? What right did he have? Xia Zhizhi pouted, silently complaining to the heavenly mirror. Broken mirror, you say the heavens are getting worse with each generation. What kind of vision do they have to choose that petty Tsinwegwa as the male lead? Is the bar for male leads in sweet romance novels this low now? The heavenly mirror responded well, it's not too bad. Isn't he just like the male lead from your first time traveling? Both are second marriages with 2 kids. Oh no, Tsinwegwa is a bit better than that Song Jangwo. The original wife and twins died early, so they never had a chance to annoy him and his current wife. The female lead of this sweet romance novel, Su Qinghuan, also traveled here, but from ancient times to modern times. Su Qinghuan was originally a concubine from a minister's family. Later, she entered the palace as the emperor's concubine. When she got pregnant, she was schemed against and died in childbirth, which led to her traveling. Her situation was not much better than Xia Zhizhi's. She became the only daughter of a mountain bandit leader and faced the leader's death and the power struggles among the second and third leaders right after arriving. Su Qinghuan knew that if she stayed, she would eventually be killed, so she packed some belongings and escaped down the mountain overnight. After descending, she mixed in with a group of refugees until she met Tsinwegwa, which led her to join the army and become a nurse in a military hospital thanks to Tsinwegwa's connections. Calculating the time, the male lead should have developed feelings for the female lead, who is now a nurse in the military hospital. The mirror flickered and asked, Zhizhi, what do you plan to do? Xia Zhizhi snorted, of course, I'm going to find Tsinwegwa with the kids.
What?
The mirror was shocked. Do you want to compete with the female lead for a man? It's not impossible, but... Stop right there, don't think about nonsense, Xia Zhizhi said irritably. I'm not that desperate. What do I want with a second-hand man? Who am I insulting? He was just a rough country man with a bit of luck. She wouldn't even look at him. Even if I were to settle for second-hand, it would have to be someone like the mayor of H City. But he's just a small company commander with no background. How could I possibly be interested? Xia Zhizhi couldn't help but roll her eyes. What she didn't know was that she was about to jinx herself, still angry about the scenes she had seen. Hey, Tsin Jangwo is really something. Even if he wants to please the female lead, he doesn't have to belittle the original wife like this, right? Calling the original wife a child bride and feudal trash, saying she didn't deserve him, acting like he was so pitiful. Is he relying on the fact that all his family is dead and no one from his hometown can expose how he forced the original owner into bed against her will?
Ugh.
Scum. The original owner was right not to look at you until her death. Just wait. Once she finds Sun Jiangwo's unit, she will definitely make sure to deal with that scumbag. Mom, dinner is ready.
Come out and eat.
A timid voice came from the door. Xia Zhizhi looked at her two kids peeking in and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Fine, she might as well eat something. If the kids started crying, she wouldn't want to deal with it. But when she got to the kitchen and saw the dirty iron pot and the coarse porcelain bowl with leftover ash, she couldn't hold back. Suan, Suehuan, I think I won't eat. You two go ahead. It was too dirty for her to eat. Suan disagreed. Mom, eat. Suehuan and I aren't hungry. Xia Zhizhi. If I hadn't seen you and your sister swallowing hard, I might have believed you. In the end, Xia Zhizhi said she would go to the city to buy some noodles, and only then did the two kids cautiously start sipping the thick rice porridge. Seeing them eat so well, Xia Zhizhi felt hungry too. After telling them not to come inside until they finished eating, she returned to her room, locked the door, and vanished in a flash. In the flower soul space, Xia Zhizhi took out the pumpkin and red date porridge she had saved from her last world and ate it eagerly. After finishing 2 bowls and eating 2 strawberries the size of an adult's palm from the space, she felt satisfied and finally left the space. While the 2 kids washed the dishes, Xia Zhizhi began to cleanse her body with the power of the flower soul, rapidly renewing her bones and cells. In less than half an hour, her appearance transformed back to what it originally was. She took out a talisman, one of Qin Rushua's treasures, which could obscure the memories of the selected person on a large scale. Heavenly Mirror, help me change the memories of the 2 kids and the villagers. Otherwise, with her sudden transformation, the villagers would think she was a monster and burn her. Once again, she thanked Qin Rushua for her golden finger. Heavenly Mirror. Okay, Zhizhi, just leave it to me. As she pushed open the door and looked at the clear blue sky, just like the original owner's impoverished home, Xia Zhizhi let out a sigh. Since I'm here, I might as well settle in. The start of this life is a bit rough, but it's manageable, so I'll just go with it for now. The twins had already washed the dishes and came over from the kitchen, each holding a small basket, looking eagerly at Xia Zhizhi. They asked softly, Mom, are you going to the city? Can we go with you? Actually, Xia Zhizhi wasn't someone who enjoyed being a mother. The little bit of maternal love she had was given to the triplets who had accompanied her through reincarnation. Moreover, the triplets were quite mature and sensible. They rarely caused her trouble and even took care of her as they grew older. If she hadn't been certain that she would give birth to such smart and understanding kids, Xia Zhizhi might not have wanted to have children at all. Facing the 2 small, pitiful children left to her by the original owner, Xia Zhizhi didn't know how to approach them. In her eyes, they were not her children at all. They had no connection to her whatsoever. In fact, every time she reincarnated, she used the body of the original owner who had just passed away, so she didn't owe the original owner anything. Not long after waking up, she would use her flower spirit power to cleanse the original owner's body. The cleansing would rapidly renew the cells within, completely changing the body's genes, making it no longer the same person as the original owner. Xia Zhizhi couldn't develop any feelings for these 2 kids who had different genes and appearances. She initially wanted to refuse, but thinking about how the original owner almost harmed a scoundrel last night, she worried that if she left, the 2 children might face danger at home. So, she agreed to take them along. However, she had to make it clear first. Suehuan, I can take you with me, but you must stay close to me. The twins eagerly nodded, their thin little faces finally showing some smiles, looking quite shy. Don't worry, Mom, my sister/brother, and I will stick close to you. Xia Zhizhi replied, all right, just stay close to me. The house built by the original owner was far from where the other villagers lived. If there was any commotion at home, the villagers wouldn't know unless they came to check. Just like last night when the original owner stabbed that scoundrel, no one heard anything until he screamed and ran away. Now, as Xia Zhizhi and the two children set out, no one saw them. Xia Zhizhi wasn't used to wearing the original owner's clothes. After bathing in her space, she changed into her own underwear and socks, keeping only the outer coat and pants. The clothes she took off were bundled up and burned. Now, besides the original owner's outer clothes and the two children born from her, there were almost no traces left of the original owner in this world. Even those who had seen the original owner before found her face blurry in their memories. Just like the twins, influenced by the talisman, they didn't notice that their mother had changed completely, and their initial confusion turned into acceptance. The two kids couldn't walk fast, so Xia Zhizhi walked slowly, stopping and starting, and it took them over 2 hours to finally reach H City. Hey, wait for me. Xia Zhizhi thought for a moment and still felt uneasy letting the two little kids run behind her. So, she took out a sturdy rope from her canvas bag, actually from her storage ring, and tied each child's waist to either end. Xia Zhizhi held the middle part tightly, preventing them from running too far. After all, they were the original owner's children. Although she didn't feel any maternal bond, she didn't want these two little supporting characters to die too soon. She still needed to take them along to cause trouble for the main characters. After all, they had criticized the original owner for being feudal and outdated. Now that she had taken over the original owner's identity, insulting her was like insulting herself. Who could tolerate that? It was now 1952, using the first series of renminbi, with the largest denomination being 50,000 yuan, equivalent to 5 yuan after the currency reform in 1955. Xia Zhizhi had no money on her, so she took out 2 custom vintage watches from her space, ready to exchange them for cash. These watches were not only brand new and shiny but also stylish, without any logos or dates, making them perfect for selling. Since the price was a third cheaper than in stores, she quickly found 2 buyers. Unlike the next decade, when private sales were not allowed, Xia Zhizhi didn't hide anything while trading with the 2 young women. Comrade Xia, if you have more stylish foreign goods like this in the future, be sure to contact us. Before leaving, the 2 women gave Xia Zhizhi their contact information, hoping she would reach out if she had more good items to trade. Xia Zhizhi nodded casually, sure, no problem. As for whether she would trade with them again, it depended on the situation. Suiyan looked at Xia Zhizhi in confusion. Mom, didn't you already sell the watches? How come you still have more? Well, these 2 watches were hidden away. It's normal for you not to know. Xia Zhizhi explained casually and pulled the 2 children toward the largest department store in H City. Let's hurry up, or we'll miss out on all the nice fabrics. In her rush, she didn't pay attention to the road and bumped into a small car as she came out of an alley. Ouch! Xia Zhizhi was knocked back, but thankfully she let go of the rope before flying through the air. Otherwise, the 2 little ones would have been in trouble too. Mom. Suiyan and Suihuan were terrified, crying as they rushed to Xia Zhizhi. Are you okay, Mom? Mom, did you get hurt? Xia Zhizhi winced and raised her hand to check. Indeed, her palm was scraped. Not just her hand, but her pants were also torn. Just as she was about to scold the driver, a man in a black Zhongshan suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an extraordinary presence, stepped out of the car. Really, who could understand? The subtle yet commanding aura of a powerful person struck Xia Zhizhi, who was drawn to strong figures. Comrade, are you all right? Let me take you to the hospital. The man approached Xia Zhizhi, slowly crouching down. His voice was gentle, speaking at a calm pace. Thank you, she replied, biting her lip, trying to suppress her desire to flirt. Wow, he was definitely her type. The man appeared to be around 30 years old. While not stunningly handsome, he had a charming demeanor. His attire was refined, and he carried a subtle, elegant scent of wood, indicating he was a clean person. That was a big plus. As for his aura, while he seemed gentle on the surface, there was a hidden sharpness. He was clearly someone with a cunning mind and a high position. The heavenly mirror said, Zhizhi, You guessed right. This man was an underground worker for the Red Party before liberation, highly capable and a pillar of the party. After liberation, he resumed his identity and was directly appointed as the mayor of H City. Wow, who could navigate underground work without a sharp mind. He was the perfect choice for an intelligent romance. Due to his profession, Qin Ijo instinctively analyzes a person's background, character, and profession based on their skin condition, clothing, posture, and subtle expressions. In just a moment, he formed a rough guess about Xia Zhizhi. The woman had skin as smooth as cream, delicate hands, and no visible calluses, suggesting she had never suffered and likely came from a wealthy family. However, her clothing was clearly inconsistent with that impression. Her beauty was stunning but not overwhelming. Instead, it was soft and delicate, easily disarming others. Especially her eyes, which seemed perpetually misty, could easily stir a man's protective instincts. On top of that, she had a faint fragrance. It smelled like gardenias, not too strong, just enough to be enticing. Feeling unexpectedly stirred, Qin Ijo quickly regained his composure and looked at Xia Zhizhi with heightened caution. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his well-defined fingers curling up nervously, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Darn, where did this stunning beauty come from? He wondered who had the audacity to send such a beauty to charm him. Those spies were really determined to win him over. Despite his inner turmoil, Qin Ijo maintained an impeccable expression. He looked at Xia Zhizhi with a calm gaze and asked with a faint smile, "Can you walk? If you can, please get in my car, and I'll drive you to the hospital." Unfortunately, both his driver and secretary were unavailable today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to deal with this mess himself. Xia Zhizhi had no idea that Qin Ijo saw her as a spy sent to charm him. She was still putting on a show. Feigning weakness, she swayed slightly and accidentally fell into the man's arms, tilting her delicate chin up and looking pitifully at him. "Oh no. Sir, I think I twisted my ankle and can't walk. Could you carry me to the car?" While she spoke as if asking a question, she had already tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice sweet and flirtatious, using such low-level tactics that even the space's intelligence mirror couldn't bear to watch. "Xia Zhizhi, you're relying on your looks to get by. I'm waiting for the day you mess up." He was also frustrated. Xia Zhizhi had been through 2 lifetimes and had seen her fair share of high-end flirts, yet she hadn't learned any of their tricks. Xia Zhizhi ignored the mirror's criticism. The moment she wrapped her arms around the man's neck, she felt his body stiffen. She couldn't help but feel proud. Sure enough, there was no man she, Xia Zhizhi, couldn't charm. She believed she was stunning from every angle, needing no special poses or tricks to captivate any man. At that moment, Qin Ijo must have been captivated by her extraordinary beauty. Just as she was preparing to show off her not-so-skilled tea art again, Qin Ijo suddenly pushed her to the ground, catching her off guard and injuring her thigh a second time.
Ah!
Xia Zhizhi was stunned for a moment, then anger surged within her, causing her to forget her act of weakness as she glared at the man who showed no mercy. "Hey, are you even a man? A beautiful woman, fall into your arms, and you just push me away like that?" Pushed away? Xia Zhizhi couldn't believe she had finally managed to charm a man and then failed so miserably. Seeing her beautiful eyes filled with anger, Qin Ijo felt a jolt of unease, realizing his self-control, which he had always prided himself on, had once again crumbled in front of her. His face darkened. Xia Zhizhi thought he was upset by her words and was giving her the cold shoulder, so she couldn't help but retort, "Seriously, are you that easy to provoke? Is it really that big of a deal if I say you're not a man?" "Ugh, so petty." She whispered the last part, but Qin Ijo heard her clearly. He was both amused and annoyed, wondering where this lively character came from. He hadn't even said anything harsh, yet she was already worked up. "Oh, do you still want to go to the hospital?" Qin Ijo asked blandly. "Of course I want to go." Xia Zhizhi thought. Why wouldn't she? Even if she lost interest in this petty man, she wouldn't let him off easily. She wanted him to pay. She had never been so dismissed before, and she wouldn't let him off the hook. First People's Hospital of H City, Xia Jiji exaggeratedly complained to the doctor about her whole body hurting, insisting on a full checkup. "Doctor, that man hit me with his car and sent me flying several meters. I must have internal injuries. Please let me have a full checkup. I don't want any lasting issues. I'm only 23. My life is just beginning, and I don't want to die young." "Doctor, that if you insist, then go ahead." He turned to Qin Meng. "Sir, could you please help your wife pay the fees first?" Xia Jiji gasped, clutching her chest as if defending her dignity. "Pfft, who's his wife? What's wrong with your eyes? Do I look like someone he could have?" Qin Meng glanced at Xia Jiji, but didn't refute the doctor's words and took the bill to pay. "Mom, are you okay?" The two little ones, Suiyan and Sui Huan, were frightened and approached Xia Jiji only after Qin Meng left. The two kids looked at Xia Jiji with teary eyes, having cried countless times that day. "Mom, I don't want you to die, boo-hoo." Xia Jiji. She almost forgot she had these two little burdens. Perhaps because their grandparents died early, their father was absent, and their mother didn't care for them, the two kids were unusually well-behaved and quiet on the way to the hospital, not daring to trouble Xia Jiji. It made her forget about their existence. She wasn't good at comforting children, so she just said, "You should be fine," and ignored them. She hoped they would take her cold demeanor as a cue to stop crying. She really hated it when kids cried. Seeing the two kids looking pitiful and wanting to cry but holding back, the doctor disapproved and looked at Xia Jiji. "Ma'am, how can you be so harsh to your own children?" Xia Jiji pouted and replied unhappily, "I don't want to be a mother. If it weren't for their scoundrel of a father forcing me, I wouldn't have these two kids." In truth, the original owner had complex feelings toward these two children, compounded by her depression. Sometimes, she hated them because of their father, wanting nothing to do with them. Other times, she remembered they were her children and treated them with love, even saving her own food for them. The doctor frowned and disagreed, saying, "But this is their father's fault. You shouldn't involve them." "I've done well enough, okay?" Xia Jiji snorted coldly. "Their father went off to war after planting his seeds, and for so many years, I've raised them alone. What more do you want from me? Don't advise others to be good if you haven't experienced their suffering. If you had gone through those painful pasts, you might not have done better than I have." The doctor was left speechless. The two children were old enough to understand, and hearing their mother's disdain for their father made them feel very upset. It turned out their birth was not welcomed. No wonder their mother's attitude towards them was so unpredictable. She hated their father and also disliked them for sharing his blood. Xia Jiji glanced at her tearful son and daughter and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Why were they so sensitive? Unaware that Qin Meng had been standing at the door for a long time, listening to their conversation, she was too preoccupied to notice. When Qin Meng returned, his attitude towards Xia Jiji was noticeably different. He was no longer distant and guarded, but instead seemed warm and friendly. "Comrade Xia, I've paid the fees. Let's go for your checkup." The man wore a gentle smile, one that felt genuine this time, unlike before when it seemed forced. Xia Jiji felt confused and snorted, allowing him to help her out. After a series of tests that cost him nearly a third of his salary, he didn't get angry. Instead, he kindly suggested taking her shopping for clothes. "Your clothes were ruined by me, so let's buy you a new set at the department store." Xia Jiji snorted again. "Even if you didn't say it, I would still make you pay." The original owner had only this one set of decent clothes, and now this awful man had ruined it. She couldn't let him off that easily. Qin Meng smiled indulgently, not arguing with her. So, Qin Meng drove Xia Jiji and her two children to the department store for a shopping spree. He bought her several outfits and shoes, and even got some things for the kids. Seeing how eager he was to buy for them, Xia Jiji couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Mirror, what's going on with Qin Meng? Wasn't he cold to me before? Has he changed?" The mirror replied solemnly, "No, he must have fallen in love." "Really? Just in that short time at the hospital, he changed?" Xia Jiji found it hard to believe. "Yes, he changed. He overheard your conversation with the female doctor and probably felt pity for you, the poor victim of a scoundrel. Humph, what a joke. Xia Zhizhi was not happy. My beauty didn't attract him. It was my tragic past that caught his attention. What kind of situation is that? The mirror reminded her, Zhizhi, Qin is an undercover agent and very suspicious. He was actually attracted to you from the first moment he saw you, but he thought you had many suspicious traits and assumed you were a spy sent to undermine him. Xia Zhizhi understood immediately, feeling a sudden chill. But now that you mention it, I realize I do seem a bit out of place. Although she was a poor widow with no one to rely on, she didn't show any signs of having suffered. No wonder Qin was suspicious. Fortunately, Xia Linlong's identity isn't just that of a village woman. She's actually a fallen noblewoman. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain things later. Xia Zhizhi felt a bit anxious. After crossing over, she should try not to change too much too quickly. Otherwise, even if she could alter the memories of those around her, people with special backgrounds would still notice something was off. Perhaps wanting to learn more about her true identity, Qin bought them a lot of clothes and shoes, then drove the three of them back to the village. On the way back, he subtly probed Xia Zhizhi, occasionally chatting with the kids to gather information about Xia Linlang and the Qin family. Xia Zhizhi didn't want him to keep doubting her, so she shared what she could, even revealing a bit about her true identity. Not wanting the kids to overhear, she spoke vaguely. Qin was surprised to learn she was the daughter of a wealthy family in Ji City. No wonder. Now everything made sense. Feeling a bit more relaxed, he still didn't fully trust her and decided to investigate further once he got back. Noticing his attitude had softened, Xia Zhizhi's eyes sparkled as she decided to press on. Mr. Qin, what do you do for a living? Qin hesitated slightly, but didn't hide it. I currently serve as the mayor of H City. Are you married?
Cough, divorced.
Actually, he was an undercover agent with a partner, and their marriage ended after their mission. Do you have children?
Cough, no.
Do you mind if your future wife has children from a previous marriage? As Xia Zhizhi moved closer, Qin gripped the steering wheel tightly, his voice restrained. Comrade Xia Linlang, men and women shouldn't be too close. Please don't lean towards me. This man was really shy. If he didn't like her, he should just push her away. Hey, I'm asking you, do you mind if your future wife has had a difficult marriage and comes with kids? Just nod or shake your head, it's a simple choice. Xia Zhizhi leaned in closer. Under her teasing gaze, Qin ears turned red, making her almost laugh out loud. Wasn't he just fine pretending to be a couple with his undercover partner? Why was he so innocent? From the moment Xia Zhizhi first saw him and developed feelings, she had the mirror investigate him thoroughly. The results surprised her. Although Qin was listed as divorced, he was still a bachelor, and their act was just that, an act. She had already decided that during this less tense period in the country, she would work hard to win over Qin. If she couldn't manage to win him over, she would look for opportunities to leave for Hong Kong. After all, the mainland would be struggling for a long time without a strong backing, and she didn't want to suffer here. Under the relentless pressure from Xia Zhizhi, Qin almost fled in panic. But in the end, he held back. He did not deny his feelings for Xia Zhizhi, saying, Linlang, I admit I have feelings for you. No, it's more than that. It's love at first sight. However, I need time to think about remarriage. Can you wait for me? When Qin looked at Xia Zhizhi again, he no longer hid his feelings. In his usually calm eyes, affection flowed silently. He really liked Xia Zhizhi, but this feeling couldn't compete with his sense of duty to the country. If Xia Zhizhi's identity was problematic, no matter how much he liked her, he couldn't accept it and would even have to send her to prison. Xia Zhizhi understood his concerns and nodded without hesitation. Okay, take your time. However, she had to make a point. If I happen to like someone else during this time, you can't blame me for being fickle. Qin heart tightened, and he instinctively grabbed Xia Zhizhi's hand. With a pleading tone, he said, Linlang, I will think quickly. Can you not consider anyone else in the meantime? Xia Zhizhi glanced at him and huffed. I can't promise that. If someone better than you shows up, it would be hard not to be tempted. Yes, she was that straightforward. She openly admitted that she was attracted to his superior qualities. Chun Yi-jo didn't mind Xia Ziji's practicality. Instead, he found her clear-headedness charming. He smiled slightly. In that case, I'll have to keep a close eye on you while I think. Xia Ziji made a sound of agreement, not rejecting him, allowing him to hold her hand. Encouraged, he intertwined their fingers. The two children in the back seat exchanged glances, biting their lips and staying silent. It seemed their mother and this uncle had forgotten about them again. The black Fukuda car boldly drove into Shaotian village, heading straight for Xia Ziji's current home. Noticing that Xia Ziji was in the passenger seat, the villagers were stunned at first, then hurried to inform the village chief. Chief, something's wrong. Qin Xia is bringing a big official to the village. The village chief, who was smoking inside, rushed out without even putting on his shoes. What do you mean? When did Qin Xia know a big official? His eyes widened in shock, and his voice nearly cracked. How would I know? Chief, you should go check on Qin Xia. We can't let the Jiang family cause trouble and get the leader involved. Yes, I need to go see. If he had known Qin Xia knew a city official, he would never have allowed the Jiang family to bully this young widow. Oh, what a mess this was. He hoped it wouldn't come back to haunt him. The village chief hurried, but still arrived too late. By the time he got there, Chun Yi-jo was already fighting with the Jiang family. Xia Ziji was nearby, occasionally picking up a clod of dirt to throw. Stop fighting. Everyone stop. Seeing the Jiang family attacking Chun Yi-jo, the village chief broke into a cold sweat and rushed over to intervene. Stop. It's all a misunderstanding. Everyone stop. The village chief's authority was significant, and when the Jiang family saw him, they hesitated to continue, though their expressions showed their dissatisfaction. Chief, Qin Xia is too arrogant. She injured my son and refuses to pay, even threatening to report it.
Who can tolerate that?
Jiang Lizi's mother complained. The village chief cautiously glanced at the imposing Chun Yi-jo and immediately recognized him as the newly appointed mayor of H City, whose photo had appeared in recent newspapers. He felt a chill run down his spine and began to sweat. Hearing Jiang Lizi's mother speak out of turn, he couldn't help but shout, "Jiang Lizi's mother, be quiet." Then, he quickly turned to Chun Yi-jo with a forced smile, saying, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. Our villagers are like this." Chun Yi-jo suppressed his anger and asked with a forced smile, "Oh,
how is that?"
I didn't know the villages under H City were so chaotic, with thugs climbing widows' walls at night. Now that their schemes have failed, they want to rely on their numbers to pressure the widow into paying and force her to be with that criminal. Please don't tell me you, as the village chief, are unaware of all this. The village chief was drenched in cold sweat, panicking, this. Enough, I don't want to hear your excuses. He raised his hand to interrupt the village chief's attempts to fabricate stories and turned to Xia Ziji, trying to soften his voice. Linling, this place is too unsafe. I think I should take you and your child to the city. No wonder she was so eager to find someone powerful to marry. Her situation was clearly difficult. Chun Yi-jo felt a deep ache in his heart, and his sympathy for Xia Ziji grew.
Huh?
Xia Ziji was taken aback, then quickly nodded, "Okay, wait for me. I'll pack my things." Even if Chun Yi-jo hadn't suggested it, she didn't plan to stay in this broken village. It was not only unsafe, but also full of endless troubles. She was most impatient with dealing with trouble. As she passed a few Jiang family men lying around, Xia Ziji sneakily placed a bad luck charm on them, valid for a year. As for whether they would end up dead or injured during that time, it was up to their luck. The original owner had come here to escape disaster, and besides clothes and bedding, she had almost no possessions. Xia Ziji quickly packed up. As for the broken pots and pans in the kitchen, she didn't want them. She stuffed all the leftover clothes of the original owner into the stove and burned them. She wouldn't wear those clothes, and who knew who they would benefit if left behind. Burning them was better. Xia Ziji only took a few simple white cotton undergarments from her space, along with the original owners and the two children's identification documents, hastily stuffing them into a bag before rushing out. Mr. Qin, we can go now. Chen Yizhou looked at the light bag Xia Zhizhi carried and asked with concern, Is that all? Don't you need to take anything else? Yeah, the rest is just junk. I don't want it. Under the furious gazes of the Jiang family, Xia Zhizhi got back into the passenger seat. Before the car drove away, she provocatively bared her teeth at them. Goodbye, losers. In a beautiful two-story house with white walls and red tiles, a woman in a red dress leaned on the balcony of the second floor, her chin at a 45-degree angle, looking sadly at the blue sky and white clouds. Xia Zhizhi rested her chin on her hand and sighed again. Broken mirror, how should I find out that Tsindazhu no, Tsinweigua is still alive? She couldn't let her plans fail halfway. She also needed to send those two little burdens to that worthless man. Otherwise, leaving them without a father would be too cruel. The fortune-telling mirror sighed too. You don't even have a photo of Tsinweigua. It's hard to ask around. In the original story, perhaps to allow the main characters to have a sweet ending, the original wife and her children quietly died in an unknown corner, causing no trouble for the main characters. The male lead didn't even know that Xia Linlang had given birth to a pair of twins. The author portrayed the original wife as someone proud and disdainful of Tsinweigua, a mere commoner. The male lead mentioned Xia Linlang and her deceased parents in front of the female lead to gain her sympathy. Where can you reason with this? Xia Zhizhi slapped the balcony. No, I need to think of a way quickly. What if the main characters have their little troublemakers before I do something about Sui Yin and Sui Huan? She couldn't keep raising the original characters' two kids. That just wouldn't work. They weren't her own. She couldn't treat them the same as her three beloved sons. What if, after raising them, they developed feelings and ended up causing trouble for her own children? Yes, she preferred to assume the worst about others. Even if they seemed like sweet, innocent kids now, that didn't change anything. The fortune-telling mirror sensed Xia Zhizhi's thoughts and felt speechless. You really have no sympathy at all. Xia Zhizhi rolled her eyes. Sympathy is useless. My love as a mother can't be shared with other kids. That would be unfair to my three children who have been with me through reincarnation. She wanted to think of a solution quickly, but unfortunately, with Xia Zhizhi's intelligence, she couldn't come up with anything good. So she decided to go directly to Chen Yizhou for advice. Xia Zhizhi grabbed her newly crocheted white lace bag and told her cheap son and daughter in the yard before locking the door and heading to Chen Yizhou's workplace. She was currently living in a government-assigned house for Chen Yizhou, which was about a 10-minute walk from his workplace. Excuse me, is Mayor Chen in? I need to see him, Xia Zhizhi said with a smile to the doorman. Yes, Comrade Xia. Wait a moment. I'll go get him for you. This wasn't Xia Zhizhi's first time visiting Chen Yizhou, so the doorman knew she was his girlfriend and treated her well. As for why he didn't just let her in directly, it was because Chen Yizhou had sent someone to investigate Xia Zhizhi's background, and they hadn't returned yet. They couldn't confirm her identity, so they couldn't let an unidentified person into the government office. Before long, Chen Yizhou came out. Xia Zhizhi's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward, her tone playfully teasing. Yizhou, I need to talk to you. After more than half a month of getting to know each other, Xia Zhizhi and Chen Yizhou's relationship had grown warmer, and she had started calling him Yizhou instead of Mr. Chen. Chen Yizhou took the bag from Xia Zhizhi's hands, his voice calm. Zhizhi, what's going on? Yes, Xia Zhizhi had finally reverted to her real name. Recently, she had told Chen Yizhou that she disliked the name Linlang because it brought her bad luck, and she had insisted he help her change it. She didn't like being called Linlang all the time. Xia Zhizhi looked around nervously, tugging at his sleeve as she led him to a quiet corner. Yizhou, can you check if Tsinweigua is still alive? She looked at him with hopeful eyes. Chen Yizhou's heart skipped a beat, and he misunderstood her. His expression shifted from calm to tense, and his intelligence seemed to drop. He tightly grasped Xia Zhizhi's arm, his voice strained. Zhizhi, are you going to give up on me? Do you think I don't trust you, and that's why I'm upset? Please don't be angry. The situation in the country isn't stable, and those hidden threats want to disrupt our unity and development. My job doesn't allow me to be reckless. Xia Zhizhi.
What are you talking about?
Come on, can you stop overthinking? Seeing that he was getting more anxious, she quickly interrupted him. No, Ijo, wait. That's not what I meant. I just want to hand the 2 kids over to their biological father, that's all. Don't overthink it. Chun Ijo still didn't believe her. Gigi, you don't have to do that. I will treat the 2 kids as my own. You don't need to find their biological father. Even though Gigi always claimed to hate her ex-husband, they still had 2 kids connecting them. He couldn't guarantee that if she saw her ex-husband again, she wouldn't reconcile with him for the kids' sake. Fortunately, Xia Gigi didn't know what Chun Ijo was thinking, otherwise she would have been furious. How could she possibly want to reunite with that worthless man for 2 kids with no blood ties or feelings? But Chun Ijo's thoughts weren't entirely wrong. After all, most mothers in this era were self-sacrificing, willing to compromise for their children. Unfortunately, Xia Gigi wasn't the type to sacrifice herself. Not to mention that Sui En and Sui Huan had no blood relation to her. Even if they did, she wouldn't feel any attachment. Helping them ensure their biological father was sterilized to prevent any future competition for inheritance was her final act of kindness. So, Xia Gigi was firm. No, we must find him. Seeing that Chun Ijo wanted to say something, she explained, Ijo, I'm not the traditional good person or a loving mother. Their existence is a shame to me, a stain on Xia Linlong's life. I don't want to live the rest of my life with them. Ijo, I want to have a child with you in the future, one born from our love. I can't treat these kids equally, and I certainly can't be fair to them. My love and hate are intertwined, and it might cause resentment between Xin En and Xin Huan. Rather than that, it's better to send them away sooner.